Chapter 1. Donghai, Shueqin Island. Drink up. Drink up. The youth smoker swung his fists at the rocks with each blow. His fists embedded themselves like nails into the stones, dislodging fragments as he withdrew. After a considerable duration, the boulder, the size of a house, was reduced to a mound of debris. Smoker exhaled deeply, concluding his morning training, and plopped down onto the sandy shore, gasping for breath. The current year was 1497 in the era of the sea, and soon Roger would arrive at Raftel, ascending to the title of Pirate King. In a year's time, he would be executed in Lowtown, plunging into the fray and igniting the flames of the great pirate era. Countless souls ventured forth to the sea, in pursuit of the elusive ideals of freedom and dreams, who would consider the countless villages laid waste, the many homes shattered in the process. A flicker of concern passed through Smoker's eyes. Though his appearance remained unchanged, his essence had long been transformed into that of a laboring dog. A few years prior, after sleepless nights poring over projects, just as he was about to indulge in the world of One Piece, a sudden pang in his heart struck, and he succumbed. When he awoke, inexplicably, he had become Smoker in his juvenile form. The notion of traversing worlds seemed absurd, yet as a seasoned consumer of tomato-based narratives, he adapted remarkably swiftly. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with his new identity. After all, he was a protagonist, albeit one with a rather dismal track record. High hopes that quickly led to a series of defeats, a pitiful sight indeed. Smoker had made countless attempts, yet he found himself devoid of an elderly mentor, a green bottle, a system, a portal, or any personal space that would evoke sympathy. Consequently, the years had been fraught with anxiety. A cheat was essential for any traveler of worlds. With a cheat, mastering the elemental zoan fruits would become second nature, and the three types of hockey would merely be standard fare. Encountering a magnanimous ruler could even open the doors to the multiverse. In contrast, a traveler devoid of such aids was akin to an orphan raised by a stepmother. Especially for Smoker, lacking any unique lineage, royal prowess, extraordinary physique, or notable identity rendered him utterly devoid of value. The only distinguishable trait he possessed was the Logia-type smoke fruit, but he had arrived too early, never having had the chance to consume it. What was dire was that the narrative provided no clues as to how he would attain the smoke fruit. Would it be found on Shueqin Island, or would it be acquired after joining the Navy? Smoker, like a donkey fixated on a carrot, could only dutifully remain on Shueqin Island, waiting for the fruit, too afraid to stray, lest he miss the opportunity while merely attending to nature's call. Shueqin Island was neither particularly large nor small. To the east lay a bustling town, filled with residents and merchants. To the west, a sparsely populated jungle. The original inhabitant had cherished moments spent gazing at the sea from this western coast. If the smoke fruit were indeed found on Shueqin Island, it was most likely in this very vicinity. Thus, Smoker often lingered here, hoping for a stroke of fortune. As a traveler of worlds, he was acutely aware of the brutality inherent in the realm of pirates, understanding that he appeared as fragile as a biscuit in the eyes of the strong. Unlike the original inhabitant, who lived leisurely, he seized every moment to train, and train. Years have passed, yet the smoke fruit remains elusive, though my physique has significantly strengthened despite my youthful visage. I have developed a quintessential inverted triangle shape, and my height has soared to an impressive 1.90 meters. From the perspective of stature, I already exude the aura of a formidable warrior. The sole predicament lies in my insatiable appetite, which has begun to rival that of a monster. One meal could easily boast the caloric intake of an ordinary person over an entire week. Smog's parents were merchants, who, upon their passing, left behind a considerable fortune, ample enough to secure a life of comfort for the latter half of his existence. However, within a mere 3 years, he squandered it all. The nearby settlements offered no sea beasts or large fish, rendering hunting and fishing insufficient to sustain my alarming consumption. Thus, with no other recourse, Smog had to venture out to earn a living. Fortunately, possessing both strength and intellect, he had no shortage of work opportunities. From unloading cargo at the docks to serving as a bodyguard for merchant ships, and even moonlighting as a pirate hunter, he engaged in whatever quickly proved lucrative, earning a sum, and then promptly returning to his solitary pursuits. Consequently, Smog's life has been reduced to 3 primary pursuits: eating, earning, and training. A life both busy and frugal, grinding before my reincarnation, and still grinding after. Am I to conclude that my reincarnation was in vain? In the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme, and one's worth is determined solely by their power. The 4 predominant forms of strength are physical prowess, devil fruits, hockey, and technology. As for physical prowess, there is little to elaborate. Years of relentless training have yielded commendable results. Although barely over a decade old, Armed with the rudimentary skills I've honed, I can contend with pirates boasting bounties in the million-sa promising starting point. Hockey is an inevitability that I must master, however. This art is considered an advanced skill, and the difference between having a mentor and lacking one is monumental. In the original narrative, from Cake Island to Onigashima, the 9 supernovas exhibited their hockey, while the likes of Kid and Laura relied on brute force to showcase their might. Luffy and Zoro have long since upgraded their abilities to advanced hockey, creating a chasm in power levels instead of aimlessly training now. It is more prudent to focus on physical conditioning and await the opportunity to join the Navy for systematic learning. Sharpening the axe does not delay the woodcutter. As for technology, is the East Blue a realm for technological advancement? In this region, even mentioning technology would elicit derision. The pinnacle of technological achievement here is perhaps Buggy's cannonball. Thus, upon reflection, if I wish to rapidly enhance my power, it must hinge upon acquiring a devil fruit. Let us not speak of the flame fruit or the smoke fruit, for they are hardly appealing to anyone. For an ordinary person, the mere chance to possess a logia-type fruit, even the dung fruit, would be akin to a stroke of fortune. One could venture into the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, or reign as a local Tarantan undeniably promising future. Regrettably, in this corner of the East Blue, the availability of devil fruits is woefully scarce. The so-called ruler of the East Blue, Krieg, has spent much of his life with knowledge of devil fruits limited to mere legends. After years of traversing this world, Smog has yet to encounter a wild fruit, let alone a user of its powers. He cannot help but let out a heartfelt sigh. Is it truly the butterfly effect that has caused me to miss out on the smoke fruit? Or perhaps the smoke fruit was never present at Waterchindo? Well, it seems I must leave it to fate for now. I should focus on honing my physique. After all, physical strength is the foundation of everything. At worst, I could later learn the 6 styles and return to the East Sea to become a minor leader, living the carefree life of a small warlord, deceiving those above and below. Suddenly, he caught sight of 2 spheres bobbing in the waves, one purple and one white, rising and falling with the tide. What is that? Wait, what? 2 devil fruits. The 2 devil fruits were being tossed by the waves, one drifting closer, the other farther away, each heading in a different direction. The nearer one was entirely white, with faint swirling patterns reminiscent of smoky. It was indeed the smoke fruit. Thank heavens, I haven't waited in vain. As for the other fruit, Smoker was a principled man having found his dream fruit. He vowed to remain loyal and not look at any other. Well, a glance won't lead to any consequences. Being engaged doesn't equate to being married. Squinting to examine it closely, he noticed the more distant fruit was a deep purple, resembling a pineapple. Smoker gasped and fell to his knees. The dark fruit. What audacity do I possess to stumble upon 2 logia fruits at once? Grandfather, you must be exerting your influence from below. Father, mother, do you see? Your child has achieved greatness in a vast world of pirates. Considering the rarity of logia fruits, the probability of encountering 2 logia fruits is lower than a commoner receiving confessions from both Reba and Naza simultaneously. Here was Smoker, facing this improbable fortune. Watching as the 2 fruits drifted farther apart, Smoker found himself momentarily stunned. Must he force himself to choose one? The idealized moonlight or the alluring dark stockings? How to decide? In the original narrative, the oblivious Smoker had chosen the smoke fruit. The other fruit had to be resigned to the depths of the sea. However, things were different now. Smoker was acutely aware of the dark fruit's true nature. This was a fruit capable of contending with the 3 admirals. It was incomparable to the smoke fruit. Before long, Smoker made his decision. Apologies, Smoke Fruit, although I have long admired you, you deserve better with that. He dove into the sea, swimming vigorously toward the dark fruit. After years of training, Smoker glided through the water like a shark, quickly reaching the dark fruit and seizing it in his grasp, turning to glance back at the smoke fruit. At this distance, it seemed a double capture might still be feasible. Just as he prepared to act, the sky darkened suddenly, and a fierce wind arose, churning the sea into a boiling tempest. What was happening? Why was there such a sudden storm? The waters surrounding Waterchog had always been calm. It had been years since such turbulent waves had been encountered. Smoker swam desperately toward the smoke fruit. However, the waves were too tumultuous and swift, tossing him about like a mere leaf, relentlessly battered down time and again. Thwarting his attempts, exhausted, he found himself on the verge of losing grip on the dark fruit. In desperation, Smoker could only swim back to shore. He glanced back, only to see the smoke fruit drifting far away. Nearly out of sight, panic surged within him. This was a natural type fruit. Should he miss this opportunity, it was unlikely he would encounter another in his lifetime. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he took a bite of the dark fruit. A wave of acrid bitterness flooded his mouth, invigorating yet repulsive. Ugh! Smoker nearly retched yet. He remained focused on the task at hand, suppressing his nausea, and extended his right hand towards the direction of the smoke fruit. Dark water. The essence of darkness embodied an unfathomable gravitational pull-less surge of dark matter enveloped Smoker, resembling a thick black mist or dark flames. His right hand transformed, revealing a black hole in his palm, radiating an immense gravitational force, as if capable of devouring elusives of such powers could manipulate seawater, for instance. Owen could boil it, while Akiji could freeze the ocean. Under the influence of the dark fruit's gravity, the seawater coalesced into a massive whirlpool, surging into Smoker's palm. The smoke fruit remained too distant, slowly drifting further away. "Damn it, come here!" Seemingly attuned to Smoker's frustration, the gravitational pull intensified, growing ever more concentrated, reaching out towards the horizon. At last, the smoke fruit quivered slightly, altering its course, and began drifting back towards the shore. The closer it drew, the greater the gravitational force became, until it soared into the air and landed securely in Smoker's hand. "Ah!" Smoker laughed joyously, his voice echoing against the heavens. Years of anxiety and anticipation had finally borne fruit. "Is fate's whimsy. My destiny lies within my own hands. I, Smoker, have proven that even the devoted can achieve greatness, potentially securing a dual victory." Smoker raised his right hand. Power, future, fate seemingly all rested within his grasp. The dark fruit, a manifestation of the most formidable abilities from its very onset, it demonstrated the capacity to seize the essence of natural-type fruits while enforcing an involuntary silence upon them. Though it bore side effects, its strength remained unparalleled. However, with the evolution of versions, this ability became increasingly ineffectual, particularly as Blackbeard possessed dual haki, rendering decades of his patience a mere jest. Given Blackbeard's foundation, he should not conceal his prowess, but rather diligently train, seek guidance from Whitebeard, and enlist a cadre of formidable allies. With perseverance, he could ascend to the level of an emperor. In truth, Smoker had always found the dark fruit rather peculiar. Bearing the title of the most malevolent fruit, it failed to demonstrate superiority over magma, lightning, or ice. When Blackbeard faced Ace, he absorbed damage to pull him closer for an attack, simply exploiting the low damage of flames. Had it been Akainu or Magellan, one could believe they would have been inundated with liquid. Smoker found himself in a state of utter perplexity until a serendipitous moment of enlightenment dawned upon him. The natural abilities that have recently emerged all signify specific elements. The smoke fruit embodies smoke. The blaze fruit represents fire. The sand fruit signifies sand. The thunder fruit denotes thunder. The ice fruit stands for ice. The light fruit symbolizes light. The magma fruit illustrates magma. The swamp fruit epitomizes swamp. The gas fruit conveys gas. The snow fruit reflects snow. The forest fruit denotes plants. And the coal fruit signifies coal. Yet, where does the dark fruit fit in? Is it a black hole? Certainly not. It signifies an infinite gravitational force akin to that of a black hole, rather than the physical entity of a black hole. Upon deeper reflection, it resembles a super-enhanced version of the rubber ball fruit. One represents gravity, the other embodies elasticity. However, the dark fruit possesses the ability to elementalize, rendering it even more formidable and versatile than the rubber ball fruit. In the manga, Blackbeard sustains injuries even after elementalization. Contrary to being invulnerable, if this holds true, then Blackbeard's utilization of the dark fruit is lamentably inadequate. Over the course of 2 years, he has resorted to either enforced silence or the use of the yonk technique. Clearly, there are numerous avenues for development. For instance, the rubber ball fruit can inflict damage and suffering. Why can't the dark fruit absorb such elements? Is there a significant distinction between gravity and elasticity? Moreover, Blackbeard currently releases gravitational force in a singular direction. Could he not twist gravity in a manner akin to Fujitora's manipulation of it? Regardless of the circumstances, now that the dark fruit has fallen into his possession, he is determined to live up to its notorious reputation. At that moment, Smoker's elation was palpable, as if he were a kaleidoscope of triumph. However, amidst his joy, he must not lose his composure. After all, Blackbeard, despite consuming the dark fruit, still found himself overwhelmed and defeated. Furthermore, Smoker glanced at the dark fruit in his haste. He had taken a bite, but much remained. With a firm resolve, he bit into it once more. This flavor is truly unbearable. Yet, he persevered, suppressing his disgust, and consumed the entirety of the dark fruit, not out of a peculiar fondness for such a taste, but rather as a gamble. In the world of One Piece, many have awakened their devil fruit powers, but CP9's Kaku achieved this in merely 2 years, which is quite extraordinary. If there's to be any uniqueness to this, the only aspect that springs to mind is that, like Luffy, he devoured the devil fruit entirely. Thus, Smoker speculated, could it be that the cleaner one consumes the fruit, the easier it is to awaken its powers? Though such conjecture lacks empirical evidence, there is no harm in testing it. What does it matter if the taste is repugnant? Only by consuming the most distasteful can one attain greatness. Before long, he had fully consumed the hefty dark fruit. From this day forth, I, Smoker, shall rise to the pinnacle. At this moment, Smoker's ambitions soared to great heights. Yet simultaneously, he felt a dizzying rush of exhilaration. He was nearly choked by the mysterious fruit, feeling a rising urge to retch. At that moment, a pirate ship suddenly emerged in the distance. Its insignia unmistakably belonged to the recently infamous Black Fork pirate crew. A buck-toothed pirate was scanning the surroundings when he spotted Smoker, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror as he rushed toward a drunken giant. Captain! Captain! The giant, towering at nearly 3 meters, comparable in height to a marine admiral, was in the midst of guzzling down his drink when he heard the commotion and hurled his cup. Aside with force, damn it, what's all the noise? You're ruining my drinking mood. The giant was Eugene, the captain of the Black Fork pirate crew, with a bounty of 34 million berries, notorious for having ravaged 3 towns in a single week. The buck-toothed pirate shrank back. Apprehensive, Captain, there's a little brat on the shore, holding a strange fruit that resembles what those people call a devil fruit. What? Eugene gasped in shock, snatching the telescope from the pirate's hands. Indeed, by the shore stood a contemplative youth with white hair, cradling a pristine white fruit in his arms. It appeared entirely intact, untouched by any bite. In an instant, Eugene regained much of his sobriety. The devil fruit truly lived up to its notorious reputation, just as they had described. Ha ha ha, fortune has finally smiled upon me. Gather round. Crew, set sail at full speed and seize that devil fruit. Upon hearing this, the pirates displayed expressions of avarice and ecstasy. Could it be that such a miraculous fruit, capable of catapulting one to greatness, was indeed real? The crew raised their weapons, roaring in jubilant celebration. With this treasure of the sea in our possession, the East Blue shall belong to the Black Fork pirates. What is the East Blue compared to our ambitions? Our captain shall lead us to conquer the Grand Line. Not long ago, the Black Fork pirates had commandeered an inconspicuous merchant vessel, which astonishingly had traversed the Grand Line. Through intense interrogation, Eugene gleaned a wealth of intelligence. But the revelation that captivated him most was the existence of the devil fruit. Just a single bite could grant unimaginable powers. And to think that mere news of it would lead to such an opportunity knocking at his door, was he truly destined by fate? I shall become the Pirate King. Wait. What is that? The Black Fork pirates surged forward with palpable menace, and even Smoker, though blind, could sense their presence. As a part-time bounty hunter, he had some familiarity with the pirates surrounding him. The Black Fork pirates? Why on earth would they appear here? A large fish would certainly enhance his livelihood. Smoker gazed at the smoke fruit in his hand, contemplating its significance. He removed his coat to cover it and dug a small pit to bury it within. After all, the visitors did not come with benevolent intentions. During a cordial exchange, should he let his guard down and be bitten, he would find no solace in tears. Soon, the pirate ship anchored at the shore, and Eugene, accompanied by his crew, swaggered toward Smoker. Kid, hand over the devil fruit, or you may claim to have consumed it. But I shall slice open your belly to verify the truth with my own eyes. Smoker wore an expression of calm indifference. With a bounty of 3 per million. Black Fork Eugene, the devil fruit resides within me. If you desire it, come and take it by the ways of pirates. Eugene sneered. Ah, what an amusing little brat. With that, he charged forward like a bull, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Smoker's face. Let us clash. Smoker stood his ground, refusing to evade, and struck with a powerful punch. The two fists collided with a resounding crack, sending shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding sand and stones. The pirates nearby began to revel in the spectacle. Ha ha, fools, daring to trade blows with the captain. They jeered, although the captain bore the moniker Black Jaws. His iron fists were equally famed across the East Blue. Indeed, your bones must be shattered into dust. You deserve it. However, in the next moment, their laughter was silenced as both Smoker and Eugene were forced to retreat simultaneously. Eugene's face was a mask of disbelief. How could I be evenly matched with such a brat? What a farce. Smog clenched his fist, hissing in a breath of cool air. Oh, that startled me. It was merely bravado. Due to the side effects of the dark fruit, the pain that was once negligible now manifested with striking clarity. Smog shook his hand, slightly alleviating the pain. The agony was indeed unbearable, magnified several times. Yet it seemed that the intensity of the pain merely increased, while the injury itself remained unchanged. Smoker let out a fierce roar, urging for more as he charged forward. "You foolishly court death," Eugene retorted with a cold snort, meeting him head-on. The two were consumed by a competitive spirit, clashing like ferocious beasts. The beach was soon engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. After an indeterminate period, despite sustaining a blow to his abdomen, Smoker delivered a punch that sent Eugene sprawling. Eugene hit the ground, rolling several times before regaining his footing, wiping the blood that obscured his vision. Meanwhile, Smoker clutched his stomach, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze fixed intently on Eugene, with a menacing glint in his eyes. He thought, "Thank you, you little brat, for providing me with such amusement, but this must come to an end." He gestured behind him, and his subordinate understood, bringing forth a lengthy black steel trident. The sharp blades gleamed ominously, stained with the remnants of past battles. Eugene brandished the trident, its point aimed directly at Smoker. "I offer you two choices. Surrender the devil fruit, and I may accept you as my subordinate, allowing you to enjoy a life of luxury, or perish here." Smoker bore numerous wounds, blood trickling down his cheek, yet a contemptuous smile adorned his face. "Eugene, I pose a question to you. Why did you not wield your weapon just now? I was merely practicing with you. What are you waiting for?" The dark fruit had altered his sense of pain, engendering a profound transformation in his long-established combat instincts and physical responses. Thus, Smoker opted for hand-to-hand combat to swiftly acclimate to this change. After all, a sparring partner of such moderate strength was indeed a rarity. Eugene's face flushed with anger. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Since you refuse my courtesy, prepare for your demise." With that, he raised his fork menacingly and lunged towards Smoker's chest. Suddenly, Smoker's palm turned pitch black, seizing the trident with an iron grip. The fork halted abruptly, unable to penetrate any further. Eugene felt a jolt of shock and attempted to wrench it free, but the black fork seemed rooted in place. No amount of force could budge it. A torrent of pitch-black, sinister substance surged forth from Smoker. "I am grateful for your companionship throughout this lengthy endeavor. Since you possess such an affinity for the devil fruit, allow me to unveil to you its formidable power." Darkness enveloped Smoker entirely, transforming him into a colossal, obsidian cocoon. Mere seconds later, the shadows receded, revealing Smoker, whose wounds had vanished completely and whose vitality had been restored to its zenith. Aside from his tattered garments and the smudges upon his visage, there was no indication that he had just endured a fierce battle. Eugene was left utterly dumbfounded. Cursed fate. "What abilities have you acquired?" Smog let out a cold laugh, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Do I truly need to introduce myself to you?" Eugene felt a chill run down his spine, his instincts igniting as he dropped the black fork and turned to flee. The adversary could contend with him even without utilizing any abilities, and now, having fully recovered, the situation seemed dire. Clever enough, but you cannot escape. Dark water. A powerful force of attraction surged forth unexpectedly. The black trident held by Smoker was instantly twisted into a spiral and sank into the abyss. Eugene, akin to a kite, screamed as he was flung back, vanishing into the darkness. The assembled pirates could only gasp in shock. Moments later, Smoker hurled him out once more. Eugene lay upon the beach, his eyes wide open, his limbs and chest limp, clearly having suffered shattered bones. At that moment, his body convulsed incessantly. Yet he could not even muster a scream. Smoker refrained from taking further action, instead standing before him with closed eyes, silently attuned to some intangible sensation. After a moment, he reopened his eyes and raised his palm, from which emanated a luminous orb of white light. Is this what I perceive as pain? Over the years, despite not obtaining a devil fruit, Smoker had often engaged in flights of fancy, contemplating how he might develop the powers should he ever acquire one. As time passed, he surprisingly accumulated considerable insights. For convenience, Smoker categorized the abilities of the devil fruits into fundamental abilities and derived abilities. The fundamental abilities are those inherent upon consuming the fruit. For instance, the Inu no Mi grants the ability to transform into a dog upon consumption. Conversely, derived abilities necessitate creativity and development, such as Enel utilizing lightning to act as a cardiac pacemaker or Don Quixote da Flamingo employing strings to stitch wounds. While the fundamental abilities of a particular fruit remain constant, the derived abilities can vary drastically depending on the individual's ingenuity. It can be posited that the fundamental abilities establish the lower limit of a fruit's potential, while the derived abilities define its upper limit. However, the development of derived abilities demands not only diligence but also a heightened sense of intuition or creativity. Some capabilities are not beyond reach. Rather, they simply have not been conceived. Of course, Smoker possesses an inherent advantage in this regard. After all, how could any crossover character lack imagination? Smoker has speculated on the fundamental and derivative abilities of various devil fruits, including the dark fruit. The primary abilities of the dark fruit are threefold: infinite gravity, deprivation of capabilities, and damage absorption. Indeed, while the user of the dark fruit cannot evade harm, they possess the capacity to directly absorb it. This is vividly illustrated in the manga, where Blackbeard, despite being injured and bleeding from Ace's attack, has his wounds vanish after absorbing the flames. The first derivative ability that Smoker has just employed is the absorption of pain. The white sphere encapsulates pain magnified several times over. Since it is pain you have inflicted, you shall bear its burden. If you manage to survive, we shall be even. Now, come, experience the agony. Smoker pressed the white orb firmly against Eugene's chest. Eugene, as if struck by lightning, gaped in shock, his eyes bulging, his body trembling violently, yet he was utterly unable to utter a sound. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, and he fell silent. Observing the remaining half of the orb, Smoker could not help but frown. Utterly useless. He turned his gaze towards the other minions. As comrades aboard the same vessel, there was a notion of shared fate. The subordinates of the Black Stab pirates, momentarily paralyzed by fear, had forgotten to flee. But now they finally regained their senses, hastily discarding their weapons and howling as they scrambled back to the ship. However, Smoker had no intention of letting them escape. For unarmed civilians, both the small fry and the emperors of the sea posed equal danger. While he might overlook a petty pirate like Kobe, these ravenous hounds, having tasted human flesh, were not worthy of mercy. Smog let out a cold snort as darkness spread like a tide. Dark cavern, trees, rocks, pirates, ships, everything that drew near to the shadows was devoured completely. After a few breaths, the Black Fort pirate crew left no trace behind. The 161st Naval Base, an original creation, is situated in the town of Lailuo in the East Sea. It stands as the closest naval outpost to Waterharp Island, allowing even ordinary merchant vessels to traverse between the two islands within a single day. The tranquility and peace of Waterharp Island are inextricably linked to the presence of the 161st Base. At this moment, Colonel Cole was training his soldiers. Maintain formation. Raise your rifles, fire. Swing your blades with force, sheathe them decisively. Strike swiftly and retreat. In the face of pirates, one must not only ensure a single fatal blow but also guard against desperate counterattacks. You are the righteous Navy. Only with strength can we better protect the seas. The soldiers trained vigorously while sipping chicken soup, filling the training ground with fervor. They understood that the 161st Base was a steadfast bulwark, deterring the pirates within its jurisdiction. However, the reality was not as optimistic as it seemed. In comparison to the vast area it governed, the military strength of the 161st Base was somewhat stretched. This had been a constant source of concern for Cole. Nevertheless, the situation had improved over the past 2 years. A silver-haired youth emerged, targeting nearby pirates and mountain bandits, frequently returning with bounties. Initially, these were mere small fry with rewards of tens of thousands, but gradually they escalated to bounties in the hundreds of thousands, even occasionally delivering the heads of criminals worth $1 million. At this time, the bounty system in the pirate world had not yet inflated, with the average bounty for pirates in the East Sea hovering around 1 to 2 million. The achievements of this youth were already quite formidable. Cole mused that even if he were to take action himself, he could not possibly achieve better results. Thanks to the youth's exploits, the defensive pressure on the 161st Base significantly diminished, allowing them to focus on dealing with truly nefarious pirates. In an instant, the security within the entire jurisdiction noticeably improved. Moreover, during assessments by the naval headquarters, only results were valued, not the means. As long as a pirate ended up in the prison of the 161st Base, whether captured by the Navy or delivered by bounty hunters, it was regarded as a merit of the 161st. Thus, the base received commendations, leading to an increase in military funding and even acquiring a decommissioned medium-sized warship. With this vessel, they could effortlessly overpower typical pirates. This invigorated Cole and his naval forces with renewed energy. At that moment, a messenger rushed over, saluting Cole with military precision. "Base commander, that youth has arrived again." "Oh." Cole immediately perked up, instructing the other sailors, "Continue your training. Do not slack off." He then hurried to the entrance of the base. The entrance to the 161st base was a broad road, with the docks directly across at an angle. Smoker sat on a bench by the dock, adjacent to a fishing vessel, where a motley crew of the Black Fork pirates sprawled across the deck. Some were groaning, while others lay still, devoid of life. In this moment, Smoker gazed pensively at Base 161, contemplating his future. What path should he embark upon? Possessing the powers of the smoke fruit, he certainly could not resign himself to obscurity. He felt compelled to achieve something worthy of his 2 lifetimes. Yet, what kind of person did he aspire to become? Although the tale of the Pirate King prominently features pirates as protagonists, celebrating freedom and romance, Smoker held no affection for these marauders. They were a band of unproductive ruffians, wielding swords and guns as they plundered the seas, all the while masquerading their tyranny as freedom. How ironic. How absurd. Indeed, this world was steeped in decay. With the exploitation of the celestial dragons and the world government, alongside the atrocities of slavery and civil strife, many were driven to the ocean, becoming pirates. Yet, they dared not confront the oppressive world government that exploited them, nor challenge the pirates who pillaged their lives. Instead, they directed their blades towards the innocent, perpetuating a cycle of hatred and suffering. Even the Straw Hat Pirates, who were ostensibly the heroes of this narrative, tended to act more than they spoke. While it was true that they had saved numerous lives, they also inadvertently fostered a misguided perception of piracy among those they rescued. Encountering a non-aggressive beast might lead one to assume that all beasts are harmless, thus eroding the necessary vigilance. Was this truly a desirable outcome? Whether due to his previous life's teachings or the influence of the original soul, Smoker found himself inclined towards the Navy. Although the Navy was not devoid of issues, and had its share of scoundrels, it must be acknowledged that, in this brutal era of survival of the fittest, the majority of the Navy still upheld the mantle of justice. As for the world government, it was best left unconsidered. None of its entities, be it CP, Enies Lobby, or the Great Prison, seemed fit for decent individuals. Interestingly, the original Smoker had conceived the desire to join the Navy only after witnessing the execution of the Pirate King. Regrettably, he was still too young to even qualify as an intern. While Smoker was lost in thought, Cole rushed out in haste. "Smoker, long time no see." Upon exchanging greetings, he was startled by the sight of the pirates. "Are these all pirates? Did you capture them?" Concerned about potential reprisals against the residents of water, Smoker had maintained a low profile. Within the entire Base 161, only Cole was aware of his true identity. "Uncle Cole, these are members of the Black Fork Pirates. The large one at the top is their captain, Black Fork Eugene, but alas, he is already deceased. As for the rest, I am uncertain if they have bounties. But I brought them all here." Cole's eyes widened in astonishment. The Black Fork Pirates. This is indeed one of the most notorious pirate crews of the East Sea. Just a few days ago, they plundered a merchant convoy with considerable influence. The higher-ups issued a stern directive to eliminate these scoundrels at all costs. I was grappling with this dilemma, yet unexpectedly, it has been resolved effortlessly. This is a fortuitous military achievement. Moments later, Smoker sat in Colonel's office, delightfully counting the bounty. With Eugene and his subordinates, the total amounted to over 4 million berries. For Smoker, it was a modest fortune. "Thank you, Uncle Colonel. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." "No need for gratitude. This is what you rightfully deserve. In fact, we should be the ones expressing our thanks to you. By the way, there is no need for you to dress in such a manner." Every time Smoker arrives, he conceals his face and obscures his hair to avoid being recognized. "I simply wish to refrain from causing trouble for the villagers. After all, I am not a bounty hunter with no attachments." Cole couldn't help but smile wryly. One must trust the Navy. However, he did not insist further. "Very well. Caution is never a mistake. Do as you wish." Smoker smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The family of Admiral Zephyr was inevitably doomed to suffer retribution at the hands of pirates, let alone the diminutive Water Island. The villagers had shown him great kindness, and he had no desire to gamble their lives on the competence of the Navy at Base 161. Just as Smoker was about to depart, Cole suddenly inquired, "Smoker, would you consider joining the Navy?" Cole could hardly recall how many times he had extended this invitation. Yet each time he was met with refusal, he could not help but ask again. This youth was exceptionally remarkable, powerful, composed, and imbued with a sense of justice. He was Quite literally, a natural candidate for the Navy. The sole drawback was his tender age of merely 13. According to the Navy's regulations, such a young age was not permissible for enlistment. However, where there are policies, there are always countermeasures. He could first summon Smoker to the base and, upon reaching the age of 16, complete the necessary documentation. For a commanding officer of a base, this presented no challenge whatsoever. Smoker smiled faintly. Becoming a Marine is not a bad idea, but I'm afraid I do not harbor that intention at the moment. Previously, Smoker had declined to join the Marines out of concern that leaving water would result in missing out on the devil fruit. However, the situation had changed. Having recently acquired the dark fruit, he decided to focus on developing his abilities. Once he had mastered his powers, he would consider joining the Marines. At that moment, a Marine messenger hurried in. "Commander, there are new documents from headquarters." "Documents from headquarters? Bring them here, let me see." Opportunities for Base 161 to receive correspondence from headquarters were rare, yet they often signified significant matters. Cole glanced at the document and immediately spat out his tea in shock. He then quickly widened his eyes and began to scrutinize the contents, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and his hands trembling uncontrollably. Smog, upon witnessing Cole's demeanor, realized that something of great significance had transpired. "Uncle Cole, since you still have official matters to attend to, I shall refrain from intruding." It was then that Cole regained his composure. "It is not a task, merely a piece of news." "News? Alas. Soon the entire world shall be informed. Are you familiar with the Roger pirates?" The spirit of Smog is invigorated. "I am acutely aware, indeed." Cole hands the documents to Smog. "The Roger pirates have arrived at the final island. The sovereign of these seas has been born." "What?" Smog perused the document. And indeed, it revealed that Roger would reside in the South Sea for a year, during which he would father a child with Rouge. Subsequently, he surrendered to the Navy, using himself as bait to personally unveil the dawn of the great pirate era in Logtown. Naturally, this period was also marked by a series of events, including the capture of the Golden Lion and the massacre of infants in the South Sea. Smokey's mind raced with thoughts. This was indeed a pivotal opportunity for him. According to naval regulations, newcomers could only join the branches, and only those who excelled would be selected for the headquarters. This procedure applied to figures such as Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, as well as the later recruits like Kobe and Bellamy. However, if a senior officer were to provide a recommendation, this time frame could be significantly expedited. For instance, Kobe was able to join the naval headquarters within mere months under the recommendation of Garp. In a typical scenario, Smokey would not be acquainted with any high-ranking Navy personnel and would have to obediently endure years of service. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. During the execution of the Pirate King, a multitude of naval officers would undoubtedly converge upon Logtown. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him. If a senior official took notice of him, he might soon find himself within the esteemed ranks of the naval headquarters. Smog, lost in thought, gently set down the document. Inadvertently, he brushed against a small ornament on Cole's desk and suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Smog was somewhat taken aback. He had encountered this ornament before, yet had never experienced such a reaction. "Uncle Cole, what is this object?" The ornament was a pitch-black mineral, crowned with a finger-sized stone of silvery gray hue. "It's merely a decorative piece purchased during my business trip to the naval headquarters. If you like it, consider it a gift." Cole, whose mind was preoccupied with winning Smog over, certainly did not hesitate to offer it. "Thank you very much." Smog meticulously examined the ornament, feeling the base with no sensation, but upon touching the small stone, an overwhelming weakness enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. It was now the year 1498 in the Sea Circle calendar on the western coast of Waterharp Island. Smog retrieved a piece of bread and cast it far away. Dark abyss. Darkness spread forth, perfectly catching the bread. The bread sank slowly as if ensnared in a quagmire. Smog withdrew into the darkness, closing his eyes to silently sense something. Then, he opened his eyes and declared, "Release." The bread slowly emerged from the shadows, appearing unchanged from before. Upon witnessing this, Smoker's face broke into a smile. Splendid. He had now attained the ability to manipulate gravity at will. With a formidable gravitational force, he could crush steel, yet also delicately catch a loaf of bread with the appropriate pull. After acquiring the dark fruit, Blackbeard became enamored with his overwhelmingly powerful moves. While they appeared to be both offensive and controlling, the development of his abilities was rather rudimentary. In truth, there was a complete lack of refinement. The limitless gravity was inherently the fundamental power of the dark fruit, so simple that even a dog could wield it. Throughout the year, aside from basic training, Smoker devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the dark fruit. Now, he could finally manipulate darkness and gravity with ease. For instance, when Blackbeard unleashed his dark hole technique, it enveloped an entire town, indiscriminately crushing everything in its path, regardless of utility. In contrast, Smoker's approach was far more nuanced. Not only could he freely control the range and shape of his dark hole, but he could also regulate the intensity of the gravitational pull. He had even developed the darkness into an independent space, capable of storing items much like the swamp fruit. From this perspective, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the dark fruit is a superior variant of the swamp fruit. Smog stuffed the bread into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. In comparison to the infinite pull of gravity, precision is far more practical. The fruit has been developed to a satisfactory extent, although there are still some ideas lingering. They are unattainable with his current abilities. Perhaps they can be explored gradually in the future. However, ever since acquiring the dark fruit, it seems he has been more prone to hunger. Smoker approached a massive boulder resembling a small hill, extending his hand to unleash a shroud of darkness that enveloped the stone like a veil. The boulder vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a deep pit. He leaped into the chasm, excavating the earth to unearth a box containing the smoke fruit. Cradling the fruit that was originally destined for his consumption, Smoker murmured to himself, "Though I have not partaken of you, I shall find you a worthy master, rest assured." With that, his hand transformed into an inky blackness, gradually engulfing the smoke fruit. Previously unable to claim it, he had buried the fruit here. Now, with his enhanced strength, it was far safer to carry it with him. Smog returned to the town and arrived at the dock. At that moment, a merchant vessel named Barley was anchored, and a portly trader was anxiously awaiting on board. Upon spotting Smog, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly waved to signal him. "Smog, over here. Come quickly. We are about to set sail." "I'm coming." Smoker took a few steps back, leaped gracefully, and landed lightly on the ship. "I apologize, Uncle Boris, for delaying your departure." Much like his predecessor, Smoker exhibited remarkable kindness towards the common folk. Boris, patting his plump belly, let out a hearty chuckle, his corpulent form quivering with laughter. "No worries at all. I am absolutely delighted to have you aboard to Roguetown. With the recent surge of pirates in the vicinity, having you on the ship truly brings a sense of reassurance." Smoker nodded with a smile. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for your escort to Roguetown. Otherwise, I would truly be in a quandary." Recently, the world government announced a momentous piece of news. The pirate King Roger has been captured and will face execution in Roguetown in just a few days. Such a grand spectacle is not to be missed. I heard the Going Merry was heading to Roguetown, which is why I seized the opportunity to hitch a ride. Boris, of course, was more than eager to accommodate. Roguetown serves as the gateway from the East Blue to the Grand Line. Despite being home to the strongest navy in the East Blue, the surrounding waters are anything but tranquil, with merchant vessels frequently falling victim to ruthless marauders. Smoker, who diligently trains each day, has never boasted about his prowess, yet the residents of Water 7 are well aware of his strength. With a free bodyguard like him, Boris felt considerably reassured. Set sail. With that proclamation, the Going Merry slowly departed from the dock. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, bringing them ever closer to Roguetown. One day, as Smoker basked in the sun on the deck, he suddenly heard a commotion. Another pirate ship. How many is this now? They had already encountered 8 this morning alone. As word spread, various factions on the sea converged upon Roguetown. Within just a few days, the Going Merry faced dozens of pirate vessels. Initially, the crew was exceedingly tense, fearful that the pirates would resort to violence and plunder. However, as they soon discovered that the pirates were utterly uninterested in them, their courage grew, and they even began to critique the pirate ships. "Wow, that pirate ship looks quite flamboyant. Indeed, what a striking design and color. I wonder what sort of character commands it." Flamboyant, indeed. Smoker was instantly intrigued. What pirate ship could possibly merit such a description? He stood up and was immediately taken aback. In the distance, a pirate ship gleamed in a vivid shade of pink, its prow adorned with a flamingo sporting sunglasses. It was indeed both ostentatious and flamboyant. Could it belong to the Don Quixote family? This individual had indeed been present during the execution of the Pirate King. Among the 3 humiliating kneelings to come, Two were attributed to this pirate crew. Thus, Smoker harbored no fondness for them. He wondered if he might have the opportunity to encounter Doflamingo in the present day. Smoker felt a flicker of determination ignite within him. However, upon gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean surrounding him, he relinquished the thought. There was no way around it. Doflamingo was also adept at flight, which was his Achilles heel. Originally, he had relied on gravitational forces to soar through the clouds. Yet, as the center of gravity himself, he could only be dragged down, whether it be clouds or even a mountain. If push came to shove, Doflamingo could simply sink the ship, leaving him to feed the fish. Moreover, even if he were unconcerned about his own life, there was a crew behind him to consider. With this in mind, Smoker approached Boris. Uncle Boris informed the captain to steer clear of the pirate ship ahead. Boris was taken aback. What's the matter? These pirates are targeting Logtown. There is no reason for them to attack us. Smoker sighed quietly. Just a few days had passed, and their vigilance had deteriorated to such an extent. Have you ever encountered a beast that guarantees not to bite? He patiently advised. They are unlike the pirates we have previously encountered. Exercising caution is never unwarranted. Not only is there the erratic Doflamingo, but also his peculiar subordinates. Just because Doflamingo stumbled while walking, an entire town was set ablaze. This is no underworld. It is clearly a pack of rabid dogs running amok. At this moment, Doflamingo had already unified the underworld of the North Sea, and one would expect him to look down upon a small merchant vessel like the Sunny. However, who could predict whether those dim-witted subordinates might suddenly emerge, shouting that their ship was too close, causing their king to be unable to relieve himself? Since confrontation was not an option, it was wiser to keep a safe distance. Although Boris was perplexed, he complied with Smoker's resolute attitude. As for the captain, with the financier's words taken into account, they naturally had no objections. Thus, the Sunny swiftly changed its course and departed. On the Flamingo ship, Doflamingo was perusing a newspaper, accompanied by a bottle of red wine that was already half empty. Suddenly, Pika pushed the door open. Doflamingo, that merchant ship has suddenly changed direction. Doflamingo rose and approached the window, watching the Sunny grow distant. They had been delayed by a storm recently, which had caused their supply of provisions to be somewhat lacking. Initially, upon spotting the Sunny, they had intended to seize it effortlessly. To his surprise, just as he issued the command, the vessel had fled as if foreseeing his intentions. Doflamingo furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. It's not worth delaying our journey over such a trivial matter. Let us proceed on our original course. Understood, Doflamingo. Due to the detour, the Sunny took much longer to reach Logtown. By the time they arrived, the dock was already overcrowded with ships, and it took a considerable while for the Sunny to find a place to berth. Once the ship was securely docked, Boris sought out Smoker. Smoker, I'll be busy with unloading. I want to be able to attend to you for the next few days. We will set sail 3 days from now, so do remember not to be late. Smoker nodded. All right, Uncle Boris. I shall return on time. Off I go. With that, he eagerly leaped from the ship and dashed away in a blur. Boris watched his retreating figure, a hint of envy escaping his lips. Oh, to be young is truly a blessing. Logtown serves as the outpost for the East Sea leading into the Grand Line. Here, a myriad of individuals converge, Navy officers, pirates, bounty hunters, merchants, and travelers alike. The ceaseless flow of people and the dazzling array of goods have forged a colossal commercial hub. Shops, markets, and transport companies stand in close proximity, while bars, inns, and streets of revelry have emerged in abundance. This convergence has ushered in a relentless tide of wealth coupled with an ever-present undercurrent of chaos. Having departed the dock, Smoker donned a black jacket, a pendant hanging from his chest, and strolled leisurely down the bustling streets. Smoker had visited Logtown before, yet this time felt remarkably different. The streets, once spacious, now appeared somewhat crowded. The thoroughfare was teeming not only with townsfolk, merchants, and Navy personnel, but also with individuals rarely seen in everyday life. Nobles adorned in opulent attire, flanked by attendants, exuded an imposing presence. Fierce pirates radiating an aura of raw power, far surpassing the caliber of those from the East Blue, roamed about. Dapper officials from the world government moved with purpose. Among them were individuals who, at first glance, seemed unremarkable. However, Smoker keenly sensed that they were anything but ordinary. Truly, this was the eye of the storm in the era of great pirates, and merely standing here set his blood ablaze. At that moment, a voice interrupted Smoker's reverie. Sir, do you require a weapon? Should you have need, We warmly welcome you to our humble shop. Our establishment, a century-old brand, offers an array of high-quality weapons at reasonable prices, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Smog was taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon the entrance of a weapons shop. The proprietor standing at the door, thin and shrewd in appearance, sought to attract customers, while the matron inside, who attended to the guests, was tall and stout, exuding a rather jovial demeanor. Smog immediately recognized the identity of the individual before him. Hey, this young proprietor was indeed the one who had gifted Zaro the Sandai Kitetsu and the Snow Walk. Oh, you recognize me? Have you perhaps visited my humble establishment before? How delightful. Please, come in and take a look. As a familiar patron, I would be pleased to offer you a discount. Smog cast a curious glance around the weapons shop, noting that it was far more dilapidated and cramped than depicted in the anime. It seemed that over the years, this establishment had not been lacking in its share of deceit, or rather, had been adeptly managed. The scene of Zaro testing swords is an iconic moment in One Piece. Since he was here, how could he not capture a memory of it? Smog nodded and stepped into the shop. Although the establishment was modest in size, it was remarkably well-stocked. Firearms, blades, armor, meteor hammers, and spiked clubs were all present. And in the corner, there lay a pair of 10-handed weapons. Smog picked it up and tried it, surprisingly finding it quite handy. However, he disregarded a book that was filled with tedious sales pitches and placed it back on the shelf. In the world of pirates, the weapons of the strong are often quite unadorned: swords, fists, spiked clubs, and even slippers. As for the 10 hands, any respectable individual would perceive the very notion as exuding a palpable aura of weakness. Suddenly, Smog's gaze was drawn to a wooden barrel behind the door, brimming with knives, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he began to rummage through it. Unfortunately, he did not find the legendary Sandai Kitetsu. Nevertheless, considering that it would be another decade or so before Zoro would have the chance to try it, it was perfectly reasonable that it was not there at this moment. Smog has no interest in the sword. He merely seeks to seize an opportunity. After all, acquiring it requires only 50,000 berries. Yet it can be resold for over 1 million. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such an obvious gain. Smoker clicked his tongue in disappointment, continuing to wander around the shop. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Ip and Matsu hurriedly rushed out to discern the cause. With a resounding crash, a figure barreled through the door, colliding directly with the proprietress. Fortunately, her sturdy build allowed her to absorb the impact. The two rose, eyes wide with terror, gazing at the entrance. 2 pirates stormed in, seething with rage. One brandished the legendary sword, Sandai Kitetsu. You damn swindler. What kind of worthless blade are you selling? My captain fought with this sword and not only failed to vanquish the enemy, but also injured himself. If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall raise your pitiful establishment. Ipponmatsu quivered. Gentlemen, I assure you, this is indeed the Sandai Kitetsu, a genuine renowned sword. The pirate kicked a shelf to splinters. Are you implying my captain lacks skill and harmed himself? The other pirate slowly drew his weapon from behind. Our captain is the infamous Black Wolf, a formidable swordsman with a bounty of 2.6 million. How dare you insult his swordsmanship? You shall pay for this humiliation with your life. Amidst the uproar, the shop's patrons had long since fled, leaving only Ipponmatsu and his wife, alongside Smoker. Smog emerged from behind the shelves. It is truly intolerable. One who cannot even wield a blade dares to call himself a great swordsman. Smoker initially had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. In the original narrative, the Matsuno couple remained unharmed, indicating that they could navigate their perilous situation without external intervention. However, upon reflection, he pondered the potential repercussions of his presence. Might it trigger a butterfly effect? Thus, he stepped forward, taking a stand. Who goes there? You seek death. 2 pirates glared at Smoker, their eyes filled with a predatory glare. Feeling weak and powerless, they projected their frustration onto him. The ruffian known as Black Wolf was hardly worthy of wielding anything more than a mere branch in battle. Yet, the pirate brandishing the legendary sword, Sandai Kitetsu, upon hearing the taunt, let out a furious roar and charged at Smoker, intent on ending his life. Smog deftly evaded his attack, continuing to speak. However, there is one thing you have rightly stated. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch to his opponent's abdomen. The immense force propelled the pirate into the air, his body contorting like a shrimp, before he expelled a mouthful of blood. Smoker deftly seized the 3rd generation of the cursed sword, effortlessly snapping its neck before discarding it like refuse. Witnessing Smoker's formidable strength, Another pirate was instantly struck with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. Smoke held the third generation of the cursed sword, examining it with a discerning eye. Indeed, this blade possessed an enigmatic allure, for it was a demon's sword. At that moment, he noticed the astonished yet reverent gaze of the Matsumoto couple, which ignited within him an impulse to impress. A famed sword is imbued with consciousness, and only those deemed worthy by the blade can wield its power. To claim the third generation of the cursed sword, one must possess unwavering conviction and an indomitable spirit. Are you prepared? With that, Smoke cast the sword into the air and, much like Zoro, extended his arm. The curse of this blade and my destiny. Suddenly, with a sharp pain, Smoke felt his arm sear as the third generation of the cursed sword pierced directly into his flesh. Smoke, the one-legged couple. Pirates. Smoker, with a grim expression, unsheathed his sword and bellowed, "Damn pirates, it was indeed your doing." "Huh? What are you saying?" A scream pierced the air as the pirate convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Soon after, the station Navy officers apprehended the two individuals and dispatched someone to locate the self-proclaimed great swordsman, Black Wolf. As for Smoker, he had already departed with the third generation of Enma. How should this sword be dealt with? I wonder if I will encounter Tashigi in the future. Even if I do, the bespectacled girl would not be able to wield it, and she possesses her own blade. If I take the third generation of Enma, will it alter Zoro's destiny? It matters little. If he cannot grow stronger without his sword, it merely indicates his limitations. Well, fate has bestowed this blade upon me, and thus I must accept it and later sell it for a handsome price. The third generation of Enma. Soon, the day of Roger's execution arrived. Smoke arrived early at the central square of Ropetown. A lofty gallows had been erected in the once desolate square, reflecting a grim light under the blazing sun. The execution was scheduled for noon. Although it was still early, the area was already teeming with spectators. Smoke exhibited not the slightest hint of anxiety as he approached an abandoned building on the outskirts of the square. He pried open a wooden board that sealed the door and meandered his way to a terrace. This was a fabled spot he had previously discovered. Renowned for its auspicious feng shui, the view was expansive, offering an unobstructed panorama. The terrace was enveloped by verdant foliage, rendering it nearly imperceptible from the outside. Crucially, it was devoid of people, providing an oasis of tranquility. Smoker approached the edge of the terrace, observing the throng of people below. He recognized the formidable figures of red-haired Shanks, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Crocodile, Moria, and Buggy, all present in the crowd, quietly awaiting the fall of the king. When a great whale descends, myriad creatures arise. The demise of a sovereign heralds the emergence of new contenders. This cycle has perpetuated across the seas for centuries. As he gazed at the numerous individuals unmistakably adorned in pirate attire, a frown creased Smoker's brow. The Navy could not be oblivious to the allure this execution held for pirates, yet they chose to remain passive. Perhaps they intended to instill a profound fear within the hearts of the pirates through this act. Unfortunately, they underestimated Roger's resolve and cunning, as well as the fervor and avarice of the pirates. Suddenly, Smoker sensed something amiss. Currently, the fleet admiral was Sengoku, and the admiral was Akiji. Setting aside Akiji, how could Sengoku make such a blunder? Such self-sabotage seemed more characteristic of the Five Elders. While he harbored a favorable opinion of the Navy and believed in their commitment to eradicate piracy, the fact that the Navy operated under the command of the world government, especially their subservience to the celestial dragons, left him feeling uneasy. Smoker could not help but shake his head, murmuring to himself, "The decision to conduct a public execution is indeed a foolish one. The Navy has truly made a blunder." Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Smoker. "Oh, my dear fellow, such an assessment of the Navy is quite disrespectful." Smoke's spine tingled with a chill. Who? Although he had yet to awaken the observation haki, his senses remained remarkably sharp. Yet, astonishingly, he failed to detect the presence of someone approaching from behind. If this had been an enemy, he would likely have already met his demise. Smoker glanced back, only to find a tall and slender naval officer had appeared behind him, standing approximately 3 meters tall. He certainly exuded the presence of a vice admiral, dressed in an uncommon shade of azure and violet naval attire, adorned with round-framed sunglasses. He had an air of nonchalance about him. Such a distinctive appearance seemed as if his name were etched upon his forehead. It was none other than Vice Admiral Kazan from the naval headquarters. "Oh my, young man, you know me? What an honor. But who might you be? Although quite youthful, your aura is remarkably formidable. Smoker's expression darkened. You say I'm frighteningly strong. Then what does that make you, a monster? Truly, you are worthy of the workplace, where it's all either yin and yang or gossip. Meanwhile, Kazan wore a cheerful smile, yet his heart remained vigilant. The individual before him appeared robust, but was evidently just a child, barely of enlistment age. The Navy imposes strict age restrictions. One must be 14 to become an intern and 16 to enlist as a private. Even orphans of the Navy are not granted exceptions for early enlistment. After all, the Navy is not a dark organization like CP. Thus, despite its vast scale and myriad talents, the Navy does not harbor children of monstrous capabilities. Conversely, pirates do not adhere to such regulations. They care not for age, allowing even children to board their vessels. Some even deliberately utilize children as distractions or shields. These children, accustomed to the brutality of combat from a young age, if they survive to adulthood, are not weak in strength. Consequently, Kazan grew suspicious of Smoker. Observing Kazan's shifting expressions, Smoker discerned his thoughts and suddenly felt a jolt of urgency to clarify. There's no need to be tense. I am not a pirate. If possible, I would very much like to join the Navy. Oh, really? Kazan's eyes brightened. A formidable youth wishes to join the Navy? That is indeed splendid news. How wonderful. Young man, what is your name? Which village do you hail from? Smoker, from Waterflute Island, though you probably haven't heard of it. Ah, alas. Kazan scratched his head awkwardly. Forgive me, I am indeed lacking in knowledge. Thus, the two began to converse, unexpectedly enjoying a delightful exchange. Kazan, much like Garp, appeared carefree, yet concealed a shrewd intellect. Through subtle inquiries, he swiftly ascertained that Smoker was indeed not a pirate, much to his inner delight. Smoker found it increasingly fascinating. No wonder the two could become friends in the original storyline. Despite their differing temperaments, they shared a remarkable rapport. After conversing for a while, Kazan suddenly spoke up. Smoker, you haven't yet answered my earlier question. Why do you consider public execution to be a foolish move? Well, Smoker rubbed his chin and let out a sigh. Kazan, please speak honestly with me. Was Roger truly captured by the Navy? Kazan, who had initially wore a carefree expression, instantly turned pale upon hearing this. Instinctively, he began to retort, nonsense. However, upon witnessing Smoker's expression, the words were abruptly lodged in his throat. After glancing around to ensure no one else was present, he leaned closer and whispered, How did you come to know? Smoker had long been prepared with his remarks. What was once mere speculation has now crystallized into certainty. One can only say that the Navy has inadvertently created a blunder. Kazan, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean? Capturing Roger would suffice. Yet you insist on claiming a decisive victory. Issuing a report would be one thing, but why include photographs? As if the bounty picture of Roger wasn't enough. You must also add a photograph of Admiral Garp. Kazan recalled Garp's adamant refusal to cooperate for the photo and felt a wave of embarrassment. Is it not unreasonable for Mr. Garp to have apprehended Roger? Smoker cast a glance at Kazan. I harbor no doubts regarding Admiral Garp's capabilities. If Roger were indeed captured, it could only be at his hands. Yet, the Admiral in the photograph appears remarkably unscathed, not a single blemish on his visage. Kazan was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping Smoker's implication. Indeed, it is not merely Garp alone. Even if Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr joined forces, subduing Roger would inevitably leave marks on their faces. It is surprising that the issue lay here. Kazan stared at Smoker in astonishment. This fellow possesses an astute mind. In truth, Smoker had already been aware of the narrative, shooting the arrow before drawing the target, reverse engineering to uncover the flaw. However, to Kazan, it felt as though Smoker was rubbing the face of the Navy's strategist against the rough surface of reality. Smoker's words remained unspoken. Certainly, even in the absence of that photograph, the notorious pirates would not be swayed into believing that the Navy could apprehend Roger. The Golden Lion stands as a prime example. Furthermore, in an elite pirate crew, the capture of only the captain while the others vanish is undeniably peculiar. Nonetheless, this news is primarily intended for the Allies and civilians, and is not of significant concern. Kazan, feeling uneasy, could not restrain himself from interjecting. Regardless of the circumstances, the demise of the Pirate King will undoubtedly instill fear among pirates. How could that possibly be deemed a misfortune? Smog cast a glance at the journalists in the square who were setting up their cameras. I find it quite the opposite. What does that mean? Roger may prefer to communicate through his fists, yet that does not imply he lacks intellect. How could one at the pinnacle of piracy be a fool? Could he possibly be unaware of his impending public execution? Would he willingly accept such an affront? Moreover, even his adversary, the Golden Lion, is aware of the need to seize individuals. What of Rayleigh and Jabba? Do they lack the courage or the capability? The only plausible explanation is that this entire scenario is orchestrated by Roger himself, with his aim being this very public execution. Kazan, perplexed, inquired, "What does he seek?" Smoker chuckled softly. No matter how renowned Roger may be, he remains merely a pirate. This could be his only opportunity to converse directly with the entire world. Given Roger's stature and the secrets he possesses, what do you suppose he will do with this chance? Kazan's expression suddenly turned ashen. I cannot allow him to succeed. With that, he turned to leave. Kazan, I do not advise you to pursue that course of action. Kazan halted his steps. Why not? The public execution is a decision made by the government, not something you, as a vice admiral, can alter. At this juncture, even if the government recognizes the issues at hand, they will not halt the execution as it pertains to their pride. If you remain silent, they will not come after you. But if you speak up, you will only become a thorn in their side, constantly reminding them of their own folly. At that point, what do you think they will do? Smog gently patted Kazan on the shoulder. If one cannot resolve the issue, then one must address the individual who raises it. Therefore, today, you have heard nothing and know nothing. Kazan was momentarily taken aback. Smoker reveled quietly in his advantage as a traveler, skillfully transforming hindsight into a display of astute foresight. Kazan furrowed his brow, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. However, after a moment, his gaze regained its resolute determination. Thank you, Smoker. I shall heed your counsel. Nevertheless, Kazan approached the edge of the terrace, his eyes fixed intently on the execution platform. Regardless of the machinations of that individual or how the future may unfold, my sense of justice shall remain steadfast. A layer of frost coalesced around Kazan. With this chilling power, I shall embody the fervent essence of justice. Smog raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, Kazan is impressive and undeniably handsome. At that moment, the distant sound of a horn echoed, causing a stir among the crowd. Smoker and Kazan turned their heads to gaze. Here it comes. Brother Kazan, let us bear witness to history in this moment. In the distance, Roger, escorted by the executioners, steadily approached the execution platform. As in the original tale, he faced death with not a trace of fear upon his visage, but rather a carefree and self-satisfied smile. Though shackled with sea-prism stone handcuffs and leg irons, he did not unleash his hockey. Yet, as he passed, the crowd instinctively recoiled. Those who met his gaze felt as though they were confronting a primordial beast. Regardless of their status, they could not help but lower their heads. After all, on this vast ocean, few could meet his eyes as equals. Roger ascended the execution platform with deliberate slowness, settling himself squarely in the center, surveying the entire square as a lion surveys its domain. Suddenly, the strains of music filled the air as the executioner raised his long spear with solemnity. Kazan watched intently, his muscles taut with tension. From the moment Roger disembarked from the escort ship until this very instant, his heart had been lodged in his throat. Only as the execution drew near did he experience a slight alleviation of this anxiety. Perhaps I am overly sensitive. At that moment, a voice erupted from the crowd, calling out, "Pirate King, where is your treasure?" Everyone paused in surprise, their gazes swiftly shifting to Roger, eyes alight with eagerness, greed, longing, and tension. Even the executioner found himself momentarily captivated by the inquiry. Smog gazed intently, narrowing his eyes slightly. It appeared that this individual was a pawn meticulously arranged by Roger in advance. After all, this was a plan that risked their very lives. Roger would never permit any uncontrollable variables. Even if this fellow remained silent, it was likely he had other schemes up his sleeve. On the execution platform, Roger, who had initially awaited death with a calm demeanor, lifted his head to gaze at the crowd below, letting out a soft chuckle that grew increasingly boisterous and audacious. His eyes sparkling with intensity. Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant it all to you. Go seek it. I have hidden all my riches there. Damn it. The executioner promptly thrust his spear, piercing Roger's heart in an instant. Thus, the legend of an era came to an abrupt end. Yet, their actions were regrettably tardy. Roger's words had already resonated throughout the square, and in the next moment, they spread across the globe through countless image-transmitting insects. A profound silence enveloped the square, as everyone stood in stunned disbelief, until an eruption of thunderous cheers shattered the stillness, reverberating so powerfully that it seemed to disperse the clouds above. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, as fierce winds arose and ominous clouds gathered, heralding a storm that would sweep across the world. Smog observed the crowd in silence. "Brother Kazan, can you see? We are witnessing history unfold." Kazan, having calmed down from his initial shock and frustration, rubbed his head, his expression filled with resignation. "Gold, Roger, what a formidable man. Even in the end, he managed to create such chaos. Captain Garp is surely going to be furious." Smog nodded slightly, yet refrained from expressing a definitive opinion. The sea was on the brink of chaos, but who could truly ascertain whether this turmoil was advantageous or detrimental? After witnessing the execution, Smog departed with a sense of satisfaction. He reached into his pocket and discovered a transponder snail, a special gift left for him by Kazan. Smoker chuckled, having achieved his primary objective in Lobetown. Although the specifics of Smoker's original growth trajectory remain unclear, it is likely that he first joined a certain branch before being recruited to the Marine headquarters, only to later find himself cast into the East Blue after clashing with superiors. If Smoker were an ordinary youth, this path would undoubtedly pose no issue. However, given his current prowess, remaining in a branch would merely squander his potential. It would be far more beneficial for him to swiftly advance to the headquarters to master the 6 powers and hockey. Nonetheless, selection processes are not solely based on strength. Those in the know are well aware of this. Had Smoker been a third-generation military scion like Luffy, or possessed a high-ranking adoptive father like Corazon, he would undoubtedly not have to exert himself so. The crux of the matter is that he lacks such a background. Smoker was determined not to languish in the branch for several years. Thus, he seized the opportunity presented by Roger's execution to seek a path in Lobetown. Fortunately, luck was on his side, or perhaps one might say that fate truly intervened, as he encountered the future Admiral, Kazan. With Kazan's assistance, as long as he performed exceptionally well, entering the headquarters would be a natural progression. After parting ways with Kazan, Smoker remained in Lobetown for a few more days. It must be noted that the impact of Roger's last words exceeded all expectations. Within a mere 2 days, Lobetown descended into chaos, inundated with reports of various pirate attacks. Smoker casually apprehended a few oblivious pirates before locating Boris. This time, instead of returning to Water Island, he escorted the pirates directly to Base 161, the Navy South 161st Division. Cole was deeply engrossed in reviewing documents. Initially, due to Smoker's vigorous efforts, the number of pirates within the jurisdiction had significantly diminished, allowing for a period of relative comfort. However, with the advent of the Great Pirate Era, pirates began to proliferate like mushrooms after rain. Consequently, the pressure on Base 161 surged dramatically. Cole found himself either out capturing pirates or confined to the base managing paperwork. At that moment, a sentinel communicated, "Commander, a youth by the name of Smoker is requesting your presence." Cole, feeling impatient, replied, "Tell him to wait. Smoker, please ask him to hold on. I shall be there shortly." Cole hastily rose and welcomed Smoker into his office. "Smoker, why have you chosen not to conceal your identity this time?" Smoker raised his teacup and took a sip. "Uncle Cole, you appear somewhat haggard." "Ah, it's just the pirates causing trouble. If only you were also part of the Navy, Smoker Cohen. Once again, I extend an invitation for you to join the Navy in the name of Base 161. All right, I'll join." "Huh, it's fine if you don't commit right away." "What did you say?" "I said I agree to join the Navy." "Really, truly?" Cole's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. But soon, his expression transformed into uncontainable joy, and he danced with excitement. "That is wonderful, Smoker Cohen. Trust me, this is undoubtedly a wise decision. Come, Smoker Cohen, let me first take you to complete some paperwork, then I'll show you around." Cole, seemingly anxious that Smoker might change his mind, pulled him towards the records room for a tour. At present, Smoker was only 14 years old. According to regulations, he could only join the 161 Division as an intern, officially becoming a recruit in 2 years. After completing the paperwork, Smoker officially became a member of the Navy. The smile on Cole's face was inescapable as he enthusiastically guided Smoker around. In the past, Smoker had only come to the base to collect bounties, perhaps visiting Cole's office briefly. Other areas were not open to bounty hunters. But now, everything was different. Smog has already become a member of Base 161. and with Cole accompanying him, they are free to explore at will. The two arrived at the training grounds, where a group of Marines was engaged in target practice. With a sudden crack of gunfire, a row of targets fell in response. Cole exclaimed with pride, "Not bad, is it? Although there aren't many personnel at Base 161, each one is a skilled soldier." Smoker nodded with a smile. Indeed, this Base 161 had not appeared in the original storyline, yet it exuded an extraordinary aura. Not only was Commander Cole brave and resourceful, but his soldiers also displayed remarkable tenacity and valor in battle. Cole briefly outlined the training subjects. Smoker, these tasks are far too simple for you. Participating in them would elicit no objections from anyone. Smoker smiled faintly. It matters not, Commander Core. I do not require any special treatment. Training alongside everyone else suffices. Commander Core's eyes brightened at this response. Within the Navy, it is not uncommon for the formidable to train in solitude. While Core understood this perspective, he was reluctant to fully endorse it. In his view, strength and weakness coexist among comrades. There may be rewards and punishments, yet they must not be excessive. Otherwise, the strong may grow complacent, and the weak may become indifferent, ultimately undermining unity. Smoker, possessing not only immense strength but also a fierce sense of justice and remarkable awareness, truly earned Core's respect. With solemnity, Core offered a salute. Mr. Smoker, welcome to the Navy's East Sea Base 161. Smoker returned a crisp military salute. Yes, sir. In an effort to instill a steadfast sense of justice in Smoker, Cole, seemingly fueled by boundless energy, guided him through the entirety of the day. They traversed the establishment and development of Base 161, covering every aspect from sustenance to daily necessities. By the end of their excursion, Smoker was thoroughly compliant. As night fell, Smoker finally had the opportunity to rest. Are you truly intending to reside in such a place? Cole inquired, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the dilapidated structure before him. While the Navy emphasizes endurance and resilience, communal barracks could certainly suffice. Upon attaining the rank of officer or starting a family, one could even apply for a private room. Yet, Smoker had opted not to stay in the barracks, instead choosing to inhabit the small wooden cabin adjacent to the training grounds, citing convenience for training at any hour. However, despite the presence of a bed, the cabin was merely a storage space for old equipment, thickly coated in dust and littered with debris, rendering it uninhabitable. Smog smiled gently. It's perfectly fine. I used to reside in the mountains often, and this is already quite wonderful. However, Smoker waved his hand dismissively. Captain, there is no need to worry about my interpersonal skills. I am quite easy to get along with. Very well. Seeing Smoker's resolute demeanor, Cole did not press the matter further. Then you should rest early. We'll manage tonight. And tomorrow I will arrange for someone to dispose of this rubbish and tidy up the house. Thank you for your assistance. Once Cole departed, Smoker let out a sigh of relief, stepped into the house, and lit an oil lamp. Under the dim glow, the wooden cabin appeared particularly filthy and cluttered. Smoker settled onto the bed in the corner, gently touching his chest as he retrieved a pendant. The moment he removed the pendant, a sigh of relief escaped him, and he seemed to relax entirely. Kazan's methods were truly tormenting. One wonders if all three admirals have undergone such training. The pendant was, in fact, the sea prism stone gifted by Cole. When he previously encountered Kazan, Smoker had inquired about the sea prism stone. According to Kazan, a sea prism stone of 100% purity is exceedingly rare, found only within the organizations under the world government and in the original land of Wano. Most of the sea prism stones circulating outside are of low purity, derived from raw ore. Nonetheless, this raw ore can indeed suppress abilities and diminish physical strength, rendering even millions of powerful devil fruit users utterly incapacitated in an instant. However, when faced with formidable foes possessing advanced haki and peak physical prowess, its effectiveness significantly diminishes. Even without their abilities, these formidable warriors remain monstrous entities capable of obliterating cities and nations. As for Smoker's pendant, it could only be considered as mere remnants of sea prism stone, with a purity of around 10%. At that time, Kazan wielded this piece of sea prism stone with seemingly no discernible effect. Yet Smoker found himself utterly weakened, as if he had reverted to the frail figure he once was in his past life. Not only was he unable to use his powers, but his physical strength was also suppressed to that of an ordinary person. Smoker has studied the policies of the Navy. It is absolutely impossible to enter the Navy headquarters if one is under the age of 16. This means he must remain at Base 161 for an additional 2 years. Currently, He has reached a bottleneck in the development of the smoke fruit. Without a robust physical foundation, further breakthroughs are exceedingly difficult. Thus, Smoker has resolved to continue honing his physical strength. Heeding Kazan's advice, he fashioned a pendant from sea stone, carrying the weight with him daily as he trains alongside his comrades from the very beginning. Smog is convinced that after 2 years of perseverance, his physique will undoubtedly undergo significant improvement. More importantly, his resistance to sea prism stone will greatly increase. In the future, when he ventures into the Grand Line, he may encounter foes wielding weapons made of sea prism stone. It is prudent to prepare in advance and train accordingly, should he ever find himself bound by sea prism stone. Even if he cannot utilize his devil fruit abilities, at the very least, he will not be entirely defenseless. However, to harness his devil fruit powers, he must remove this necklace. This is an unyielding rule in the world of pirates. Even the emperors of the sea and admirals cannot unleash their devil fruit abilities while burdened by sea prism stone, regardless of whether it is mere ore. Smog placed the necklace on the bed and surveyed the disordered room. Perhaps a brief tidying up would be in order, for it was all merely refuse of no use. A darkness akin to ink emanated from Smog, enveloping the entirety of the room. Aside from the bed beneath him and the table adorned with a lamp, all objects within the space succumbed to the inky void. Mere moments later, the room lay barren and immaculate, stripped of all semblance of its former self. Even the once mottled walls and ceiling were shorn of a layer, rendered smooth and unblemished. Smog glanced around, nodding in satisfaction. This was indeed pleasing to the eye. He was grateful for the good habit of minimalism cultivated in his past life. Then, he reclined on the bed, reattaching the necklace. Accompanied by a strange sense of weakness, he quickly drifted into slumber. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Smog had spent 2 busy yet fulfilling years. In just a few days, he would officially become a private. Once he attained this status, he could enjoy health insurance and disability benefits. His military salary would no longer be capped at 70%, and he would also have the opportunity to participate in naval union activities. In summary, the advantages were plentiful. When Smoker joined the 161st Unit, he specifically cautioned Cole not to reveal any of his information. As a result, no one was aware of his illustrious accomplishments, merely perceiving him as an ordinary intern. There was no discrimination, no special treatment, and no expectations. Thus, Smoker, adorned with his sea stone necklace, endeavored alongside his peers through the rigors of training. Running, climbing, shooting, and sparring, he participated in every aspect except for aquatic activities. In the East Blue, where devil fruits were scarce, many simply presumed that Smoker was nothing more than a landlubber. Initially, due to the suppressive effects of the sea stone, Smoker's performance was unremarkable, even inferior to that of the average soldier. Cole found it perplexing. How could someone of such limited abilities capture those nefarious pirates? Was he merely concealing his true prowess? Yet, the sight of Smoker, exhausted to the point of nausea on the training ground, dissuaded Cole from that notion. No, it couldn't be. If he were feigning, then his act was far too convincing. Nevertheless, Cole, perceptive as ever, chose not to press the matter further, treating Smoker with the usual camaraderie. Days turned into weeks, and soon the tide began to turn. Smoker garnered newfound respect from his comrades. This individual trained with an unyielding spirit. During endurance drills, while others ran 100 laps around the field, he pushed himself to complete 200. He ran until he was on the verge of vomiting, limbs convulsing. Yet he crawled to the finish line. In striking drills, while others donned protective gear to hit punching bags, he struck barehanded against stone, his hands bloodied yet relentless. Such intensity left his fellow soldiers in awe. The world is never devoid of tenacity. Witnessing Smoker's fervor, the Navy was inspired to rise to the challenge. Training alongside him. Over the course of 2 years, Smoker's strength skyrocketed, evolving from the mediocre to one of the elite within the 161st base. What pleased Cole even more was that Smoker had become a catalyst, akin to a hearty broth, inspiring those around him. Previously, after training, comrades would either indulge in revelry or retreat into slumber. Now, they followed Smoker's example, extending their training sessions. The training ground became a scene of perspiring, muscle-bound warriors. As everyone's resolve strengthened, the base's combat effectiveness surged. Pirates who once posed a formidable challenge were now easily dispatched. Cole was elated. This was a boon for both military merit and funding. On that day, Smoker concluded a day of rigorous training. Sprawled out on the training ground like a lifeless dog, his body was drenched in sweat, as if he had been scalded. Most striking were his hands, enveloped in thick layers of bandages, faint traces of blood seeping through. Approaching him was a red-haired female Marine, smoking a cigarette with an air of nonchalance. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You look dreadful, Smoker. Training should be undertaken within one's limits. There's no remedy for regret once you've pushed yourself to the brink." With that, she helped him to his feet with a firm grip. Just then, Cole happened to pass by as the shift ended. Upon seeing Smoker in such a dismal state, he was taken aback. "Smoker, what happened to you?" The red-haired Marine disdainfully tossed Smoker over to him. "Overtraining, of course. If it weren't for me, this fellow would be sleeping on the training field tonight. Now that you're here, I'll leave him in your capable hands. It's the base commander's duty to look after their subordinates." Cole nodded in agreement. "All right, thank you for your efforts, Belmere. I'll take it from here." Belmere waved her hand dismissively as she departed with a graceful flair. The red-haired girl was none other than Belmere, Nami's adoptive mother. At this time still a spirited and headstrong Marine. Cole supported Smoker as they made their way to a small cabin, chattering along the way. "Diligence is commendable, but you've taken it too far. Be cautious, or your body may not withstand it." Smog said weakly, "I know, but time waits for no one." Cole retorted impatiently, "You are still young, so why the rush?" Smoker did not elaborate much. "Captain, I wish to join the patrol mission tomorrow. You look like this and still wish to go to sea. To me, the ocean feels rather more effortless. You are unbearable. Remember to arrive at the dock on time. I won't wait for you if you oversleep." "Oversleep? Do not underestimate me, you scoundrel captain. How dare you speak to your superior like that?" Cole assisted Smoker back to the cabin, and once they were alone, Smoker removed the pendant from his chest. Without the suppression of hockey, Smoker felt a significant lightness in his body. A dark aura enveloped him, cocooning him in a shroud of shadow. When the darkness dissipated, all injuries, fatigue, and pain had vanished completely. He unwound the bandages from his hands, revealing that the marks of training had disappeared entirely. Turning his palm over, a transparent white orb materialized in his hand. He had accumulated quite a bit of damage recently. It seemed he needed to seek out more pirates. The essence absorbed by the dark fruit could be stored for an extended period. However, pain and fatigue must be borne by another. Indeed, it must be a human, as plants and animals are inadequate for this task. If there were no one to endure it, over time, the suffering would revert to its original owner. Thus, Smoker was exceedingly eager to set sail, capturing pirates to bear his pain. Cole had long sensed something was amiss. Smoker, despite capturing pirates who are grievously injured, finds them weeping as if they have lost their mothers. Each time, Zorro sternly admonishes Smoker against the mistreatment of prisoners. Smog, despite his unyielding demeanor, remained true to his own ways. The following day, Smoker was awakened by the cacophony of seagulls. Upon glancing at the time, he realized there were merely 5 minutes left until departure. How vexing! Smog jolted awake, hastily donned his clothes, and dashed towards the dock. There, the warship was poised for departure at any moment. Cole stood on the deck, seething. That brat is late again. Belmere approached with a grin. "Colonel, you saw how he was yesterday. He's likely still in bed. Let us set sail." Just as Cole was about to nod in agreement, a figure suddenly burst forth from the base, leaping high and landing firmly on the warship. Naval trainee Smog reporting for duty. Cole's eye twitched slightly as he coldly commanded, "Return to formation." Then he bellowed, "Set sail." The horn blared long and loud, and the warship slowly glided out of the naval port. After some time at sea, aside from the helmsman and lookout, the rest of the crew was free to roam. Smoker leaned against the ship's railing in a contemplative daze. Belmere, a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached with a few sailors. "Hey, Smoker, my old friend, have you reached a point where training has become futile, leaving you at a loss for what to do?" Smoker turned to glance at them. "Are you here to express gratitude for the last time I saved your lives? I appreciate it, but you must put in more effort this time, especially you, Dashiji. Let us not have you shedding tears again." The little mustached Marine beside Belmere flushed with indignation, jumping up and shouting, "Damn you, Smoker. That was merely an accident. I had sand in my eyes." As he retorted, he furtively glanced at Belmere, and upon seeing her indifferent expression, he let out a sigh of relief. Let us not dwell on the past," Belmere said with a mischievous smile as she leaned closer to Smoker, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. After lighting one and taking a deep drag, she added, "Smoker, you're no longer a child. Why not give it a try? Smoking adds a touch of masculinity." Smog cast a glance, noting the fine brand. However, he had no desire to become a heavy smoker. Not interested. Do not say I did not warn you. Excessive smoking will lead to an unpleasant odor. And beware of remaining single for a lifetime. He abruptly halted mid-sentence, scrutinizing Bellemare up and down. Bellemare, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, retorted angrily. What are you staring at? Smoker sighed, a look of regret etched upon his face. It's nothing. I take back my previous words. Given your circumstances, whether you smoke or not bears no significance. Bellemare was momentarily taken aback, but then she erupted in fury. You little brat. I will kill you. The Marine accompanying her quickly intervened, restraining her. Calm down. Fighting is prohibited on the ship. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Bellemare, let go of me. Smoker, with good intentions, exclaimed. Watch your eyes. The group, in a flurry of chaos, managed to drag Bellemare away, her indignant shouts echoing in the distance. Smog let out a chuckle and turned his gaze back to the scenery. Suddenly, a sharp alarm echoed from the ship. The previously languid sailors sprang into action as if wound by a spring, grabbing their weapons and rushing out of the cabin, forming a line in less than a minute. Smoker stood among the ranks, his gaze unwavering, though a hint of surprise flickered within him. Despite the countless pirates that roamed the seas, the vastness of the ocean often rendered encounters rare, with naval forces sometimes resembling an air force. Yet, to his astonishment, today's sortie had yielded immediate action. Cole turned to his aide. Barnard, what is the current situation? Major Barnard picked up a document, revealing that a pirate ship was in pursuit of a merchant vessel. The insignia marked it as the infamous Gorda pirate crew, led by the merciless Captain Gorda, with a bounty of 17.3 million berries. 17,300,000 berries. Cole exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly issuing commands. Follow them. Protect the merchant ship. Yes, sir. The helmsman adjusted the wheel, steering the warship like a drawn sword, charging fiercely towards the Gorda pirate crew. Boom. Creak. Accompanied by the jarring sounds of collision, the military vessel struck the pirate ship. The medium-sized warship proving far superior, nearly capsizing the pirate craft. Unyielding, the pirates retaliated, casting grappling hooks to latch onto the warship and leaping across the gap. Seeing the pirates not only stand their ground but also dare to counterattack ignited fury within the Navy, and they brandished their weapons in response. Eliminate the pirates. Annihilate them all. A chaotic melee ensued, with gunfire, clashing swords, roars, and screams echoing across the tumultuous sea, the scent of blood and gunpowder carried away by the wind. The Gorda pirate crew, a well-established band of rogues, included many seasoned warriors. In the past, Base 161 might have struggled against them. However, after 2 years under Smoker's command, they had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even the ordinary foot soldiers, let alone the formidable officers, were beginning to falter. Smog weaved through the throng, his high-loose stone pendant unyielding, vanquishing pirate after pirate while surreptitiously inserting white spheres into their bodies. Soon, the pirate crew was nearly subdued, leaving only a single battlefield. Colonel Cole and Major Barnard joined forces, locked in a fierce struggle against Gorda. It must be noted that Gorda's prowess was formidable. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy, wary of inciting panic, had set conservative bounties. Gorda's bounty of 17.3 million, in the age when Luffy set sail, would have easily exceeded 30 million. Such a pirate could not be dealt with by a mere foundation. Indeed, even with Cole and Barnard teaming up, they found themselves gasping for breath under the relentless pressure. As for the other Navy officers, they could only stand by as spectators. Their lack of strength rendered them more of a hindrance than a help. Gorda wielded 2 axes, spinning them with the fervor of a whirlwind, all the while hurling taunts. Ha ha ha, you wretches dare to call yourselves embodiments of justice? The very essence of justice weeps in despair. The scoundrel pirates' derision only fueled Cole and Barnard's fury. Yet they found no opportunity to retort. Smoker gazed intently at Gorda, noting his vigorous demeanor and apparent resilience. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Bellemare, who was fiddling with something in the corner. What are you up to? Bellemare rose, cradling several bundled firearms, their triggers tethered with strings. Hee. I've prepared a surprise for that scoundrel. Without waiting for Smoker's response, she slid into the fray, startling the 3 combatants. Take this, you bastard. Bellemare aimed at Gorda and abruptly tugged the strings. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as the firearms discharged simultaneously, igniting a flash of flames. To a pirate of Gorda's caliber, Firearms were not particularly formidable, yet the sheer audacity of Belmer's maneuver caught him off guard. He was unable to evade in time, and a bullet grazed his scalp, leaving a grievous wound from which blood spilled forth, staining half his face. Cole, quick to react, seized the opportunity to slash Goddess' left arm. "You foul woman!" Gotta roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Ignoring the 2 wounds he'd sustained, he swung his axe with ferocity, sending Cole and Barnard flying, then delivered a vicious kick toward Belmer. Damn it! Belmer raised her rifle in defense, but Goddess' kick shattered the weapon and struck her in the abdomen with tremendous force. It felt as though a train had collided with her, and she coughed up blood. Goddess seized Belmer, positioning the axe against her neck, bellowing, "Everyone, stand down." The Navy, initially poised to intervene, hesitated. Goddess surveyed his surroundings. His crew was nearly decimated, with only a handful of bound men remaining. Yet, he displayed no sign of despair, his face a mask of arrogance. "Ah, Navy, consider this battle a victory for you. But what of it? This is the era of great pirates, with subordinates, wealth, and women at my disposal. What can you pathetic weaklings hope to accomplish?" He continued, "If you wish for this woman to live, release my subordinates and vacate my ship." Cole and the others clenched their teeth in frustration. Belmer struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Damn it, Cole, don't worry about me. Don't let this scoundrel escape." With that, she tilted her neck toward the axe. Gotta, exasperated, struck her with a punch that rendered her unconscious. "Fall back," Cole commanded through gritted teeth, glancing at his fellow officers, who could only reluctantly retreat to the warship. "If you want her to survive, then do not pursue." With a resounding laugh, the pirate ship sailed further away. "Damn it!" Cole slammed his fist against the ship's railing, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Bring down the lifeboats." The warship could not possibly follow the pirate ship without being detected from afar. He prepared to pursue in a small boat, awaiting the opportune moment to rescue Belmer. The other Navy officers hurried to dissuade him. "Commander, please remain calm. The small boat cannot catch up with the large sailing vessel, and once spotted, you would be doomed. Let us not even discuss whether Cole is a match for Goda. To avoid detection by the pirates, the warship must remain at a distance. If the small boat is discovered, it would be a sitting duck, even if it remains afloat. Losing one's way at sea means calling out to the heavens with no response. Someone like Luffy, who hid in a barrel only to be quickly retrieved, can only be deemed a chosen one. Under normal circumstances, years later, someone might discover a skeleton wearing a tattered straw hat within that barrel. Belmer is my subordinate. I cannot stand idly by while she falls into the hands of pirates. Carry out the orders. The warship will temporarily be under Bernard's command." Suddenly, Bernard noticed something. Where's Smoker?" The Navy officers looked around, puzzled. He had just been nearby. "He hasn't fallen overboard, has he?" Cole seemed to realize something and abruptly turned towards the direction of the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, Goda tossed Belmer aside. "Ah, what a wretched day. Crew, let us feast. Once we are well fed and merry, we shall seek out a town to vent our frustrations." Upon hearing this, the pirates raised their swords and cheer. "Hooray! Long live the captain." Despite losing a significant number of comrades, Goda remained unperturbed. The surviving pirates felt even less concern. The notion of sharing gold and silver meant that with fewer companions, each would receive more. As for manpower, as Goda mentioned, in this era, there is no shortage of those wishing to become pirates. A mere stroll through a town, setting a fire, and one could rally a multitude of fools dreaming of fortune. Cough, cough, cough. Belmer gradually regained consciousness, realizing she was bound tightly, and instantly became alert. "You wretched scoundrels. Oh, you're awake." Goda approached Belmer, squatting before her, gripping her chin, and scrutinizing her with lecherous eyes. Upon closer inspection, she was rather attractive. "Send her to my quarters. I have yet to indulge in a female sailor, haha. You bastard." Belmer felt a surge of anger and desperation. She was all too aware of the fate awaiting a woman who fell into the hands of pirates. A miserable death is better than a wretched life? Not a chance. When provisions are plentiful, perhaps they would keep this woman to satiate their desires, but once supplies dwindle, these captured women would either be thrown into the sea or become bait, or even food. The surrounding pirates cheered in unison. "Captain, don't forget us after you're done playing. Fear not, there will be enough for everyone." "Ah, I detest wastefulness, so everyone, please form a line." "Oh no." Belmer felt a wave of despair wash over her as she glanced around, contemplating a desperate resolution. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension. Why not ask the Navy for a ransom? Pirates in the North Sea have done just that before. Goda's eyes sparkled with realization. Huh, what a splendid idea. You actually know about the North Sea. Thank you for the compliment. After all, being part of the Navy, one inevitably comes across reports that outsiders remain oblivious to. Oh, I see. So you were with the Navy. No wonder. What? The Navy? The speaker was none other than Smoker, standing at the end of the crowd. The other pirates finally grasped the situation, and chaos erupted. Damn it, where did this Navy come from? How could the Navy be on the ship? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. I apologize, Belle-Marie. You know I am not a fighter. In her moment of near despair, Belle-Marie's eyes welled with tears as she murmured, Smoker. 5 minutes later, all the pirates lay sprawled on the deck, their limbs broken and in disarray. The stronger among them still had the strength to wail, while the weaker had long since succumbed, their eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Smog brushed off the dust from his clothes and picked up the sea stone necklace that had fallen onto the deck, carefully stowing it away in his pocket. I apologize, but I am pressed for time and cannot afford the luxury of tying you up slowly. This method is far more efficient. After all, you are all seasoned warriors of the sea, and a bit of physical discomfort should be of little consequence. He stepped forward to assist Belle-Mare in freeing her from her bonds. You really have been in quite a sorry state, and I cannot help but attribute it to your sluggishness, which has caused me much suffering. Nevertheless, I express my gratitude. Belle-Mare, struggling with a limp, managed to rise with great difficulty. Upon catching sight of Goda, her fury ignited, and she seized a knife, ready to strike at his groin. Smog swiftly intercepted her. Do not act on impulse. Although these scoundrels are despicable, they still hold value, and their demise would be a waste. Belle-Mare, visibly displeased, retorted, What use are such individuals? If it's military merit you're after, their deaths are inconsequential. In order to combat piracy, the Navy headquarters has established numerous incentive measures. Among the most renowned is the bounty system, which has given rise to countless bounty hunters tirelessly pursuing pirates. Additionally, there exists a military merit exchange system directed internally. When the Navy captures a bounty criminal, they cannot directly convert it into currency, but instead exchange it for military merit. Amassing sufficient military merit can lead to promotions and salary increases. Smog is merely a private. Yet the crew of pirates aboard the ship is formidable enough to elevate him several ranks. Smog, that is not what I meant. He rolled up his sleeves, and his palms transformed into a pitch-black hue. Belle-Mare was taken aback. What is this? Have you ever heard of the devil fruit? It is said to be the treasure of the sea, granting extraordinary abilities to those who consume it. I have partaken of the devil fruit. Smog placed his hand upon Belle-Mare's shoulder, and darkness enveloped her, swiftly shrouding her form. After a moment, the darkness receded, and to her astonishment, she discovered that all her pain had vanished. Smog exhaled deeply, reopening his eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued. He spread his palms, revealing a transparent orb of light. Belle-Mare's eyes widened in astonishment. What extraordinary ability is this? It is truly marvelous. I feel an overwhelming sense of ease coursing through my entire being. Smog offered a weary smile. After extensive development, he had acquired the ability to absorb the pain and fatigue of others. When applied to himself, this technique was as effortless as eating or drinking. However, when utilized on others, it demanded significantly more stamina, and the healing process was markedly slower. This was perhaps a reflection of the mechanics inherent to the devil fruit. When Marco employed the flames of immortality to heal himself versus healing another, the effects were distinctly different. I, as a being of darkness who has consumed the dark fruit, possess the power to manipulate gravity. I have just utilized this gravity to extract your pain. Huh? A gravity user? That sounds quite impressive. But it's merely the dark fruit. You may consider me a gravity user, as they are somewhat similar. Will absorbing the damage have any repercussions for you? Smoker nodded thoughtfully. Pain is an undeniable reality that must be borne by someone. If I were to endure it, it would naturally have an impact on me. He cast a malevolent glance at the pirates. However, there exists a more advantageous choice here, does there not? Belle-Mare immediately understood, her eyes sparkling with realization. Minutes later, accompanied by anguished cries, Smoker alleviated Belle-Mare's suffering along with his own negative state accumulated over the past month. In stark contrast to the refreshed duo, the pirates were clearly on the brink of collapse, particularly Goda, whose eyes were wide with terror and whose features were grotesquely contorted, appeared utterly defeated. Suddenly, Belle-Mare had a revelation. No, your usual reckless training, Could it be that you have been cheating with this ability all along? Smoke smacked his lips, non-committal in his response. Belmare exclaimed with excitement. Could the pain you absorb be wielded as a weapon against your foes? Would that not render you invincible? Smoker shook his head. It is not so simple. In order to inflict suffering upon another, one must either have their consent or render them utterly defenseless. Although this technique is indeed effective, it cannot serve as a means of combat. Belmare let out an "oh," appearing somewhat regretful. She then expressed her profound envy towards Smoker's abilities. TSK, the devil fruit. I had always thought it was merely a rumor. How I wish I could possess one as well. Smoker chuckled softly. The devil fruit is something one can encounter but not seek. Let us not dwell on it for now, but rather explore what this ship has to offer. The Goda pirates have been active for so many years. Surely their coffers are substantial. Upon hearing this, Belmare's spirits lifted. Indeed, we must first conceal the fine tobacco and exquisite liquor. We cannot allow that obstinate Cole to discover them. The two began their enthusiastic search, quickly uncovering several chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels, along with a cargo hold of weapons. Belmare gasped in astonishment. No wonder Goda remained unfazed despite losing the majority of his crew. With such treasures and armaments, even if all his subordinates were gone, he could swiftly rise again. Belmare, however, was not particularly interested in these riches and continued her meticulous search. After all, the treasures and weapons would be confiscated. It was the tobacco and liquor that were truly hers. At last, she discovered a hidden compartment in the captain's quarters, containing an iron chest. Smoker, over here, Belmare exclaimed, dragging the chest out, which was secured with several locks. Upon opening it, they were met with a peculiar fruit. What is this? Belmare inquired. Smoker gazed at her with a peculiar expression. Could it be that fortune favored this fellow so immensely? Just as he had been contemplating the desire for a devil fruit, one appeared before him in an instant. This is indeed a devil fruit. Belmare was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, this is..." A hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes, yet without the slightest hesitation, she handed it over to Smoker. "You saved me. This should rightfully belong to you." Smoke shook his head. "You should keep it. The devil fruit is quite extraordinary. Each individual can consume only one, and attempting to eat a second will result in a fatal explosion. So do not refuse it. However, I must caution you that each fruit is unique, and until consumed, no one knows what powers it may bestow. If you choose not to eat it, you could sell it for a handsome sum of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Belmare's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly worth that much? If sold, I would never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of my life. In the past, she might have seriously considered such a choice. Yet, her current circumstances had illuminated the significance of power. Taking a deep breath, she bit into the fruit with determination. Ugh, this tastes dreadful. Smoke quietly observed her consume the entire fruit before speaking. How does it feel? Do you sense any changes? Belmare gazed at her hands, then touched her face. I don't feel any difference. Smoke could not help but furrow his brow. However, Belmare remained unperturbed. No worries. We can take our time to study it later. Let's contact Cole first. As she spoke, she instinctively waved her hand. Suddenly, a green blade of wind shot from her fingertips, piercing through the roof and soaring into the sky. Belmare stared in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Smoker was equally astonished. I understand now. The scythe fruit. This is indeed the scythe fruit. The scythe fruit, a type of paramecia devil fruit, compresses the air with a swift motion of the hand, producing slashing strikes akin to a razor-sharp scythe. Upon hearing Smoker's explanation, Belmare was overjoyed. She rushed to the deck, waving her hands vigorously, and soon the pirate ship was left in tatters. Smoke, alarmed, hurriedly intervened. Enough, enough. Do not cause any more turmoil. The ship cannot withstand it. Those with abilities are all like ducks out of water. If the vessel sinks, we shall both perish. Only then did Belmare stop and, with a foolish grin, fixate on her hands. Smoke, indifferent to her presence, approached the severed mast. The mast, which had been embraced by two, was now truncated, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. It must be acknowledged that the threshold for harnessing the capabilities of the scythe fruit is remarkably low upon consumption. One is immediately endowed with combat prowess. Belmare, having ingested the scythe fruit, is more than capable of contending with the vast majority of pirates native to the East Blue. After a while, a warship arrived on the scene. Smoker, Belmare, it would be prudent not to disclose my ability. Belmare, perplexed, responded, Why not? Cor would surely be thrilled. I am not accustomed to drawing attention. Your prowess alone is sufficient to please him. Is that so? Belmare, with her naturally carefree disposition, decided not to dwell on it, acquiescing, all right, though I do not understand why. I shall keep it under wraps, rest assured. Oh, thank you. Once again, it was a vibrant morning. The 161st Navy, basking in the early light, arrived at the training grounds to commence another day of rigorous practice. Not long ago, Belmare returned unscathed, fortuitously becoming an ability user. Kor was overjoyed, having spent time at Navy headquarters. He understood the immense value of the devil fruits more than others. In particular, the scythe fruit was exceedingly powerful, with a little cultivation. It could bestow the strength to dominate the East Sea. Kor swiftly arranged for training partners for Belmare, aiming to elevate her strength as quickly as possible. Belmare did not disappoint. Within a few short months, her power underwent a remarkable transformation, surpassing even Kor. On the training field, Belmare engaged in combat with a group of sailors. Windblade slash. With both hands slicing through the air, Belmare conjured a faint azure net of wind blades, which soared toward her opponents with a whooshing sound. Be careful. Dodge. The sailors hastily scrambled aside as the wind blades grazed past them, severing the wooden stakes and stones behind. Only Kor stood firm, sword in hand, straining against a single wind blade, producing a grating sound that set teeth on edge. Ah! Kor roared in frustration, his muscles taut, ultimately shattering the wind blade. Meanwhile, Belmare had already raised 2 fingers. With a mere flick of her wrist, she could summon another wind blade, sending Kor to meet his maker. Enough, Belmare, cease. Kor called out loudly. Damn it, your strength is ever increasing, even when we join forces. We are no match for you. Belmare, unpretentious, placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, indeed, it is quite delightful. However, I owe much to everyone's assistance. Without it, I could not have mastered my abilities so swiftly. She approached the training ground, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from her jacket, lighting one for herself. She then generously distributed them to everyone present. The accompanying Navy personnel eagerly accepted the cigarettes, savoring the moment as they indulged. Belmare, solitary and unencumbered by the need to support a family, showed little interest in embellishing her appearance. Most of her earnings, after sustenance, were devoted to purchasing fine tobacco and spirits. Thus she often indulged in quality cigarettes. Despite their camaraderie, there was no need for gratitude among comrades in arms, nonetheless. Belmare routinely shared her good smokes with everyone after each training session. Cole took a deep drag, relishing the robust flavor of the tobacco swirling in his mouth before slowly exhaling, a look of pure enjoyment adorning his face. Belmare, you have become the strongest in the base. At the thought of Smoker, Belmare chuckled nervously. However, mere training was insufficient. Practical combat experience was essential. Belmare nodded in agreement. I understand. Having been here for so long, I am indeed restless. I must be included on the next voyage. Yet, she still found it hard to believe that mere consumption of a fruit could lead to such remarkable strength. If the Navy were to acquire numerous fruits, how could the pirates possibly remain rampant? Cole burst into laughter. Stop daydreaming. Those are legendary treasures. Merely finding one is a stroke of luck. Nearby, Smoker waved at the sky, tossing a coin into the air. A seagull swooped down to catch the coin, dropping a newspaper in return. Smog caught the newspaper, and as he opened it, several wanted posters tumbled out. New bounties, are they? Let us see what kind of scum we have here. Sir Greyhat Duca, with a bounty of 5 million berries. The Butcher Bank, with a bounty of 315,200 berries. The Harpist Kyphelina, with a bounty of 970,000 berries. And there is. Smoker meticulously perused the wanted posters. The bounty represented a threat to the world government rather than to the common populace. Even a mere handful of individuals, with bounties in the tens of thousands, could still turn a village into a scene of carnage. Thus one must remain ever vigilant. Suddenly, he encountered a particularly striking wanted notice. The photograph depicted a dark-skinned little girl, gazing intently into the distance with a watchful eye. Smoker gazed at the bounty notice, plunged into silence. What's the matter? Is there a new pirate? Several Navy officers gathered around Smoker, astonished by the outrageous bounty. Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries? Is this for real? She is merely a child. The absurdity of her age combined with such a staggering bounty left all the Navy personnel gasping in disbelief. Belmare snatched the newspaper, seeking out the relevant report to read aloud. The devil child of O'Hara at just 8 years old, she was capable of single-handedly annihilating an entire fleet. Extremely dangerous. Harboring accomplices, Smoke quietly withdrew to the side, choosing not to listen any further. He was aware of the truth, but what of it? To divulge even a fragment would not only lead to his own relentless persecution, but would also result in a purge of the Navy within the base. The O'Hara incident stands as a pivotal event among pirates. Initially, it seemed merely a means to shape the character of Nico Robin, the tool for deciphering the history of the blank century, granting Luffy the key to exploration. Yet, as the narrative progressed, its ramifications grew increasingly profound. Revolutionaries like Dragon, Vegapunk, Sabo, and even the Giants became entwined in its web. And what of Kazan? The mercilessness of the government during the O'Hara incident, the iron-fisted resolve of Akainu, and Sabo's condemnation profoundly shook Kazan's spirit, leading him to question the very justice he once upheld. Transforming from a champion of fiery justice into a proponent of a more languid form of righteousness, Smoker let out a sigh. Kazan. The so-called fervor of youth does not stem from the belief that justice is devoid of darkness, but rather from the resolve to uphold justice even after having witnessed the darkness. Furthermore, the 2 years are drawing to a close. Do not forget our pact. At that moment, in the Navy headquarters, Kazan sat in his office, lost in thought, a rather rare occurrence for him. Typically, he was either on a mission or training under the tutelage of Garp. However, ever since the O'Hara incident, he had been engulfed in profound confusion. The blazing tree of knowledge, the exploding civilian transport vessel, comrades turned unrecognizable in their coldness, the ruthless CP acting in the name of justice. The accusations from his dear friend Sabo, and Robin's tearful departure, all these memories clung to his mind, refusing to dissipate. What is justice, after all? What is the cause I am steadfastly pursuing? Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Come in. The door swung open, and a Navy officer entered, saluting while holding a document. Admiral Kazan, this is the recruitment notice for the elite Navy expansion class. Please take a look. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Kazan's eyes. Oh, the elite Navy class. How it stirs fond memories. His thoughts drifted back several years. During the God Valley incident, the then mighty Rocks had been defeated by the combined forces of Roger and Garp. Yet, figures such as Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, and Kaido freed themselves from their shackles and surged into the new world. Alongside Roger, Rayleigh, and the likes of Bondrewd and the 8 Treasure Navy, the Grand Line was thrown into tumult. Although the Navy boasted formidable figures like Steel Bone, the strategic genius Sengoku, Iron Fist Garp, and Black Arm Zephyr. However, in the face of the ever-emerging formidable pirates, the situation remains dire. Confronted with such a caliber of piracy, without the leadership of an admiral-level combatant, any number of personnel sent would merely be fodder. Consequently, Admiral Steelbone Kong initiated the establishment of the Navy Elite class, recruiting the most promising naval talents to concentrate resources and cultivate leaders capable of upholding the banner of justice. A decade ago, the inaugural session of the elite class was launched, with the retired Admiral Zephyr serving as the chief instructor. Subsequently, every 2 to 3 years, a new session was convened, producing a multitude of naval elites. Among the most distinguished were Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, and the early retiree Monkey D. Dragon. These 4 came to be known as the monstrous newcomers, with rumors swirling that the next batch of admirals would emerge from their ranks. In addition to them, there were also Gion, Kachi, Tontada, Dogman, and Fire Mountain, collectively referred to as the Golden Generation. The Golden Generation pursued an elite path, with each session comprising a mere dozen students, personally instructed by Zephyr. Upon graduation, they swiftly filled various positions, significantly alleviating the shortfall of combat power within the naval hierarchy. Recently, Zephyr submitted a proposal to expand the Navy Elite class, aiming to recruit grassroots naval personnel from the 4 seas for training. This initiative was welcomed, and Steelbone Kong readily agreed. Thus, the inaugural session of the expanded Navy Elite class officially commenced. Following tradition, senior naval officers were permitted to recommend candidates for assessment. Kazan, as a vice admiral, naturally held this privilege. It has been 2 years. That fellow must be quite anxious. Kazan took out the recommendation form and carefully inscribed Smoker's name. The past fortnight had been particularly peculiar. For some inexplicable reason, the pirates of the East Sea had fallen silent. Smoker had ventured out to patrol the seas several times, Yet he often encountered not a single pirate. On this particular day, he found himself training late into the night. As he unwrapped the bandages from his hands, he gazed at the fissured wounds on his knuckles, unable to suppress a mutter of discontent. What is happening lately? Why is the sea so eerily tranquil? The agony I have absorbed in recent days has been immense. Yet there is no one to share it with, leaving me reluctant to fully unleash my training. Suddenly, the voice of Cole crackled through the loudspeakers of the training ground, laced with tension and urgency. Attention, all personnel. Assemble at the dock in 5 minutes. Any delay will result in disciplinary action. Cole repeated the command thrice before abruptly cutting off the announcement with a low hum. Smoke felt a sense of surprise. Cole was an easygoing individual. Although he held high standards, he seldom resorted to military discipline to assert his authority. What could have transpired today to make him so tense? The other sailors were equally perplexed. Whether lounging in slumber or idly passing the time, none dared to be negligent. They swiftly donned their uniforms and rushed to the dock. Smoke swiftly arrived at the dock. By this time, Cole and several officers had already been waiting there. Upon seeing newcomers, they ordered the troops to regroup. They meticulously inspected the Marines' appearances, and if anyone's movements were not up to standard, they would not hesitate to reprimand them loudly and sternly. Smoke quietly inquired of his comrade beside him, "What is happening with the base commander?" The naval officer, standing tall and proud, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before subtly shaking his head. "I do not know. It is likely a distinguished figure is arriving." At that moment, Belmere, standing nearby, whispered, "What significant person could it be? When the kingdom of Baman visited 2 years ago, there was no such pomp." Suddenly, someone murmured, "They have arrived." Smoker quickly turned his gaze to the horizon, where a warship slowly emerged from the shroud of night. Judging by its silhouette, it appeared to be a large vessel from the naval headquarters. The presence of such a formidable ship could only be commanded by a rear admiral at the very least. Though the rear admirals of the naval headquarters may seem somewhat lackluster in subsequent events, they are indeed the Armée de l'Armée of naval prowess. For Base 161, such a figure is undeniably an esteemed and elusive individual. As the warship drew nearer, Smoker's expression shifted to one of incredulity. The ship's design was remarkably peculiar, featuring a bow adorned with a dog clutching a bone. Could this be the vessel of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp? No wonder the East Blue has been so tranquil lately. This esteemed individual has graced the region with his presence. A humble temple has welcomed a great deity. Yet, why does Cole exhibit such reverence? He does not strike one as the type to curry favor with superiors. Otherwise, he would not have remained in the modest confines of Base 161 for so many years. At that moment, Belmere resolved his confusion. It was indeed Rear Admiral Garp. No wonder Cole held him in such high regard. During Cole's childhood, when their town was besieged by pirates, it was Garp who saved him and inspired him to join the Navy. In Cole's heart, Garp was not merely a superior, but a true benefactor. Smoke was taken aback. After a while, the warship steadily docked at the pier. Garp, munching on a donut, disembarked with a swaying gait, followed by a throng of Navy personnel. "Salute!" Commander Cole bellowed, and everyone rendered a crisp military salute. "Vice Admiral Garp, we extend our heartfelt welcome to your late-night visit to Base 161. Garp approached him with a nonchalant demeanor. "Ha ha ha, young Cole, you still maintain that formal demeanor as always. I merely passed by. There is no need for such formalities." Just then, Garp trailed off, suddenly lowering his head as his breathing grew labored, and a large bubble of mucus formed at his nose. Cole, who was listening intently, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Smoke stood right beside Coral and softly reminded him, "Commander, Admiral Garp has fallen asleep." Coral's expression darkened further. "Don't be ridiculous. Admiral Garp is a battle hero. How could he possibly be dozing off at such a time?" Just as he spoke, Garp's bubble of snot suddenly burst, startling him awake. "Ah, my apologies. I just dozed off." The gathered Navy personnel gasped in unison. "Eh?" Garp then absent-mindedly picked his nose. "Let us set that aside for now. Initially, I intended to return directly to headquarters after my leave, but that rascal Kazan insisted I fetch a certain lad named Smoke. Which one of you is he? Step forward and let me see." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, all eyes turning in unison towards Smoke. Smoker was utterly bewildered. It turned out to be Kazan. He certainly hadn't forgotten their agreement. However, this was rather ostentatious, wasn't it? What right did he have to warrant such an honor? Having the legendary Marine hero come to his aid? Smoker felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, but nonetheless took a step forward. Reporting to Vice Admiral Garp. Private Smoker is here. It seemed rather ordinary, didn't it? Garp cast a glance at Smoker. At first, he appeared unremarkable. Yet in the next moment, something felt amiss. And his gaze sharpened with intensity. Suddenly, he charged towards Smoker, moving with such swiftness that it resembled teleportation. Smog was equally taken aback, his initial instinct prompting him to retreat and evade. However, before he could react, Garp's fist had already halted mere inches from his nose. The ferocious gust of wind generated by the punch stinging his face. Vice Admiral Garp. With a swift motion, Garp revealed a pendant crafted from sea prism stone. Now resting in his palm, Smog lowered his head and was startled to find that the buttons of his collar had been meticulously undone. It became clear why Kazan had recommended him. The Sea King stone was indeed remarkable. Garp released the pendant, chuckling at the audacity of such a chaotic training method. What an impressive young lad! With Garp's keen observation, he could easily discern Smog's physique, which was commendable for his age. As for the powers of the devil fruit, they held little significance in Garp's eyes. Regardless of the fruit consumed, a mere slap from him could easily crush one's skull. Garp suddenly yawned widely. I shall sleep here tonight. The ship is damp and uncomfortable. Everyone, take a break. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Smog, don't be late. With that, he ambled off towards the base. Cole hurried to catch up. Vice Admiral Garp, we have prepared a room for you. Please follow me. Oh, thank you. I am quite fatigued. You must have been tirelessly hunting pirates all night. It must have been exhausting. Garp replied dismissively. Oh, those small fry hardly warrant such trouble. I was merely attempting to break the record for consecutive donuts. Later that night, Smog arrived at the training ground, where Belmare awaited him. Smog, I've heard you're to participate in the Navy Headquarters Elite Expansion Class Assessment. If you pass, you'll have the chance to remain at headquarters. Congratulations in advance. It's merely an assessment. The outcome is uncertain. You didn't summon me out here just to discuss that, did you? Smog was aware that Belmare was not one to mince words. Her invitation certainly implied more than a mere farewell. Of course, he didn't believe that she harbored any affections for him. Smog, let us have a match, she declared. What nonsense are you spouting? Belmare removed the hair tie from her wrist and secured her hair, shedding her outer garments to reveal her athletic physique. Take off your pendant. I know I'm no match for you, but at the very least, let me understand the true extent of our disparity. Smog pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. A few minutes later, the playground lay in disarray, the surrounding stone fence shattered into fragments. Belmare, bruised and battered, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. It was infuriating to realize that despite exerting all her strength, she couldn't even graze the hem of her opponent's attire. The disparity was truly disheartening. Indeed, there remains a vast distance to bridge. A faint chuckle escaped Belmare, but it quickly turned into a cough as the movement aggravated her wounds. You truly have a knack for offering little comfort. I merely speak the truth. On the battlefield, insincere reassurances could cost you your life. Smog sat beside her. However, you have surpassed the person I first met by more than 100-fold. Moreover, in the eyes of Admiral Garp, what distinction is there between us? The path we must tread is still long ahead. Belmare recalled Garp's despair-inducing speed during their brief encounter. Murmuring, indeed. So what brings you to seek me tonight? A farewell? I shall not be moved. You little rascal. It's nothing much. Just feeling a bit sentimental after seeing Admiral Garp. Sentimental? Do you realize that to everyone, Admiral Garp is regarded as a guardian deity? Smog nodded. I have heard of it. It is said that every year he returns from vacation, which is why the East Sea is regarded as the weakest of all seas. Belmare sighed. It is disheartening. We, who bear the name of justice as the Navy, ought to be the guardians of the East Sea. Smoker paused for a moment and replied softly. After I depart, you shall be the sole wielder of power. I entrust everything to you. Belmare, if you can embody the essence of a gentle mother, you will undoubtedly become the guardian of the East Sea. What on earth is a gentle mother? I have no intention of having children. Cough, cough. With great effort, Belmare sat up, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and then tossed the entire pack to Smoker. This is your farewell gift. Smoking may be unhealthy, but it will certainly enhance your masculinity. It turns out you are the most masculine person in the base. Get lost. Not far away, Garp sat on the rooftop, enjoying the spectacle, while Bogart quietly observed from the side. Upon hearing their banter, Garp broke into a grin. The 161st base has its charm. After a night of conversation with Belmare, The following day, Smoker boarded Garp's ship, embarking on his journey to the Navy headquarters. What followed was a rather tedious voyage. Yet, Smoker remained occupied, counting 49.98, 49.99, 5,000. Exhale, it's over. Smoker completed his boxing training, removed his shirt, and squeezed it, causing sweat to cascade down in torrents. After a few shakes, he donned his attire again and turned to head back to the ship's cabin. At Base 161, Smoker was an undisputed training fanatic, yet aboard the ship of Garp, he was less conspicuous. Garp's ability to contend with the Roger pirates was not due to solitary prowess, despite the fact that his crew, aside from Bogart, were largely unknown. Each member was a paragon of excellence. Beyond their missions, they devoted their remaining hours to rigorous training. However, they were often hindered by the leisurely demeanor of Garp. As he munched on rice crackers, he ambled over with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, Smoker, my spirited young friend. Care for a sparring partner?" Smog turned back to glance at Garp, his face a portrait of disbelief. "Training? With you? Are you jesting with me?" Garp settled himself to one side, crossing his legs and munching on rice crackers. "Listen, kid, this is the inaugural recruitment of the elite Navy expansion class. Although Kazan has recommended you, that merely grants you eligibility to take the examination. You are still far from being accepted. That stubborn old man Zephyr is not easily deceived." Smog nodded, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. "Thank you for informing me. I also believe that if mere recommendations could grant access, it would be rather frivolous." Garp laughed heartily. "Kid, you have quite a confidence. Would you like me to find you an opponent to practice against?" Smog let out a sigh of relief. "It turned out it was not you who took matters into your own hands. You nearly frightened me to death. Well then, I shall not refuse a challenge that comes knocking at my door. Do you not need a moment to rest? Pirates will not wait for me to recuperate." "Well said." Garp's eyes glimmered with appreciation. At that moment, several Navy officers gathered around to witness the spectacle. Garp glanced over and pointed at someone. "Manus, you shall accompany him in practice." "Yes." A giant of a man emerged from the crowd. Smog cast his gaze upon the insignia on his shoulder. Although both he and Cork held the rank of colonel, the aura surrounding them was worlds apart. With a jovial grin, Garp exclaimed, "Youngster, remove that pendant and allow me to witness your true capabilities." He then turned to Mantis, advising, "Be careful not to damage the ship. I would rather not endure the incessant chatter of Little Crane." Mantis respectfully responded with an affirmative yes, shedding his coat and revealing muscles as solid as granite. The surrounding Navy personnel quickly gathered, eager to witness the spectacle, embodying the spirited nature of Garp's crew. Smoker removed the pendant and clenched his fists together. "I look forward to your guidance, Colonel Mantis." Smoker would not be so arrogant as to underestimate a colonel of the Navy headquarters. In the manga, the colonel appears somewhat inconsequential, akin to a mere supporting character. However, he is indeed an elite, capable of serving as a commanding officer at any base across the seas. If one were to quantify this during the era when Luffy set sail, a colonel could be likened to a pirate with a bounty of approximately 50 million. A commander would correlate with a pirate in the 100 million range, while a major's equivalent would be exemplified by Drake, whose bounty was 222 million. As for a vice admiral, the disparity is too vast for a fair assessment. The weaker Vice Admiral Mina was defeated by Bartolomeo, who had a bounty of 50 million berries, while the stronger candidates are referred to as rear admirals, with the mightiest being a certain little ghost. Mantis nodded at Smoker and, in an instant, surged towards him, delivering a punch aimed at his chest. So swift, Smog was taken aback, raising his hand to shield himself from the punch. The surrounding Navy officers were equally astonished. This young man is merely a private. He actually managed to block Colonel Mantis's attack. Such prowess at the rank of a private? Is the threshold for warrant officers so high? Damn it. I'm fortunate to have been promoted early. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, while only Garp gazed at the crater left by Mantis on the deck, his expression grave. Mantis, surprised that his attack was thwarted, remarked, "You are quite quick yourself." Smog jolted with surprise. No. I am not swift at all. Rather, I possess great endurance." Mantis furrowed his brow, clasped Smog's head firmly, and then thrust his knee forward in a sudden strike. Smoker hastily attempted to block, yet he was still staggered by the impact. Mantis seized the opportunity to deliver a punch, sending Smoker flying and creating a significant dent in the deck. The Navy exclaimed, "Well done," while Garp uttered, "What the?" and a sharp intake of breath followed. Smoker stood up, rubbing his chest. Despite the excruciating pain from the side effects of the smoky fruit, he had developed a remarkable resilience to pain over the past few years. He even found himself questioning whether he possessed some masochistic tendencies. Meanwhile, the strongest individuals aboard the ship furrowed their brows in concern. Bogart approached Admiral Garp, remarking, "Admiral Garp, there seems to be something amiss with Smoker's aura." Garp, appearing nonchalant, nevertheless possessed an acute perception that allowed him to discern everything. Though Smoker's presence had not diminished, its fluctuations were alarmingly intense. This indicated that Mantis's earlier punch had not inflicted any physical harm, yet it had caused him considerable discomfort. Intriguing indeed. Suddenly, Garp bellowed at the two, "Enough of your antics. Unleash your abilities at once." Smoker and Mantis both exclaimed, "Yes?" Mantis activated his ability, his form expanding dramatically. Long antennae sprouted from his head. His eyes transformed into enormous compound orbs, while his arms grew thicker and longer, adorned with jagged edges resembling two colossal scythes. Simultaneously, a hardened exoskeleton enveloped his body, and transparent wings emerged from his back, allowing him to soar gracefully into the sky. The surrounding Navy personnel erupted with excitement, cheering him on. "Behold, Colonel Mantis has unleashed his power, the zoan-type insect fruit, Mantis form. The strength of insects far surpasses that of ordinary animals, and the Mantis stands as a paragon of this superiority. Indeed, not only is his speed and strength astonishing, but he also wields razor-sharp blades, possesses a formidable exoskeleton, and boasts wings, rendering him nearly invulnerable." Garp chuckled mischievously. "Smoker, my boy, you must tread carefully. Once Mantis has harnessed his abilities, his combat prowess rivals that of an ordinary rear admiral. If you find yourself unable to endure, best surrender early. Do not push yourself too hard. Should you sustain an injury, it would surely give me a headache." Garp's words were laced with encouragement, yet his expression radiated anticipation, betraying any semblance of genuine concern. Smog wore a look of exasperation, exclaiming, "Wasn't it you who encouraged the use of abilities? You old rascal." He chose to disregard the meddling old man, turning instead to fixate intently on the Mantis spiraling above. "Here it comes." The Mantis suddenly lunged at Smog, its speed doubled from before, its blade-like legs slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound aimed at Smog's neck. How swift! Such ferocity! Smoker swiftly evaded the attack. The blade-like appendage grazed his scalp, producing a cutting wind that severed a section of the ship's railing. The force of this strike surpassed even that of Belmir's wind blades. However, Smoker's reflexes were equally impressive. Seizing the opportunity during Mantis's moment of vulnerability, he delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Yet Mantis merely executed a series of acrobatic flips mid-air, stabilizing himself with a powerful beat of his wings, appearing unscathed. In contrast, Smoker's fist felt as though it had struck solid steel, leaving him with a tingling numbness. "Is this armor?" Mantis exclaimed. "Insects possess exoskeletons." With that, he began to wave his arms and limbs in rapid succession, unleashing a torrent of pale blue blades that fell like rain. Smog was taken aback. The six powers. This was his first encounter with the six powers. Previously, while reading manga, he had considered the six powers to be utterly weak, something only a fool would practice. However, experiencing it firsthand revealed to him that, for mid to lower-tier Navy personnel, the six powers were nothing short of a divine technique. Smog hastily evaded, yet was unable to escape entirely. Now and then, blades of wind descended upon him, leaving behind a series of wounds. Ouch, it hurts. Smoker may not be able to writhe and howl like Blackbeard, yet his complexion turned pale, veins bulging, and his teeth chattered ominously. To the uninitiated, it might have appeared as though he were enduring menstrual cramps while taking a cold shower. The surrounding Marines, fearing collateral damage, had long since dispersed in a panic. Only Garp stood with bulging eyes, murmuring to himself, "It's over, the deck." Behind him, Bogart remained silent, observing. At that moment, a few blades of wind swept towards the two men. Bogart casually deflected them with the hilt of his sword, as if brushing aside mere leaves. Garp, on the other hand, swatted the wind blades away with a wave of his hand, as if swatting at mosquitoes. In the throes of agony, Smoker ceased to hold back and charged at Mantis, engaging in a fierce battle. The two exchanged blows with fervor, yet it was evident to any discerning observer that Mantis, equipped with the abilities of flight, armor, and sharp blades, held a complete advantage over Smoker. The wounds on Smoker's body continued to multiply, yet his gaze burned ever more intensely. He could sense that his resilience against the pain of the lacerations seemed to have heightened. Carp, producing a bag of sunbae from seemingly nowhere, munched on them while addressing Bogart. Ah, I understand now. His suffering is a side effect of the devil fruit. Bogart narrowed his eyes slightly. He trusted Carp's judgment, yet a cloud of doubt lingered. Why had he not utilized his abilities? Could it be that his powers were rather inconsequential? Carp took a bite of the sunbae and shook his head gently. Consider the fruits that possess side effects. Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Magellan's poison fruit. Aside from them, even the fruits of those three little monsters are not weak. Thus, how could this boy's fruit powers possibly be inferior? Bogart furrowed his brow in contemplation. Then why does he not use his abilities? Carp snorted disdainfully. That arrogant little brat views Mantis as a whetstone. This also indicates his confidence. He believes that once he unleashes his powers, the battle will swiftly conclude. Suddenly, Mantis hovered in the air, bearing numerous injuries, with visible damage to his exoskeleton. However, in comparison to the bloodied Smoker, he appeared in much better condition. Smoker, I acknowledge your tenacity, but you cannot win. It is time to concede. Smoker inhaled slowly, suppressing a wave of excruciating pain, then flashed a confident smile at Mantis. Thank you for your kind intentions, Colonel Mantis. But psychological warfare is futile against me. He gradually extended his inky black palm. Moreover, the battle has come to an end. Upon witnessing Smoker's hand, a jolt of unease coursed through Mantis, filling him with a foreboding sense. Nevertheless, as a seasoned veteran who had served alongside Garp for many years, albeit with a modest rank, he had encountered myriad bizarre abilities. The moment he observed Smoker's movement, he hastily flapped his wings and retreated. Regardless of the nature of your abilities, creating distance is always prudent. Yet, Smoker's palm remained steadfastly directed at Mantis, suddenly unleashing an intense and powerful suction. After years of rigorous training, Smoker has surpassed Blackbeard in the mastery of the dark fruit, releasing an incredibly concentrated gravitational force. The nearby crowd remained oblivious. Yet Mantis felt his body stiffen, drawn irresistibly towards an immense suction. What in the world is this ability? Mantis's expression shifted dramatically as he desperately flapped his wings, striving to escape. However, the dark fruit is renowned for its limitless gravitational pull. In the original narrative, even Whitebeard, when ensnared in darkness, did not confront the gravity directly but attacked Blackbeard to break free. In this moment, Mantis found himself utterly unable to resist. He was ensnared as though caught in a spider's web, incapable of extricating himself, and was inexorably pulled closer. The nearer he drew to Smoker, the more the gravitational force intensified, becoming stifling. Moments later, Mantis was yanked before Smoker. Yet for him, this was the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Watch out! Mantis raised his blade-like appendage and struck fiercely towards Smoker. If he were facing a foe, this blow would certainly have aimed at the neck. However, given that this was merely a sparring match, Mantis redirected his strike towards Smoker's outstretched arm. His response was commendable. Even Carp had no criticisms to offer. When faced with an ambiguous ability, attacking the user directly is the optimal choice. As Mantis's blade descended, Smoker did not flinch or evade. Instead, he reached out to grasp it. This is bad. Carp furrowed his brow, suddenly emanating an overwhelming aura that caused his cloak to billow without wind. It was no wonder Carp was anxious. From the previous display of their abilities, it was evident that without the mastery of hockey, Smoker would be unable to withstand Mantis's assault. Mantis was holding back, but had he unleashed his full power, Smoker's hand would surely have been severed. He genuinely wished to test Smoker's strength, but never intended to bring about such injury. Oh no, I can't control my strength. Mantis's eyes widened as his blade, slicing through the air, descended upon Smoker. With his prowess, the force of this strike was comparable to that of a swordsman. Yet, in the next instant, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. A shroud of darkness enveloped Smoker's arm, resembling a black gauntlet. The instant Mantis made contact with the darkness, the powers bestowed by the Mantis fruit abruptly vanished, rendering him an ordinary human. His blade-like limb transformed into a normal arm, effortlessly blocked by Smoker. Note, the dark fruit can nullify abilities. In Impel Down, when Luffy was captured by Blackbeard in his second gear state, he instantly reverted to his regular form. Once Blackbeard released his grip, Luffy reverted back to his second gear state. What transpired? Mantis's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had intended to retract his abilities. Yet he could not react in time. Why did this transformation occur so suddenly? Kapu exhaled in relief, having nearly been compelled to intervene, only to witness such an unexpected turn of events. He was further astonished by how swiftly Mantis had reacted. Had his mastery over his abilities reached such an extraordinary level? Smoker smiled faintly and deftly seized Mantis' arm. Colonel Mantis, the battle is far from over. With that, he delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. At that moment, Mantis was devoid of his insect armor defense, causing his body to lift off the ground, nearly folding in half. Subsequently, Smoker struck a knife-hand blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Colonel, could it be that Mantis had actually lost? The surrounding Navy personnel murmured in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. Smoker paid no heed to the surrounding discussions as a thick, dark substance suddenly enveloped him like smoke. What is this fellow attempting? Is this his ability? How peculiar. The dark matter coiled around him, encasing Smoker in a shroud of shadows. After a brief moment, the darkness dissipated, revealing that Smoker's wounds had miraculously healed. Kizaru approached, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Smoker, you truly possess remarkable prowess. I never anticipated you could vanquish Mantis. Kizaru, you have an astute eye. I am now reassured. Someone, take Mantis to the infirmary. Smoker cast a glance at Mantis, uttering no further words. Although he had lost consciousness, his injuries were merely superficial, rendering the use of his abilities unnecessary. After all, healing others was a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor, and he had no intention of revealing this capability at present. Carp observed Smoker. Despite his somewhat tattered appearance, he seemed to be in good condition. Come with me, he instructed. The rest of you disperse. And remember to repair the deck before nightfall. The naval officers exclaimed, What? Without waiting for any objections, Carp swiftly led Smoker away. Upon returning to his office, Carp plopped down behind his desk, propped his legs up, and gestured toward the adjacent sofa, instructing Smoker to take a seat. Smoker obediently sat down, curiously surveying the office of the legendary naval hero. Indeed, the tea set and snacks were plentiful, yet conspicuously absent were nautical charts and documents pertinent to his work. A clear reflection of Garp's character. Bogart followed suit, settling into the opposite sofa without waiting for Garp's invitation. Though his expression was devoid of emotion, exuding an air of aloofness, he was, in truth, exceedingly intrigued by Smoker's devil fruit abilities. Garp retrieved a packet of senbei, casually tossing a few pieces toward the two, and began to munch while inquiring, Smoker, your power is truly peculiar. What ability do you possess? The potency of a devil fruit largely hinges on its enigma. With many abilities capable of instant annihilation upon first encounter, only to be outmatched upon subsequent meetings, much like the case with Usopp and that particular group of young girls. As a wielder of such powers, one often resorts to great lengths to conceal their abilities, with extreme examples like Corazon, who outright hid his status as a devil fruit user. Thus, individuals like Luffy, who openly announce their powers during combat, are indeed rare. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced among pirate crews, where betrayal is the norm. A comrade entrusted today might very well deliver a fatal blow from behind tomorrow. Consequently, no one is eager to reveal their trump cards. Within pirate crews, many captains possess only a superficial understanding of their subordinates' abilities. However, the situation is markedly better within the Navy. While there are certainly some who have fallen from grace, the majority uphold the mantle of justice. And with military discipline in place, the level of mutual trust is considerably higher. Thus, officers within the Navy tend to have a clearer understanding of the abilities of their subordinates. Garp's direct inquiry about Smoker's powers was indeed somewhat abrupt, yet not entirely unacceptable within naval circles. Given the disparity in their ranks, it could hardly be deemed a slight against Smoker. Had it been anyone else, Smoker might have been more wary, but the man before him was Garp. Despite his usual levity, Garp's integrity was beyond reproach, alleviating any fears of betrayal. My fruit is the Logia-type dark fruit, allowing me to transform into darkness. Smoker no longer concealed his abilities and began to elucidate the powers of his devil fruit. Given his intention to remain at the Navy headquarters, it was only a matter of time before the truth would come to light, so he chose to be forthright. He merely mentioned the fundamental attributes of his powers, such as the capacity for infinite gravity and the imposition of silence, which elicited an impressed response from Carp. The ability to render devil fruit powers ineffective is indeed a formidable and peculiar skill. To a certain extent, it surpasses the utility of hockey. Bogart nodded in agreement. acknowledging that when faced with certain unique abilities, hockey merely serves as a means of defense and does not guarantee immunity. For instance, Sugar, who possesses the hobby fruit, has defeated even powerful hockey users like Don Quixote da Flamingo. In terms of effectiveness, it certainly eclipses the shadow fruit. If it were the shadow fruit, a mere touch would spell defeat. Garp, having consumed an entire pack of sunbae and relished a cup of tea, finally stood up, satisfied. Well then, Smoker, I believe I have grasped enough. You've worked hard. Make sure to rest early. However, he added, remember, while the shadow fruit is indeed potent, physical strength is the cornerstone of everything. Once you enter the elite Navy expansion class, be diligent in your training under Zifa. That old man has much wisdom to impart. Smoker rendered a standard military salute. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Admiral Garp. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned to depart. Once Smoker had left, Garp inquired of Bogart, what do you think? Bogart lowered his head in contemplation for a moment and replied calmly, both of them are quite capable. You need not worry. Garp chuckled, those little rascals, each one more troublesome than the last. In the Navy, vice admirals at headquarters wield considerable influence in various matters. For instance, they possess the authority to recommend branch officers to join the headquarters or to endorse candidates for elite training, essentially aiding in the cultivation of their own prot-gs. Although the Navy boasts admirals and fleet admirals, their numbers are limited. It is the vice admirals who constitute the backbone of the force, each maintaining a relatively stable circle of associates. In extreme circumstances, these groups could even evolve into independent units. However, the individuals they recommend also reflect upon their own reputation. If a recommended candidate excels, it brings honor. Conversely, if the choice proves poor, it tarnishes the recommender's standing. Kazan had never previously exercised his recommendation authority, making Smoker the first. While this did not stir a public uproar, it certainly attracted attention. Kazan, being Garp's prot-g and close aide, had always been a source of concern for Garp. Over the years, Garp had shown little regard for power and carried himself with a carefree demeanor, partly due to his aversion to serving the celestial dragons, but also as a means of self-preservation. After all, he bore numerous burdens, immense strength, high prestige, a complete lack of loyalty to the world government, and a son who had defected from the Navy, while the world government elevated him to great heights. Should Garp exhibit any ambition, cunning, or wisdom, they would not hesitate to take ruthless action. The notion of refusing promotion to admiral was merely a matter of mutual respect. Had Garp truly accepted such a position, the world government would be left in a state of unease. Thus, Garp maintained the faade of a playful old man to avoid entanglements. Little did he expect that his prot-g, Kazan, would emulate his demeanor so thoroughly, leaving Garp in a state of exasperation. While other vice admirals diligently nurtured their loyalists, Kazan remained foolishly occupied with accompanying Garp in mundane naval exercises. Did he truly believe Garp required his company? Could he not engage in more bureaucratic affairs? Garp observed with concern, anxious yet unable to voice his thoughts, as it did not align with his established persona. After several subtle hints that went unheeded by Kazan over the years, and witnessing the lack of progress from the Na'vi young man, Garp resigned himself to reality. Very well, it shall be as it is. At least his strength has not diminished. Yet this time, Kazan unexpectedly recommended a student, bringing Garp, who was still vacationing in the East Blue, immense joy. The foolish lad had finally grasped the essence. However, when he learned that Kazan had recommended a mere novice, a fresh recruit from the East Sea with whom he had only a fleeting acquaintance, he was nearly incensed. Reluctantly, he decided to personally assess Smoker's capabilities. Should Smoker prove unsatisfactory, Garp would not hesitate to assume the role of the villain, ensuring that the young man would not embarrass himself at headquarters. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Garp was quite pleased with Smoker's prowess. Setting aside any discussion of devil fruit abilities, his skills alone were sufficient to pass the evaluation. Moreover, this indicated that Kazan possessed a commendable eye for talent. For a naval officer, the ability to identify exceptional individuals is indispensable. More importantly, whether by intention or serendipity, Kazan had begun to cultivate his own cadre. This was a crucial step for him. Smoker walks aboard the ship. It seems I have successfully passed Admiral Garp's test. In the original narrative, Smoker was recommended to the headquarters by Kazan years later, thus becoming one of Kazan's most trusted allies. Yet, Smoker's own shortcomings are disheartening. In terms of strength, despite possessing the mightiest logia fruit, He resorts solely to elemental transformation to overpower weaker foes, and when confronted by a hockey-wielding adversary, he falters. As for his status, it is even more lamentable. Lacking Garp's life, yet burdened with Garp's ailments, his notorious temper has led him to repeatedly offend superiors, leaving him adrift in East Blue's Log Town, unable to assist Kazan. After enduring the war at Marineford, he finally returns to the Central Command, yet instead of aiding Kazan, who is temporarily filling the role of Fleet Admiral in a time of personnel scarcity, he is preoccupied with pursuing Luffy. 2 years later, he achieves his desire to be stationed at the G5 base, but is that not merely a form of exile? Days pass by, one after another. Smoke spends his days either training or engaging in one-on-one duels with defiant Marines, leading a life that is both monotonous and fulfilling. After a considerable time, he finally arrives at the Navy headquarters. Smoker stood at the bow of the ship, gazing in awe at the most renowned landmark in the world of pirates. As the warship drew nearer, his breathing grew increasingly labored. Observing the Navy headquarters in the anime had evoked little emotion, but now, confronted by this bastion of warfare, he felt an overwhelming sense of solemnity and pressure. Though he knew they were not foes, a suffocating sensation enveloped him. Upon entering the inner bay, a tingling sensation coursed through him. The Navy headquarters loomed like a mountain, dominating the entire island, its colossal shadow casting darkness over the inner bay. It resembled a colossal beast ensconced in its lair, with heavy artillery glinting coldly, ready to rend enemies to shreds at a moment's notice. Is this truly the ruler of the seas? It instills a profound sense of reverence. Lost in contemplation, he felt Garp approach from behind. "Smoker, this is your first time here. How does it feel?" Upon hearing his voice, Smoker instinctively shuddered. It turned out that during the voyage, Garp had been intrigued by Smoker's Moku Moku no Mi and insisted on sparring with him. Smoker pondered the last encounter, where his performance had been severely hindered by the seastone pendant he wore. If only he had unleashed his full potential, even if victory eluded him, he surely would not have been dispatched so swiftly. Opportunities to engage with such a formidable opponent were rare. Once this chance slipped away, it would be lost forever. Thus, with unwavering confidence, Smoker acquiesced to Admiral Garp's request. Regrettably, he succumbed after merely 3 seconds. The first 2 were spent in a tense standoff, while in the third, he found himself headfirst, impaled upon the deck. The outcome seemed indifferent to whether he donned the seastone necklace or not. Following this, Garp inexplicably developed an interest in the dark fruit, frequently challenging Smoker to bouts. Fortunately, Garp was mindful, always holding back, allowing Smoker to endure a little longer. Though each session left Smoker on the brink of despair, it was not without its rewards. Under such relentless pressure, Smoker's strength surged, particularly his resilience, transforming him into a vastly different fighter compared to before. He came to a profound realization. In the presence of this old man, all the fanciful powers of the Logia and Paramecia types were rendered ineffective. Instead, those with Zoan abilities, thanks to their inherent durability, could withstand far more punishment. As Smoker sensed Garp's stealthy approach from behind, he instinctively shuddered and called out, "Admiral Garp." He then gazed upon the majestic marine headquarters, candidly expressing, "It is nothing short of breathtaking. Truly, the sovereign of the seas, so magnificent." Yet, internally, he couldn't help but wonder what terrifying entities Whitebeard and the Golden Lion could possibly be, daring to invade such a formidable fortress. Smoker reminisced about his initial encounter with pirates, where his adversaries were merely insignificant foes with bounties in the mere tens of thousands. Having recently traversed into this world, he underestimated them, believing he could easily dispose of them with little effort. However, the outcome astonished him. Smoker exhausted all his means and wagered his life to narrowly secure a victory. Had his opponents merely persevered for another minute, it would have been his head severed instead. This experience imparted a crucial lesson to Smoker. One must never perceive the characters of this world through the lens of his previous existence. Take, for instance, Caribou and Buggy, who, within the comic, are merely comedic side characters, seemingly innocuous. Yet, prior to their encounters with the protagonists, they were both notorious figures, burdened with countless blood debts, causing significant distress to the Navy. If even they had reached such notoriety, one can only imagine the formidable strength possessed by those of the Yonko caliber. Smoker, the naval headquarters, truly the embodiment of world justice. Ha ha ha, how mistaken. Pointing towards the warships docked at the pier, where several Marines were driven away like frightened rabbits by the officers. He then gestured toward Smoker. The essence of justice is not confined to that dilapidated building, but rather resides within the individuals themselves. Upon hearing these words, Smoker momentarily froze and promptly rendered a precise military salute. Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Carp chuckled heartily, then began surveying his surroundings. This place is indeed commendable, but it is rather stifling. Initially, I intended to take you on a tour, but your reporting time is fast approaching, perhaps next time. Upon hearing this, Smoker's expression darkened considerably. During this voyage, Smoker had drifted at sea for a full month and a half. It was not that Base 161 was particularly distant from the naval headquarters, but rather that Carp's route was far too whimsical. Today, he chased after a pirate who displeased him for 2 days, administering a thorough beating. And tomorrow he intended to detour to the neighboring island to purchase tea and rice crackers. Each delay, though only a few days, compounded upon itself, ultimately doubling the length of the voyage. Had it not been for Sengoku's scathing reprimand over the phone, Carp might still be reveling in his escapades. Smog gazed at the sky, where the sun had begun its descent, casting a warm glow as lights flickered on in various places. The assessment was scheduled for the morning after tomorrow, leaving Smog with merely a day to prepare. Smoker nodded. Thank you, Admiral Carp, for your care during these days. Carp waved his hand dismissively, suddenly recalling something. By the way, when you join the expanded class, although one must refrain from causing trouble, there is no need to hold back when faced with issues. It is a place where fists speak. Oh, Smoker initially appeared taken aback. Then a peculiar smile spread across his face. I see. That is splendid. The pressure Admiral Carp has placed upon me shall be vented upon you. Soon. The ship approached the shore. Smog arrived with his materials, making his way to report just as the workday was drawing to a close. The staff greeted him with great enthusiasm, providing him not only with a brand new military uniform, but also arranging for him a private apartment in the living quarters. Smog was quite taken aback. He had initially anticipated residing in a large communal space, only to discover that the conditions were remarkably splendid. The naval headquarters is not merely a military stronghold, but also boasts an extensive residential area behind it, where tens of thousands of sailors and their families reside. Smog navigated his way to an apartment located at the outskirts of the residential area, as per the map. Upon entering, he discovered a spacious interior with a commendable layout. However, it had long been uninhabited, resulting in layers of thick dust covering every surface, and the furnishings were in a state of considerable disrepair. Smoker, however, remained utterly unconcerned. He removed the pendant and unleashed his abilities, as darkness spread throughout the room, devouring dust and clutter, even stripping a layer from the walls and ceiling. Subsequently, an array of furniture and objects emerged from the depths of the darkness. In no time, the apartment was transformed anew. Once everything was in order, Smoker noticed that night had fallen and decided against training. He retrieved a bottle of wine, set out a glass, and prepared to indulge in a modest drink to unwind. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from outside. Who is it? Ah, long time no see, Smoker. It's me. The visitor was none other than Kazan. Smog was somewhat taken aback and hastily welcomed the guest inside. It has been quite a while since we last met. I had intended to tidy up before visiting you, but I did not anticipate your arrival. Kazan, upon observing the bright and clean room, was equally surprised. I was initially concerned about you coming to the headquarters alone, thinking I might offer some assistance. However, it appears you are quite adept at taking care of yourself. I hope my recommendation for you to come here without prior discussion did not cause you any inconvenience. Not at all. Smoker chuckled heartily. This time, I truly owe you a great favor. Don't mention it. Kazan waved his hand dismissively. Seeing you in such high spirits puts my mind at ease. He then produced a cigar and tossed it to Smoker. Give it a try. This is a fine treasure from the South Sea. I went to great lengths to acquire it from the flames of the mountain. Smog took a whiff beneath his nose. The aroma was a tantalizing blend of spiciness intertwined with a hint of floral elegance. Indeed, a rare treasure. However, he did not hasten to indulge in a smoke, instead fixating on Kazan with a bemused smile. Ah, Kazan, your demeanor in our meeting today is markedly distinct. Kazan, taken aback, scratched his head and replied, Is it? I don't feel any different myself. Smoker spoke plainly. Is it because of the Demon Slayer order issued by O'Hara? Kazan's pupils constricted as he looked at Smoker in disbelief. Soon, recalling his journey alongside Garp, he sighed and nodded gently. Smog took a seat opposite him. It seemed that not only the tree of knowledge had been destroyed, but also the faith you have held for so long. While aboard the ship with Carp, Smog was aware of the profound impact the O'Hara incident had on Kazan, so he subtly inquired about Kazan's well-being. This event had indeed left a significant mark on Kazan. Both Sengoku and Zephyr, as well as Carp, had noticed the changes within him, yet they could only observe quietly, keeping their thoughts to themselves. The repercussions of O'Hara had only just begun to dissipate when Kazan froze the helm of a world government vessel. Although there was no concrete evidence, it raised suspicions, causing them to tread carefully, fearful of leaving any trace for CP to uncover. While Sengoku and Zephyr maintained their composure, Carp was already on the brink of madness. Faced with Smog, his direct subordinate, he lowered his guard and divulged all he knew about Kazan's transformations. After listening to Smog, Kazan let out a resigned smile. "Smog, you remain as astute as ever, astonishingly perceptive." He then spoke gravely about his experiences in O'Hara. Smog was well aware of this narrative, yet feigned ignorance, occasionally probing for details to coax Kazan into continuing. After all, sharing one's thoughts serves as a form of catharsis. Indeed, once Kazan finished recounting, he visibly relaxed. "Smog, do the actions of our Navy truly constitute genuine justice? Are those who are hunted and eradicated necessarily malevolent?" Were these words to reach others, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar. Even Kazan, a rear admiral, would face severe repercussions. Yet, in the presence of Smog, for reasons unknown, Kazan found himself asking these questions unbidden. Smoker took a puff of his cigar at the point. "Kazan, do you think the world we live in now can be considered a chaotic era?" Kazan smiled wryly, gazing out at the dim sky. "It's not just the present. Even before the Great Pirate Era, this world was already in disarray. Generations of Marines have fought tirelessly to uphold justice, merely managing to sustain a fragile semblance of peace." Smog nodded. Compared to the nation of his past life, the existence of people in this world could only be described as tragic. Living in a country ruled by pirates necessitates enduring their ruthless plunder. In the allied nations, one must suffer the avarice of the celestial dragons and the aristocracy. In non-allied territories, the threat of pirates and human traffickers looms at every turn. Indeed, this world is a wretched place filled with violence, ignorance, slaughter, and poverty. Thus, in the face of such chaos, while justice can be pure, it must never be simplistic. There is an old saying in my homeland: in times of turmoil, one must employ severe measures. Kazan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yet, behind this, lies the blood and tears of countless innocents. Smog nodded. Indeed, this process is inevitably accompanied by the sacrifice of countless individuals. Yet, in the current state of the world, justice is fated to be stained with blood, the blood of criminals. Our own blood, and the blood of innocent civilians. Kazan bowed his head in silence, and after a considerable pause, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Do you not feel that such justice is excessively cruel? An overly extreme form of justice will ultimately lead to madness." Kazan recalled the refugee ship bombarded by Sakazuki. "And those who enforce such justice, can they still be considered just?" Smoker nodded slightly. "You have pinpointed the crux of the matter. Detached from the specific circumstances, no one can discern whether it is a necessary sacrifice or mere slaughter. However, from my personal perspective, there exists a remarkably straightforward criterion." Kazan, intrigued, inquired, "What is it?" "It ultimately hinges on whether, when the moment demands, he would be willing to sacrifice himself. In essence, it is the distinction between taking action and being acted upon." Kazan was momentarily taken aback, then sighed and chuckled bitterly. Although he harbored a dislike for Sakazuki, he could not deny that the man was certainly no coward. When the time came, he truly stepped forward. Kazan fell into a brief silence, his head bowed as he pondered. After a considerable pause, he slowly rose, conveyed some matters regarding the assessment to Smoker, and then took his leave. Smog watched as Kazan departed, acutely aware of the turmoil that plagued his friend. First, he witnessed the world government's annihilation of O'Hara. Next, he observed a dear companion sacrificing everything to save the criminal's daughter. And finally, he saw his comrades bombarding a refugee vessel. Such a trifecta of calamities had utterly overwhelmed him, pushing his mental faculties to their limits. Yet, this was no justification for Kazan's retreat. The current state of affairs upon the seas was dire, leaving no room for uncertainty or hesitation. Smoker does not expect to unravel Kazan's heart with mere words. Instead, he seeks to inspire him to regain his vigor, to vanquish more pirate crews, and to rescue additional civilians. thereby rendering his own efforts not in vain. More importantly, although Smoker disapproves of Akainu's bombardment of refugee vessels, it must be acknowledged that it may not necessarily be an unfavorable outcome. In terms of cruelty and extremity, Akainu pales in comparison to the world government, which can execute tens of thousands of newborns without certainty regarding Roger's progeny. If the refugee ships were allowed to escape, what would their course of action be? Would they meticulously assess each individual's innocence? Let us not indulge in fantasies. They would undoubtedly resort to indiscriminate annihilation. In such a scenario, the casualties would far exceed a mere few hundred lives. While Smoker is uncertain of Akainu's thoughts at that moment, the outcome undeniably saved a greater number of lives. Naturally, Smoker cannot articulate these sentiments directly. He must instead guide Kazan to contemplate deeply and gradually emerge from his mental impasse. It appears that his efforts have borne some fruit. It is only when Kazan's silhouette fades from view that Smoker exhales a deep sigh and turns to return to his quarters. Engaging in such mental labor is truly exhausting. He envies Naruto's ability to articulate so effortlessly. On the third day, the first session of the Elite Navy Expansion class officially commenced its assessment. In the vast training grounds at the rear of Navy headquarters, over 1,000 Navy soldiers stood in perfect formation before a high platform, awaiting some signal. These were the cream of the crop, elite sailors gathered from the four seas. After standing for 2 hours in the face of howling winds, not a single individual faltered in their posture. Smog stood in a rear position, his posture upright and immovable. However, this vantage point was superb, allowing him to observe the majority of the Navy at a glance. Smoker's gaze darted around restlessly. The soldiers varied in height, build, and even ethnicity. Yet they all shared a singular trait: youth, with most being just in their early 20s. Likewise, their ranks were predominantly low. The majority held the rank of lieutenant, with only a scant few achieving the rank of major. Naturally, individuals like Smoker, who held the position of a mere private, were exceedingly rare. It became clear to him then that the elite naval class once prioritized strength, hastily cultivating formidable warriors to confront powerful pirates. In contrast, the newly expanded class now emphasized potential. Observing his fellow comrades, Smoker finally comprehended why Garp had chosen to test him, disregarding his own status. After all, when compared to others, his age, position, and accomplishments were decidedly unimpressive, not to mention that he had once worn a sea stone pendant. As a chill breeze swept through, a distant iron door creaked open, revealing several tall figures behind it. All the trainees straightened instinctively, their spirits lifted. The iron door swung wide, and a dozen Navy officers, cloaked in capes, filed out. They remained silent, making their way directly to the elevated platform before the group. 10 of the younger officers formed a line at the back, while at the forefront stood a burly man with a striking purple quiff. Smoker instantly recognized the identity of the figure before him, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, Blackarm Zephyr. Zephyr scanned the crowd with an impassive expression, his gaze indifferent, even somewhat languid, yet it exuded an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain pressing down. Despite the knowledge that he was not an enemy, Smoker felt an involuntary tension coursing through him, swallowing hard in silence. Truly, he was one of the mightiest on the seas, radiating a formidable aura. The individuals standing behind him were equally impressive. Among them, several bore distinct physical traits that made their identities readily apparent. Fire Mountain, Doberman, and Weasel, were they all former trainees? And a tall, beautiful swordswoman adorned with tattoos. Likely a future candidate for Admiral Gion. The person beside her, casting mischievous glances her way, must be Kaji, another candidate for Admiral. Suddenly, Zephyr broke into a grin. However, to those watching from below, it appeared somewhat menacing. Congratulations, youngsters. The fact that you stand here signifies that your strength and accomplishments have been acknowledged. Today, there are 206 of you present, but regrettably, the first expansion class only has 200 slots. This means that, during this assessment, only 10% of you will remain. A slight stir rippled through the ranks of the Marines, but it quickly subsided into silence. Zephyr pointed to the 10 individuals behind him, all appearing quite youthful, their ranks suggesting they were rear admirals. These few would serve as the examiners for this assessment, as well as your future instructors. With that, he turned to the back and said, "All right, go greet the youngsters." The examiners smiled broadly and leaped down from the elevated platform, landing before the crowd. Zephyr declared, "Now, I announce the assessment method. In this very training ground, you shall engage with them, whether you choose to fight or flee. And regardless of the means employed, real weapons are permitted. The last 200 standing will become the first cohort of trainees. Nanny. The Marines gasped in astonishment. This assessment was far too simplistic and brutal. Oh, right. Zephyr retrieved a small hourglass from his pocket. If within 10 minutes, your entire force is vanquished, I shall have no choice but to apply for the permanent cancellation of the Elite Navy Expansion class, and your names will be announced throughout the ranks. Nanny. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. To not be selected was one thing. After all, a pass rate of less than 10% could still be seen as a badge of honor despite defeat. But to find oneself on that list would mean eternal disgrace. Now, even the thought of slacking off was rendered impossible. All right, the assessment begins. Before Zfa's words could fully escape his lips, several quick-witted naval soldiers drew their firearms and aimed at the rear admirals. However, such trivial tactics were utterly ineffectual against the naval vice-admirals. The few men merely inclined their bodies slightly, effortlessly evading the bullets. The impatient Gun slowly unsheathed his longsword. What an intriguing game. I apologize, but I shall not wait for you any longer. With that, he plunged into the throng, his blade slicing through the air as dozens of naval soldiers were sent sprawling with anguished cries. Upon witnessing this, the others exchanged glances. Let us depart. There are only 2,000 of us, and if we delay, there will be nothing left for us, said Wushu. Miss Gun, I shall protect you, added Kaji. In unison, they surged into the chaos. A cacophony of screams erupted as clusters of naval soldiers were hurled skyward. As time passed, throngs of naval soldiers collapsed like chaff before the wind. Yet, there were always those who possessed combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Suddenly, Kaji caught sight of a female Marine not far off. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, tall, and of striking beauty, with long pink hair flowing gracefully. Her allure was nearly on par with that of Gun. Ah, not slow at all. I wonder how strong she is, Kaji thought, accelerating towards the young Marine, aiming to seize her by the face. Fortunately, the female Marine had been observing Kaji intently. As she perceived his approach, she swiftly turned to evade his grasp and retreated hastily. After a few agile leaps, she landed somewhat awkwardly beside Smoker. The female Marine touched her cheek, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Kaji, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Truly, she was a refined elite of the naval headquarters. Even a playful strike from him had sent a gust of wind that stung her skin, and it took all her effort to narrowly escape. If he were truly an adversary, she feared she would not last even a few seconds. Upon seeing Tina evade his attack, Kaji's eyes glimmered with surprise. And then he chuckled, making his way toward Tina. Smoker cast a helpless glance at the female Marine beside him, wishing she would maintain a greater distance. Although the examiners were all rear admirals, their strengths varied significantly. Among them, the two future candidates for the rank of admiral, known as Peach Rabbit and Tea Pig, undoubtedly stood out as exceptional. Ideally, it would be best to keep a considerable distance from them. To his dismay, one of them, Kaji, was unexpectedly drawn toward this unfortunate female Marine. The female Marine brushed her cheek and bitterly remarked, truly deserving of being a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Their strength far surpasses Tina's expectations. Smoker nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly realized. Who do you claim to be? Upon recognizing Tina's identity, Smoker found himself instantly alert. Information about her began to surface in his mind. Tina, the wielder of the superhuman Kumo no Mi, possessed the ability to ensnare others by passing her arm through their bodies, leaving behind iron bars to confine them. More significantly, she and Smoker were indeed a couple in the eyes of fate. In Smoker's recollection, he and Tina were contemporaries. However, having arrived several years earlier, it became evident that, according to the usual narrative, Tina should not have passed this examination. Observing the advancing khaki, he understood that it would be a miracle for Tina to remain unscathed by his gaze. At that moment, Tina took 2 steps back, allowing Smoker to finally behold her face. With exquisite features, porcelain skin, and cascading pink hair, she was nothing short of perfection. Her tall stature, slender waist, and alluring curves were complemented by a generous spirit, rendering her the epitome of beauty. Smoker found himself momentarily stunned. At that moment, Gaki casually approached Tina, who was tense and on high alert. However, both soon realized that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. Turning around, they saw Smoker resting his chin on his hand, gazing at Tina with an expression that conveyed his admiration. Tina? Gaki. Gaki's expression darkened considerably. He thought to himself, I wouldn't dare be so brazen in front of Miss Guillaume, yet this brat has the audacity to swoon in my presence. Does he look down on me? In a sudden burst of anger, Gaki lunged at Smoker, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his head. You little brat, there can only be one charmer in this department, me. Gaki. If he had exerted only 10% of his strength against Tina, he now unleashed at least 30% against Smoker. With a speed that suggested personal emotions were at play, Tina, not wanting to waste a moment, shouted, I can't hold it back. Get out of the way. With a resounding thud, a dull sound echoed. To everyone's surprise, Smoker had firmly grasped Gaki's wrist, halting the fist, sized like a sandbag, just an inch from his face. Tina. Gaki paused, then chuckled. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to be such a find. Smoker gritted his teeth, aware that he was still far from matching the strength of his opponent. He forcefully shook off the punch from Kaji and leapt back to create some distance. Instructor, I look forward to your guidance. Just as Smoker blocked Kaji's advance, several formidable individuals also showcased their remarkable abilities. Though they were merely junior officers, their prowess far surpassed their ranks. Even when faced with a rear admiral, they did not crumble easily. One Zoan-type Navy rear admiral transformed into an ape-like form and charged at a tall, gray-haired young Navy officer, who was an exceptionally rare major among this group of candidates. The rear admiral's fist struck the gray-haired officer's abdomen with such force that it seemingly penetrated. Yet, the gray-haired officer displayed no sign of pain. Instead, he wore a strange smile as his body morphed into a viscous green liquid. The Navy rear admiral gasped, a devil fruit ability? You little brat, reveal your name. The gray-haired officer, pleased with himself, replied, I am Gasper D from the 33rd branch of the West Sea, a candy human who has consumed the gum-gum fruit. Your punches are ineffective against me. The rear admiral furrowed his brow, attempting to withdraw his fist, only to find it ensnared by the sticky substance, utterly immovable. Gasper D suddenly raised his fist, which ballooned to the size of a barrel, sprouting green spikes resembling a fearsome mace. Let me take you down first. He then delivered a powerful punch to the rear admiral's face, causing him to stagger backward, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Gasper D laughed maniacally. Although you possess speed and strength, your attacks cannot harm me. With this ability, I am invincible. During his time in the West Sea, Gasper D had single-handedly defeated pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million, sustaining almost no injuries himself. This military achievement had swiftly earned him the rank of major. Had he not enlisted so recently, attaining the rank of lieutenant would have been a mere formality. The Navy rear admiral touched his cheek, realizing that the earlier strike had not inflicted significant damage. What an impressive ability. It appears to be a paramecia type, yet it can allow the body to take on elemental properties akin to a logia type. In that case, allow me to impart your first lesson. In an instant, he vanished from Gasper D's sight. What? Gasper D was taken aback, hurriedly scanning his surroundings, yet failing to detect the opponent's presence. Nevertheless, the potent devil fruit ability provided him with ample confidence. It's useless. No matter the attack, it cannot harm me. Suddenly, the naval rear admiral appeared before Gasper, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that sent him soaring, crashing heavily to his knees. Gasper clutched his stomach, his eyes wide with disbelief, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. Impossible, impossible. Soon, his vision faded to white as he lost consciousness. The naval rear admiral, pleased with his display of strength, retracted his fist. It seemed his mastery of armed hockey had reached a level suitable for practical combat. Meanwhile, Guillaume was engaged in battle with a grotesque naval swordsman whose visage resembled that of a skull, none other than the young T-Bone. At this moment, T-Bone had gained considerable renown for his right-angle swordsmanship, having been recommended for evaluation by the branch commander. With both hands gripping his sword, he unleashed a furious barrage of strikes upon Guillaume, the rocky ground beneath them crumbling as if it were mere tofu beneath his blade. In stark contrast, Guillaume appeared calm and collected. Holding her famed sword, Jinbira, she chose not to unsheath it. Instead, she effortlessly deflected T-Bone's attacks while offering critiques of his techniques. Indeed, your foundation is quite solid. It is evident that you have been diligently training. However, your swordplay is excessively wild and direct, and your defense lacks finesse. A strike must be swift and executed with full commitment, yet it should never spiral out of control. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a predicament such as this. At that moment, T-Bone lifted his long sword high and brought it down with tremendous force. Guillaume, like a nimble butterfly, evaded the strike, lightly resting Jinbira against T. Bone's sword and pushing with the force of his blow. T. Bone immediately felt his balance falter, stumbling a few steps forward. Seizing the opportunity, Guillaume unsheathed Jinbira, delicately grazing T. Bone's neck. He felt a chill, startled, and upon touching his neck, discovered merely a notch in his collar. T. Bone sheathed his longsword, letting out a deep sigh. Truly, the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral was formidable, akin to a monster. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he had not anticipated such a vast disparity. It was utterly disheartening. Guillaume smiled slightly as she returned her sword to its sheath. What is this? Have you been so thoroughly discouraged? No. T. Bone grinned. The presence of such formidable power within the righteous camp only fills me with joy, and I have not conceded defeat. With a swiftness that defied the eye, he struck towards Shiwan, his sword aimed directly at her chest. Shiwan offered a faint smile as their figures intertwined. Moments later, T fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. The long sword in his hand emitted a cracking sound, splintering into several pieces, yet, even in defeat, he clung fiercely to the hilt, unwilling to let go. Shiwan smiled softly, contemplating the frailty of the sword, yet recognizing the indomitable spirit of the swordsman. Very well, once the class commences, I shall teach you gradually. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly across the training grounds. However, only a select few could contend with high-ranking officers. Merely surviving their onslaught was a testament to exceptional talent. The majority crumbled under the pressure, as these junior officers decimated swathes of naval recruits with each strike, while some contemplated evading with a kite-flying strategy to buy time. The examiners had evidently prepared for such tactics. There were those assigned to counter such maneuvers, pouncing upon any who dared to exploit openings like a fierce tiger, with results that were all too predictable. These individuals were often the first to be eliminated. After several rounds, it became clear that rather than retreating, it was more prudent to rise up in defiance, leaving them with no choice but to press on with renewed determination. Zifa observed from the high platform, his expression stern, yet a hint of amusement tugged at the corners of his mouth as he watched the spirited but beleaguered naval soldiers below. They were indeed the future of justice. Yet, in the next instant, his mirth faded. He beheld Jiaqing embroiled in a fierce battle with Smoker and Tina. What was that rascal doing? Engaging seriously? At this rate, who could possibly pass the assessment? Perhaps they should simply cancel the class altogether. Just as he contemplated intervening, he halted, deciding instead to watch the spectacle unfold. At worst, he could allow those two little ones to remain. Thus, he resumed his leisurely observation. Meanwhile, Smoker had already removed his sea-stone necklace, entangled in a fierce clash with Jiaqing. Take this. Jiaqing's fist transformed into a flurry of shadows, raining down dozens of blows upon Smoker in an instant. Smoker raised his arms to block, successfully deflecting all punches, yet the sound of cracking bones reverberated painfully, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. Jai delivered a heavy kick to Smoker's shoulder, sending him hurtling several meters away. In midair, Smoker adeptly adjusted his posture and landed, leaving deep imprints on the stone floor, his arms grotesquely contorted under the strain. However, in the next moment, black smoke enveloped Smoker, and within a few breaths, all his injuries vanished. Jai's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world is this guy's ability? This regenerative power is even more extraordinary than his own type. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed. Jai furrowed his brow. Paper art. His body twisted into a bizarre shape, evading several bullets. Turning his head, he saw Tina, armed with two guns she had scavenged from the battlefield, aiming directly at him as smoke curled from the barrels. Tina declared loudly, "Although my strength may be lacking, I won't foolishly stand by." She then pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Jai couldn't help but scowl inwardly. This troublesome girl. Gale kick. He executed a kick, sending a blade of wind hurtling toward Tina. Jai had already tempered his strength. While this strike would severely injure her, it would not be life-threatening. Dark water. Smoker unleashed his gravitational force, drawing the unprepared Tina towards him, while the wind blade missed its target and vanished into the distance. That maneuver had been perilously close, and Tina felt a surge of gratitude. Blushing, she emerged from Smoker's embrace and deftly reloaded her firearm. Seeing the two standing side by side, Kaji couldn't help but notice their striking compatibility, particularly the unmistakable affection between them. Memories of his 34th failed confession at Guillaume flooded his mind, and he felt his defenses crumble. How infuriating. By heavens. I shall take this seriously. I absolutely refuse to allow you both to pass the assessment together. In the distance, Zephyr couldn't help but facepalm. That fool. 6 styles, moonwalk charge. Kaji leaped high into the air, propelling himself forcefully against the atmosphere, and a massive shockwave erupted behind him. Harnessing this recoil, Kaji hurtled towards Smoker like a cannonball. Smog forcefully hurled Tina aside and swiftly leaped away. The massive weight came crashing down precisely where the two had just stood, creating a deep crater and causing the entire playground to tremble momentarily. A tremendous shockwave sent the unfortunate candidates nearby soaring through the air. Zephyr's eyes twitched slightly in irritation, while Jiyuan silently cursed, calling him an idiot. The expressions of the other several rear admirals turned grave, exchanging glances laden with concern. This diverged significantly from what had been previously agreed upon. Smog descended in a disheveled manner, his arms transforming into a shroud of darkness, enveloping Kaki like a curtain. Gravity veil? Kaki, seasoned by countless battles, would not allow such a peculiar phenomenon to approach him so easily. He swiftly executed a shave, evading the reach of the dark shroud. While airborne, he did not forget to unleash his finger gun, inflicting several wounds upon Smog. Smoker endured excruciating pain, channeling the darkness to absorb the damage. Glancing at the other examiners, who effortlessly vanquished their foes, he felt a surge of frustration. With gritted teeth, he resolved, I have no choice but to unleash my haki. Suddenly, his hands transformed into a shadowy hue, poised to strike when a series of gunshots rang out from the platform above. The crowd turned in astonishment. It was Zephyr who had fired the shots. Noticing the eyes upon him, Zephyr grinned broadly. Time's up. To the remaining recruits, congratulations are in order. From this day forth, you are members of the inaugural Elite Marine Expansion class. All Marines, whether standing or already fallen, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The examiners exchanged glances before returning to the platform. Just as Smoker was about to take decisive action, he was abruptly interrupted, feeling as though he had built up energy for a punch that had ultimately gone to waste. However, rules are rules, leaving no room for recklessness. He cast a glance at Smoker, then at Tina, and with a cold huff, departed. Smog plopped down onto the ground, feeling utterly drained and weak all over. The disparity between himself and KKI was still far too great. At that moment, Tina gracefully approached, offering a handkerchief that exuded a delicate fragrance. Thank you, he said. Without you, Tina, I surely would not have been able to persevere. Yet, Tina remained unaware of his true name. Smoker accepted the handkerchief. East Sea Base 161. Smoker, pleased to make your acquaintance. 10 minutes later, only the selected Marines remained on the training grounds. The others, having been defeated, were either carried away by medics or left in dejection, although these losers would eventually be sent back. Smoker sensed from Zifa's gaze upon them that matters were not so straightforward. Well done, youngsters. Zifa's gruff voice interrupted Smoker's musings. Smoker was momentarily taken aback, but he soon turned his gaze towards Zephyr atop the platform. Zephyr looked down at the battered yet spirited naval soldiers, his eyes softening as he noticed a few younger recruits. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If his own child had not met with tragedy, they would have been around the same age as Smoker and Tina. From this day forth, you shall be members of the expanded class, he proclaimed, a promise of exhilarating years ahead. However, he cast a glance at the instructor standing behind him. The number of recruits was indeed greater than he had anticipated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others stiffened. Although the target for the expanded class was set at 200, Zephyr had expected to see just over 100 students. Yet, due to the presence of some exceptional naval personnel, the examiners had been delayed. Notably, Smoker had managed to hold back the examiner for several minutes, resulting in an enrollment of around 250, significantly exceeding the original plan. Nevertheless, Zephyr chose not to dwell on this matter excessively, sweeping his hand in acceptance of all. According to his perspective, these youngsters would not only engage in study and training, but would inevitably participate in real combat as well. Though they were currently over capacity, it was possible that by graduation, the numbers would stabilize. In that moment, all the recruits felt a chill run down their spines. The next step involved class assignments. Several naval officers set up a board atop the platform, prominently displaying the roster. Upon closer inspection, Smoker observed that everyone was divided into 10 classes, with Zephyr serving as the chief instructor and the majors acting as team leaders, each responsible for a class of over 20 students. To his surprise, He found himself in the same class as Tina and Garpati. As for the other students, he did not recognize them, suggesting they had little prominence in the comics. His team leader was none other than the rather disheveled and lecherous Kaji. Soon, all the instructors summoned their students. Some held brief meetings to introduce themselves, while others spoke about life at the Navy headquarters. A few, impatient in nature, immediately commenced training. Notably, Gion took charge of all the sword-wielding students in her group and led them aside for some serious sword practice. Kaji emerged from the bushes, dragging a large bag with him. He then led Smoker and the others to the corridor leading to the training ground. "Hey, could you do me a favor?" The group was intrigued, wondering what could be inside, perhaps weapons or protective gear. But upon opening it, they found colorful ribbons, fireworks, and rose petals. The expressions of the naval soldiers were one of utter confusion, except for Smoker, whose face darkened. Could it be? Indeed, Kaji, with a look of excitement, placed the bag before everyone. "Today marks the first day for Gion and me as instructors. On this momentous occasion, I am going to propose to Miss Gion for the 27th time. So, I need you all to help me set up the proposal venue." The students were left speechless. Under the circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. Thus, while the other sailors trained vigorously on the field, Smoker found himself decorating the corridor with ribbons and balloons. When Gion finished her class and walked through the corridor, Kaji suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee with a bouquet of roses in hand. "Dear Gion, today we both become instructors. On this special day, in front of everyone, please marry me." With that, the hidden sailors sprang out, unveiling a backdrop adorned with balloons and ribbons, along with a neon sign reading "Marry Me." Other sailors hurriedly ignited fireworks, and countless ribbons soared into the sky. Gion was left speechless. Smog and Tina, other instructors and students. Gaspar D. raised 2 bouquets of flowers, tears streaming down his face as he waved them. Oh, this is love. I am utterly moved." Smog gazed at Tina, who looked at him with intrigue. Gaspardi questioned, "Why are the two of you staring at me?" Smog and Tina exchanged a brief silence. Stepping forward, Gaki gently implored, "Miss Ji-Yun, please accept my love." Suddenly, Ji-Yun lifted her head, veins prominent on her forehead, and shouted fiercely, "I refuse." Subsequently, she infused her haki into her strikes, sending Gaki flying away, before departing with an air of finality. After a moment, Gaki, with a large bump on his head, hurried back, looking around in confusion, and asked, "Where's Miss Ji-Yun?" Smog gazed with lifeless eyes. "She has departed." Kakiji paused for a few seconds, then slapped his thigh. Oh, she must be bashful. What a modest girl, truly deserving of the title my girl." Tina was left speechless. If she wasn't mistaken, it seemed you had indeed been rejected, didn't you? Kakiji, with his sharp teeth bared in indignation, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? She is merely shy. Her heart has undoubtedly succumbed by now." He then wore a look of dreamy anticipation. We are one step closer to our wedding. I must diligently prepare for my 28th proposal ceremony." Oh. Gaspar's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, it is a grand and pure love." Smoker sighed and said to Tina, "Let's go." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tina, already feeling quite anxious, hurried to follow him, walking side by side while engaging in conversation. Smoker, having completed his training, was pondering what to do next. "Well, I arrived late, and thought I might wander around to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Moreover, there are several items I still lack in my dormitory." Tina responded, "I am in the same boat. Shall we explore together?" That sounds great. By the way, where do you reside?" 3011 to 21, Building E, Street 10. "Oh, what a coincidence. Tina also lives in Street 10, not far from you." "Oh, really?" Gaki gazed at the two as they walked further away, his expression dimming slightly. However, he quickly brightened up and shouted, "Miss Gion, wait for me." Tina had arrived a month ago and was relatively familiar with the headquarters, leading Smoker to the commercial street in the living area. As they strolled along the street, Smoker's astonishment was palpable. Tina, smiling brightly, asked, "Surprised, aren't you?" "I was taken aback when I first arrived too." Smoker nodded. "Logtown is the most prosperous town in the East Blue, yet when compared to this place, it seems trivial. However, this is quite understandable. The Navy headquarters houses tens of thousands of sailors, each accompanied by families, resulting in a population that rivals that of small nations. More importantly, the benefits provided by the Navy are quite commendable. Even as a mere private, one can easily support a family. Furthermore, The Navy headquarters is free from the threats of pirate raids and burdens such as the Sky Gold, which over time naturally fosters a flourishing trade district. Tina led Smoker to the entrance of a market. Smoker, the goods inside are exceptionally good and reasonably priced. Allow me to accompany you. Oh, thank you for your trouble. Smog couldn't help but sigh quietly. In his previous life, while reading comics, he perceived Tina as a cool and aloof woman. Little did he know she possessed such a warm and lively side. Perhaps influenced by the original owner's feelings, Smog found himself filled with curiosity and affection for Tina. However, this fondness soon dissipated. Upon entering the market, Tina was like a fish returning to the sea, excitedly darting about with unbridled enthusiasm, while Smog trudged behind her, burdened with bags and a weary expression. Why was it that 90% of the items were for Tina, despite this being his shopping trip? In the past, during endurance training, Smog could run around the water loot island for an entire day and night without rest. Yet now, after merely half a day, he felt the muscles in his calves threatening to cramp. Watching Tina, who moved swiftly and gracefully on her feet, he could only silently lament as he dragged his fatigued body to keep up. The following day, Smog arrived at a classroom well ahead of time, as per the notification. However, he felt utterly drained, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. The previous day, he had painstakingly accompanied Tina on a shopping excursion, and by the time they returned to the apartment, his legs felt entirely foreign to him. Even the powers granted by the dark fruit could not alleviate that profound exhaustion. Smoker remained speechless. It seems that the dark fruit can only alleviate physical ailments. As for psychological aspects, one must rely on personal endurance. I am uncertain whether this is a limitation of the fruit's properties or merely a reflection of my insufficient development. After a while, Tina entered. In contrast to Smoker, she radiated warmth and cheerfulness, effortlessly taking a seat beside him as soon as she walked in. Smog couldn't help but shiver. Soon, all the students had gathered. Jiaji entered the classroom precisely on time. It was evident that he placed great importance on the first lesson and had meticulously prepared his appearance. With his meticulously combed hair, a sharply tailored expensive suit, and impeccably polished shoes, his overall image was quite impressive, despite the expression on his face. When he confidently stepped into the classroom and caught sight of Smog and Tina seated closely together, his expression momentarily froze. Why? How could this be? The first lesson was actually quite straightforward. Each person introduced themselves to foster mutual acquaintance, followed by Jiaji discussing the development of the Navy, which was standard procedure. Finally, he outlined the recent teaching plan, ensuring everyone was informed about what lay ahead. Smoker listened with great interest, and before long, half the day had slipped away. Just as he was about to leave for the noon break, he was suddenly grabbed by someone. Smog mistook her for Tina, but upon turning around, he was surprised to find it was Jackie. Instructor Jackie, what brings you here? Jackie furtively glanced around to ensure no one was in sight before narrowing his eyes. Kid, did you know Tina in the past? Smog was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. He didn't recognize her. They had only met for the first time yesterday. In Kaji's eyes, a fierce flame seemed to ignite. The first encounter, to have captured the attention of such a beautiful girl on the very first day? Do tell, what methods did you employ? Smog was taken aback. Chase after? He hurriedly shook his head in denial. No, we are merely ordinary friends. It hasn't even begun. Ordinary friends. Anger surged through Jiaji as he pulled out a notebook and slammed it down. This contains the information of all your fellow trainees. Tina was renowned in her previous division as a celebrated military flower. It is said that she is not one for conversation. If she didn't harbor feelings for you, how could she possibly spend every day by your side? Smog's expression turned to one of astonishment. That's because. No, how do you know such intricate details? As for all the beautiful women, Just as he began to speak, he suddenly realized, and in a fit of embarrassment and fury, he exclaimed, Silence. It is my turn to question you. Smog's eyes rolled with intrigue. General Kaki, to be honest, I believe that with your qualities, you are entirely deserving of General Guion. What? Really? Do you truly think so? Kaki's eyes widened, and his face flushed a deep crimson. Smoker nodded earnestly. In terms of strength, lineage, military achievements, and sheer appearance, what flaw could one possibly attribute to him? If there were to be a singular shortcoming, it would merely pertain to his skills in courting young ladies. With eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, Kiji seized Smoker's hand. Dear brother Smoker, enlighten me. I am willing to comply with any request. Smog subtly withdrew his hand. Call me brother. Ah, brother Cake, it is this. In order to pursue Major Shigeyama, one must first analyze what kind of woman she is. Is she obedient and gentle? Or assertive and independent? Is her emotional landscape simple? Or does she possess a wealth of experience? Is her demeanor aloof and distant? Or warm and approachable? In truth, the art of courting a woman is akin to the conquest of pirates. Both require a profound understanding of oneself and the adversary, ensuring that one emerges victorious in countless encounters. Moreover, both necessitate strategy and tactical awareness. Cake's eyes widened in astonishment. Is there really so much to consider? Indeed. It is said that Major Shigeyama shares an exceptionally close bond with Major Tsuru. Is that so? Have you taken the time to engage in conversation with Major Tsuru? Beyond matters of combat and proposals, what other common interests do you share with Major Shigeyama? This. Brother Cake, when it comes to the exceptional Major Shigeyama, you must aim to attract her rather than merely pursue her. These words struck Cake like a revelation, illuminating his thoughts. He grasped the hem of Smog's garment fervently. Brother Smog, you must assist me. Smog patted Gigi on the shoulder. Brother Gigi, seeking my help in this matter may prove futile. However, the ones who understand girls best are, in fact, girls themselves. Is there not a suitable candidate among our classmates? Gigi's eyes brightened. Tina? But would she agree? Smog smiled slyly. Whether to agree or not depends on your sincerity. This is indeed a transaction between men, within the confines of the tavern. Smog and Tina sat together, each with a cocktail in hand. Smog took a sip of his drink to soothe his throat. As it stands, whether to agree or not is entirely dependent on your perspective. Tina furrowed her brow, exclaiming, Smog, you truly have a knack for getting me into trouble. Yet, the remuneration is indeed quite substantial, is it not? A rear admiral from the Navy headquarters is unreservedly imparting the 6 styles to us. This is a rare opportunity. The conditions set by Kaki include a private training session for the 2 of us after daily drills, during which he will teach the Navy's 6 styles. Although Kaki has yet to attain the rank of Vice Admiral, he is undoubtedly a prodigy among his peers, and his mastery of the 6 styles is unparalleled, making him more than capable of instructing Smog and Tina. Tina let out a sigh. You make a valid point. I cannot refuse such terms. In that case, I shall agree to your proposal. Knowing that Smog would act as her strategist while she served as his insider, Kaki was nearly moved to tears with excitement. The first idea proposed by Smog was, first and foremost, to refrain from discussing frivolities such as marriage for the upcoming month. Subsequently, he aimed to alter his image, suggesting that their meetings should be strictly formal, characterized by polite exchanges concerning business matters, followed by a prompt departure without any unnecessary delays. The next day, Kaki happened to have a document to deliver to Guion. He proceeded to act according to the plan, carrying the document to seek out Guion. Upon seeing Kaki approach, Guion furrowed her brow slightly, yet out of courtesy, she refrained from expressing any impatience. After handing her the document, Kaki succinctly outlined a few key points to consider before turning on his heel and leaving with efficiency. Guion had initially prepared a strategy for dismissing Kaki, but upon witnessing his swift exit, all her words were caught in her throat, leaving her in an uncomfortable predicament. Kaki, catching a glimpse of Guion's astonished expression, felt a surge of delight within. Smog, my good brother. The following day, after training, Kaki took Smog and Tina to the abandoned shipyard. This location was the most remote corner of the naval headquarters, rarely visited by anyone. Hundreds, if not thousands, of decommissioned warships lay piled up here, resembling a vast graveyard. Smog and Tina strolled leisurely, their eyes wandering over the weathered and battered warships piled like small mountains, seemingly bearing witness to history. With a chuckle, Giechi inquired, What feelings does this place evoke? Smog remarked, It is truly magnificent. Tina replied, It is quite melancholic. Jage suggested, This place is rather tranquil. Let us practice here from now on. Smog nodded in agreement. This is indeed a remarkable place. Suddenly, Tina's gaze fell upon several peculiar wrecks of warships. The bows were concave, riddled with pockmarks. However, they bore no marks of cannon fire, nor did they appear to have sustained damage from grounding or collisions. Mr. Kaji, what is the story behind these vessels? They seem rather unusual, she inquired. Kaji gazed at the colossal ships, a look of admiration gleaming in his eyes. In previous years, Old Man Carp and Brother Kazan frequently visited, utilizing these warships as makeshift punching bags for their training. These remnants are what they left behind during their sessions. Yet, the seas have grown turbulent, and their duties have kept them occupied, leaving little room for visits, so there is no need to worry about disturbances. Training punches. Tina stared in astonishment at the battered warships, seemingly struggling to comprehend how anyone could achieve such feats. Smog's presence was hardly surprising, for Carp had once flattened 8 mountains with his fists in his quest to defeat the green pepper. Indeed, to reach the pinnacle, one's physicality serves as the foundation. Particularly, the side effects of the dark fruit are exceedingly pronounced. If one's physical prowess is lacking, facing formidable adversaries would only hasten one's demise. As Kaki led the two through a winding path, they arrived at a clearing. He then turned back, stretching his shoulders. The assessment from a few days prior had not been fulfilling. Come now, let me witness your true capabilities. Smoker and Tina exchanged a glance, and without a word, they charged forward in unison. This time, Smoker was resolute, and Jai did not hold back. Tina also exerted herself to the fullest. The three engaged in an intense battle. After several minutes, Jai picked up the tattered cloak from the ground. Smoker and Tina were gasping for breath amidst a pile of ruins. Ha ha ha, my dear Smoker. I always knew you were not to be underestimated, but I never anticipated you would be this formidable. With your foundation, mastering the 6 powers is more than attainable. As for you, Tina, although your combat skills are impressive, your physique is too frail. You must engage in rigorous training. Smoker sat up, utterly astonished. The Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters was truly a formidable creature. Akainu, with a self-satisfied expression, declared, "Of course, I am a genius," observing his arrogant demeanor. Tina couldn't help but scoff, yet Smoker remained silent. This was not mere boasting. Among the younger generation of the Navy, aside from the future 3 admirals, he and Guion were indeed the most exceptional, earning titles akin to the monstrous trio, which attests to their remarkable talent. Within the Navy, admirals undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of combat prowess, capable of directly confronting the 4 emperors, while dealing with the commanders and the 7 warlords with overwhelming force. Conversely, ordinary vice admirals often find themselves severely outmatched by these formidable foes. Filling the substantial gap in combat strength are the admiral candidates, although not depicted in the manga. Smoker anticipated that the strength of these candidates would be on par with that of the commanders. Thus, despite Akainu currently holding the rank of vice admiral, his capabilities may very well rival those of the middle admirals. Smog cast a fleeting glance at Tina, intending to assist her in rising. However, the moment he made contact with her arm, she let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Gaki, taken aback, felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired, "What troubles you, Tina? Are you injured? Did I strike too forcefully?" Tina shook her head, responding, "It is not your fault. It is merely that I am too weak." In truth, during the recent battle, Tina had gritted her teeth and fought valiantly, determined not to be a hindrance. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was too great, and lacking the robust physique of Smog, after enduring Gaki's punch, her arm had sustained a bone injury, rendering it nearly immobile. Observing her anguished expression, Smog sighed, "Allow me." With that, he enveloped Tina in a shroud of darkness. After a considerable duration, the shadows dissipated, revealing that all her injuries had vanished. Smoker wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh, leaving Jai and Tina utterly astonished, especially Jai, who was witnessing for the first time such a remarkable devil fruit capable of healing injuries. "What on earth is your ability?" he exclaimed. "I consumed the dark fruit and acquired the power of darkness, enabling me to absorb damage and suffering." "What? Such a formidable ability. Can it be wielded without limits?" "Certainly not. This absorption is temporary. It requires someone to endure the pain." Tina, taken aback, exclaimed anxiously, "Smoker, have you been bearing all of this for me?" "No, I absolutely refuse to accept that." Smoker smiled faintly and patted Tina on the shoulder. "Fear not. Pain can be absorbed and subsequently released. We can simply find a few pirates to endure it for us. However," he lamented, "unfortunately, we cannot venture out to sea for a while." Meanwhile, Tashiji's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Smoker, my dear brother, does your ability allow you to absorb anything? What about injuries sustained from training?" Smog nodded in agreement. "Of course, I have trained in this manner." Kajiro clapped his thigh in excitement. "Splendid. Leave the matters concerning pirates to me. By the way, can your ability be applied to other members of the Navy?" Born into the Navy, Kajiro possessed a strong sense of belonging, and whenever he encountered something beneficial, his first thought was to share it with his comrades. The intensity of training within the Navy is remarkably high, often resulting in physical injuries that, to some extent, hinder the enhancement of one's strength. If such injuries could be healed, then everyone could continue training at high intensity, inevitably leading to a significant surge in their capabilities. Smog shook his head repeatedly. I apologize, but this ability is extremely taxing. It is feasible to restore a few individuals or to assist in emergencies occasionally, but beyond that, it becomes unmanageable. I do not wish to be merely a tool. I see. Kaji responded with a look of regret, then shyly added, would it be possible for you to assist me? After my training sessions, could I seek your help for recovery? It was undeniable that Kaji possessed talent, yet he did not rely solely on it. Prior to becoming an instructor, he was a fervent training enthusiast, bearing numerous injuries as a testament to his relentless dedication. Smoker nodded. With just the two of you, there should be no issue. You and Tina can seek me out at any time. Jaji expressed his gratitude repeatedly, grinning foolishly. Tina's eyes sparkled with admiration. Subsequently, Smoker and Tina commenced their formal training. Tina faced the keel of the abandoned warship, delivering punch after punch. Before long, her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her fair knuckles were marred with crimson stains. Yet, Tina appeared indifferent to the pain, relentlessly swinging her fists. Meanwhile, Smoker began his practice of the 6 forms. Jaji remarked, Smoker, you must have heard of the 6 forms, right? Ah, I know of them. Shave, iron body, paper drawing. Moonwalk, storm leg, and finger pistol, 6 immensely powerful techniques. Mastering them grants even a devil fruit user the ability to contend in battle. Excellent. Which one do you wish to train in first? I shall teach you. Iron body. Oh, you wish to learn iron body. Jaji's eyes widened in disbelief. Smoker, are you not reconsidering? I would recommend you learn shave instead. Iron body is a defensive technique within the 6 forms that hardens the body momentarily, granting it the toughness of iron. However, while utilizing iron body, one cannot move freely, rendering oneself a mere target. Strangely, many within the Navy and CP favor this technique, often using it to withstand damage, contributing to numerous memorable moments. In truth, anyone with even a modicum of combat talent tends to disdain this foolish technique. In contrast, techniques like moonwalk and shave are far more practical. Smoker undoubtedly comprehends this principle. However, burdened by the powers of the smoke fruit, he finds himself unable to evade many attacks and can only endure them. Since he must withstand blows, he resolves to diligently master the art of taking hits. Brother Kaji, enough talk. I have made up my mind. Let us commence at once. Kaji, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement. If you are determined, then so be it. However, remember that strength is not forged in practice, but rather through adversity. With that, he raised his hockey-imbued fist, approaching Smoker with a blend of sympathy and resolve. Bang. Oof. Bang. Ah, take it easy. In the abandoned military port, Tina clenched her fists and struck fiercely against a derelict warship. The keel of such a vessel is composed of steel so dense that it would take several individuals to embrace it. With each of her punches, the entire ship quivered slightly. A closer inspection would reveal that the keel of this makeshift punching bag had begun to show signs of indentation. Judging by her formidable aura, the force behind her fists had multiplied several times over. Despite her hands being drenched in blood, Tina remained expressionless, relentlessly swinging her fists as if she were not the one injured. In stark contrast to her grim demeanor, the atmosphere surrounding Smoker was far more intense. He was engaged in a practical training session with Kaji. Be careful, Soru, Kaji shouted as his figure vanished in an instant, leaving only the sound of footsteps thudding against the ground. Come at me. Smoker stood bare-chested, his body marred with bruises, yet his gaze radiated an intense brilliance. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Akainu materialized behind him, delivering a punch to his back. In that very instant, the muscles in Smoker's back visibly tensed and swelled. Clang. The impact of Akainu's fist met Smoker's back, perfectly intercepted. However, the collision did not produce a dull thud. Instead, it resonated with the sharp sound of metal striking metal. Akainu leaped back, his eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and astonishment. Indeed, that was precisely it. Allow the power to flow through the muscles. Remember, a block of iron does not actively seek to endure an attack. It serves as a last line of defense when evasion is impossible. Whether it be iron or the advanced hockey that one will learn later, one must sense the opponent's strikes and concentrate the defense into a singular point. Those who recklessly distribute their strength across their entire body are nothing but fools. Smog nodded. I comprehend. Smoker wholeheartedly concurred with his words. That complete utilization of hockey as mere visual spectacle was ultimately impractical. The world destroyer, Don Quixote da Flamingo, employed full-body hockey. It was decisively defeated by Luffy, who had only recently mastered hockey through a pinpoint strike. As for Virgo and Picot, to rely on full-body hockey against foes more powerful than themselves can only be deemed a reckless endeavor. In truth, genuine warriors disdain such tactics. Not only is it a waste of hockey, but the defensive efficacy is also subpar. What is the benefit of such an approach? At that moment, as Smoker relaxed, Jackie suddenly delivered a powerful punch to Smoker's abdomen. Smoker cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for a fleeting moment. Tina, witnessing this, abandoned her training and hurried over to assist him. Smoker, are you all right? Jackie chuckled with a self-satisfied grin. Don't let your guard down, you fool. I mentioned that training is akin to real combat, didn't I? Reminiscing about the time Zifa had knocked the wind out of him with a single blow. Jackie relished the sensation of having endured the trials of hardship, his demeanor now tinged with an even more mischievous air. Smoker took a few deep breaths, slowly rising with Tina's support. I apologize. I had let my guard down earlier. Tina, I'm fine now, thank you. Be careful, Tina replied, casting a resentful glance at Kaki before returning to her relentless punching. Kaki stretched his limbs. Just a brief warm-up, and now I feel invigorated. Smoker, I am going to train now. You should thoroughly digest the content I just taught you. All right. Although Kaki was training the two of them, he did not constantly supervise them. After imparting some training methods and key points, he allowed them to comprehend the material on their own. For the most part, they engaged in their own practice. Soon, the night had deepened. The day's training came to an end. Tina's hands were bloodied and bruised. At this moment, she ceased training, her hands trembling uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Such severe training injuries typically required at least half a month of recovery. Smoker approached Tina, gently holding her hand with a look of concern. You've been reckless, he remarked, as he enveloped her in a shroud of darkness. After a brief moment, the shadows gradually dissipated, revealing Tina's hands, now pristine and flawless once more. She clenched her fists and strode towards the derelict warship, delivering a powerful punch that echoed with a resounding crash, leaving a profound imprint on the keel. Tina nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing her face. With Smoker by her side, she felt no apprehension about physical harm. As long as she could endure the pain and fatigue, she could train without restraint. Remarkably, in just a single day, her strength had visibly increased. Smog's eye twitched slightly. In the original work, Tina was characterized as an agile and skillful warrior, predominantly utilizing control-type abilities. However, due to her own butterfly, she had completely misallocated her skill points, hurtling down the path of a berserker with reckless abandon. Smoker shook his head and utilized his abilities to absorb the negative states afflicting Jai. Jai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although this was not his first encounter with such a power, he could not help but marvel at it, lamenting its limited applicability. He finally admonished, Smoker, my dear brother, should you ever come across a severely injured Navy officer, do not hesitate to lend your assistance. Of course, I would never abandon my comrades, Smoker replied. Tina donned her coat, expressing her hunger and her desire to procure some food, stating, I won't waste more time with you all. Let us go together, brother Jai, today. The treat is on you. What? Do not overstep. Very well then. Brother Jai, we ought to find a few pirates to return. I have accumulated quite a number of negative states. I have not been out to sea lately, but do not worry, I have enlisted the help of friends. And they shall return tomorrow. As the three conversed while walking, they remained oblivious to Zifa and Kazan, who were quietly observing them from the distant mast of a warship. Zifa stroked his chin thoughtfully. These young rascals. I sensed a significant change in their aura recently, and it turns out they have been honing their skills in secret. Kazan stepped closer, grinning. Zifa-sensei, did you see? Young Smoker is indeed quite dependable. However, I did not expect him to possess such an ability. It is unfortunate that it cannot be easily utilized. Zifa chuckled. There is no need for regret. Training is not solely about physical development, but also about refining one's will. Progress should be made step by step. He continued, besides, did he not say that he would naturally lend a hand to the injured? Indeed, you are wise, Zifa-sensei. Kazan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zifa's expression shifted as he glanced at Kazan with a grin. Kazan, seeing Jai's diligence, I must ask, have you been slacking off lately? What better time than now? Let me see if you have made any progress." Upon hearing this, Kazan's expression darkened. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Smoker had been at Navy headquarters for 6 months. During this time, the trio had trained together almost every day, each making remarkable strides in their development. Smoker has mastered the 6 powers, albeit only at a rudimentary level due to time constraints, and he still has a considerable distance to cover before achieving true proficiency. Among these techniques, he has devoted the most attention and has shown the greatest aptitude for the iron block and the moonwalk. The rationale is simple. The properties of the smoke fruit render him more vulnerable to attacks. Given the necessity to endure damage, it is imperative that he perfects the iron block, which has become an indispensable life-saving skill for him. Presently, Smoker no longer fears the ordinary harm inflicted by blades. As for the moonwalk, it stems entirely from a heightened sense of crisis. As a member of the Navy, he will inevitably venture out to sea, where he might encounter incidents such as shipwrecks. Although the moonwalk can only suspend him in the air for a brief duration and cannot facilitate crossing vast oceans, it can indeed save his life in critical moments. His progress has been remarkable. Thanks to Smoker's presence, he can train without restraint. Over the past 6 months, his mastery of armament hockey has seen significant advancement, to the point where his abilities subtly overshadow those of Jew. Among the younger generation, aside from the 3 prodigies, he can now hold his head high above the rest. However, the most notable improvement among the trio belongs to Tina. 6 months ago, while she was indeed talented, her strengths were primarily evident in combat awareness and techniques, with her physical prowess being unremarkable. Now, however, she has transformed. Her strength has greatly increased, and she has acquired the techniques of shave, moonwalk, gale foot, and paper drawing, making her combat capability seem almost unrecognizable compared to her previous self. During the training class's exhibition drills, opponents who were evenly matched 6 months ago now find themselves unable to last more than a few exchanges. Thus, days pass by in this manner. On this particular day, after training concluded, the instructors did not allow the soldiers to disperse, but instead gathered them at the training ground. All the Marines, including Smoker, stood on the training ground. Soon, Zephyr emerged, causing a stir among the trainees. As the chief instructor, he typically refrained from participating in daily drills, so his appearance signified the announcement of a significant matter. Zephyr ascended the platform and, without any preamble, got straight to the point. "Young lads, congratulations. Today brings forth delightful news." The Marines exchanged glances, intrigued by his words. Smog's eyes twitched slightly at the corners. Here, congratulations were hardly a commendation. In 9 out of 10 scenarios, it merely indicated a new scheme to torment them. What was the situation this time? Ascending from the base of a waterfall? Being cast onto an island teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous insects for survival training? Engaging in battles until only one stood victorious? Or perhaps, personally administering a thorough beating to the trainees? Zephyr observed the expressions of the gathered individuals. "Over the past 6 months, your progress has been substantial, and it brings me great satisfaction. However, having spent half a year without setting sail, I fear you may have become somewhat rusty. You are fortunate. Today, a pirate crew has appeared near the headquarters, and I shall take you out for a respite. All personnel, gather at the dock." As Zephyr spoke, the eyes of those below gleamed with increasing excitement. Upon hearing the mention of the dock, they could not contain their jubilant cheers. After half a year of monotonous training, they felt as though they were on the verge of mildew. Soon, a large group made their way to the dock and boarded 2 warships. The sea breeze was brisk, and everyone busied themselves aboard the vessels. Fire Fist approached Zephyr with a worried expression. "Teacher Zephyr, who is our target this time? The pirates daring to venture near the headquarters cannot be mere nobodies. With so many trainees, I fear. In the face of formidable pirates, these trainees were as fragile as fledglings. Do not worry." Zephyr lowered his binoculars. A few days prior, a violent storm had sent those ruffians fleeing in all directions, inadvertently bringing them close to our headquarters. I have investigated. They are not a formidable pirate crew at all. Fire Fist appeared relieved, sheepishly scratching his head. "My apologies, I was overthinking it." "No need for apologies." Zephyr's gaze was filled with encouragement. The essence of justice is to protect rather than to destroy. As a naval commander, one must be willing to sacrifice, but prudence is paramount. Unless absolutely necessary, one must never place their trusted subordinates in peril. Fire Fist stood at attention, responding earnestly, "Yes." At that moment, the weasel approached as well. "Teacher Zephyr, what is our target?" The Naval Intelligence Department had just discovered the pirates when Zephyr intercepted the information. Thus, the others were unaware of the details regarding these pirates. They were under the command of the Golden Lion, specifically the butcher, Gavin. Gavin, the subordinate of the Golden Lion? The expressions of Fire Fist and the Weasel grew grave. A few years ago, the Golden Lion invaded the naval headquarters, only to be captured and imprisoned and impelled down by the combined forces of Sengoku and Garp, scattering his subordinates like leaves from a fallen tree. However, among the Golden Lion's men were those with ambitious spirits. Some, unwilling to remain in obscurity, seized the opportunity to carve their own path and began to venture into the Grand Line. They were not particularly formidable adversaries. Butcher Gavin, with a bounty of 111 million berries, gathered a motley crew to form the Blood Wolf Pirates after the collapse of the Flying Pirate crew. Is such a character too formidable for the trainees? We have only just entered the Grand Pirate era, and the bounties have yet to inflate. A bounty exceeding 100 million is indeed significant. On the ship, apart from Zifa, Gaji, and Jiyuan, no one felt assured of victory. Zifa remained unfazed, dismissing the threat posed by a mere subordinate of Shiki. With so many eyes upon him, victory was assured. Moreover, he declared, "I am here." Although this pirate crew is not powerful, it boasts a considerable size of 500 to 600 members, making it an excellent opportunity for the children to hone their skills. Everyone concurred. With Zifa's strength, he could effortlessly crush Gavin's skull as one would a watermelon. To speak further would be akin to slapping the leader in the face. Suddenly, Zifa appeared to have a revelation. It seems the headquarters has recently acquired a new batch of devil fruits. Let it be known, any trainee who can defeat Gavin will have the opportunity to obtain a devil fruit. The instructors responded in unison, yes. Before long, the news spread, and the naval trainees erupted with enthusiasm. A good devil fruit could elevate someone to greatness. And the air was thick with anticipation as they all prepared to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, the Blood Wolf Pirates, upon sighting the naval ships, hastily hoisted their sails and fled with all their might. The two parties engaged in a game of cat and mouse, quickly distancing themselves from one another. The naval ship, while swifter than the pirate vessel, still faced limitations, making it a challenge to close the gap in the chase. During the pursuit, Smoker and Tina conversed while handling their equipment. Smoker, what are your thoughts on the mission? Well, Butcher Gavin, with a bounty surpassing 100 million, is indeed a tough opponent. Are you interested? Tina nodded, genuinely intrigued. Yet she recognized that with her current abilities, she would be no match for him. What about you? Are you not tempted to give it a try? In her mind, Zifa's enticing offer felt somewhat daunting. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million could easily contend with the instructors. It was beyond what a trainee could handle. If such a trainee existed, it would likely be Smoker. After all, Gaji had mentioned that Smoker's strength was already on par with that of a lieutenant commander. Smoker shook his head. I am already a person of abilities and have no interest in the devil fruits. However, if you desire, I could assist you in acquiring one. Well, Tina furrowed her brows slightly. She felt a stir of temptation, yet was acutely aware that consuming a fruit was akin to opening a blind box, fraught with considerable risk. Thus, she found herself in a state of inner conflict. Smoker, perceiving her expression, understood her thoughts, and his heart stirred with emotion. At that moment, a brazen voice resonated from behind them. Ha! Isn't this the timid Smoker? How did you end up hiding here? Were you so frightened by the pirates that you wet your pants? Upon hearing this, Smoker merely furrowed his brow slightly, his face betraying no sign of anger or joy. Gaspardy, you truly cannot change your dogged ways. What's the matter? Is the lesson from Instructor Kaji not sufficient for you? The speaker was indeed Gaspardy, who fixed his gaze on Smoker with a malicious grin. Upon hearing Smoker's words, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Kaji is not around now. I shall see who can protect you this time. With that, his arm gradually morphed into a green, pointed cone as he advanced menacingly toward Smoker. During the initial assessment, aside from those who persevered until the end, some outstanding individuals were also retained, including Gaspardy. Although he had been defeated by the instructor in a single blow, the rare and exceptional candy fruit he possessed led Zephyr to allow him to stay. Others, such as T-Bone, were similarly retained. However, they remained composed, thinking to themselves that they were simply fortunate to be kept around, regardless of the circumstances. The instructor treated them equally, well aware that their fates were merely a matter of luck and that their capabilities had passed the assessment. Yet, Gaspardy became fixated on the notion that others regarded him with disdain, particularly Smoker. In reality, Smoker's interest in him stemmed from the knowledge of his future betrayal, a fact unbeknownst to Gaspardi, who felt that Smoker looked down on him. This misguided perception fueled his hostility towards Smoker, leading him to seek out trouble. Were Smoker still the original, he would certainly retaliate. However, what adult would stoop to bickering with a mere child? When Gaspardi's provocation proved ineffective, he resorted to a sneak attack. Unfortunately for him, his luck was dire. He was caught red-handed by Kaji during his first attempt. Kaji, infuriated, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How dare you strike a comrade, especially in ambush?" Without further ado, he charged at Gaspardi, delivering a thorough beating that rendered him hospitalized for half a month. In truth, this was Kaji's way of protecting him. Attacking a fellow comrade is a grave offense, and failing to impose strict punishment could lead to expulsion from the Navy if the incident were to be revealed. Gaspardi was well aware of this, and consequently, he neither dared to harbor resentment against Kaji, nor could he help but blame Smoker for his misfortune. Today was no different. Upon seeing Smoker's face, Gaspardi couldn't resist the urge to provoke him. "Foolish wretch, oblivious to your own folly. Well then, better to strike a single blow than to endure 100. Smoker cast a cold glance at Gaspardi, removing the pendant and tucking it into his pocket before striding towards him. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself before Smoker. It was Tina. Tina had long harbored disdain for Gaspardi, and although Smoker had previously chosen to ignore her grievances, she had held her temper in check. Now, seeing that Smoker seemed unwilling to endure any longer, she eagerly stepped forward, ready to confront him. "Gaspardi, step aside. If you wish to fight, Tina is more than willing to oblige." Gaspardi sneered dismissively. "With you?" "Indeed, with me." In an instant, Tina vanished from sight. Gaspardi, caught off guard, was sent flying by a swift kick, crashing heavily onto the deck and shattering several empty barrels, sending up a cloud of dust. Tina coldly remarked, "With such feeble strength, you dare to prance before Tina?" Gaspardi emerged slowly from the dust cloud, a green indentation marring his cheek, yet he quickly returned to his former state. Smoker furrowed his brow, initially intending to step in and assist. However, upon noticing Tina's subtle gesture, he halted his advance. Since Tina wished to test her mettle, he would grant her that opportunity. Though lacking the prowess of hockey or flower, she might find herself at a disadvantage. As Smoker pondered this, Gaspardi approached Tina, his imposing stature resembling a towering wall. Suddenly, Gaspardi flashed a grin. "Die!" he exclaimed, as spikes abruptly erupted from his fist, crashing down towards Tina. Paper draw. Tina's body seemed to lose all weight, twisting gracefully with the winds generated by the attack, narrowly evading the blow. Seizing a wooden stick, she struck fiercely at his shoulder, the stick embedding deeply within. Tina frowned slightly, attempting to extract the stick but finding it stubbornly lodged. Resolutely, she released it and leaped several meters back to create distance. Is this the power of the gum fruit? Thankfully, she hadn't used her fists. Otherwise, she too would be unable to free herself. Gaspardi roared in fury, his body suddenly bristling with spikes as he charged fiercely at Tina. Smog furrowed his brow, his fists turning an inky black. Suddenly, an irate voice resonated from above. "Gaspardi, what do you intend to do?" He had just returned from Zifa's ship, using the moonwalk technique, and was confronted with this scene. Gaspardi cursed inwardly. What an annoying fellow. Yet, he dared not be negligent and hastily halted his steps. "Ah, Instructor Jackie, we were merely engaging in a friendly spar. Right, Tina?" Tina frowned, about to speak, when her arm was unexpectedly seized. Smoker stepped forward, addressing Admiral Akainu with a reassuring tone. "Rest assured, we are merely engaging in a friendly exchange." Gasper, somewhat taken aback, readily concurred. "Indeed, that is correct, Major General Akainu. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Without awaiting a response from Akainu, he turned and departed. After taking a few steps, he abruptly halted and glanced back at Smoker and Tina. "Were you discussing the devil fruits just now?" "My apologies, but I have a keen interest in them as well, and I shall not relinquish my claim." "Ahaha." Tina's expression darkened. Gasper, being a user of a devil fruit himself, could no longer consume another, making his comment clearly intended to provoke. Smog remained unfazed, casually remarking, "Your interest is inconsequential. If Tina desires it, then it is yours to have. However, should Tina wish for it, you shall have no chance at all." Gasper's smile froze, and his expression gradually darkened. Smog, unfazed, turned to Tina and inquired, "Do you desire a devil fruit?" "Tina desires it." Smoker cast a smile at Gasper. "Did you hear that, Gasper? You stand no chance. Gasper fixed his gaze on Smoker, and after a considerable pause, replied coldly, "We'll see about that." With those words, he turned and walked away. Tashiji furrowed her brow as she watched his retreating figure, choosing not to say anything. This farce failed to capture much attention. Soon, the crowd dispersed, eagerly preparing for battle once more. Smoker and Tina were also preparing. However, Tina seemed somewhat preoccupied. "Smoker, what is your opinion on Gasper's strength?" he inquired. "His foundational combat power is rather average, yet his abilities are quite formidable." Tina nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as long as he does not encounter a user of haki, he is virtually invincible." Having spent considerable time with Smoker, Tina's perspective was markedly elevated compared to the ordinary. This elemental-type paramecia user is as challenging to contend with as a Logia user, leaving her with few effective means to counter him. Smog understood Tina's concerns and frustrations. "Your fundamental combat strength surpasses his. The only thing lacking is the power of a devil fruit. Once we find a suitable devil fruit for you, you shall decisively deal with him." Tina chuckled softly. "Do you think devil fruits are as common as cabbages, that you can be so selective?" As Smoker was about to speak, the battleship suddenly blared its announcement. "All hands on deck, prepare for battle at once. In this skirmish, neither I nor the instructors will intervene. The outcome, whether victory or defeat, life or death, rests solely on your capabilities." The Marines were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a tapestry of excitement, anxiety, and gravity. Yet, they all shouted in unison, "Aye." Zifa and the instructors stood aloft, observing the fervor of the recruits with smiles gracing their lips. Before long, the pirate ship and the battleship clashed, following a fierce exchange of cannon fire. The pirate vessel was left in disarray, and the battleship pursued, drawing ever closer. Gavin, unaware of the admiral's presence, noticed only the white-clad Marines on the ship. Instantly invigorated, he raised his sword and bellowed, "Lads, annihilate the Marines. Let us charge forth." Although the crew of pirates felt the weight of tension, witnessing their captain's unwavering confidence injected them with renewed vigor, and they surged forward with battle cries. The clash between the Marines and the pirates ensued. In terms of numbers, the pirates vastly outnumbered the Marines. However, the latter were elite fighters, summoned from various regions, each boasting the prowess to take on 10 foes in battle. Consequently, the pirates found themselves faltering under the pressure. Right angle slash. T-Bone swung his long sword, the undulating blade slicing through the air as several pirates fell with anguished cries. "Stand aside, allow me." One pirate, wielding a spiked iron shield, charged at T-Bone like a raging bull. T-Bone, sword firmly in hand and stance poised, delivered another decisive strike, sending both the pirate and his shield hurtling away. As the pirate struggled to rise, terror gripped him as he beheld his shield, its spikes shattered and a deep gash nearly cleaving it in two. Gasper descended amidst gunfire onto the pirate ship. A few pirate lackeys, seizing the opportunity, lunged at him with knives and guns, only to their astonishment, found their strikes landing effortlessly. Initially elated, their joy quickly turned to horror as they realized not a single drop of blood was drawn from Gasper. He regarded the pirates coldly. "Scum, tell me where your captain is." The pirates trembled in fear, their voices failing them. Gasper's brow furrowed in disdain. "Pathetic and feeble pirates. How tragic." With that, spikes erupted from his body, piercing through the trembling pirates. "Since he refused to speak, I shall seek him myself," Gasper muttered, beginning his search aboard the pirate ship, leaving behind a trail of pirates impaled and fallen in pools of blood. Smog and Tina were equally vigorous. Tina brandished her fists, and with every strike, a pirate's bones would shatter. Even if the pirates wished to retaliate, they could scarcely touch the hem of her garment. Thwarted by her swift moonwalk and Shoimpa techniques, Smog strolls leisurely amidst the pirates. In the face of such foes, there is no necessity to employ his fruit abilities. Mere physical combat suffices abundantly. Ding! Smog raised his arm, deflecting the pirate's sneak attack with a heavy iron block, then snapped the blade in two and drove it into his opponent's throat. "Tina, conserve your strength. There are bigger fish ahead." Tina kicked a pirate away. Tina knows. Soon, the Navy overwhelmed the pirate henchmen, leaving them wailing in despair. The officers of the Bloodwolf pirate crew could no longer remain passive. A Navy soldier, wielding an iron rod and bravely fighting, suddenly felt a shadow loom beside him. A burly pirate, towering over 3 meters with legs that comprised a significant portion of his height, had appeared behind him unnoticed. Not good. Just as the Navy soldier was about to react, the long-legged pirate delivered a whip-like kick, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the kick was swift and fierce, shattering the steel blade before crashing down heavily on his arms. The Navy soldier let out a pained scream as he broke through the railing and was hurled into the sea, sinking into unconsciousness with his arms twisted grotesquely. The surrounding Navy were taken aback. "Esther, how are you holding up? Hang in there. Be cautious. It's Dalu from the long-legged tribe. Watch out for his kicks." A few sailors adept at swimming quickly jumped into the water to rescue him. On the other side, T-Bone's longsword was intercepted by a strikingly beautiful female pirate. Her figure alluring as she brandished a pair of crimson daggers with ease, effortlessly deflecting T-Bone's sword strike. With a bounty of 24 million berries, Bloodfang Abby was indeed worthy of her reputation. Abby chuckled lightly. "I didn't expect a Navy officer to recognize me, seeing you so eager to strike. Would you like some company?" T-Bone narrowed his eyes, revealing an unpleasant grin. "I couldn't ask for anything more." Smog and Tina seized the opportunity to board the pirate ship. As they stepped onto the vessel, a towering figure emerged behind them, simultaneously striking towards their heads with both fists. Iron block. Smog concentrated his strength into his profile, enduring the force of the punch, which sent him staggering back several meters, his legs carving deep grooves into the deck. The blow was formidable and powerful, yet it failed to breach his iron-like resilience. Smog wiped away the non-existent dust from his face. Tina, still inexperienced with the iron block, deftly evaded with a swift motion and then retaliated with a kick infused with wind. Several blades of air struck the assailant, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Yet, curiously, there was no blood flowing from him. Instead, a multitude of stones fell from his form. Smog was taken aback. Before him stood a robust figure, clad in heavy stone armor, which bore several scars left by the tempestuous feet of the storm, slowly mending. "I am Rockdoe of the Bloodwolf Pirates," he proclaimed. "I have consumed the armor fruit, granting me the power to transform any inorganic material into armor. With you too. Do not even think of inflicting a scratch upon me." Smoker pondered. Why do these abilities practitioners always feel compelled to introduce their powers to their opponents? In the distance, Zephyr and the instructors fixated on the battlefield, with several instructors intervening periodically to rescue students in peril. Witnessing their colleagues spring into action, Zephyr felt a renewed sense of vigor. Intriguingly, it appeared that Gavin was also nearing the brink of restraint. The other instructors nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a keen interest in the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Zephyr's brow furrowed as he coughed violently, his face reddening as he bent over in discomfort. The instructors gasped in alarm. Recently, Guillaume rushed forward to offer a comforting pat on his back. "Teacher Zephyr, what ails you?" After a fit of coughing, Zephyr finally regained his composure, gasping for air before waving his hand dismissively. "I am fine. One simply grows older and accumulates a few ailments. Let us continue to observe the battle." The instructors exchanged glances, concern evident in their eyes. However, with the fierce conflict at hand and Navy soldiers frequently sustaining injuries, they had little time to divert their attention. Moreover, after Zephyr's bout of coughing, he seemed to genuinely be all right, prompting them to refocus on the fray. Rocky, towering in stature, donned a heavy stone armor that exaggerated his form. At a glance, he bore a striking resemblance to a stone golem from a fantasy realm. Seeing that the Gale's feat were ineffective, Tina was not surprised. Instead, her fighting spirit surged. "Smoker, you handle the surroundings. Leave this to Tina." Without waiting for Smoker's response, she charged forward. Smog, though clad in a rocky armor, Rockfighter displayed remarkable speed. Upon seeing Tina approaching, he raised his fist and brought it crashing down. His fist, enveloped in stone, resembled a colossal hammer, seemingly capable of obscuring half of Tina's figure. Yet Tina remained undaunted, clenching her fist tightly and retaliating with a powerful strike. The two fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that forced both combatants to step back a few paces, resulting in a stalemate. "Rockfighter, what?" "Tina, no way." In the next moment, both let out resounding roars, their fists descending upon each other with the ferocity of a tempest. For a brief moment, their punches intertwined, each refusing to yield. Truly, it was a chaotic clash. As Smog diligently dispatched the minions surrounding him, he covertly observed the unfolding battle. Although Yendo and Tina appeared evenly matched, one relied on external forces while the other drew from innate strength. Soon, Yendo's stamina began to wane, his movements growing slightly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Tina breached Yendo's defensive perimeter and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, piercing through his stone armor. Yendo's eyes bulged in shock as he coughed up blood. clutching his midsection and retreating while repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible." Tina smirked coldly. "It seems that after acquiring your fruit ability, you abandoned the training of your physical defenses, which are laughably weak." Yendo appeared to be provoked, his fury escalating. Damn it. He clenched his fists and struck fiercely towards Tina. With agility, Tina evaded the attack while unleashing a gust of wind with her feet, slicing through the gash in his abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound, and Yendo howled in agony. "You wretched woman." Yendo's eyes reddened with rage as he bellowed. "I will tear you to shreds." With that, his stone armor began to fracture, crumbling into a pile of debris on the deck. Tina remarked, "It seems the one turning to fragments is you." Harnessing the power of the armor fruit, he commanded, "All things shall become my armor." Suddenly, weapons from the ground, the storeroom, and even those in the hands of others flew towards him, coalescing into a formidable blade-like armor. His arms transformed into claws, adorned with 10 gleaming daggers reflecting a chilling light. Yendo lunged at Tina, exclaiming, "Let us see how you handle this." Tina frowned, realizing the peril posed by the glinting blades covering his arms. Unable to engage directly, she leaped into the air with moonwalk, unleashing more wind blades. Although she managed to sever some of the weapons, they were quickly replenished. Frustrated, Tina landed back on the deck, seizing a heavy cannon to swing it down onto Yendo. He let out a pained scream as he crashed through the deck into the lower ship's hold. Tina exhaled deeply, tossing the cannon aside. This should finish him off, right? However, a chilling voice echoed from below the deck. "Gun armor." Startled, Tina hastily retreated as countless bullets erupted through the deck. Caught off guard, she was grazed on her right shoulder by a bullet. Yendo reemerged, now adorned with an array of firearms, resembling a fortress. It turned out he had fallen into the armory, absorbing all the weapons as armor. "Ha ha ha, firepower is strength. In this state, I am invincible," he proclaimed, simultaneously firing hundreds of gun barrels. Instantly, a wave of pirates fell around them. "Ah, Lord Yendo, it's us. Quick, take cover." Lord Yendo is furious. Just moments ago, Tina was caught off guard and sustained an injury. However, now that she is face to face with her opponent and on high alert, she effortlessly evades the attack. As she prepares to strike back, a boisterous voice suddenly echoes from above. "Ah, what a disgrace. Allow me to take over." Smog and Tina looked up to discover Gaspardi, who had vanquished the surrounding foes, charging towards them. As he soared through the air, sharp spines suddenly erupted from his body. This is not good. Smoker was taken aback as an acceleration propelled forward to Tina's side. Gummy crossbow. Countless green spikes shot towards the deck. Although the gummies had hardened, their strength rivaled that of steel. Wooden planks and barrels were pierced and shattered, while the steel cannon tubes were left riddled with numerous dents. The remaining pirates, caught off guard, found themselves helpless amidst a cacophony of screams, reduced to a sieve by the onslaught. As the sea breeze swept through, the dust settled. Only 3 individuals remained on the deck: the armored Rock, the perceptive Smoker who had sensed the danger, and the rescued Tina. Rock gazed around in a daze, his expression a blend of shock and confusion. Smoker's gaze towards Gaspardi turned icy. Scoundrel. Just moments ago, his attack had clearly enveloped Tina. Had he not intervened, Tina's fate would have been dire. Ignoring their presence, Gaspardi landed heavily on the deck. Gummy shackles. For blobs of green gummy material shot forth from his body. Yendo, caught off guard, was struck on his limbs and toppled to the ground. The gummy substance instantly hardened, binding him firmly to the deck. Gaspardi leapt high, his right hand transforming into a massive green hammer. Observing this, Yendo hastily maneuvered his weapon to fire. A torrential rain of bullets rained down upon Gaspardi, inflicting no damage whatsoever. In the next moment, the green hammer crashed down upon Yendo's face, shattering his skull completely. In the distance, Zephyr observed this scene with a disapproving expression. It was not the brutality of the act that troubled him. Though he himself refrained from killing, he would never impose such a restraint on others. He was merely compassionate, not foolish. Rather, it was Gaspardi's disregard for the safety of his comrades that elicited his discontent. Of course, he was unaware of the animosity between Gaspardi and Smoker, yet he found the man's methods excessively ruthless. Gazing down at the shattered remains of Yendo, Gaspardi nodded in satisfaction, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Spotting a few remaining pirates still clinging to life, and catching sight of Smoker and Tina, a malicious grin crept across his face. Inconvenient. Gummy crossbow. He unleashed countless spikes into the air, and amidst the cacophony of screams, the remaining pirates were ensnared. Smoker, however, shielded Tina, using a metal block to block the spikes. Gasparity grinned widely, his face a mask of mockery. Oh, my apologies, did I not accidentally harm you? I didn't expect you to block it. Well done. Smoker's expression darkened ominously. Damn it. He then transformed his hands into a shadowy hue and took deliberate strides towards Gaspard. Since this fellow harbored murderous intent, there was no reason to spare him. On the warship, Zephyr fixed his gaze upon the cabin not far from Smoker and the others, his brow suddenly furrowing. You lot, go to Smoker's side. A startled Jaya inquired. What's wrong, Teacher Zephyr? Gaspard's presence had been lurking over there, but just moments ago, it had shifted unexpectedly. Go over and keep an eye on him. Understood. As several instructors prepared to depart, the cabin adjacent to Smoker and his companions erupted violently. A slender pirate with long hair emerged. He was none other than their target, Gaspard. The trio, initially tense, instinctively turned their heads at the commotion. Gaspard exclaimed with excitement. Oh, isn't this the biggest prize? I can't believe he was hiding here. The legendary subordinate of the Golden Lion is of such caliber? Gaspard bore a sickly grin, casually toying with a lighter. Ha ha ha. I've won the bet. What a remarkable ability. To witness my new power through the lives of the Navy is simply fitting. As he spoke, a myriad of white powder suddenly enveloped the entire deck. Then, a spark ignited from his mobile device, and in an instant, flames erupted across the deck, followed by a violent explosion. The scale of this blast was considerable, affecting nearby ships and injuring several sailors, although there were no fatalities. However, many in close proximity sustained burns. The three at the epicenter of the explosion were also revealed. Gaspard's body turned a shade of green, gradually healing his wounds. It appeared that had it not been for his devil fruit ability, he would have suffered severe injuries. Meanwhile, Smoker absorbed the surrounding explosion, shielding Tina behind him. Gaspard exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it. What kind of ability is that? Smoker brushed the white powder at his feet and exclaimed, Flower. Flower can explode upon contact with an open flame. No wonder. Gavin laughed heartily. Indeed, it is flower. I have consumed the flower fruit, making me a flower man capable of releasing various powders. The explosion naturally caught Zephyr's attention. That previous blast was peculiar. Let's investigate. Just as he was about to take action, his expression suddenly changed. Something was approaching from the sea. It was incredibly fast. This is bad. Moments later, several instructors adept in observation hockey also altered their expressions. This is alarming. Such a massive presence belongs to a sea king. After a few breaths, a sea king, hundreds of times larger than a battleship, surged forth from the depths. What is this? Help. Hold on tight. Although the sea king did not initiate an attack, the resultant tidal wave nearly capsized the battleship and pirate ship. The crew members hurriedly grasped the masts and ropes, struggling to maintain their balance. Those who had fallen into the water fared poorly, desperately fighting against the towering waves, some swept away by the current, disappearing from sight. Damn it. Zephyr was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a mishap. However, encountering unexpected events in the Grand Line is not unusual. How careless of me. Zephyr was filled with self-reproach. Shouting to the other instructors, you all go save the people. I will deal with this sea king. With that, he activated Moonwalk, propelling himself toward the beast like a cannonball. In the next moment, he appeared beside the leisurely sea king, his aura enveloping his hands, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's jaw. The sea king felt an immense force erupt from below and was sent flying, howling as it crashed into the distant sea. Ah! The sea king emitted a chilling wail. The enormous waves pushed both the battleship and pirate ship aside. Gavin, witnessing this scene, nearly had his eyes pop out. Is that Blackwrist Zephyr? Although he was merely a pirate worth over 100 million. He had spent a few years with the Flying Sky Pirates and had seen enough to recognize Zephyr's identity. He was all too aware of this man's formidable strength. This is someone capable of directly confronting his captain. Why would the Navy dispatch an admiral to deal with someone like him? At that moment, the Sea King turned its gaze towards Zephyr, swinging its tail. Its size was colossal, and the tail swept past the pirate ship where Smoker and the others were, ensnaring the anchor in its wake. An opportunity. Gavin, inherently dismissive of life and death, unleashed a torrent of purple powder directly at the head of the Sea King. A highly potent toxin with an intensely stimulating aroma. His intention was to drive the Sea King away, allowing the ship to escape. However, given the massive size of the Sea King, its eyes were the only vulnerable point. The toxic powder struck its eyes. causing excruciating irritation that elicited a blood-curdling scream as it leapt into the air, poised to crash down upon the two warships. Damn it! Zephyr's eyes widened in horror. If those warships were to be destroyed, everyone would be left adrift at sea. He disregarded the suspicious purple mist and charged in, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Sea King sprawling aside, narrowly averting disaster for the two vessels. Finally intimidated, the Sea King howled in anguish and began dragging the pirate ship away at an astonishing speed, several times faster than the warships. Zephyr, relieved to see the ships unharmed, exhaled deeply. However, his expression shifted drastically upon spotting Smoker, Tina, and Gaspardy aboard the ship. Just as he prepared to use his moonwalk to pursue them, a sudden, intense pain surged through his chest and throat, rendering him breathless and unable to maintain his moonwalk. He staggered and fell heavily onto the warship. Seeing this, Jiuen's face paled, and he rushed to Zephyr's side. "Get the doctor! Get the doctor!" Zephyr coughed violently, his face turning a deep shade of purple. "Damn it! Why now?" A military physician hurried to his side, conducting an urgent examination. "This is dire. Admiral Zephyr has asthma. Inhaling that toxic smoke has exacerbated his condition," the physician exclaimed. "The medication aboard can only provide temporary relief. We must return immediately, or his life will be in jeopardy." Zephyr inhaled sharply, struggling to sit up. "I'm fine. Those three brats are on the ship, and you want to catch up with them." Ignoring the protests of those around him, he attempted to rise. At that moment, Kaji, with two Navy personnel in his arms and another on his back, returned to the deck using his moonwalk. He caught sight of the scene and grasped Zephyr's arm firmly. "Teacher Zephyr, they are our classmates. Leave them to me." "But," "There are no buts. It is my duty as an instructor. My moonwalk can catch up with the Sea King." Zephyr regarded Kaji, realizing that Kaji's moonwalk had previously been sufficient to carry 6 individuals, if unburdened. It was indeed possible for him to pursue the Sea King. With a firm grip on Kaji's hand, he nodded, albeit with great difficulty. "Kaji, rest assured, Teacher Zephyr." He then turned to Jiyuan. "I leave the teacher to you. You must return at once." Jiyuan sighed. But Kaji, not waiting for her to finish, took to the skies. Under the Sea King's immense pull, the pirate ship darted across the ocean like an arrow. Gavin laughed maniacally, exhilarated. "This is fantastic. I've escaped from the Admiral's grasp. Hey, you lot, cheer for me." Smog and Tina chose to disregard the madman, resolutely gripping the cable to prevent being flung into the abyss. Gaspardy had long harbored resentment towards Gawain, and upon witnessing his audacity, could no longer contain his fury. With a roar, he charged forward. As Gaspardy threw a punch, Gawain merely smirked and extended his own fist to meet it. Their fists collided, causing Gaspardy's arm to contort as he attempted to ensnare his opponent. Gawain let out a disdainful grunt, abruptly withdrawing his hand. Gaspardy was taken aback, exclaiming, "Impossible." Indeed, a formidable opponent could escape the control of the gum fruit, but this individual did so with such ease, as if the fruit's powers were utterly ineffective. Gawain sneered, dust cascading from his arm. "I have been observing your battles. It seems you can ensnare your foes." The powder was scale dust, a method employed by moths to escape spider webs. Subsequently, Gawain unleashed a cloud of white powder, catching Gaspardy unawares and coating him entirely. Cough, cough, cough. What is this substance? Before Gaspardy could react, Gawain delivered a flying kick, sending him crashing through the railing and into the ocean. Tina was astonished. Aside from their instructor, this was the first instance she had witnessed someone capable of striking Gaspardy. Had Gaspardy been defeated? Could he wield hockey? Smoker gently shook his head. No, this fellow merely uncovered the weakness of the gum fruit. Flour can solidify the gum, and as long as it is dusted with flour, one can strike at Gaspardy. Gavin. Oh, there are indeed sharp-eyed individuals within the Navy. After Gaspardy fell into the sea, he was instantly rendered powerless. It was only a matter of minutes before he met his demise beneath the waves. At that moment, Kaki, utilizing Moonwalk, caught up. Upon witnessing Gaspardy struggling in the water, he was immediately ensnared in a dilemma. If he continued pursuing the ship, Gaspardy would surely perish. Yet, if he rescued Gaspardy, he would undoubtedly lose track of the pirate vessel. Kaki hovered in the air, glancing between the ship and Gaspardy. And with a resolute decision, he plunged into the sea to rescue Gaspardy. After all, at this moment, his role was not merely as a friend to either of them, but as an instructor to all. "I apologize, Smoker. Tina, do not perish." The Sea King surged forward with incredible speed, swiftly covering 100 miles, then suddenly began to submerge. Oh no, it is diving. Smoker swiftly severed the anchor chain. The Sea King submerged into the depths, leaving the pirate ship adrift, spinning endlessly with the waves and whirlpools. Once the vessel came to a halt, Gavin slowly rose. His gaze fixed upon the navy, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Your comrade has perished. Allow me to accompany you to him. Farewell, navy. Mystical powder. A vibrant cloud of colored powder erupted, enveloping the entire pirate ship in an instant. The mystical powder has the power to ensnare you in illusions. Without my intervention, you shall succumb to its effects, won't you? However, he suddenly realized that the colorful powder was dissipating at a visibly rapid pace. Before him, Smoker held forth a dark vortex in his palm, voraciously consuming the mystical powder. Gavin was taken aback. Curse it, you two possess a power. During the previous skirmish, he had stealthily observed Smoker from the cabin, noting his prowess in hand-to-hand combat, a master of martial arts. He had not anticipated such depth of concealment. Yet, there was little cause for concern. This fellow's ability could not be particularly formidable. Otherwise, why would he refrain from utilizing it? Humph, what an insincere little brat. What is your ability? Smog wore a peculiar expression. I am not a fool. Why would I disclose my abilities to you? Gawain was momentarily taken aback. Feeling as if he had been subtly insulted, his countenance darkening like the bottom of a pot. Just as he was about to take action, Smog spoke again. Since the atmosphere is so serene, Tina, why don't you take on the challenge? Gawain exclaimed, while Tina, caught off guard, remained unfazed. All right, I shall leave it to Tina. With a clash of fists, they prepared to engage in battle. Do not be hasty. Smog grasped her firmly, extending his right hand. Release. From the darkness, a white devil fruit gradually emerged. This fruit is yours. Rest assured, it is truly worthy of you. Tina's eyes sparkled as she reached for the fruit. However, Gavin's pupils constricted, and he abruptly raised his hand, iron powder swirling forth to coalesce into a long sword. Iron powder slash. A blade of shadow descended towards Tina. Smoker swiftly appeared before Tina, resolutely intercepting the blow. The attack, forged from iron powder, was no less formidable than a steel blade, leaving a substantial wound upon Smoker's chest. Smoker, over the years, he has endured countless injuries, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. He has subtly discerned a pattern. The debilitating pain from the Moku Nomi seems to diminish with each similar attack. Although the progress is exceedingly slow, it becomes increasingly apparent when one observes over an extended timeline. What a fierce assault this is. Fear not. I shall repay it in kind. Tina, eat quickly. All right. Concerned for Smoker, Tina understood that idle chatter was futile, so she hastily began to consume. Damn it. Gawain, in a state of urgency, unleashed 2 slashing strikes once more. Double iron powder slash. This time, Smoker did not defend. Instead, he deliberately exposed Tina behind him. The slashes struck Tina's body, cleaving her into 3 segments. Gawain felt a moment of relief. Ha, you fool. But then, a scene unfolded that left him aghast. Tina transformed into a wisp of white smoke, instantly reverting to her original form. What manner of ability is this? Smoker's wounds have fully healed. Since you are so fond of introducing the abilities of devil fruits before battle, it would be no harm to enlighten you. This is widely acknowledged as the most formidable Logia-type devil fruit, the smoke fruit. The term most formidable refers to the Logia category. The smoke fruit, Logia? 2 voices resonated simultaneously. Tina blushed with delight, while Gavin turned pale with fright. Smog, Gawain, do seek out the weaknesses of this fruit. An hour later, Gawain lay on the deck, bruised and battered, unable to move a finger. Confronted with the powers of a natural-type fruit, he found himself defensively passive, as he had yet to master hockey, rendering all his efforts ineffective. The prolonged struggle was attributed to 2 factors: Gawain's considerable strength, which surpassed Tina's foundational combat capabilities, and Tina's intention to utilize him for honing her skills. The outcome proved beneficial. Through this single confrontation, Tina made significant advancements in her control over the smoke fruit. It was indeed unfortunate for Gawain. Given his prowess, had he truly wished to escape, Tina would have been unable to impede him. Alas, stranded in the vast ocean with nowhere to flee, he had no choice but to persist in the fight until his strength was utterly depleted. Tina stood nearby, panting, exclaiming, "Phew, this fellow is quite the challenge." Smog gently grasped Tina's shoulder, utilizing his fruit's ability to extract her accumulated fatigue. One must savor each bite of a meal. After all, for he had amassed a bounty exceeding 100 million even before consuming the fruit. Subsequently, he redirected the pain and exhaustion onto Gaunt. Already weary, Gaunt succumbed to the sudden influx of negative sensations, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Tina, invigorated, moved her body and raised her hand, a swirl of white smoke emanating from her palm. Truly, the allure of the devil fruit is unparalleled. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. Smoke nodded. In the 4Cs in the first half of the Grand Line, the abilities of the natural system are indeed unparalleled. However, abilities are merely the finishing touch. It is the physique that constitutes the foundation. Smoke initially intended to wait until Tina grew stronger before bestowing upon her the devil fruit. However, the indiscriminate attacks from Gasper D instilled a sense of urgency within him. Although he is present now, even the tiger requires moments of respite. It is impractical for him to vigilantly guard Tina forever. Who can assure that a similar situation will not arise again? In light of this, it would be wiser to entrust the fruit to Tina at an earlier stage, thereby providing an additional layer of security. Rest assured, Tina is not the type to become arrogant and complacent upon gaining new powers. She will not neglect her training. But what should be our next course of action? Smoker shrugged helplessly. I do not know. While you were engaged in battle just now, I inspected the vessel, and unfortunately, the sails, rudder, and anchor are all damaged. We are left adrift upon the sea. Tina gasped in astonishment. What? To be adrift in the Grand Line is far from favorable. However, even if the pirate ship were in pristine condition, the two of them would still be incapable of navigating it. Shall we return using the moonwalk technique? Smoke shook his head. We were initially dragged by the Sea Kings and have drifted for so long, deviating at least 100 kilometers from our course. Returning with a moonwalk is utterly impossible. The moonwalk is exceedingly demanding on one's stamina. It may suffice for short distances, but prolonged flight is nothing short of a fantasy. While it might be feasible for several admirals to traverse such a distance, I certainly lack that capability. More importantly, we are unaware of our direction. It would be unwise to wander aimlessly. Very well then. Tina nodded in resignation. Let us first inventory the supplies aboard the ship. We have no idea how long we might be here. Consequently, the two began to search. To their surprise, the Blood Wolf pirates were indeed quite affluent. And with this vessel being the flagship, they uncovered a substantial amount of food and fresh water, as well as a hold brimming with treasures and weaponry. Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the provisions and fresh water are sufficient to sustain us for an extended period. Smoker nodded. Regrettably, without a den mushy. He could not escape this wretched place immediately. As he spoke, he unleashed darkness, drawing everything into its depths. Unlike Blackbeard, Smoker possessed an extraordinary precision in controlling gravity. Even Tina, who was merely a stone's throw away, remained oblivious to the anomaly. Thus, the two drifted through their days, spending hours on the deck. To conserve their strength, they ceased training and instead took turns exhibiting their abilities, one releasing white smoke while the other emitted black, in an attempt to attract the attention of nearby vessels. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor them. Day turned to day, 5 days, 10 days, without a glimpse of a ship in sight. At this juncture, Gavin was barely clinging to life. His injuries had taken a severe toll, and his condition continued to deteriorate. Smoker, however, felt little concern and paid him scant attention. The crimes this man had committed could not be atoned for by a single life. His demise would be a mere act of leniency. Thus, each day, he returned to check on Gavin, preparing to dispose of him once he took his last breath. On this particular day, Smoker seemed to have an epiphany. He retrieved a piece of fruit and placed it beside Gavin. Tina, intrigued, inquired, Smoker, what are you doing? Offering a tribute. The man is not dead yet. Smoke fixated intently on the fruit. It was merely an experiment, and the results would soon reveal themselves. Several hours passed, and Gavin, living up to everyone's expectations, took his final breath. Almost simultaneously, strange patterns began to emerge on the surface of the fruit, transforming it into a devil fruit. Tina was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Smoke revealed an expression of realization. If I am not mistaken, this must be his pink fruit. After the demise of an ability user, their powers are randomly conferred upon fruits. Of course, the precise mechanics of this phenomenon require further investigation. Moreover, the smoothness of this transformation also involved an element of fortune. Smoker spoke in a calm manner, yet the excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. If Blackbeard can achieve this, I will surely do so in due time. Lacking clues, I shall experiment bit by bit. Regardless of the circumstances, The means to seize the power of the devil fruit must be firmly in my grasp. In his fervor, Smoker did not forget to caution Tina. Tina, this matter must remain between us. Do you understand? Tina nodded vigorously. She was far from naive. She was acutely aware of the implications of this situation. Since Gavin's demise, life had become increasingly mundane. A month had swiftly passed. The stockpile of food and fresh water had dwindled to nearly half. Fortunately, 2 rain showers had occurred in the interim, allowing Smoker to collect a substantial amount of rainwater, alleviating the immediate crisis. As for food, fishing, one must admit, in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, to have a ship without sails or a rudder navigate safely for such an extended period is nothing short of a miracle. Smog found himself momentarily uncertain whether his fortune was fortuitous or otherwise. On that day, the two of them sat by the edge of the boat, fishing, one with smoke billowing black from his head, the other with white smoke rising. 2 columns of smoke soared toward the heavens. Suddenly, Tina's fishing rod slipped from her grasp as she pointed into the distance. Smog, look over there. Is that not an island? Smoker was taken aback, quickly gazing into the distance, and then he exclaimed with exhilaration. Indeed, an island. It is an island. Upon sighting the landmass, Smoker was overwhelmed with excitement. A month. Do you have any inkling of how I endured this past month? Cooped up on a moldy ship, I felt as if I were rotting away. Although Tina kept me company, the relentless sun above and the steamy sea below left me sticky and foul, extinguishing any semblance of extra thoughts. Smog hurriedly approached the edge of the ship, extending his hand to gauge the currents of the sea. Fortune favored us as we were drawing closer to the island. Tina appeared equally exhilarated. Splendid. If we get any nearer, we shall be able to disembark upon the island with the moonwalk. Several hours later, the vessel leisurely drifted to the vicinity of the isle. The entire visage of the island unfolded before the two of them. Towering mountains rose majestically. Lush trees adorned the landscape, and numerous seagulls soared gracefully through the air. The eyes of Smog and Tina gleamed with excitement. It was splendid. This was not merely a desolate island of stone. As they drew nearer, they gracefully descended upon the island, their feet finally touching the ground, bestowing upon them a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death. One cannot blame them. 2 individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities stranded on a dilapidated vessel could easily find themselves at the mercy of the sea's wrath with a single tempestuous gust or towering wave. In such dire circumstances, unless one possesses the unfazed nature of Akiji, who is untroubled by water, or the flying prowess of the Golden Lion, which capable individual would remain unperturbed. Throughout the past month, they felt as though a blade hung perilously above their heads, necessitating that they sleep with one eye open. Now, they had finally arrived on the island. Smoker effortlessly summoned his abilities to draw the ship closer, ensuring that the numerous provisions aboard would not simply drift away. Subsequently, the two sought refuge in a safer cave where they succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, though its duration remained a mystery, until they eventually stirred awake. Once their senses returned, they began to ponder their next course of action. Tina inquired, "Smoker, what shall we do next?" Smog shook his head, saying, "There is no viable solution. We are unaware of our location and can only rely on chance for a ship to rescue us." Tina sighed and replied, "Well, regardless of the circumstances, let us first search this island." Smoker harbored no objections. The two meandered around the island, swiftly conducting an exploration. Fortune smiled upon them, for the island boasted fresh water, an abundance of fruits, and wildlife, alleviating any fears of succumbing to thirst or hunger. The sole drawback was that this locale seemed devoid of shipping routes. Given its absence from established maritime pathways, merchant vessels and pleasure boats would not venture here. Consequently, pirate ships would also refrain from wandering into these waters, and thus, naval ships would be unlikely to appear as well. The two exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Ultimately, Smoker maintained a more optimistic demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on our misfortunes. This is not a windless zone. Vessels will inevitably pass by. With sustenance and hydration at our disposal, we shall bide our time." Tina recognized his intent to comfort her and sighed inwardly, nodding in agreement. Thus, the two commenced their solitary survival on the island. To enhance their comfort, Smoker dismantled the pirate ship and constructed a modest wooden hut upon the beach. Though rudimentary, it offered shelter from the elements. The expansive view allowed them to easily spot any passing ships. Observing the island's dampness, Smoker excavated a pit among the rocky outcroppings away from the shore, dedicated to food storage. Consequently, the pair spent their days scavenging for resources and engaged in unmentionable activities by night, whether through training or mutual cultivation, leading to an existence that was both monotonous and fulfilling, devoid of any sense of shame. 2 months swiftly elapsed. One day, a series of muted thuds resonated from the sky above the island, accompanied by bursts of white smoke. Tina was practicing her techniques in the air, skillfully merging elemental transformation with moonwalking, propelling herself through the smoke. This not only multiplied her speed, but also conserved her energy. While she was not capable of traversing seas or islands, circling the island multiple times presented no challenge. Furthermore, after such an extensive period of training, Tina had mastered the smoke fruit with remarkable finesse. Unlike Smoker from the original narrative, who heavily relied on elemental transformation, she adeptly utilized the propulsion of the smoke fruit to enhance her speed and strength. Although her techniques lacked flamboyance, the enhancement of her abilities was undeniably substantial. Moreover, with future improvements in her physical capabilities, there lay vast potential for further advancement. Meanwhile, Smoker stood before a colossal rock, slowly raising his right hand. He quietly attuned himself to the surroundings, extending his palm to reveal a slender tendril of dark matter. With a forceful flick, the darkness lashed against the boulder like a whip. It penetrated from one end and emerged from the other, leaving behind a pristine and smooth surface where the rock had once existed. Smoker revealed a smile. It worked. This technique shall be named the Dark Whip. It is a new move developed by Smoker. He had long observed that the power of the dark fruit is primarily about control, drawing enemies closer for an attack. And the released darkness is rather spontaneous, devoid of any intricate manipulation. Even the destructive force of the dark void merely spreads freely, waiting for the enemy to be ensnared within the darkness, only to be crushed by its formidable gravitational pull. While the damage is significant, the approach is rather rigid. Thus, Smoker began to experiment with controlling the shape of the darkness. Indeed, not only did the technique become more agile, but its potency also increased. The abilities of a devil fruit are not fixed. They depend, to a certain extent, on the user's mindset. In Blackbeard's eyes, darkness embodies infinite gravitational force, and his method of attack is to devour everything. Under the influence of such a mindset, regardless of the ability he employs, the source of gravity always resides above his own being. Consequently, he cannot evade attacks, nor can he create a source of gravity from a distance. However, Smoker is unencumbered by such constraints. No matter how formidable the dark fruit may be, it is merely a power, devoid of rigid limitations. Who decrees that the source of gravity must be oneself? Who dictates that one cannot create a source of gravity from afar? Who states that only a single source of gravity can be generated? These are mere conventions. The broader the imagination, the greater the potential of the dark fruit. At that moment, Tina flew over from a distance and landed behind Smoker. Is this the new technique you have been researching? Its power is truly astonishing. Smog embraced Tina's slender waist. This was merely the beginning. They were far from finished. The two returned to the house, enveloped in affection. Inside the cottage, Tina had already grilled several fish, and the pair began to indulge in their meal. Smoker devoured 4 or 5 fish in one breath, wiping his mouth afterwards. Have you seen any ships today? Tina nodded. She circled the island several times, but failed to spot any vessels. Well, Smoker replied, his tone devoid of disappointment. It's all right. There will always be opportunities. Over the past 2 months, their bond had deepened significantly. A man and a woman, both in their prime, kept themselves busy day and night, and their urgency for rescue had diminished. It would be splendid if a ship arrived, but if not, they would continue to revel in their happiness. After all, the surroundings offered ample food and drink, and with my company, what was there to fear in lingering a few more days? Umph. Tina shot him a playful glare, her demeanor imbued with a newfound charm that left Smoker parched. Just as he contemplated whether to act on his impulses, a series of muffled sounds echoed from the distance. Boom. It resembled thunder, though with a distinct difference. Smog was taken aback. What sound is that? Tina furrowed her brow. It sounds somewhat familiar. In the next moment, 2 resounding booms echoed as several shells descended, instantly reducing the small cottage to ruins, engulfed by searing flames. In the distance, a warship lay quietly anchored, its cannons still emitting wisps of smoke. Senior officers each commanded their own vessels, adhering to strict standards concerning size and specifications. However, the distinctive style of each ship varied according to the commander. The most notable among them was Karp's dog-headed warship. The vessel in question, from an external perspective, appeared rather conventional, yet the captain's quarters exuded opulence, walls and ceilings adorned with walnut paneling, while exquisite crystal chandeliers dangled gracefully. The walls were decorated with paintings by renowned artists, and a cabinet inlaid with gold and silver showcased an array of luxurious ornaments. At the center of the room was a leather sofa resembling a grand bed. In essence, this space bore little resemblance to a military command center. It felt more akin to a royal mansion. Upon the sofa reclined a golden-haired female officer, languidly draped in her justice cloak. A naval soldier stood before her, delivering a report. Major General Zane, the suspicious structures on the beach have been destroyed. According to the scientific division's requirements, the new type of shell has met its expected power. They inquire whether the mission can be concluded so they may return to the base post-haste. Zane rested her chin on her hand, silent, seemingly lost in thought. Once the naval soldier finished his report, he dared not disturb her, standing rigidly to the side in quiet anticipation. After a considerable pause, Zane lifted a wine glass from nearby and took a delicate sip. Inform those old men that the shells required by the Navy encompass more than mere power. Safety, storability, ease of transport, and manufacturing costs must all be taken into account. This mission is a practical test, not merely a matter of firing a few blank rounds and calling it a day. Let them know they may leave at their discretion, but I shall not sign off on the report. The naval soldier swallowed hard and bowed slightly. Yes, I take my leave. He turned to depart. Hey, kid. Zane suddenly called out to him. The young sailor was taken aback and quickly turned back. Major General Zane, do you have further instructions? Zane flicked her thumb, sending a gold coin flying into the sailor's hand with a resounding ding. This is for you. You may go. The young sailor caught the coin, which was worth 2 months of his salary, his face lighting up with excitement. With this coin, he could afford medical treatment for his mother. He stood at attention, feet together, and saluted respectfully. Thank you, Your Highness Zane. Zane waved his hand expressionlessly, prompting the young Marine to hastily depart. Before leaving, he cast a fleeting glance at the peculiar figure huddled in the corner of the room. The strange individual, tall and slender, donned a cloak, his face adorned with exaggerated paint, and a long sword hung at his waist. He peered through the window, observing the results of the recent cannon trial. Once the soldier had exited, he waddled over to Zane, plopping down on the sofa. Indeed, you are the pride of the North Sea, Major Zane. I have heard that you have been at the G2 branch for merely 6 months, yet have already garnered the affection of your subordinates. It is individuals like yourself who are worthy of being our partners. The eccentric spoke with animated gestures, his expression strikingly exaggerated. Yet, beneath his flamboyant demeanor lay a hint of flattery mingled with caution as his gaze scrutinized Zane. Partners? Zane brushed his hair back and gradually straightened his posture. It may be premature to discuss such matters. I have yet to express any intention of collaborating with you. Given our current stance, we might very well bombard your ship at any moment. Wouldn't you agree? Diamante? Diamante, the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, whose code name was Block, paused momentarily at Zane's words. The woman across from him narrowed her eyes, her expression languid, as if drowsy in the sunlight. However, Diamante felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Though he appeared relaxed, his body was taut, and the hair on his back stood on end. He chuckled awkwardly. Major Zane, you truly have a knack for jest. Whether we are foes or allies is a matter to be discussed once you meet our young master. At least for now, we are not enemies. Zane gazed thoughtfully at Diamante, suddenly breaking into a soft chuckle as he reclined back into the sofa. You certainly seem anxious. There is a modicum of truth in what you say. I do hold a flicker of interest in Doflamingo's ambitions. I have heard that your operations in the North Sea have flourished remarkably, yet here you are, abandoning your home to venture into the Grand Line. At the mention of Doflamingo, Diamante straightened, his eyes ablaze with fervor. 2 years ago, our young master traveled to Lowtown to witness an unprecedented spectacle. How could the mere North Sea contain his aspirations? However, with your assistance, we could swiftly establish a formidable presence in the Grand Line. Zane shook his glass, wearing a smile that was more sardonic than genuine. I am a naval officer. How could I possibly aid pirates in establishing their power? Do not be so heartless. Lord Zane, Diamante leaned closer, his smile taking on a significant meaning. Wasn't our previous collaboration quite enjoyable? Zane's eyes narrowed slightly. I distinctly recall warning you about the Don Quixote family. This matter should never be broached again. The cloak behind Diamante billowed gently. Lord Zane, Without our collaboration from years past, you would not have achieved greatness. Before he could finish, Zane's left hand transformed into a sharp cone, aimed directly at Diamante's throat. Anticipating the attack, Diamante swiftly waved his cloak, transforming it into an iron shield to protect himself. As a user of the flamboyant fruit, he could turn anything into a substance as soft as silk. This cloak, seemingly light as a feather, was in fact forged from steel, capable of shifting into an iron shield at will. To Diamante's astonishment, the sharp cone pierced the iron shield, pressing against his throat. The cone gradually elongated, seemingly embedding itself into his skin, and he could faintly sense a warmth emanating from it. Diamante felt an icy chill envelop him, his throat constricted, and he murmured, "Is it hockey?" Zane offered no comment. "This is the last time. If you mention it again, I shall make a hole in your throat. Do you understand?" Diamante hastily showed submission, retracting his powers as the shield reverted to a soft fabric. "My apologies, Lord Zane. I meant no threat." Zane retracted his ability, his fingers returning to normal, and he resumed his languid demeanor. "Just teasing you. Why be so tense? I believe your young master wouldn't engage in such folly." "Oh, you're not angry, are you?" "Oh, no, certainly not." Diamante touched the spot of blood on his neck, repeatedly denying any anger. Yet inwardly, he cursed. Mad woman, just like before. Regardless, they understood each other well, which was precisely why the young master sought Zane's assistance. Zane did not refute this. Often, one's most profound understanding comes from adversaries, particularly those who have proven resilient against one's efforts to eliminate them. Years ago, in the North Sea, he and Don Quixote da Flamingo had been embroiled in a struggle for years, engaging in countless battles, neither able to best the other. Eventually, da Flamingo, seeking to expand his influence and rid himself of a troublesome entity, proposed collaboration with Zane. Together, they eradicated numerous criminal factions. This achievement led to Zane's promotion to brigadier general and a transfer to the naval headquarters. A few years later, he ascended to the rank of rear admiral, serving as the deputy base commander of the G2 branch. Meanwhile, da Flamingo eliminated his greatest rival and many competitors, successfully unifying the underground world of the North Sea. On the surface, their collaboration appeared mutually beneficial, yet Zane always felt he had been outmaneuvered. He had believed he would never see da Flamingo again, only to discover that da Flamingo had also arrived at the Grand Line, actively seeking his partnership. Truly, a most perplexing individual. They both thought of him as a madman. In the captain's quarters, Zane swirled his glass. "Diamante, since you have time to spare, enlighten me about what da Flamingo desires. Based on your words, I shall determine whether to bring a gun or a drink, so think carefully before you speak." Diamante chuckled lightly. "Lord Zane, you truly have a knack for humor." He then leaned in closer. "The essence of our collaboration is rather straightforward. Our family aspires to establish a base of operations in the G2 district to engage in the lucrative slave trade along the Grand Line. Thus, we require your assistance in providing a semblance of cover for our activities. Naturally, the benefits shall not be lacking for you." Zane was initially taken aback. Slave trade. He then lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his head again. "In the G2 district, the annual profits from the slave trade are estimated to be in the billions. However, this business is predominantly controlled by pirates and underground factions. To recklessly involve oneself could leave one with naught but the dregs." Diamante erupted in laughter. "Lord Zane, we are indeed pirates. The strong thrive while the weak perish. If that day ever comes, it shall be due to our own shortcomings. However, with our family in the fray, the young master shall undoubtedly succeed." Zane remained noncommittal, taking a sip from his cup of wine, all the while internally scoffing at the notion of family. While he found them distasteful, he could not deny that Don Quixote da Flamingo was indeed a formidable individual, bold, cunning, and ruthless, with commendable strength. Yet, he lacked the clarity of thought that would accompany overwhelming power like Whitebeard's, instead indulging in this charade of familial affection. One could only wish he would associate with more reliable allies. Unfortunately, his so-called family members were all eccentric in their own right. Their strength was questionable, yet their arrogance was palpable. Particularly, Diamante and that sniveling Tornapal were more adept at boasting and engaging in frivolous banter than in achieving meaningful results, proving to be glaring liabilities. Their loyalty was genuine, but it was their only redeeming quality. There was, however, a level-headed young fellow with a mushroom-shaped haircut, Yet he remained rather inconspicuous, having only crossed paths with Zane a few times. Of course, despite his arrogance, Zane would never voice such sentiments. After years of navigating the bureaucratic landscape, he possessed the emotional intelligence to avoid openly disparaging others. I naturally trust in the capabilities of the Don Quixote family. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to engage with you. Zane's mission was to test the new artillery developed by the Navy's technological division and to gather combat data. In truth, the optimal strategy would be to lie in wait along the routes frequented by pirates. However, her curiosity regarding Doflamingo's proposal led her to this desolate place. Yet, this decision significantly prolonged the duration of their voyage. In fact, aboard this vessel, there were not only members of the G2 branch, but also scientists accompanied by their guards. The mingling of both parties was far from harmonious. The G2 Navy found the scientists' obstinacy exasperating, while the scientists looked down upon the Navy's brutish simplicity. The shorter the duration, the better. However, as time dragged on, various conflicts emerged, much to Zane's annoyance. Had it not been for the upper echelons imposing this troublesome mission upon her, she would have long cast aside this mess. In her mind, taking such a lengthy detour was already a considerable sacrifice. Diamante thumped his thigh. Indeed, Lord Zane, your collaboration with the young master represents a formidable alliance, and we are sincerely committed. Heiser smiled faintly, raising his glass and giving it a gentle shake. Is that so? I do appreciate partners who are earnest in their endeavors. Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Diamante promptly lifted his glass in an attempt to clink it, but Zane had already retracted her glass, sipping from it independently. Diamante's expression became somewhat stiff, and he could only awkwardly retreat to the edge of the island amidst the ruins. 2 puffs of smoke, one black and one white, ascended into the air. The white smoke swiftly coalesced, transforming once more into Tina's figure. Despite the intense bombardment, it posed no threat to her. However, Tina, disregarding her own safety, hurriedly moved aside several pieces of wood, revealing Smoker trapped beneath. Smoker, are you all right? In stark contrast to Tina, Smoker appeared charred on the outside, yet tender within. Wisps of black smoke surrounding him, leaving his condition uncertain, whether due to darkness or having been scorched. Although he had trained to endure pain over the years, this was his first experience of being bombarded. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Smoker first felt his body torn apart by the shrapnel, followed by the searing heat that carbonized his flesh, and finally, the tremendous shockwave that shattered his limbs. The mere thought of such excruciating agony sent shivers down one's spine, intensified several-fold by the powers of the dark fruit. Tina hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Smoker, are you all right? Smog glared at the warship with palpable disdain. These fellows are certainly up to no good. Tina was taken aback. What is the matter? Our abode, in every aspect, ought to serve as a sanctuary. It should not have become the target of the Navy. How could they open fire without a moment's hesitation? Tina's gaze drifted somewhat. You see, yesterday, a hole was made in the wall, and due to the inconvenience of sawing wood, Tina had merely covered it with a pirate flag. Smoker. On the warship, Zane approached the command room window, gazing into the distance at the small island. When will your young master arrive? Diamante rose and replied, after the final day, you shall meet. You inform Doflamingo to change the meeting location. I shall wait for him on this island. Diamante was taken aback and anxiously exclaimed, Huh? But? There are no buts. Time waits for no one. Zane's gaze turned ominous. What surprise have you prepared for me? Diamante was momentarily speechless, forcing a laugh. Of course. I will contact the young master first. Helpless, Diamante knew that, despite his prominence in the North Sea, he had no grounds to be arrogant before Zane. He stepped into a corner to communicate with Doflamingo using a den mushy. The warship began to turn, slowly making its way towards the island. Tina watched from afar as the warship approached. Wonderful. Smoker, the warship is coming. We are saved. Smoker gently patted Tina on the shoulder, urging her not to panic and to take cover while assessing the situation. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease about the ship. Although Tina sensed the oddity, she did not question him and obediently followed Smoker into the woods. Soon, the warship docked beside the ruins of a cottage. Zane disembarked and surveyed the wreckage, expressing his astonishment with a click of his tongue. One cannon shot had reduced the house before him to mere rubble. The new model indeed possessed formidable power. Subsequently, a group of scientists clad in white coats hurried down, disregarding Zane as they busied themselves with their examination of the debris. Aware of the scientist's nature and their strained rapport with him, Zane turned away and summoned several officers. Relay my orders. The scientific unit's guards will remain in place to ensure the safety of the scientists. The rest should conduct a nearby search for any pirates that may still be lurking here. Yes, sir. The Navy promptly set about their respective tasks. At that moment, Diamante swaggered over. What a splendid island. I shall stretch my limbs, and when the young master arrives, I shall seek you out. Zane had no objections. Although he was surrounded by his trusted allies, the presence of so many eyes was still a concern, especially given that the other party was composed of pirates. Thus, Diamante departed with a sword in hand, striding away with a crab's-like gait. Once he was gone, a Navy lieutenant approached Zane. Major, shall we? He made a gesture across his throat. This lieutenant was an old subordinate whom Zane had brought from the North Sea, one of the few privy to Diamante's true identity. Zane pondered for a moment. Not for now, just send a few men to follow him. Understood. Meanwhile, Smoker and Tina, equipped with binoculars, quietly observed the coastline. Although Smoker had been transported here for quite some time, he was largely unfamiliar with anyone outside the characters from the original storyline, leaving Tina to serve as the interpreter. Those in white coats are from the Navy's technology division. That female officer is Zane. She is the princess of the Kingdom of Todenon in the North Sea. Previously a colonel for her successful eradication of numerous dark forces, she has now been promoted to the Marine headquarters. Not long ago, she was appointed as the deputy base commander of the G2 branch. The North Sea, you say? Smoker instinctively thought of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who are the high-ranking officials of the G2 branch. The base commander is Admiral Kaisa, and the vice commanders are Major General Gumi and Major General Zhang. So that's it. Smoker nodded, concluding that the other party's identity was indeed legitimate. Perhaps we should step outside. Suddenly, Tina expressed her confusion. Who is this person? She was looking directly at Diamante. Without a uniform, he bore no resemblance to a Navy officer, a scientist, or a government official. Could he possibly be a noble from some country? Smoker, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Let me take a look." Upon recognizing the figure before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Smoker was not well acquainted with many individuals, but Diamante was certainly one of them. It appeared that this peculiar Rear Admiral Zen had an intriguing character. What does this mean? This fellow, known as Diamante, was one of the high-ranking officers of the Don Quixote pirates hailing from the North Sea. Is this true? Why would a Rear Admiral from the Navy be associated with pirates? The answer eluded him, yet it seemed Diamante had strayed from his companions. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire directly. As Diamante traversed the jungle, he suddenly stumbled upon several scattered footprints. Oh, could there be others on the island? If the Navy had detected the presence of unfamiliar individuals on the island, they would surely have reported back. However, Diamante was no Navy officer. His arrogant disposition led him to disregard caution and pursue the trail, ultimately arriving at the opposite side of the island. This location had long surpassed the Navy's search perimeter. On the beach, Tina donned a Navy uniform, patiently awaiting Diamante's arrival. Ah, greetings. Diamante casually glanced at Tina's military attire, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Why? Hello there, Miss Navy Private. Tina, her expression unyielding, replied coolly, Diamante. I never anticipated someone like you would accompany the warship. Diamante's pupils narrowed. What a naive little girl you are. As he spoke, he drew a silk ribbon from his waist, deftly transforming it into a sword that lunged toward Tina's throat. Tina, employing her elemental form, skillfully evaded the strike. And as the white smoke coalesced around Diamante, she delivered a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Diamante, startled, hastily raised his cloak. Bullfighter's cloak, retract. The cloak enveloped him, instantly morphing into an iron shield. Tina's fist left a dent in the shield, but inflicted no actual harm. Damn it, a Logia user? Just as Diamante prepared to retaliate, a massive black hand emerged from behind, gripping his throat with an ironclad hold. What in the world is happening? Diamante attempted to resist, only to realize he could no longer control his cloak. Smoker deprived Diamante of his abilities, transforming the iron cloak that enveloped him into a prison. Smog chuckled coldly, "You are truly a victim of your own making." Diamante shouted in fury, "You scoundrel, who on earth are you? Release me at once." Yet, he could only seethe in impotent rage. The once advantageous nature of the flapping fruit now rendered him utterly helpless. Smoker extracted a sea stone pendant from his pocket and draped it around Diamante's neck, causing him to instantly collapse. How infuriating, it is the sea stone. Tina, too. did not anticipate the battle to be so effortless, and she stepped forward. Smoker, shall we proceed with the interrogation? Smog shook his head. No need for that. Although this fellow is a fool, he would never betray his captain. Indeed, I would never betray Doflamingo. Smog, disinterested, deftly avoided the sea stone and retrieved a din-din mushy from Diamante. A long-wave din-din mushy, splendid. With this, we can directly contact headquarters for assistance. Tina let out a sigh of relief. At last, a piece of good news. Yet, unease lingered within her. Why would pirates appear aboard a warship? Perhaps we should investigate this matter further. Very well, let's proceed. Smog turned a glance at Diamante. Just then, I too had matters to confirm. Not long ago, in a certain part of the Grand Line, a flamboyant pirate ship resembling a flamingo was racing forward at full speed. Should any merchant vessels from the North Sea encounter this ship, they would undoubtedly flee for their lives, for aboard was none other than the Don Quixote pirates. Once the dominant force in the North Sea and recently notorious for causing chaos throughout the Grand Line. At this moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo was in a conference room with several high-ranking officers. In the center of the room stood a colossal conference table, cluttered with maps and books. Accompanied by a rather endearing transponder snail, Doflamingo was engaged in a conversation with someone. Click. Doflamingo hung up the transponder snail and returned to his seat at the table. That mad woman, Virgo, has changed the meeting location at the last minute. After all these years, she remains as cautious as ever. Pika chimed in with a sharp voice, expressing his dissatisfaction. Doff, that woman is too arrogant. Do we truly need to collaborate with her? With our strength, we could easily vanquish those competitors. Why should we share our profits with her? Haha, you have a point, Doflamingo replied, rising to his feet. However, our objective is not merely wealth, but rather to secure a stable territory. He approached a maritime map, drew a line, and circled several islands. These islands, considering their population, resources, and location, are highly suitable. The only issue is that it would be quite challenging to evade the watchful eyes of the G2 branch. Therefore, allying with that woman could spare us from unnecessary conflicts, making it a necessary course of action. Pika frowned. But must our partner be her? Virgo, seated at the table sipping coffee, looked up and remarked, in the G2 base, no one understands us better than Virgo. If she stands with us, our safety would significantly increase. Securing her alliance is currently the optimal solution. Hey. At that moment, Treble, with his long snot, leaned in. Doflamingo, Virgo, that madwoman is exceedingly greedy. She will undoubtedly demand exorbitant terms. Both Doflamingo and Virgo responded in unison. You're getting too close, Treble. Ha. Greed is advantageous. The slave trade serves merely as a facade and bait. What harm is there in giving her all the profits? Doflamingo remarked, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Besides, he continued, how can we send her to the gallows without a touch of greed? Doflamingo plopped down beside Virgo. My friend, what do you think of the plan? Virgo nodded. Doff, as long as it is something you wish to accomplish, I shall make it a reality. Ha. Then I shall leave it to you. Just then, the cabin door swung open with a loud bang, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Doflamingo calmly inquired, what is it? A sense of trepidation enveloped several high-ranking officials. Despite Don Quixote Doflamingo's outward calm, those who had grown up alongside him were acutely aware of his temperament. They could unmistakably discern the simmering fury beneath his composed facade. In his youth, Doflamingo had plummeted from the pedestal of the celestial dragons, subsequently enduring a harrowing period of hardship. Perhaps in his quest for equilibrium, he had developed an unwavering reverence for hierarchy, resolutely refusing to tolerate any insubordination or affronts directed at those in positions of power. During meetings with the highest-ranking officials, no one was permitted to intrude, as the officials regarded the newcomer with an icy detachment akin to that reserved for the deceased. The young man, Senor Pink, who had recently joined the crew, stood before them. Though his tenure with the Don Quixote pirates was brief, he had made a lasting impression. This individual was exceptionally capable, reliable in his endeavors, composed in demeanor, and fiercely loyal to the family, a rare gem indeed. Doflamingo and the senior officials held him in high esteem, even contemplating his elevation to a leadership role. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had acted rashly today. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Senor Pink's forehead, his complexion ashen. Sirs, there has been a grave incident. Lord Diamante's life card has diminished. The life card, a product of the New World, was crafted from a combination of human fingernails and other materials. symbolizing its owner's vitality. A reduction in size signified a weakening of life force. Although such cards were scarce, Doflamingo had procured some through his connections for personal and high-ranking use. What? Impossible. The officials gasped in shock upon hearing Senor Pink's revelation. He extended his palm, revealing a piece of paper inscribed with Diamante's name, which was currently ablaze, reduced to mere remnants. Initially, Lord Diamante's life card exhibited no anomalies, yet it had abruptly ignited, transforming in mere seconds. Doflamingo's expression darkened, veins protruding on his forehead, and a bloodthirsty aura erupted forth, causing even the highest-ranking officials to blanch. Senor Pink, overwhelmed, staggered back until he braced himself against the doorframe. How audacious! Who dares to lay a hand on my family? I shall have them torn to shreds. With that, he seized Diamante's life card and leaped out of the window. Doflamingo. His subordinates attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Doflamingo activated his powers and vanished into the sky in a flurry of motion. Damn it! Virgo slammed his hand on the table. Pika, is Doflamingo's life card with you? Steer the course. Tori, maintain contact with Diamante and inform us immediately if you receive any news. Senor, inform everyone to take their positions and set sail at full speed. The crowd was startled and hurriedly complied with his command. On the island, Diamante had already removed the sea stone from his chest. At this moment, his eyes were glazed, foam spilling from his mouth, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Smoker stood beside him, gently delivering a kick. This fellow had trained remarkably well, enduring such a multitude of injuries without succumbing to death. Tina gazed at Smoker, a flicker of compassion shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Moments ago, Smoker had transferred the agony he absorbed onto Diamante. Merely a third of it had reduced Diamante to this wretched state, barely clinging to life. It was unimaginable what torment Smoker had just endured. Although the dark fruit allowed him to withstand damage, the pain was undeniably real. Do not worry, Tina. Smoker, perhaps sensing her thoughts, offered words of reassurance. My years of training have not been in vain. My capacity for enduring pain far exceeds that of an ordinary person. This fellow simply cannot bear it. He is merely worthless. Had Diamante still possessed his senses, he would undoubtedly have erupted in curses. What are you, a fool? Training for defense is one thing, but who in their right mind would train their pain sensitivity? Tina understood Smoker's intent to alleviate her concerns, and thus refrained from pressing further, merely responding, as long as you are aware. She then turned her gaze toward Diamante, asking, what shall we do next? How shall we deal with this fellow? Ideally, he should be buried directly. It would be clean and sanitary. Did I not mention that I have something I wish to attempt? Smoker extended his palm, and darkness oozed forth like oil, slowly cascading towards Diamante. I have devised a new technique, one that I have never employed on another. It is fortuitous that I can test it on him, thus putting a waste to good use. The darkness flowed beside Diamante, enveloping him in a large sphere of shadow several meters in diameter. Gradually, the dark orb sank into the abyss, leaving only a semicircular pit in its wake. Tina, intrigued, inquired, what kind of technique is this? It appears quite similar to the dark hole method. This technique is called confinement. It can absorb both this fellow and the surrounding space. Within the shadows, he shall not suffer the harm of gravity, yet he shall also remain forever trapped. This technique is exceptionally suited for pirates, allowing them to ponder their sordid lives in this confined space. Upon hearing this, Tina was taken aback. To consume space? You were capable of such a feat. A trace of sympathy then crossed her face. The name confinement is fitting. It sounds far more terrifying than the confinement chamber of Captain Kaki. However, if you do not intend to kill him, remember to let him breathe periodically, lest he go mad even if he does not perish. Smog smiled faintly, of course. This is a rare specimen for experimentation. I cannot bear to let him perish. Tina's eyes twitched slightly. Very well, it was initially a matter of desperate survival. But now even the desire for death was out of reach. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance. Navy soldiers had discovered their location. Smog and Tina exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. Clash, clash. By the shore, Zen had her sunshade and lounge chairs set up, along with chilled fine wines and fruits, ready to bask in the sun and sand. The gentle sea breeze lulled her into a drowsy state. She sighed contentedly. This is the essence of life. In the eyes of the Naval High Command, Zen was a formidable leader, intelligent and capable, with only one flaw, her penchant for indulgence, never depriving herself materially. Concepts of shared living and meager meals held no appeal for her. Even if Wayno and Zephyr arrived, her response would be simple: I fight tooth and nail. Spend my own money and enjoy life. What's wrong with that? If the naval inspection team were to arrive, she would feel even more emboldened. What? You question my finances? Do you not realize I am a princess of the Tadino Principality? No matter how powerful your naval inspection team is. Can you really scrutinize the affairs of the Tadino Principality? What do you mean by that? When did the Navy gain the right to meddle in the internal matters of allied nations? TSK. You have found yourself in a predicament, a significant one at that. Just as Zen was slipping into a stupor, she suddenly sensed something amiss. With an impassive expression, she slowly stood up, removed her sunglasses, stretched languidly, resembling a lazy feline, before donning her justice cloak. Moments later, a series of tremors resonated through the air, reminiscent of plucked strings. You arrived early, Doflamingo. It was only then that the surrounding naval personnel noticed the figure suspended in the air, seemingly defying gravity. The onlookers gasped in shock and hastily raised their guns to aim. Doflamingo surveyed them from his elevated position. Fufufu, it has been a while, Major Zen. He had just arrived on the island when the life card, which had been indicating his position, suddenly ceased to function. Although the reason eluded him, it was undoubtedly ominous. His expression darkened as he scanned the beach, ultimately fixating on Zen. Where's Diamante? Upon hearing this, Zen's anger flared. How dare he? We agreed on a secret meeting, and this lunatic shows up in broad daylight. It was important to remember that she was not only among her loyal subordinates, but also surrounded by personnel from the Naval Science Unit. If they caught wind of anything unusual, it would spell disaster. Zen took a deep breath. Remain calm. Remain composed. In such a situation, there could be no room for pleasantries or compromise. She could only hope this fool would refrain from suggesting collaboration in public. Thoughts raced through her mind like a carousel. Yet her countenance remained unchanged. I never anticipated your appearance at such a juncture, Doflamingo. Unfortunately, I am currently occupied with a mission and cannot engage with you. Please retract those perilous strings and depart swiftly. I can act as though I have not seen you. Doflamingo paid no heed to her insinuations, merely fixing her with a cold stare before demanding, Where is Diamante? Zane took a drag from her cigarette, silently cursing. How on earth would I know? Who could say? Perhaps he was somewhere on this very island. A thorough search would surely yield results. Suddenly, she recalled a report from her subordinates indicating that Diamante had crossed to the opposite side of the island. If I am not mistaken, your subordinates are waiting for you over there. If you hurry, you might just catch up with them. Doflamingo lowered his head and muttered, So that is where he is. He then pressed his forehead in contemplation, letting out a few deranged and sorrowful chuckles. Zane felt utterly perplexed. What was wrong with this man? Why was he acting so bizarrely? Anxious, she spoke more bluntly. Pirate Doflamingo, this is a Navy outpost. Leave immediately. Do you expect me to escort you to your subordinates? At her words, Doflamingo lost all composure, roaring in fury, You wretched woman, I will personally take your head and feed your remains to the fish. What did you say? Zane's expression darkened, akin to the color of a pot's bottom. While she was not inherently cruel, her temper was hardly inferior to Doflamingo's. Having lowered herself to speak with him, she was taken aback by his unprovoked tirade. You fool, you're courting death. All hands, fire at will. The surrounding Navy officers sensed the shift in atmosphere and promptly formed ranks, awaiting their commander's orders. With the command given, hesitation was cast aside. They raised their rifles and pistols, unleashing a barrage of fire. Soldiers nearby, alerted by the commotion, rushed back to the beach. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they joined the fray without a second thought. In an instant, all attention was drawn to Doflamingo, oblivious to the two unfamiliar sailors who had blended into their midst. These two sailors were, of course, Smoker and Tina. After capturing Diamante, they had swiftly knocked out two unfortunate Navy men, donned their uniforms, and concealed them in a storage cave. Smog, while firing, murmured to himself, How peculiar. Why are they fighting? Tina softly replied, Isn't it quite normal for the Navy to engage pirates? Smoker furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. The individual he had just encountered was undoubtedly Diamante. Yet he bore no semblance of enmity towards Zane. Could it be that Zane was unaware of the other's identity? That seemed implausible. A Navy officer hailing from the North Sea would surely be acquainted with the upper echelons of the Don Quixote family. Unsure of the situation, Smoker resolved to conceal his identity and observe their actions, pondering their ulterior motives. Regarding the intelligence on Don Quixote, due to the differing timelines, Smoker had conducted his own investigation. Presently, Don Quixote's bounty stood at 160 million berries, still far from its zenith, merely at the level of a supernova. In terms of strength, he was roughly comparable to a rear admiral of the Navy. Of course, this assessment depended on the caliber of the rear admiral in question. Should it be someone like Momonosuke or Shuon intervening, they would undoubtedly be able to subdue him effortlessly. Smoker gazed intently at Don Quixote da Flamingo, a surge of desire to engage in a sparring match stirring within him. In the past 2 years, the adversaries he had encountered were exceedingly formidable, ranging from Carp and Zephyr to the likes of Akainu. Conversely, he had also faced ordinary pirates and fellow trainees. Each battle had been a swift annihilation of his opponent or, alternatively, a swift defeat for him. He had yet to experience a suspenseful life-or-death struggle. Thus, Smoker yearned for a worthy opponent who would compel him to exert his utmost, allowing him to gauge his true caliber. On the beach, Zane and Doflamingo were locked in a fierce clash. Doflamingo deftly maneuvered through the air, utilizing his devil fruit powers to effortlessly evade the hail of gunfire from the Navy soldiers. With a flick of his brow, Smog remarked, "Young man, quite arrogant, aren't you? In that case, let me add some fuel to the fire." He picked up several firearms from the side, and, emulating Belle Rie's technique, interconnected the triggers with a cord. Bang, 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 bang. Smog tugged the rope, and 5 or 6 guns were simultaneously activated, unleashing a formidable barrage that caught the attention of the surrounding naval soldiers. The more observant among them began to glance around, searching for any available firearms. The scientists huddled nearby lit up with intrigue. The idea of linking muskets to enhance firepower was indeed intriguing. While the concept of multiple barrels was a promising one, it was overly complex. Perhaps it would be wiser to improve the ammunition and loading mechanisms. Could a device capable of automatic loading be developed? The Navy was not lacking in weaponry. Increasingly, more sailors began to emulate this strategy, resulting in a significant surge in firepower. Doflamingo finally sensed the mounting pressure and could no longer refrain from engaging the naval soldiers. String of colors. Several strands of colorful silk sliced through the air towards the soldiers. The infuriating feathered man, Zane, suddenly appeared before the naval soldiers, pressing his hands to the ground. Thorny wall. A multitude of black thorns erupted, densely packed and intricately arranged, forming a barrier. The strands of color severed some of the black thorns, but were ultimately halted. "You are no match for this feathered man. Quickly evacuate with the scientists. I will hold them off." The naval soldiers, recognizing the urgency, complied without hesitation and swiftly retreated. Smoker mingled within the crowd, gazing at Don Quixote da Flamingo, lost in his thoughts. Tina tugged at his sleeve. "Smoker, let us take our leave as well." Upon observing the frantic movement of those around him, Smog found himself standing still, an incongruous presence amidst the chaos. Given that the two were merely in disguise, a measure of caution was indeed prudent. Earlier, after catching sight of Doflamingo, Smog had become somewhat exhilarated, unleashing a wave of firepower that was decidedly conspicuous. Should he continue to behave in a manner so distinct from the others, it would be difficult to avoid detection. In such a scenario, he could easily be mistaken for a spy sent by Doflamingo, a predicament akin to finding oneself in a most embarrassing situation. Smog, ever accommodating, chose to follow Tina in her retreat. "Very well, I shall merely observe this battle. There will undoubtedly be opportunities for confrontation in the future." Once everyone had evacuated, only Zane and Doflamingo remained on the beach. Zane spat disdainfully. "Your methods remain as despicable as ever." Doflamingo, suspended in midair, exhibited a remarkable composure due to his agility. "Ho ho ho," he chuckled. "To complain about the villainy of pirates. What a naive fellow you are." Zane, while the power of the thorn fruit is commendable, it is regrettably ill-suited for protection. With that, he vanished in a flash, charging towards several Marines who had not managed to flee in time. The thorn fruit. Upon hearing the name, Smoker felt a jolt in his heart. Wasn't this the ability of Miss Doublefinger, the partner of Mr. One? It turned out that Zane was the previous wielder of the thorn fruit. Due to the stark contrast in appearance and combat style between the two women, Smoker momentarily failed to recognize her. However, Zane's prowess far surpassed that of Miss Doublefinger. Why, then, did she meet her demise? Could it have been at the hands of Don Quixote da Flamingo? At that moment, Doflamingo approached several Navy officers, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he raised his hand. "Let us deal with you first." Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively dodged. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of sharp spikes whizzed past him, leaving long rips in his suit. Doflamingo broke into a cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped death. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been disemboweled. Zane's palm was directed at Doflamingo, several sharp spikes extending from her hand. I didn't expect you to evade that. Was that observation hockey I just witnessed? It seems you haven't been idle these past 2 years. If you are unafraid of becoming a living target, you may continue to strike at my subordinates. Sacrificing a few to eliminate you seems quite worthwhile. As she spoke, she advanced toward Doflamingo, elongated spikes sprouting from her body in dense array, resembling a suit of armor. The Navy soldiers, upon hearing Zane's words, wore expressions of horror. However, Smoker noted that regardless of their panic, fear, or anger, their weapons remained steadfast in hand. It was evident they were merely acting. Such remarkable coordination. Listening to Zane, Doflamingo indeed ceased his pursuit of the soldiers, instead descending slowly. Fufufu, a new long-range attack? How troublesome. But, the super string whip. In the midst of his words, Doflamingo launched a surprise attack, his threads coalescing into a whip that struck fiercely at Zane, carving deep trenches into the ground, as if cleaving the entire beach. Chafe. Zane evaded with remarkable speed while closing in on Doflamingo, her spiked fist crashing toward his chest. Doflamingo, not having mastered his armament hockey, dared not take the hit head-on. With a flick of his fingers, he maneuvered the threads to swiftly retreat, simultaneously ensnaring Zane with several strands. The friction between the threads and Zane's thorny armor produced a grating sound that made one's teeth ache, sparks flying in all directions. Unfazed, Zane's armor suddenly erupted with several thick spikes that burst through the threads, allowing her to leap forth. Smog and Tina observed from a distance, both expressing their astonishment. Smog couldn't help but admire. Zane's abilities had developed remarkably. He was adept both offensively and defensively, and could even attack from a distance. Truly a figure reminiscent of Jumuru. Tina paused momentarily. Who? Oh, just an acquaintance afflicted by bone spurs, who met an untimely demise. At that moment, an officer shouted, "Everyone, support Major General Zane." "Aye." The naval officers echoed loudly, raising their rifles to fire. Doflamingo evaded several bullets, his gaze cold as he regarded the naval personnel. Were it not for Zane's presence, he could have sunk these scoundrels to the depths of the sea in a mere minute. However, with Zane by his side, he found himself unable to act freely. Ignoring them while dodging bullets and fighting was too passive. It could very well lead to his downfall. At this point, Doflamingo had calmed slightly. Recognizing the futility of his situation and that reinforcements would not arrive anytime soon, he decided against further delay. Seizing an opportunity, he leaped high into the air, landing on a silk thread above. Fufufu, Zane, there are too many pests around. Let us conclude our encounter here for today. The next time we meet, it will be your demise. Enjoy your remaining days well. Zane retorted with a cold laugh. I fear you not. Doflamingo's eyes glinted with malice. Just wait. I shall personally sever your head to avenge Diamante. With that, he leapt away, leaving Zane in stunned silence. What had happened to Diamante? The surrounding naval officers exchanged puzzled glances. We have no idea. Zane's expression darkened. He sensed something amiss. Search for him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to unearth that scoundrel. Yes. Thus, all the naval personnel sprang into action. However, with only 100 or so men, it was impossible to thoroughly scour such a vast island in a short time, leaving only a few individuals responsible for each section. Smoker and Tina deliberately ventured towards the direction concealing the Marines. We'll handle this side. You all go check over there. All right. Thank you for your efforts. Thus, no one noticed that 2 Marines had been switched. After searching for a long time, everyone returned empty-handed. Report. No findings. Report. No abnormalities detected. Messages continued to flow in, confirming that Diamante was indeed missing. Zane couldn't help but ponder. What happened? Did that fool drown in the sea? Surely, he can't be confined. Then a thought crossed his mind. Not cooperating with Don Quixote Doflamingo might not be so bad after all. While the man was generous with money, his erratic behavior made it unpredictable when he might turn against you. As for their previous collaboration, after this incident, Zane confirmed that the other party possessed no substantial evidence. Otherwise, why would they be so subservient, resorting to underhanded tactics to engage in combat? After all this turmoil, Zane felt utterly exhausted. Let us head back. Accordingly, the Navy boarded their ship and Smoker and Tina successfully blended in. As for the 2 unfortunate Marines, by the time they regained consciousness, the warship would likely have sailed far away. Fortunately, there was ample food in the cave, and the island was home to various wildlife. alleviating concerns of starvation. As for when they would be rescued, after consuming a few days' worth of rations, they would eventually discover the transponder snail hidden within the provisions. Upon boarding the naval vessel, Smoker and Tina avoided the crowd and stealthily pilfered a transponder snail to the lower cargo hold. Meanwhile, Jaji was drinking in solitude at their grave when suddenly the transponder snail in his arms began to ring. Upon answering, he was startled to find it was Smoker. Nearly fainting from shock, gathering his courage, he paused for a moment, realizing that the two were unharmed, and felt a mix of astonishment and joy. However, Smoker's next words brought him back to composure. "Jaji, there are matters that require reporting." Subsequently, Smoker recounted the events that had transpired in detail. Holding the transponder snail, Jaji fell silent. He was aware of the G2 branch's mission to fire new artillery shells, and he knew Zane as well. At this moment, the Navy scientists and artillery data were aboard Zane's ship. If she truly had colluded with the pirates, the situation would be dire. "Smoker, I will report this to Teacher Zephyr immediately. You and Tina should remain concealed on the ship and ensure your safety." With a decisive click, he hung up the phone and hurriedly set off in search of Zifa. In a vast office, Zifa sat behind his desk, his expression grave, breaths coming in rapid succession, his body trembling slightly as if battling an unseen foe. Beside him lay an inhaler, struggling to suppress a cough. He realized that mere willpower could not fend off his affliction. After a moment of perseverance, he succumbed to a series of coughs, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. Reluctantly, he extended a shaking hand to the inhaler, spraying it into his mouth, which provided him with a momentary respite. He inhaled deeply, gazing at the inhaler in his hand, a bitter smile escaping his lips. He had never anticipated that his later years would be so reliant on such a device. The ordeal from before had left a profound impact on him. He had long suffered from asthma but had concealed it from others, fearing their concern. However, after being exposed to toxic dust, his condition had deteriorated drastically. Following a consultation, the doctor had diagnosed him with a combination of poisoning and illness, deeming him untreatable, reliant solely on the inhaler for relief. Yet, this was not what truly pained him. It was the realization that when his students needed him, he was rendered powerless by his own affliction. Damn it! Zifa clenched his fists tightly, crushing the inhaler in his grip. Knock, knock suddenly. A voice interrupted from outside. "Teacher Zifa, this is Kaji. I have something to report. Are you available?" Zifa replied coolly, "Come in." Kaji entered the office, his expression unusually grave. "Teacher Zifa, there is something I must report to you in person." "Must it be in person? What is it? Speak." Thus, Kaji recounted the details. Upon hearing that Smoker and his crew were still alive, Zifa felt a surge of joy. Yet, his elation was short-lived as he learned of the pirates aboard Zane's ship. Fury surged within him, and he was ready to set sail and rectify the situation. Indeed, Zane was also one of Zifa's students. Ultimately, it was Kaji who restrained him. The current information was merely Smoker's account. The truth required further investigation. As for the investigators, well, that was quite convenient that day. In the cargo hold of a naval vessel, the two sides spoke again. "What? Not only are they not coming to retrieve us, but they also want us to go undercover to investigate Zane. Do you realize this is their territory? Have new identities been arranged? It's not that I'm afraid of danger. It's just that I'm not skilled in this. I've never undertaken such a task. Don't hang up. Hello? Hello?" Upon receiving a covert mission, Smog and Tina were dismayed, their expressions turning a shade of green with worry, and they could only dejectedly set out to gather intelligence. However, their spirits soon lifted. Just days before Zane set sail, the G2 branch had undergone a significant reshuffle. The naval personnel were redistributed to various bases within their jurisdiction to assume officer roles, while the vacancies were filled by Marines from those bases. The extent of personnel changes was considerable, and coincidentally, the G2 branch had received an urgent assignment. The selection process was hastily abandoned, and in a state of desperation, they resorted to assigning the top 100 trainees based solely on their routine training performance, hastily boarding them onto the vessel. This meant that many of the Marines aboard were unfamiliar with one another, possessing skills not much superior to those of Smog and Tina. With this revelation, the two rallied their spirits and commenced their investigation with renewed vigor. Smoker is tasked with gathering intelligence from other personnel. He roams about daily, engaging in casual conversations, greeting Lieutenant Shoin with a cheerful good morning, and proposing to Kazuro whether he would like to throw a few darts. Being a member of the Navy, He navigates this role with ease, quickly becoming familiar with everyone. In contrast, Tina, with her striking beauty, draws too much attention when she ventures outside. Thus, she remains in the cabin, utilizing her elemental abilities to infiltrate the information room and peruse classified documents. Meanwhile, Zane is on the verge of collapse. Seated behind her desk in the office, she examines a report, her complexion shifting from crimson to azure to pallid. Before her stand several upright soldiers, their faces radiating pride and confidence, their eyes gleaming with naive simplicity. Zane slowly places the report down and raises her head. Is this the report you all produced in a week? The soldiers respond in unison, puffing out their chests. Yes, Major. Thank you for your compliments. Zane, initially intending to clarify that she had not praised them, finds her words transformed into a mere sigh. At that moment, the elegance and ruthlessness she once displayed in front of Doflamingo have vanished, replaced by a profound sense of despair, resembling a hen stricken by disease. Zane had come out under the pretense of ensuring the safety of Navy scientists, directly selecting the strongest combatants for the ship. However, she was unprepared for the fact that while these individuals were indeed elite, they were devoid of intellect. They exhibited bravery in confronting pirates. Yet when it came to administrative tasks, they became utterly incompetent. For instance, during the allocation of quarters, they disregarded rank and gender, opting instead for a random draw. The individual responsible for procuring supplies purchased dozens of barrels of spirits, neglecting food and fresh water entirely. This time, the report compiled over a week consisted of merely 2 pages, half filled with misspellings and the other half adorned with doodles. To make matters worse, after sailing for half a month, it was discovered that dozens of crew members were unaccounted for on the roster. Zane gazes blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming down her cheeks. If I am wrong, let the pirates slay me. Why must I endure the torment of these fools? Yet, she resolves to lead the soldiers she has chosen, even if it brings her to tears. Thus, Zane composes herself and strives to present a gentle smile. Do you have anything to say? Major Zane. A tall soldier steps forward. Isn't it time for a meal? Zane's expression stiffens, her eyes twitching slightly. Another soldier, slightly more astute, hesitantly inquires, Major Zane, is it that our report was inadequate? Several soldiers sensed an unsettling atmosphere, casting anxious glances at Zane. Zane's expression gradually returned to neutrality. No, I am not angry. A sigh of relief escaped the lips of one Marine. It's a relief to hear that you aren't angry. The surrounding individuals mirrored his sentiment, their faces lighting up with expressions of relief. Zane slowly rose to his feet, fingers morphing into 5 sharp points. I am not angry. Why would I be upset with those who are destined to perish? The Marines gasped in shock. In the corridor, Smoker and Tina engaged in conversation as they walked. Their investigations over the past few days had yielded no discrepancies. The crux of the matter still rested with Zane. However, given his rank as a major general, it was quite challenging for them to establish substantial contact, and overt efforts might inadvertently raise suspicion. Suddenly, a cacophony of wails erupted from the adjacent room. Help! The Major General has gone mad. He's killing people. Abruptly, the door burst open, and several battered Marines stumbled out, colliding headfirst into Smoker. Ouch! Arg! Taken by surprise, Smoker barely managed to refrain from elemental transformation, and the Marines tumbled into a heap. One of them lost grip of a report, which flew through the air. Ouch! 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 Smoker rose and assisted each of them to their feet. Tina bent down to retrieve the scattered documents. Your papers are in disarray. Curiously, she glanced at the contents and exhaled in relief. Oh, thankfully, it's just waste paper. The Navy personnel exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this remark, Zane was jolted into action, appearing at the doorway and grasping Tina's shoulders. Do you also consider this a pile of waste paper? Tina, momentarily bewildered, replied, Isn't it? Suddenly, Zane erupted in hearty laughter, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. She patted Tina's shoulder emphatically. You are absolutely correct. It is merely a heap of refuse. By the way, you seem rather unfamiliar. What is your name? It's Tina. Tina promptly stood at attention and saluted. Major General Zane, Ensign Tina reporting for duty. Zane nodded and extended her hand towards the side. The roster. A Marine hurriedly produced a ledger filled with a myriad of names. Zane swiftly flipped through it, her gaze darting back and forth between the ledger and Tina. Smoker and Tina's hearts suddenly leapt into their throats. The pill. After receiving their undercover assignment, Kaji had arranged for their false identities to be meticulously prepared. Even within the G2 branch, their files had already been established. The sole flaw in their cover was the ship's roster, which conspicuously lacked the names of Smoker and Tina. Although one could argue that it was merely a clerical error, and a call to the G2 branch could clarify the matter, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. To their astonishment, Zane, after reviewing the list, hurled it at the naval officers, conjuring a long thorn, lashing out while furiously cursing. What the hell? Where is Tina's name on this list? Recount it for me. If there is another mistake, I will personally throw myself into the sea to feed the sharks. Several naval officers scrambled to pick up the list, fleeing in terror. Smog and Tina stood in astonishment. Could this truly be possible? Zane tossed the thorns aside and turned to appraise Tina, taking in her every detail, regardless of her demeanor or appearance. She was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Even more significantly, she shared the sentiment that those documents were mere scraps of paper. In that moment, a sense of camaraderie blossomed, as if heroes were aligned in their perceptions. Lieutenant Tina, from this day forth, you shall serve as my personal assistant. Smoker and Tina exclaimed in surprise, just as a cacophony erupted in the corridor. Where's Zane? I demand to see Zane. The commotion piqued everyone's curiosity, and all eyes turned to Zane, who wore an expression akin to that of a toothache. Shortly thereafter, a group of irate elderly gentlemen hustled towards her, accompanied by a despondent sailor. Major Zane, I requested an aide, and what sort of imbeciles have you procured? I instructed him to fetch gunpowder, and this fool brought a torch to the explosives depot. Does he intend to blow us to smithereens? Indeed. And furthermore, the other scientists began to complain, their voices merging into a cacophony reminiscent of 100 quacking ducks. Zane felt as though her head might explode. She was unafraid of pirates. She could deal with them. She had no fear of her superiors. She could confront them. She was also not intimidated by her subordinates. She could discipline them. Yet, she dreaded these naval scientists, impossible to strike, unyielding to reprimand, obstinate and rigid in their beliefs. The most vexing part was the way they regarded her, as if she were intellectually deficient, and the unfortunate truth was that she was indeed not as astute as they. At that moment, a tall, lanky elder raised a hand, and the other scientists fell silent. Major Zane, we do not wish to complicate matters for you, but without an aid, our progress will undoubtedly be hindered. Zane felt a headache brewing. The testing of the new artillery shells required simultaneous firing and adjustments. Her vessel was not a scientific research ship equipped with superior facilities. It was far from ideal. Thus, she often had to rely on the Navy for assistance. However, Zane understood the nature of her soldiers. Those brutish men were adequate for heavy lifting, but anything requiring finesse was beyond their capabilities. Regardless, Zane could not dwell on such matters any longer. She needed to silence these bothersome elders. Suddenly, she spotted Smoker. Compared to the surrounding dazed soldiers, he appeared remarkably astute. Without hesitation, she seized Smoker and brought him forth. Dr. Aubrey, I apologize for the disturbance caused by these gentlemen. This is Smoker, the new aide I have procured for you. He possesses a keen interest in research and is quite talented. I believe he will be of great assistance to you. Having said this, she leaned closer to Smoker, her voice dropping to a whisper unheard by others. I do not care what methods you employ. You may utilize the crew and resources on the ship as you see fit, but one thing is paramount. Do not allow these old men to trouble me any further. Smoker remained silent, while Dr. Aubrey furrowed his brow as he observed him. Standing at 2 meters tall, with a triangular physique, robust arms, and marble-like muscles, he hardly resembled a person inclined towards the pursuit of science. In the past, he would have never considered such an assistant. However, after spending a fortnight aboard the warship, his threshold for tolerance had been repeatedly tested. He gazed into Smoker's eyes, which sparkled with the essence of an intelligent being, and let out a soft sigh. Very well. It shall be him. Thus, Smoker was taken away by the scientists. Zane watched Smoker's retreating figure and sighed deeply, hoping he would endure a little longer. He then turned to Tina and said, Follow me. Smog followed Dr. Aubrey to the stern of the warship. What was once merely a deck had been transformed by the addition of a laboratory, rendering the entire vessel somewhat incongruous. Beside the laboratory stood a formidable cannon, accompanied by a variety of projectiles, while several individuals in white coats conducted tests. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from within one of the laboratories, prompting a panicked throng of white-coated personnel to flee in disarray. As they emerged, billowing clouds of purplish-blue smoke poured forth from the laboratory. Doctor, Aubrey hurriedly grasped one of the young men by the arm. Song Miao, what has happened? He inquired. Coughing violently, Song Miao struggled to regain his composure. I apologize, Doctor. Aubrey, the gas grenade experiment was a failure. Before Dr. Aubrey could respond, Smog's eyes widened in disbelief. A gas grenade? Is the Navy's scientific division conducting such reckless research? They are experimenting with such devices? Dr. Aubrey was equally taken aback. What folly! How could you engage in the development of such weapons? Song Miao wore a look of dejection. A few days ago, Dr. Caesar Courong from MAD published a paper on gas grenades, and I merely sought to experiment. Dr. Aubrey pointed a trembling finger at Song Miao. Foolish. Do you comprehend the horrors associated with such weaponry? Smog nodded subtly. Indeed, while weapons themselves are devoid of morality, biochemical weapons should never. Dr. Aubrey, under the conditions of this vessel, how could one possibly research gas bombs? Why not simply wait to return? Smog was taken aback by these words. So this was the reason? Well, I understand now. It was my misunderstanding. Indeed, this group of scientists is solely focused on technology and its implementation. As for the results, whether they are utilized or how they are to be used, such matters are beyond their concern. Song Miao gazed at the laboratory, his face etched with frustration. What should be done now? The highly toxic materials had already leaked, making cleanup impossible, while the destruction of this laboratory might not be of great consequence. A prolonged delay would inevitably affect the surrounding facilities as well. Smog was taken aback. Is it possible that such a significant safety incident has occurred? This simply cannot be tolerated. Thus, he stepped forward, his dark powers swiftly enveloping the entire laboratory. The naval scientists were utterly astonished. Dr. Aubrey inquired, Smog, are you a? Well, the explanation is rather intricate. Let us just consider it as a manifestation of the gravity fruit. Smog began to reclaim the darkness, and in a short while, the entire house had vanished. Smoker harbored no concerns regarding the possibility of poisoning. When Blackbeard invaded the second level of Impel Down, he effortlessly absorbed Magellan's venomous wall with his darkness, remaining entirely unaffected. As long as his physical form remained untainted by the lethal toxins, there was no cause for alarm. Matsuda grasped Smoker's hand with gratitude. Thank you, Smoker. You have been an immense help. Dr. Aubrey also nodded in silent approval, a smile gracing his face. Smog felt a surge of delight. These scientists were remarkably easy to deal with. However, his elation was short-lived. When the scientists discovered that Smog's darkness could absorb and release, their excitement was palpable, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The already cramped laboratory became a veritable storage space, with them treating Smog as a repository, shoving anything they could find into his being, only to retrieve it when needed. Ultimately, they even began to regard Smog as a mere refuse bin, disposing of their waste gunpowder, toxic substances, and other troublesome materials within him. Smoker. Since his arrival in this realm, Smoker has led a life devoid of technological influence. However, the knowledge and experiences accumulated from his previous life have instilled in him a profound respect for the power of science. In the world of pirates, the majority regard technology with disdain, a reflection of their limited understanding. In stark contrast, those who occupy the pinnacle of various factions, be it the government, the Revolutionary Army, or the pirates themselves, harbor an unwavering pursuit of scientific advancement. Whether it be Big Mom's coveting of Germa's life sciences, Kaido's insistence on having Vegapunk cultivate artificial devil fruits, or even M's commissioning of Vegapunk to develop the holy flame, it is evident that in the pirate world, technology stands as the most formidable and promising yet elusive power. Upon joining the Navy, Smoker has consistently kept a keen eye on the technological forces. In the original narrative, this institution remains shrouded in mystery, with only minimal references found in Punk Hazard and the Island of Weapons. Smoker's current standing is rather low, rendering him unable to reach out to them. However, should he show too much interest, he might be perceived as having ulterior motives. Reluctantly, Smoker decided to temporarily abandon his aspirations of engaging with the technological division. Unexpectedly, he found himself inexplicably connected with the tech team, suggesting that fortune was indeed on his side. Despite the peculiar temperaments of these scientists and their somewhat strained relations with the naval officers, Smoker adeptly gauged their dispositions, quickly becoming familiar with them. The key to this rapport, of course, lay in technology. The Naval Scientific Division is also categorized by specialties. The scientists aboard this vessel are all experts in artillery, focusing primarily on guns, cannons, and ammunition. In his previous life, Smoker was an enthusiast of military affairs, well-versed in various classic firearms. When it comes to engaging in research, he would not dare to claim superiority over these scientists. Yet, when it comes to discussing developmental directions and strategies, he delivers a decisive advantage. Before long, this assistant had transformed into a mentor. One day, while dining in the cafeteria, a scientist with a hedgehog-like hairstyle entered, carrying a plate, and promptly seated himself beside Smoker. "Mr. Smoker, shall we dine together?" Oh, researcher Il, please have a seat." As Smoker shifted his position while speaking, Il did not indulge in any pleasantries and directly delved into the subject matter. "Mr. Smoker, the concept of the automatic rifle you mentioned last time is simply brilliant. Could you elaborate on it further?" Smog. No problem. I once contemplated a design." As he spoke, he dipped his hand in wine and sketched a structural diagram of an AK-47, then began to elucidate. IL's eyes sparkled with fascination. Before long, a throng of scientists had gathered around. Even the esteemed Dr. Obol, renowned for his academic prowess, was among them. These headstrong and difficult scientists resembled a group of obedient schoolchildren in that moment, with many of them pulling out paper and pens to take notes. After a lengthy discourse, Smoker finally completed his explanation of this classic firearm model. Observing the scientist's expressions of profound admiration, he couldn't help but chuckle nervously, offering a few more words of advice. The study of firearms is not an isolated endeavor. To achieve breakthroughs, one must not solely focus on advancements in weaponry, but also enhance research in other domains. For instance, alloys can reduce the weight of firearms, thereby improving their portability. Optical advancements, such as scopes, can transform anyone into a sharpshooter. Moreover, in the realm of chemistry, there remains significant potential in explosives. Additionally, the production line discussed previously, if successful, could drastically lower manufacturing costs for firearms. In essence, one must avoid insular thinking and harness the power of integration. Just a modest opinion for your consideration. The scientists, upon hearing Smoker's words, initially appeared astonished, followed by a solemn demeanor. They exchanged glances and, in unison, rose to their feet, fervently applauding. "No need for such praise. You flatter me," Smoker replied, feeling somewhat abashed. In truth, he felt as if he were not merely standing on the shoulders of giants, but rather treading upon their very heads. Nevertheless, in this world, he was undeniably a true pioneer. Currently, the relationship between Smoker and this group of experts is exceedingly harmonious. He provides ideas and sets a broad direction, and the scientists eagerly embark on the journey of realization. This is largely due to the peculiar scientific development in the pirate world. Vegapunk has even begun researching Terminators, while Germa 66 delves into genetic modifications. However, the Navy's weaponry remains at a World War I level. Although Smoker's proposed ideas contain numerous issues due to the divergent nature of the two worlds, the scientists revel in the challenge. After all, in their eyes, success signifies progress, while failure equates to valuable experience. Either way, they stand to gain. Watching the scientists animatedly engage in discussion, Smoker felt a sense of relief. This could be considered the beginning of a fruitful relationship with the scientific community, making future interactions more legitimate. While he may not have a clear objective at present, laying the groundwork is never a misstep. If all else fails, taking on a nominal position in the scientific corps after tiring of conflict would not be a regrettable outcome. Of course, Smoker's tireless efforts to impart knowledge stem from a desire to enhance the capabilities of the lower-ranking Navy personnel. In the Grand Line, the balance of maritime power is undeniably determined by elite combat strength. Essentially, the number of those with Emperor-level prowess and those with Admiral-level capabilities. However, it is the lower-ranking Navy and the countless minor pirates that truly influence the quality of life for ordinary citizens. The four emperors indeed possess the overwhelming power to obliterate nations, yet how many can they truly affect in their rampages? What truly stains the ocean crimson are the omnipresent petty pirates. The technology they willingly relinquish should enhance the equipment of the naval soldiers significantly. While this poses no threat to the grand pirates, it is nothing short of a cataclysm for the lesser ones. Imagine a pirate crew, burdened with the weight of blood debts, encountering a naval force they could previously contend with, only to find that the adversaries have suddenly upgraded from flintlock pistols to automatic rifles. The mere thought is exhilarating. In recent days, Smoker has been incessantly besieged by naval scientists, whether it be for lectures, answering queries, or sketching designs. It was only when everyone had a project in hand that they finally ceased their relentless pursuit of Smoker. At last, he found the opportunity to seek out Tina. By this time, it had been 7 days since their separation. Upon encountering Tina, Smoker was taken aback. "Tina, what has happened to you?" At that moment, Tina's pale visage was marred by exhaustion, her dark-circled eyes and disheveled hair presenting a rather dazed expression as she gazed at Smoker. She bore a striking resemblance to someone on the brink of collapse. However, adorning her neck, ears, and hands were an array of exquisite jewelry. Tina reassured him that she was merely fatigued and had been deprived of sleep. The documents aboard this ship were in utter disarray, resembling nothing more than a heap of chaos. Smog felt a pang of heartache. "Perhaps we should reconsider and explore alternative solutions." "No." Tina stubbornly shook her head. By serving as his assistant, Tina could freely peruse any documents, and she absolutely could not relinquish such a splendid opportunity. Rest assured, once Tina resolved the outstanding issues, everything would become effortless. Initially, when Zen appointed Tina as his assistant, he merely intended for her to assist with some paperwork and administrative tasks, not anticipating that she would be of significant help. However, to his astonishment, Tina possessed an extraordinary aptitude for administration. Everything she handled was meticulously organized, even more so than how Zen managed it himself. Deeply moved, Zen hastily delegated all his responsibilities to Tina, becoming somewhat of a hands-off manager. His days were spent either training or basking in the sun on the deck, living a carefree and leisurely life. Conversely, Tina found herself overwhelmed, tirelessly working day and night for 3 consecutive days until she finally cleared the mess that Zen had accumulated. But before she could catch her breath, Zen appointed her to take over all ship operations in his stead. All departments on the ship, save for military secrets, funneled their work to Tina. She was left utterly astounded. With this arrangement, aside from lacking the title of Rear Admiral and the clearance to access classified information, how was she any different from the highest commander? Surely, the other senior officers would not acquiesce. To her surprise, however, the elite members of G2, upon hearing of this development, were not only unperturbed by the perceived usurpation of power, but were instead overwhelmed with joy, tears of excitement in their eyes. Finally, Zen the Rear Admiral had ceased to torment them. At last, someone was guiding them on what to do instead of berating them when assigning tasks and reprimanding them upon submission. Thus, Tina unwittingly seized power. This newfound authority undoubtedly facilitated her actions. She could peruse documents at will and inquire about personnel without restraint. Yet, the drawbacks were glaring. If the work piled on Zen's desk resembled garbage, then Tina now found herself confronting an entire landfill. Merely glancing at the inventory left her dizzy. For 4 consecutive days, Tina hardly closed her eyes, but eventually, she began to untangle the mess. It was only then that she found time to meet Smog. Smog inhaled sharply. "They are treating you like a mere beast of burden. You despise such tedious administrative work, don't you?" Tina raised her embellished hand, gently wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. There was no choice. She had given too much. In his exuberance, Zen frequently bestowed upon Tina handfuls of gold coins and several pieces of jewelry. He would also share his fine wines and cigars, luxuries that money alone could not procure. In just a few days, Tina amassed a collection of gold coins and jewelry. With her rank, she would not be able to earn such a fortune even if she refrained from eating or drinking for years. Smog let out a sigh. "Well, since there's a rare moment of leisure, let us not dwell on such matters for now. Do take a moment to rest." Tina too felt her eyelids growing heavier. "Very well. Do remember to wake me in an hour. I have a meeting to attend." After tending to Tina's slumber, Smoker sat aside, indulging in a cigarette. How did such a wonderful girlfriend become a mere cog in the corporate machine? Yet, compared to that, at least Zane is truly generous. This trait bears a resemblance to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Wait a moment, has Doflamingo forgotten something? Good heavens. Diamante, that fellow has been confined for a week, has he? With no food or water, no sound or light. Could he have perished? If he hasn't died, he must be on the brink of insanity. The dark fruit is not akin to the fortress fruit. The user can freely enter to investigate. In order to ascertain the status of Diamante, Smoker had no choice but to release him. However, with so many prying eyes aboard the ship, he dared not liberate him too hastily. Discovery would spell disaster. In desperation, he took a brief excursion, gathering some food, wine, newspapers, and oil lamps, all of which he swiftly consumed in the darkness. He hoped that with these provisions, that individual could endure a few more days. "Please, do not perish," The intelligence within you is of utmost value. An hour swiftly elapsed. Tina, having taken a brief respite, felt rejuvenated and bid farewell to Smoker as she returned. The chaos of her tasks had been unraveled, and her workload was no longer a tangled mess. Thus, in the days that followed, although Tina remained quite busy, her situation had improved dramatically compared to its initial state. Amidst her duties, she even found time to train alongside Zane. In the training room, Tina and Zane were engaged in practice, though termed as training. It resembled more of Zane imparting guidance to Tina. Zane extended his left hand, launching spikes towards her with the rapidity of a machine gun. Naturally, Tina refrained from revealing her abilities, instead relying on her agility and reflexes to evade the onslaught. Splendid. The previous maneuver was executed with finesse. One must not only be vigilant against immediate threats, but also learn to anticipate. While attacking, one must predict the opponent's evasion. Conversely, while dodging, one must foresee the adversary's strike. Despite their brief acquaintance, Zane found himself increasingly fond of this assistant. Young as she was, her prowess and capabilities were commendable. Even within the headquarters, such an exceptional soldier was a rarity. Who would have thought that a change of guard would yield such a gem? With this thought, Zane grinned mischievously. Tina, come faster. Can you keep up? Breathless, Tina steadied herself, meeting his gaze with a defiant expression. Very well, Zane declared, extending both hands as spikes rained down upon her like a torrential downpour. Tina gritted her teeth to evade, but her diminishing stamina caused her speed to wane significantly. As time progressed, marks of battle began to mar her skin. Noticing this, Zane raised an eyebrow. Rather than easing his assault, he intensified it. As the minutes wore on, Tina grew increasingly fatigued, her injuries multiplying and slowly staining her uniform crimson. At this juncture, she found herself too weak to dodge effectively. Relying solely on her keen instincts to sense the subtle currents of air as the spikes approached, making slight adjustments to evade. In this peculiar state, though her vision blurred, her awareness of the attack sharpened. Remarkably, she even avoided many strikes that were imperceptible to her conscious mind. From a distance, Zane was taken aback. Observation hockey? No. She had yet to awaken it, but she was beginning to exhibit its nascent form. Zane momentarily lost his focus, unintentionally unleashing an unrestrained attack. Realizing his mistake, Zane gasped in alarm. This is not good. The sharp spear descended with a velocity twice as swift, aimed directly at Tina's abdomen. Witnessing the impending tragedy, Tina instinctively swayed to the side, the spear grazing her waist and merely tearing her clothing. This moment seemed to drain Tina of all her strength. Her eyes fluttered shut as she collapsed helplessly to one side. Tina! Zane rushed forward, catching her in his arms. Tina struggled to open her eyes, murmuring, Major Zane, I am all right, that was just. Zane's eyes sparkled with excitement. Congratulations, Tina. You have awakened your observation hockey. That is a skill I am still not adept at. Observation hockey. Tina's eyes brightened. How wonderful. Zane smiled gently. Silly girl. Don't get too excited just yet. You're utterly exhausted. Rest well, and later I shall assist you in solidifying your newfound abilities. Tina nodded gratefully. I will rely on you, Major Zane. Before long, 2 medics arrived, bearing a stretcher to carry Tina away. Zane smiled as he bid farewell to them. However, once they had all departed, the smile vanished abruptly. Timely update. Thank you, dear viewers, for your support. In response to some doubts in the comments, 1. Regarding the issue of daily updates, my time is limited as I work during the day and care for my child at night. Thus, I can only write late at night. I hope for your understanding. However, with each chapter being around 4,000 words, it is akin to 2 chapters. 2. Will the main characters be overly favored? No, the main group is significantly weakened. 3. As for numerous devil fruits, I have considered it, but I will not indulge in having 7 or 8 fruits at once. Tina was taken to the infirmary, and after being bandaged, she had someone notify Smoker. Upon receiving the news, Smoker, who had been engaged in a heated discussion with scientists, abandoned everything and rushed to see her. Upon witnessing Tina's gruesome condition, riddled with wounds, he was taken aback. After hearing the details of the incident, he was infuriated to the point of nearly exploding, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to confront Zane. Disregarding any mission, he was determined to extract the truth from her, believing he could force her to speak. Tina, in a state of panic, nearly sprang from the bed, exerting great effort to calm him down. Had there been anyone else in the infirmary, their tempers would have surely flared. Once Smoker had calmed down, He hastily employed his abilities to tend to Tina's wounds. However, being in the midst of the enemy camp, he refrained from completely healing her, opting instead to address only the most critical injuries, allowing the others to mend gradually. After completing his tasks, Smoker settled beside Tina and clumsily began to peel an apple. Tina, reclining on the sickbed, gazed at him with a cheerful smile. "What are you grinning at?" Smoker inquired with mild irritation as he handed her the apple. "Have you discovered anything after observing me for several days?" Tina shook her head while nibbling on the fruit. "Absolutely nothing. Aside from a few bounty notices and member profiles, there is nothing related to Doflamingo. However, considering her origins from the North Blue and her long-standing rivalry with Doflamingo, gathering such intelligence is reasonable and cannot be deemed as evidence." Smog let out a resigned nod. "Very well. It seems I must continue to rely on your efforts." Tina felt relatively well. "However, how are things on your end?" Smog's expression immediately darkened. He had just engaged in a spirited discussion with the scientists, recounting the intricate history of firearm evolution, from single-shot rifles to automatic rifles, from assault rifles to machine guns, as well as sniper rifles, signal pistols, and howitzers. Although he did not delve into specific techniques or technologies, he nonetheless illuminated the future trajectory of firearm development, potentially saving the Navy's armament research centuries of misguided endeavors. The scientists, utterly astounded, wept and implored Smog to join their scientific brigade. Smoker felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and hastily declined. However, the scientists were resolute in their belief that Smoker was a prodigious talent, relentlessly pursuing him. Had it not been for Tina dispatching a messenger, he might still be engaged in a war of words. Tina could hardly contain her amusement. These scientists were indeed formidable. Whether it was Smoker or Zane, both had been thoroughly subdued. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason often falters, and when a soldier faces a scholar, the challenge is equally daunting. As their conversation meandered, Tina suddenly inquired, "By the way, has that fellow Diamante confessed? Is he truly so obstinate? It's been a week. Why haven't we gleaned anything yet?" Smoker felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What is it?" "Well," Smoker swallowed hard, "I completely forgot about him." "Forgot?" Tina's eyes widened. 7 days? Smog nodded laboriously. "Not just 7 days. With the preceding days included, it has been nearly half a month. It's my fault. Because I couldn't find a suitable place, I neglected to release him, and later, in the midst of my busyness, I completely forgot. I shall find a place now." Tina sighed. "Never mind, it's unnecessary. The doctor has said that Tina will be able to leave the day after tomorrow. We can go together then." Smog was taken aback. "But it will take 2 more days. Can Diamante endure it?" Tina replied with a sweet smile. "He has endured so many days. What's 2 more?" Over the past few days, Tina had gathered a considerable amount of information about Diamante. This fellow had committed countless atrocities while in the North Sea, with the lives he had taken numbering no less than 800. It is not merely a matter of confinement for a few days. Even if he were to be slowly dismembered, Tina would feel no psychological burden. Smog pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "Very well. That fellow is not one to be easily extinguished. If he couldn't endure, he would have perished long ago. If he can withstand, it matters not these few days. I shall await your return." Suddenly, both individuals heard footsteps and quickly fell silent. Tap, tap, tap. A knocking sound echoed from outside. "Tina, may I enter?" Startled, Tina silently mouthed to Smog, "Major General Zane." Smog's expression darkened as he reluctantly opened the door. Zane nodded at Smog and took a seat beside Tina. "I hope I am not disturbing you." Upon encountering Zane, Smoker felt the suppressed flames within him reignite. However, recalling Tina's earlier words about how Zane had facilitated her awakening of observation hockey, Smoker found himself at a loss as to whether to express anger or gratitude. Ultimately, he decided to take a moment to compose himself. Thus, before Tina could speak, he interjected, "No disturbance, Commander. Dr. Obley is looking for me. I shall take my leave." With that, he forced a polite yet stiff smile and exited the room. Tina felt a touch of awkwardness. "I apologize, Commander. That's just how he is." Zane smiled faintly in response. "I understand. After all, it was I who caused you such injury, so his anger is quite justified." Tina paused, quickly clarifying, "That's not exactly." Zane waved his hand dismissively. "To express one's feelings without reservation is a virtue. I genuinely do not mind." Although Zane spoke with an air of nonchalance, Tina keenly sensed a flicker of melancholy in her eyes. Could it be that Major Zane harbored affections for someone? What sort of person could captivate such a proud woman? Tina's curiosity ignited like wildfire. Returning to the matter at hand, Zane remarked, "Considering your age, awakening observation hockey is indeed a remarkable feat." Tina's spirits lifted, indeed. "I must thank you, Zane." "That is unnecessary," Zane replied, patting Tina on the shoulder as she rose. "Seeing you so invigorated puts my mind at ease. Take the next few days to rest well. Do not dwell on work matters. I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned to depart. Suddenly, Tina called out, "Major Zane." "Yes? Please teach me how to cultivate hockey." As a member of the advanced class, Tina was no stranger to hockey, but she had not anticipated awakening it here. Zane regarded her thoughtfully for a few moments before responding slowly. Hockey is an exceedingly rare power, one that ordinary individuals seldom encounter. In fact, many majors have yet to master this ability. Hockey is classified into 3 types: armament hockey, observation hockey, and the exceedingly rare conqueror's hockey. Tina nodded in acknowledgement. She was well aware of this knowledge. Setting aside the conqueror's hockey for the moment, the other 2 types of hockey served as a ticket to power. Possessing both types of hockey does not guarantee strength, as evidenced by the common soldiers of Amazon. However, lacking both types certainly precludes one from being strong, limiting them to a maximum of the supernova tier. Even as a rare Logia-type user, without hockey, one's potential would be severely constrained. Each individual, depending on their fighting style and personality, tends to excel in different forms of hockey. Your awakening of the observation hockey enables you to sense the presence of your adversaries and anticipate their attacks. Zane extended his palm, from which a slender thorn emerged, its surface suddenly turning a deep black. "In truth, my proficiency lies in the armament hockey. Thus, Major Zane," Tina interjected, her gaze fixed intently upon him. She yearned to master both forms of hockey. "I see." Zane met Tina's gaze with a faint smile and a nod. "Very well. I shall oblige." 2 days later, Tina had made a swift recovery. However, instead of immediately pursuing the study of hockey, she hastily arranged for an interrogation room, summoned Smoker, and released Diamante. A surge of darkness enveloped him as he was cast forth. Initially bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings before his eyes widened, and he charged fiercely towards Smoker. Smoker and Tina were utterly astonished. How could this individual be so tenacious? After being confined for half a month, he still dared to resist. The 2 were deeply moved, positioning themselves to swiftly subdue him and thrust him back into the shadows. To their surprise, Diamante suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching Smoker's thigh and weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, at long last, you have freed me. Please, do not imprison me again." Smoker and Tina. Indeed, having been confined in darkness for over 10 days, one must possess a resolute spirit. "Enough. Release me. If you do not let go, I shall confine you once more." Diamante, initially clinging tightly to my leg, hastily released his grip upon hearing this, obediently settling to one side. Yet, he continued to sob inconsolably, appearing as though he had endured some form of degradation. Smog, lacking any preamble, directly addressed the matter at hand. He demanded to know the reason for their presence aboard the warship, as well as the connection between the Don Quixote family and Zane. Diamante, without hesitation, began recounting the events from over a decade ago, elucidating the entire situation with clarity. It turned out that Don Quixote had once attempted to barter his father's head in exchange for his reinstatement in Mariawa, only to be met with a heartless refusal. From that moment onward, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the celestial dragons and the world itself. His singular purpose for existence became the annihilation of the world. In pursuit of this goal, he had been amassing power in the North Sea. 3 years prior, following the execution of the Pirate King, he seized the opportunity afforded by the dawn of the Great Pirate Era to venture into the Grand Line. Through plunder, narcotics, and arms trafficking, he accumulated a considerable fortune. However, he lacked a stable territory. For ordinary pirates, this would pose no issue, as aimless wandering hardly impeded their raiding endeavors. Yet, Don Quixote aspired to transcend petty pursuits. He sought to establish a legitimate power base, necessitating a stronghold. Thus, he devised a plan to engage in the slave trade within the G2 jurisdiction, aiming to secure a stable domain in the process. His choice to approach Zane stemmed from a desire for protection. Tina furrowed her brow and questioned, "Why would he turn to her? She should be your long-standing adversary, no?" Diamante nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rivalry, yet clarifying that it was not one of mortal enemies, especially considering their previous collaborations. "What?" Smog and Tina were both taken aback. Smog urged, "Speak more clearly." "It seems the covert mission can now be deemed concluded." Yes, yes. Diamante began recounting the collaboration of years past. It was revealed that the Duchy of Todina had once suffered a decline in national strength due to the celestial gold, leading to rampant piracy and organized crime within its borders, leaving the populace in dire straits. Observing this dire situation, Zane resolutely took up the mantle of a naval officer under the guise of a princess. This was motivated by a regulation set forth by the world government. Nations with an admiral in the navy were exempt from the celestial gold, while those with a vice admiral were relieved from half of the tribute. Other ranks also enjoyed corresponding reductions. Thus, upon joining the navy, Zane became fervently devoted to her advancement. She would seize any opportunity related to promotion, for with each elevation in rank, her country would benefit from substantial reductions in the celestial gold tribute. In those days, Don Quixote da Flamingo had recognized this ambition and, using the lure of promotion, enticed her into an alliance to eradicate the underworld forces. This time, the strategy was merely a repetition of the past. According to da Flamingo's scheme, the slave trade was one of the few enterprises that could appease the celestial dragons. Therefore, it was highly probable that Zane would agree to collaborate with da Flamingo in pursuit of her ascension, and once she consented, escaping from this entanglement would not be a simple affair. Smoker exchanged a glance with Tina, whose expression was intricate. In her heart, the world government represented greatness, and the Navy embodied righteousness in its entirety. She was taken aback by the myriad twists and turns hidden within, a profound shock to her senses. In contrast, Smoker remained remarkably composed. As a traveler from another realm, he possessed a keen understanding that the Navy was akin to a vast cauldron of colors, containing not only admirable justice but also a distasteful undercurrent of darkness. His aspirations were modest. As long as righteousness prevailed over evil, he would strive to ensure that the forces of virtue triumphed over vice. As for the world government, from M to the Five Elders, from the celestial dragons to CP, it was a tapestry woven with vibrant shades of corruption. In his view, the only noteworthy figures within the entire world government apparatus were Magellan and Hannibal. Smoker furrowed his brow and said, "Your collaboration in the Grand Line has yet to commence, so I shall not question its veracity. However, you claim to have cooperated in the North Sea. What proof do you possess?" "Indeed, we do," Diamante replied, nodding fervently. That madwoman believed her plans were foolproof. Yet we secretly recorded our conversations using a den mushy. Tina interjected, puzzled. How could she not have arranged for body searches for such a clandestine affair? Such measures are customary during negotiations. However, after a few had eradicated the mafia, Da Flamingo intentionally spoke of our fruitful cooperation and shared prosperity. Zane, not paying attention, merely agreed. While the specifics of our collaboration may be indiscernible, it nonetheless attests to our partnership. "Ah, I see, truly a calculated scheme," Smoker remarked with a sardonic expression. "If that is the case, why did you not bring evidence to leverage against her? Surely, she would comply." Diamante shook his head. "You underestimate that woman. Given her disposition, she would undoubtedly choose to fight to the bitter end, which would not bode well for us. Moreover, the collaboration in the North Sea was primarily aimed at dismantling the mafia. Although it may erode her trust with the naval upper echelons, it is insufficient to bring her down. Da Flamingo intends to use this collaboration to amass further evidence. When we advance into the New World, we can directly send her to the gallows." Smoker nodded, understanding the situation. He then proceeded to inquire further. Diamante had been imprisoned for over 10 days, and his mental defenses had long since crumbled. As long as he was not put in solitary confinement, he was amenable to anything else. The titles of young master seemed trivial. There was nothing that could not be sold. Thus, Diamante spoke fervently, divulging secrets not only about the Don Quixote pirates, but also about other organizations, while Smoker and Tina listened with rapt attention. Unbeknownst to the trio, a shadow had silently appeared outside the interrogation room. On the flamboyant Flamingo pirate ship, Don Quixote da Flamingo sat alone in the conference room, his expression grim. Years ago, he had co-founded the pirate crew with 4 esteemed officers, and together they had journeyed through perilous waters. The relationship between him and the highest-ranking officers had transcended mere hierarchy, evolving into that of family. Despite enduring numerous life-and-death situations over the years, the core members had remained steadfast. However, today had brought an unexpected loss. To Da Flamingo, this felt akin to severing his own arm, a pain that pierced his very soul. He rose slowly, approaching the corner safe, from which he retrieved a transponder snail. This particular snail was a recording device that contained a conversation he had with Zane from half a month prior. At that time, the two, already at odds, had completely severed ties. Doflamingo had contemplated handing this transponder to the Navy, but he had refrained from doing so. It was not due to a change of heart. Rather, he understood that with Zane's background and accomplishments, mere evidence would not be enough to dismantle her. He pondered how to maximize its potential impact. Lost in thought, the door was suddenly flung open with force. "Who?" Doflamingo exclaimed as he instinctively summoned his colorful strings. Recently, he had been akin to a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. In just a few days, he had already found excuses to eliminate several subordinates. Reporting, "Young master, it is I," came the voice of Senor Pink. Doflamingo furrowed his brow, recalling that the last time this individual had barged in, it had been for a valid reason. Thus, he sheathed his strings and tempered his temper, patiently asking, "What is it?" Senor Pink, visibly agitated, replied, "Young master, it's Diamante's life card. It has moved again." Doflamingo gasped, "What?" Other officers, drawn by the commotion, hurried over and were equally astonished. "What is going on?" "The funeral arrangements were made. The 7-day mourning period has passed, and now you tell me he is alive. Is this reasonable? Is this appropriate?" Senor Pink placed the slightly frayed life card on the table. Indeed, the paper began to shift slowly. "Fufufu, this is splendid news. Adjust the course and proceed at full speed, following the directions." After speaking, he cast a satisfied glance at Senor. Previously, when they buried Diamante, everyone wished to place the life card alongside him, considering it part of his remains. It was Senor who, unhesitatingly provoking the ire of the higher-ups, insisted on retaining this fragment of the life card. It now seems he might have foreseen the present circumstances. Doflamingo regarded him with a flicker of admiration. Loyal, formidable, capable, and possessing keen insight. Having such a subordinate is indeed a blessing. He approached the wardrobe, retrieving an exquisite suit, which he tossed into Senor's embrace. "You've worked hard. This attire suits you far better." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Senor's eyes. "Thank you, young master. No, the one who should be grateful is I. Thank you for saving my family." In the interrogation room, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Just moments ago, Diamante was discussing gossip from the North Sea. Now, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, once the Admiral of the North Sea, was also a man of concealed passions, having once frequented Pleasure Street, where he had made quite the indulgent choice on one occasion. Although he had disguised himself, that very establishment happened to belong to the Doflamingo family. Smog and Tina were engrossed in their conversation when an icy voice suddenly interrupted. "You seem to be having such a delightful time. Why not let me join in on the merriment?" The three of them were taken aback to discover that it was Zane. He stood before Smog and the others, his expression as dark as thunder and his gaze frigid. "Diamante, I never anticipated that you would be hiding aboard my ship. What a clever ruse." She had arrived late, unaware that Diamante had been captured. All she had heard was the latter part of Diamante's tiresome discussions about their plans, mistakenly believing the two were his subordinates. Her gaze shifted to Tina, revealing a flicker of sorrow and regret. "And you two have greatly disappointed me. The Navy is a realm where male strength is abundant, while formidable women are a rarity. To encounter someone worthy of my attention, only to find out she is but a counterfeit. Although our time together was brief, I genuinely admired Tina. Being young." Tina felt a hint of guilt under Zane's scrutiny, recalling how well she had treated her. Smog stepped forward, expressing his regret. "It is truly unfortunate, Major Zane. How did you uncover our presence?" Zane replied with a cold smile. "You have disguised yourselves remarkably well. Your every word and action did not reveal any flaws to me. However," she pointed at Tina, "such an exceptional Marine, easily qualified for the elite naval class. How could she possibly be an unknown individual? And a warrant officer without any connections, yet possessing knowledge of hockey, doesn't that strike you as rather peculiar? With just a modicum of attention. Did you truly believe you could evade my scrutiny?" Tina felt a pang of frustration. After awakening her hockey, she had been so consumed by excitement that she forgot she was never meant to possess such power. Furthermore, opening an interrogation room immediately upon leaving the hospital was akin to walking straight into the line of fire. Smog nodded, acknowledging the lesson learned, truly underestimating you. Indeed, you are the spear of the North Sea. Having understood this, I shall remain here obediently. In light of our shared journey, I may regard this as your voluntary surrender." Zane's words were eloquent, yet his assault was merciless, unleashing a barrage of fine thorns. The onslaught directed at Smog and Diamante was both numerous and dense, while that aimed at Tina was significantly lessened. Oh no! Diamante, in a state of utter exhaustion, found himself unable to evade the attack. Fortunately, his cloak remained intact. He swiftly raised it, transforming it into an iron shield. The thorns, devoid of any additional hockey, could not penetrate the iron shield, and after a cacophony of clinks and clatters, all the thorns were successfully repelled. Smoker did not employ the powers of his devil fruit. Instead, he effortlessly evaded the spikes with his Sara technique. Zane was astounded, not only because Smoker had mastered Sara, but also due to his speed, which surpassed even Tina's by a considerable margin. What on earth? A pirate can wield Sara with such proficiency? If Zane considered Smoker's capabilities a surprise, Tina's performance left him utterly shocked. Having trained alongside her, Zane was well aware of Tina's prowess, by his estimation. She should have been unable to evade the recent attack, even with observation hockey. And indeed, the reality confirmed his fears. Tina's legs were struck. However, upon impact, the thorns seemed to pass through her, leaving only a few puncture wounds that healed almost instantaneously. Zane gasped in astonishment. A Logia type. In the first half of the Grand Line, unless one encountered a bored giant fishing for fun, a Logia type user was undeniably invincible. Zane's teeth ground together in disbelief. How could such an extraordinary individual have turned to piracy? Yet, this development posed a significant dilemma. Hockey could indeed counter Logia users, but it was far from straightforward. Those who had not thoroughly mastered hockey faced considerable danger against Logia abilities. In the Navy, only a vice admiral could wield hockey with proficiency. This proficiency encompassed two aspects: stability in application, enabling hockey attacks to be executed as regular strikes, and precise control, allowing for consistent output rather than fleeting bursts of power. As for ordinary majors, they merely scratched the surface, their performance proving highly unstable. Zane possessed remarkable talent and could engage in combat using hockey without issue. However, in such a confined space, surrounded by numerous foes, and facing a Logia user, caution was paramount. Fortunately, it seemed the opponent was smoke rather than magma or something similar. Zane scoffed. Do not presume that a Logia user is invincible. There are methods to counter them. With that, he leaped out of the room, his hand brushing against the interrogation room's walls. A row of spikes erupted, sealing the entrance tightly. Subsequently, the walls, floor, and ceiling sprouted countless tiny spikes, all collapsing down in layers, creating a dense, scaly covering throughout the room. Another layer of spikes emerged, cascading down, one atop another, until in mere moments, dozens of layers had accumulated, transforming the interrogation room into an airtight box. Zane trapped the three within the interrogation chamber. Before you return to the base, you three will behave yourselves. Dare to play tricks, and you shall not find me merciful. With that, he ceased his words and turned to leave. Zane held great confidence in his techniques. After years of development, the thorns he conjured resembled iron. Once they formed a wall, they were even sturdier than steel. Despite being merely palm-thick, not even cannon fire could breach them. At this moment, the interrogation room was completely sealed off, shrouded in darkness. Smog and Tina appeared to be in relatively good spirits, while Diamante emitted a piercing wail, tears streaming down his face as he desperately pounded on the door. Let me out. I implore you, release me. Help. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind. A flicker of flame appeared in the darkness, revealing that Smog had ignited a candle. Ever since Smog had transformed his body into a storage space, he had entered a mode of hoarding, cramming an assortment of items within, not only in diverse categories, but in ample quantities as well. Upon seeing the light, Diamante momentarily stiffened before lunging forward like a wild beast, seizing the candle with fervor. He then cradled it with care, retreating to a corner where he trembled in fear. Smoker's eyes twitched slightly. TSK, it seems he has been left with quite a psychological scar. The power of this technique is more terrifying than one could have imagined, perfectly suited for those truly vile individuals. From various indications, the confinement can even obstruct the life cards. Just imagine if we were to throw those celestial dragons and CP agents in there. At that moment, Tina furrowed her brow and said, Smoker, we must find a way to escape quickly. Smog regained his composure, nodding slightly as he approached the wall and touched its sturdy surface. How solid it is. He then turned to Diamante. Diamante, is it possible for you to tear down this wall with your abilities? Holding a candle, Diamante appeared considerably more stable. Though still trembling slightly, he was at least able to converse. Unfortunately, the flare fruit can only soften the wall, allowing for its shape to be manipulated. But it cannot rend or destroy it. This house lacks an exit. No matter how we twist it, we remain trapped inside. Suddenly, a thick white smoke filled the room as Tina initiated her elemental transformation. However, after an exhaustive search, she found nothing. In resignation, she reverted her transformation. It's futile. There is no exit, and we cannot break free. This exemplifies the greatest weakness of the smoke fruit, akin to the swamp fruit, lacking formidable offensive power. In the main storyline, Frankie was able to incapacitate Caribou with a mere barrel. Perhaps we should try using brute strength. Tina approached the door, clenched her fist, gathering her energy, and delivered a powerful punch to the door. There was a resounding crash, causing the entire room to tremble momentarily. Yet, the impact left only a slight dent, which visibly began to restore itself at an alarming rate. Tina gasped in astonishment. How incredibly hard. And it can even self-repair? This complicates matters. My own destruction will surely not be repaired as swiftly. Smog observed intently for a moment. The ability to influence the surrounding environment signifies the awakening of his fruit's power. Zane is truly a genius. In the main storyline, aside from a few prison guards, there are at least 7 warlords of the sea among the awakened. To think that Zane, merely a rear admiral, has also awakened is nothing short of extraordinary. However, having possessed the fruit for over a decade or two, her awakening seems rather plausible. Smoker took a step forward, declaring, "Allow me to handle this." He extended his hand to touch the wall, from which an ominous darkness emanated, adhering to the surface like viscous tar. After a brief moment, the darkness dissipated, revealing a large hole in the wall, its edges impeccably cut. There, an exit has been created. Suddenly, Smoker turned to glance at Diamante. A wave of unease washed over Diamante as he stammered, "What do you intend to do?" "My apologies for the confinement." He continued, "Please, I beg you don't." Smoker returned Tina to the shadows, leading her away from the interrogation room. Thus, they stealthily escaped, unbeknownst to the others. Let us go find Zephyr. Since we have been exposed, even if it means opposing the entire ship, we must capture that woman. Tina understood. With that, both utilized their elemental forms and quietly infiltrated the cabin. After imprisoning several individuals, Jeanne hurried to her office. Though her mind was filled with questions, she had more pressing matters at hand, fortifying their defenses. Diamante had appeared, but would that scoundrel Doflamingo also make an appearance? She was not adept at aerial combat. While she could manage on land, battles at sea posed a significant danger. And what of Smoker? This fellow had been lurking within the scientific division for so long. Had he pilfered any crucial information? Or worse, had he directly targeted the scientists? Despite her previous grievances with those scientists, Jeanne was acutely aware of their value. Should anything happen to them, there would be no redemption for her. Initially, Jeanne had intended to handle the situation herself, but upon considering the scientific division, she hesitated. This matter transcended her personal concerns and was no longer simply a G2 branch issue. Very well, she resolved to report to headquarters. Thus, she turned and made her way to the communications room. As she walked, her mind wandered back to Smoker and Tina's 6 forms. Where on earth had they acquired such skills? Had the Navy been infiltrated to such an extent? It was deeply unsettling. As for Tina, it seemed she had not become too entrenched. If possible, Jeanne hoped to salvage the situation, though Smoker would prove to be a formidable adversary. Alas, such a talented young individual, not aligned with the forces of justice. Upon arriving at the communications room, Jeanne dismissed the soldiers and began her conversation with headquarters. Yes, indeed. 3 individuals. They are all part of Doflamingo's crew. One is a high-ranking officer named Diamante, and the other 2 appear to be newcomers, Smoker and Tina, though I cannot ascertain whether those are their true names. Suddenly, she heard someone on the other end snatch the phone. Just as she was puzzled, a familiar and authoritative voice resonated. Jeanne instinctively stood at attention. "I did not expect you to be here, Captain Zifa." "What? You have come in person?" No, it's merely a few petty thieves. I have already captured them." "Truly, it is unnecessary." "Hello? Navy headquarters." Zifa hung up the phone, his expression rife with confusion. On one end, they claimed a connection with pirates, while on the other, they asserted these were underlings of the pirates. What were these 3 youngsters up to? At this moment, the room was not occupied solely by him. Alongside the somewhat trembling communications officer, Sengoku, Garp, and Suru were enjoying tea and rice crackers, while Akainu, Bonnie, and Kuzan sat quietly in a corner. It appeared that Garp, feeling a touch of boredom, decided to liven things up by gathering some company. Today, fortuitously, everyone was available, and they congregated together. Due to their conspicuous presence, they retreated into the communications room for some peace, only to inadvertently receive a call from Zephyr. The call was on speakerphone. Who exactly is this Doflamingo? Zephyr inquired. Given his stature, Doflamingo hardly warranted such attention at present. Ahem. Bonnie, hailing from the North Blue, took the initiative to provide a brief introduction. However, before he could finish, Kazan interjected. Wait a moment. Smoker is one of Doflamingo's subordinates? What kind of joke is this? Bonnie scratched his head, perplexed. Yet Zephyr and Doflamingo had always been arch-rivals. It was difficult to fathom any connection between them. At that moment, Akainu suddenly stood up. Zephyr-sensei, considering the long journey ahead, allow me to accompany you. Zephyr's expression darkened. You? Are you planning to eliminate those three? Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zephyr-sensei, why do you look at me that way? I am friends with Zephyr. I would only deal with the other two. Zephyr's face grew even grimmer. Get lost. Oh. Akainu slumped back down in his seat. Suru sipped her tea and remarked thoughtfully, regardless of the stances involved, two facts have become evident. First, the enemy is indeed Doflamingo. Second, the scientific unit is in peril. Our immediate priority is to send reinforcements. As for who is right or wrong, that can be investigated later. Zephyr nodded in agreement. Exactly, Suru is right. In truth, there is no need for such convoluted deliberations. Any one of us present could handle the situation. No matter who serves under the pirate, they cannot stir significant trouble. Even if Doflamingo himself were to arrive, he would merely be subdued. Zephyr approached the door and donned his justice cloak. Given the stakes involving the scientific unit, it was imperative to prevent these youngsters from causing chaos. With the elite squad's numbers dwindling, a trip would serve to stretch his legs. Just then, Sengoku, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Take Akainu along. In a critical moment, it would be beneficial to have someone to look after you. Sakasaki uttered a simple yes and followed Zifo away. On the warship, after concluding her call, Zine returned along the corridor, her heart laden with unease. She had not anticipated that teacher Zifo would come in person. This situation was becoming quite troublesome. Suddenly, her observation haki detected an impending attack from behind. Swiftly, she pivoted, parrying the opponent's heavy punch with her left arm while her right hand transformed into a sharp spear, forcefully piercing through the assailant's shoulder, pinning them against the wall. Upon recognizing her attacker, Zine was taken aback. Smoker, is it truly you? Smoker's forehead throbbed with visible veins, as he suppressed the excruciating pain and firmly grasped Zane's wrist. As the power of the smoke fruit activated, Zane was astonished to discover that the sharp cone on her right hand had abruptly reverted to its original state. She attempted to invoke the fruit's ability, yet there was no response. How could this be? Before she could react, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped her completely. Damn, Tina, it's you. At that moment, Smoker had absorbed the damage and pulled Zane into an empty room. Smoker held Jin firmly in place. However, Jin was not so easily subdued. The suddenness of the event had caught her off guard, leading to her temporary capture. Now, she struggled with all her might. Although she could not unleash her thorns, she was far from being defenseless. Soon, the smoke that enveloped her began to dissipate, and Smoker felt his strength waning. Humph. One does not heed the invitation to drink, but instead faces the consequences of defiance. Smog retrieved a sea stone pendant from his pocket and pressed it forcefully against Zane's forehead. Unlike Smog, Zane had not undergone specialized training to resist the effects of the sea stone, and he instantly collapsed to the ground, devoid of any will to resist. Curse sea stone. Smog hastily instructed Tina to fetch several iron chains, binding Zane securely in tight circles. The sea prism stone is indeed remarkably effective, serving as a lethal weapon against those with abilities. Henceforth, one must never neglect the training of resistance to the sea prism stone, for failing to do so may result in dire consequences. Smog and Tina did not make things difficult for Zen. After securely binding her, they tossed her onto the sofa and took their seats opposite her. General Zen, have you calmed down? One of them suggested. Shall we have a conversation? Zen glared icily at the pair. There is nothing for us to discuss, she retorted. I never anticipated that you would manage to escape. I truly underestimated you. Where's Diamante? Why isn't he with you? Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling into the air. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. Diamante is not here. He, like you, is merely a prisoner. Zane was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? Who exactly are you? Tina and Smoker are both graduates of the first elite expansion class of the Navy, having found themselves stranded on the island while pursuing pirates. We witnessed Diamante disembarking from your vessel, which prompted our investigation. Naturally, this is also part of our duty. Smoker, Diamante has confessed, and the matter is now clear. In truth, your relationship with Doflamingo is not as complicated as it seems. Is that so? Zane silently sighed with relief. If what was said is indeed true, at least those bothersome scientists would not be harmed. However, a wave of anxiety washed over her, for it indicated that her actions could no longer remain concealed. Nevertheless, she maintained a resolute demeanor. Now that everything is clarified, what shall you do next? Smog took a drag from his cigarette. In truth, I am indifferent to the notion of collaborating with pirates. As long as the outcome is favorable, why not harness the strength of these rogues? It not only alleviates the strain on the Navy, but also incites infighting among the pirates themselves. Therefore, I have never regarded the alliance between the Navy and pirates as an unforgivable transgression. Zane raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Smog continued, therefore, I wish to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Zane was taken aback. What do you mean? Doflamingo possesses something I desire. However, it would be quite a challenge for Tina and me to confront his entire pirate crew alone. Thus, I seek your assistance. In return, we can help you reclaim the transponder snail, which would eliminate any threat posed by Diamante's accusations against you. Zane's eyes brightened. Oh, please elaborate. A few days later, the Flamingo pirates sailed at full speed. Doflamingo stood at the bow of the ship, his expression grim as he gazed out at the vast ocean. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Without turning, he inquired, how have things been lately? Dressed impeccably, Senior responded respectfully, young master, all is well. A few days ago, Lord Diamante's life card briefly lost its signal, but there have been no further occurrences since. Doflamingo nodded. Excellent. Continue our voyage. Yes, sir, Senior affirmed. At that moment, Tory Bull leaned in. Hey, Doflamingo, there's no need to worry. Diamante's life is quite resilient. You're getting too close, Tory. Doflamingo complained, then smiled broadly. Fufufu, I am well aware. I am merely curious as to who would dare harm my family. I will surely unearth them and annihilate them completely. The following day, their ship reached an island. Senior glanced at the life card in his hand, which was reacting vigorously, shifting restlessly. Young master, they should be on the island. Allow me to scout ahead. Doflamingo nodded. Very well, your abilities are suited for reconnaissance. However, the enemy who managed to defeat Diamante is surely not a mere triviality, so proceed with caution. A flicker of gratitude passed through Senior's eyes as he replied, understood, and leaped from the ship's railing, performing a 360-degree spin in midair before plunging into the ground with a splash. Doflamingo turned to give orders. Officers, come with me. The rest remain aboard to guard the ship. He was the first to disembark, followed closely by two high-ranking officers, with Gladius, Mahabais, Lao Ji, and Jorah trailing behind. Virgo was absent, and Monet, Sugar, Buffalo, and Baby, 5 had not yet joined them. Soon, Senior returned. Young master, Lord Diamante is just ahead. He has indeed been captured by the Navy. The adversaries are Zane and an unfamiliar male marine. 2 of them? Fufufu, I truly underestimated them. Lead the way. Yes. Not far away, Zane and Smoker stood in an open area. Diamante was bound tightly and suspended in midair. Zane held a transponder snail, engaged in a conversation with someone. After she ended the call, Smoker approached and said, Tina just reported that the Don Quixote pirates have arrived. Tina floated in the air, her form resembling a distant white cloud. The moment Don Quixote approached, he was detected. Zane glanced around. Surrounding them were numerous colossal stones, and a cliff loomed nearby. Why did you choose such a location? This place is quite advantageous for the opponent's abilities. Smoker's expression was tinged with a hint of helplessness. There was no alternative. The island harbored civilians. And after searching high and low, this place was the only one sufficiently distanced from the residential area. I have already concealed the Marines within the town. Their role is merely to safeguard the civilians, not to engage in combat. Furthermore, the warships and technological forces have retreated to a safe distance. Zane nodded in acknowledgement. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Tina descended from the sky. Don Quixote Doflamingo has arrived. Nearly all the executives are present. Before the words fully escaped her lips, a colossal rocky arm suddenly extended from the cliff, its palm the size of a warship, reaching directly for Diamante. Such an uncouth ruffian. Zane raised his hand, and several thick thorns erupted from the ground, firmly pinning the rocky arm in place, rendering it immobile. Don Quixote da Flamingo. We meet again. Da Flamingo hovered in the air. Indeed. It was you who captured Diamante, Zane. Zane pulled out a hair tie and gathered his long hair, appearing much more refreshed. The process was somewhat intricate. Yet the outcome remained similar. Your understanding of it is perfectly acceptable. Veins bulged on Da Flamingo's forehead. You should be well aware of the consequences of harming my family. Zane scoffed. How old are you? Yet you still indulge in childish games. While boys may mature a bit later, Da Flamingo, you are rather slow to mature. Smog. Slime chain. Torpole suddenly launched a surprise attack. A striking azure chain of slime fiercely lashed out towards Zane. Smog had long been prepared, extending his hand to absorb the viscous substance. Torpole was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is this ability?" Pika gradually emerged from the rocky arm, his expression somewhat grim. Just moments ago, Zane had utilized his observation hotkey, causing the thorns to directly assault his core. Had it not been for his swift evasion, he would have narrowly escaped a dire fate. The thought prompted him to mutter under his breath, "Damn that woman." Zane's countenance darkened, whining and shrill. "Who are you referring to?" Pika nearly lost his composure. "Da Flamingo. I will make her pay." "I will make her pay?" "Ha, come on then." Zane rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Smoker quickly halted her, urging, "Calm down, Major Zane. Do not forget the plan. Da Flamingo entrusted you with the shrill voice, while the snot-nosed one is my responsibility." Pika paused momentarily, exclaiming, "The shrill voice." Torpole's eyes widened in astonishment. "The snot-nosed one." Smog paid them no heed, turning to Tina and saying, "The rest is entrusted to you. Keep a close watch on Diamante. Do not let anyone take advantage of the situation to rescue him." Tina smiled confidently. "With me here, you can rest assured." "All right." Smog approached Zane's side. "All right, everything is ready. Let's go." Zane gestured towards a nearby mountain peak. "Hey, Da Flamingo. Are you daring enough to fight me over there? You wouldn't want to accidentally harm your subordinates, would you?" "Fufufu." Da Flamingo adjusted his glasses and let out a cold chuckle. "It's rare to see you display such understanding." With a flick of his finger, his body was lifted into the air, propelled by the threads, as he soared ahead. "I'll leave this to you," Zane instructed, using the moonwalk technique to pursue him. Aware of her own limitations in aerial combat compared to Da Flamingo, she flew low to evade any potential ambush. Seconds later, the two reached the summit and engaged in battle. From a distance, the mountain peak was intermittently punctuated by a flurry of sharp spikes, followed by the sound of piercing friction as the spikes were severed by invisible blades. Smog silently clicked his tongue. No wonder Zane sought a different location. If control faltered, he might inadvertently end the life of the captive, Diamante. It was imperative that he remain alive for now. Smoker turned to face Pika and Torpole. "Snail," shrill voice, "where do you wish to fight?" "I shall allow you to choose the location." Shrill voice. Pika seethed, veins bulging as he partially sank into the ground, preparing to unleash his powers in an assault. "Wait, Pika." Torpole hastily restrained him. "The Navy dares to approach us." With that, he dragged Pika to another area, ensuring that they would neither disturb Da Flamingo nor involve Diamante. Smog cautioned, "Be careful," and then followed suit. Tina picked up a military knife and approached Diamante, quietly observing the remaining 4 executives. Her task was to guard, not to engage in battle. She implored everyone not to act rashly, or else. Tina slowly drew her blade, declaring, "The consequences will be yours to bear." Jorah, known for his volatile temperament, retorted angrily, "What can a mere girl like you do to stop us?" With that, he charged forward. Tina's expression turned icy as she swiftly struck behind her, the blade's tip grazing Diamante's throat without severing it. However, it sheared off a piece of flesh from his chin, and blood gushed forth, staining his attire crimson. Diamante, clutching his mouth, could not scream, only twisting his body to emit muffled whimpers. Jorah hastily halted his advance. How infuriating. Despicable Navy. Tina paid him no mind, her demeanor unchanged. The message had been conveyed clearly. This man's life was in their hands. By the way, Tina was not proficient with the knife. The previous strike had been mere happenstance. Where the next slash would land, even she could not predict. Gladiolus, Mahabais, Rauji, and Jorah stood speechless. Smoker, Pika, and Torpole arrived at a rocky reef. Gazing at the surrounding boulders, Smoker scoffed, "What a splendid venue we have found." Suddenly, he caught sight of Da Flamingo's pirate ship in the distance. Fortune smiled upon him as he inadvertently stumbled upon a prize. "Die!" Pika screamed as his form melded into the rocks. Toribol also bellowed, sticky chains. A viscous chain ensnared several massive stones, and with a sudden tug, the boulders descended like a meteor hammer. TCH, mere parlor tricks. Shave. Smoker swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the massive boulder. Immediately afterward, a colossal rocky hand emerged from behind, crashing down with great force, yet Smoker deftly dodged once more. Your fruit is indeed intriguing, but such cumbersome techniques shall never land a hit on me. Smoker leaped into the air with a moonwalk. Raging foot. Several blades of wind descended at an angle, shattering the massive stone hand into fragments. However, Pika evaded swiftly, vanishing from sight. Quick to escape, aren't you, coward? Your voice harmonizes perfectly with this fruit that only knows how to hide. Pika could navigate freely within the rocks. And since Smoker had yet to awaken his observation haki, he feared that Pika might stealthily rush to rescue Diamante. Thus, he incessantly spewed taunts. Fortunately, Pika's intellect was rather limited, making him easy to provoke. You shall perish. A towering 100-meter stone giant suddenly surged forth, roaring as it lunged towards Smoker. Smog raised his head, exclaiming with delight. Torrential waves of slime erupted forth, swiftly engulfing the ground, and in a moment of carelessness, Smog found his feet ensnared. Ha ha ha. Let us see how you escape. In this instant, you are but a mouse caught upon a sticky trap. Smoker attempted to extract his leg, but, after several unsuccessful attempts, crossed his arms defensively before him. The iron block crashed down with a resounding thud, like a meteorite plummeting from the heavens, unleashing a shockwave that sent countless boulders and trees spiraling through the tempestuous winds. The ground rippled as though pebbles had been cast upon a still pond, creating waves of disturbance. Toripol raised his staff and opened the cap at its end, revealing a lighter. Ha ha ha. It's not over yet. This slime is bound to explode. With that, he ignited the flame, igniting the viscous substance and instantly triggering a violent explosion. Flames soared skyward, and thick clouds of smoke engulfed the beach, prompting even Tina to glance aside in surprise. Their essay flaw. Jorah had been searching for an opportune moment and, seizing the chance, lunged forward with a translucent, cloud-like mist emanating from her palm, intending to touch Tina and transform her into a defenseless work of art. You are finished. Yet, as if she possessed eyes at the back of her head, Tina bent low and effortlessly evaded Jorah's assault, retaliating with a powerful punch to her abdomen. The ferocious force penetrated Jorah's body, shattering the fabric of her back. Ah! Jorah screamed in agony, blood spilling from her mouth as her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Tina deftly flipped her over with her foot and retrieved a stack of bounty notices. Scrutinizing them carefully, Jorah, an officer of the Don Quixote family. Smoker said your abilities are worthless. With that, she lifted her foot and, with a decisive crack, snapped Jorah's neck. Jorah. The other three were consumed with rage, unable to restrain themselves as they rushed forward. Tina raised her military knife, pressing it against Diamante's throat. Think carefully. This person is your highest-ranking officer, and his life takes precedence over yours. Tina's words fell like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the fury of the other three. They exchanged complex glances, inadvertently halting in their tracks. Then, Tina turned her gaze to a short distance behind her. You too. Such petty tricks held no sway over Tina. Advance a step further, and you shall be awaiting the collection of this poker-faced corpse. The lurking seigneur immediately broke into a cold sweat. The observation haki was indeed a formidable force. He dared not linger and quietly shifted backward. In the distance, the explosion subsided, leaving flames roaring triumphantly. Smog gradually lowered his arms and straightened his posture. Given his robust physique, the colossal stone hurled by Pika had not inflicted significant damage. However, the explosion triggered by Toribol posed a far greater predicament. His viscous substance resembled the oil in incendiary devices, being not only highly flammable and explosive but also possessing an extreme stickiness once it adhered to the skin. It could not be easily shaken off and would continue to smolder relentlessly. At that moment, Smog was covered in burns, presenting a harrowing sight. Ha 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 ha. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose the Don Quixote family. Look at your pitiful state. You truly deserve it. Smog took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pain, and raised his head to flash a grin at the two, his body smeared with blood, which rendered his smile particularly grotesque. It hurts, damn it. Yet, it's much better than last time. This time the burns are more severe than those from Zane's bombardment. Yet the sensation of pain is not as intense. Torpol, perplexed, let out a cold snort. Has he begun to speak nonsense? That fool who nearly got burnt to death. Pika's true form emerged from the rocks. No matter how you try to appear strong, the odds are not in your favor now. We are family to Doflamingo, and we shall not let him down. Ha 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 ha. Smog seemed to have heard an amusing joke, unable to contain his laughter, which grew increasingly boisterous, to the point where tears were nearly streaming from his eyes. Toribol exclaimed, "You scoundrel, what are you laughing at?" Smoker stifled his laughter, wiping away his tears. "Family. You dare refer to them as family. I know many dog owners who claim their pets are family. Ultimately, they are mere playthings. Do you particularly enjoy Doflamingo patting your heads?" "Shut up." Pika's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot. "We have supported each other alongside Doflamingo to reach this point. What do you know, you bastard?" Stones began to gather around his arm, forcefully hurtling towards Smoker. Iron block. Smoker raised his left arm to block, while his right fist shattered the rock. Treble leapt to a higher vantage point, exclaiming, "Sticky liquid machine gun." The bullet-like globs of viscous fluid shot towards Smoker, their formidable force effortlessly piercing through the rocks below. Paper drawing. Smoker relaxed his body, effortlessly evading all the bullets. "Your abilities are quite intriguing. However, I must apologize, as I am pressed for time." With that, he enveloped himself in darkness, absorbing all the damage inflicted upon him. Moments later, as the darkness dissipated, Smoker had completely restored himself to his former state. Pika and Treble were left astounded. What sort of ability is this?" Smog let out a chilling smile. Round 2. Smoker unleashed his ability, and a surge of darkness swiftly enveloped the beach. Witnessing this strange spectacle, Pika and Treble felt a chill run down their spines. The ominous and abundant darkness appeared daunting. Fortunately, both possessed extensive combat experience and promptly resolved to take the initiative. Slime Sea Current. Treble spat forth a viscous substance, swirling towards Smoker in an attempt to engulf the darkness. The darkness and the slime collided, intertwining in a fierce struggle, each seemingly evenly matched. Smog remained unfazed. Dark passage. A powerful gravitational force erupted from the darkness, instantly consuming the viscous substance. Toripol was taken aback, exclaiming, "Impossible. What kind of ability is this?" Pika merged half of her body with the earth and shouted, "Tori, get out of the way." Suddenly, a colossal stone fist emerged from the ground, ruthlessly striking towards Smog. Smoker remained unperturbed, as the gravitational force of the dark passage suddenly intensified. His fist halted midair before crashing heavily onto the ground. Pika was taken aback, attempting to move his rocky arms, but found them utterly immobile. Realizing the dire situation, he sought to withdraw his true form, yet Smoker was swifter. Dark Whip. The dark tendril struck Pika's rocky arm, slicing through it with the ease of a knife through soft tofu, cleaving it in two. This kind of severance was not akin to a mere cut. It was an erosion, causing the touched areas to vanish entirely. "Ah, my arm!" Pika shrieked in agony, clutching his arm and leaping from the ground, drenched in sweat, his limbs severed at the root, blood gushing forth like a tidal wave. The stone fruit granted Pika the ability to traverse through rock, manipulating it at will, when his true form was entirely concealed within the stone. Shattering or cleaving the rock would be futile. However, when he had not fully merged, his body remained one with the stone. At that moment, an attack on the active rock could inflict damage upon his true form. In the original narrative, Zoro had employed this very tactic, delivering a strike that caused Pika to spew blood. When Smoker launched his attack, Pika had neither fully integrated into the rock nor promptly retracted his true form, thus sustaining equivalent damage. Torpol gasped in shock. "Pika?" He then expelled a viscous substance, staunching the wound and barely stemming the flow of blood. "Damn it! Who on earth are you?" Pika's voice trembled with fear and excruciating pain. Smog, disinterested in providing a response, coldly remarked, "Your fruits are commendable. Feel free to accept them." Dark water. Both Pika and Torpol felt an immense suction, their bodies uncontrollably hurtling towards Smog. "Pika, be cautious." Torpol unleashed a mass of sticky substance, firmly anchoring Pika to the ground. He then propelled himself in front of Smog, only to be rendered unconscious by a single, forceful slap. Smoker seized Torpol's neck with his elemental hand, causing the latter's fruit abilities to vanish in an instant, and the viscous substance enveloping him to cascade away, revealing a gaunt physique and a mysterious box. In truth, Torpol was exceedingly thin, his form merely obscured by the thick layer of slime that rendered him seemingly corpulent. Upon glimpsing the box, Smoker's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Being a high-ranking officer, the contents he guarded would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Hastily, He drew both Torbol and the box into his being. Simultaneously, the slime-binding Pika dissipated, and seizing the opportunity while Smoker was preoccupied with the box, it swiftly burrowed underground. Smog was taken aback and hastily intensified his gravitational pull, attempting to extract him from his concealment. Unfortunately, the ground thwarted his efforts. Although the earth was rent asunder, Pika had already made his escape. How careless of him to have been outmaneuvered. It is truly regrettable, for the stone fruit is quite remarkable. Yet, he had not anticipated that burrowing underground could liberate one from the constraints of the dark fruit. Smog subtly discerned a flaw in the dark fruit. Its gravitational pull could indeed be obstructed. However, there was no time for such contemplations. More pressing matters awaited. Smoker set his sights on Don Quixote da Flamingo's pirate ship. Even if he couldn't capture Pika, he could at least reap some interest. He approached the vessel and, with a mere exertion of gravity, pulled the ship ashore. The crew desperately attempted to regain control and flee, but their efforts were in vain. The more astute among them jumped into the sea, while Smoker paid them no heed. The less clever were dragged into the abyss alongside the ship. Little did Doflamingo anticipate that his home would be pilfered. Meanwhile, Tina was fixated on the cadre members. The few officers, wary of Diamante's fate, were reluctant to act rashly. Suddenly, a stone wall arose between Tina and Diamante, intending to separate them. Tina reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing her blade to strike at Diamante's head. Alas, she was a moment too late. Her military knife clashed against the stone wall, leaving only a shallow wound on Diamante's forehead. Subsequently, several stone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing Tina like a porcupine. The other officers rejoiced. Lady Pika, Gladius, still unsatisfied, touched the ground to activate his ability, causing the spikes that impaled Tina to explode, reducing her to mere fragments. Foolish woman, this is the fate that awaits those who oppose the Don Quixote family. Before he could finish his taunt, a white smoke coalesced before him, reforming into Tina's likeness. You. Gladius was taken aback. Before he could react, Tina struck him with a powerful punch, sending him sprawling. After extensive training, her fists were akin to sledgehammers, and Gladius coughed blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise, his face a mask of horror. Damn it. Be cautious, this woman is a Logia user. Pika, you should take Diamante and leave. We will handle this. Pika cast a fearful glance towards Smoker, but said nothing, merely exclaiming, You all be careful. He then activated his ability to drag Diamante underground. Throughout this ordeal, he had not disclosed to the others that both he and Treble had been defeated. Within the Don Quixote family, subordinates were expected to unconditionally sacrifice their lives for their superiors. Pika regarded only Doflamingo and a few high-ranking officers as comrades. The lives of the others were inconsequential. If he could utilize them to buy some time, it would be a worthy endeavor. At that moment, the remaining cadre members also sprang into action. 100,000 tons of pressure. Mahabais leaped high into the air, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Tina. She effortlessly evaded using her elemental transformation and was just about to counterattack when she sensed danger, hastily raising her hand to block a surprise whip kick. The force was tremendous, propelling Tina several meters back. As she looked up, she saw a burly old man. Do not presume that being a Logia user grants you arrogance. I too can wield hockey. Prepare to meet my Earth Elder fist. Rao Ji charged towards Tina, his hands forming the letter G as a torrential barrage of attacks rained down upon her. Tina, mindful of the danger, swiftly raised her defenses. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. Such formidable strength and speed. Could this truly be Rao Ji? Tina leapt high into the air. If you believe I am merely a waste relying on my devil fruit, you are gravely mistaken. Raging foot of the storm, a deluge of wind blades descended, forcing Rao Ji and his companions to evade. From their movements, Tina discerned that only Rao Ji wielded hockey. This was advantageous, allowing her to focus solely on confronting him. Chafe. Tina vanished from sight, reappearing before Rao Ji in an instant, delivering a punch that he countered with a swift block. Rao Ji's wild punches were deftly avoided by Tina, using her observation hockey. They traded blows, locked in a relentless struggle. Meanwhile, the others, Gladius, Mahabais, and Senior, joined the fray. Though lacking the ability to utilize hockey and thus unable to inflict significant damage, they served to distract him, albeit at the cost of enduring a few strikes themselves. After a series of exchanges, Tina seized the moment, landing a punch squarely on Rao Ji's face. He staggered but did not fall, instead gripping her wrist tightly. Little girl, your speed is impressive, but alas, your attacks lack the necessary force. Against my armament hockey, they are futile. Tina frowned, a cold smile gracing her lips. I am more aware of my own weaknesses than you think. Since you are so confident, brace yourself for another punch. With that, she raised her other fist and struck fiercely towards Rao Ji's face. Unflinching, Rao Ji enveloped his face in armament hockey, preparing to absorb the blow. Utterly futile. Before he could finish, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending Rao Ji flying far away. He rolled across the ground several times before laboriously rising to his feet. Blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his voice trembling as he asked, "What was that technique?" Tina chuckled, lifting her pearlescent fist. Rao Ji murmured, "Elementalization." This was not mere elementalization. It was a compression of smoke, instantaneously released upon impact to create an explosion. How does that taste? This technique was designed by Smoker, inspired by the bear's impact of Tyrant Kuma. While it may not possess the same power as bear's impact, it boasts a significantly shorter startup time, allowing for near-instantaneous execution. This move effectively compensates for the low physical attack prowess of the smoke fruit. I see now. Truly a genius technique. Rao Ji, unsteadily rising, readied himself once more. However, I am a cadre of the Don Quixote family, and I shall not concede so easily. Suddenly, Smoker descended from the heavens, driving his foot into the ground, forcing Lao Ji's head into the mud. In terms of physique, Smoker was vastly superior to Tina. With a piercing scream, Lao Ji was crushed underfoot. "Smoker!" Tina exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding her voice. However, Gladius, Mahabais, and Senior's faces turned ashen. It became evident that Lord Pika had not come to vanquish the enemy, but had instead been driven away. "Flee!" Senior reacted with utmost swiftness, diving into the ground to escape. Smog furrowed his brow slightly, yet refrained from intervening. He had already tested the ground's ability to thwart gravity. After all, it was merely a minor character. If he fled, so be it. However, Gladius and Mahabais were not as fortunate. Confronted by Smog and Tina, they could not endure even a minute before being cast into darkness. On a distant mountaintop, the battle between Zane and Doflamingo reached a fever pitch. Doflamingo's attire lay in tatters, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, with several ghastly wounds gushing crimson. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, his hands touching the ground as he awakened his devil fruit powers. Raging white line. In an instant, half the mountainside transformed into a white line, crashing down upon Zane like a tsunami. Zane, too, bore numerous injuries, a gash marring her cheek. As she saw the white line descend, she utilized the shave to create distance. Do not presume that you are the only one who has awakened. Crescent thorn. Countless thorns erupted from the earth, resembling a dark forest, staunchly resisting the oncoming wave of white lines. Innumerable thorns were severed by the white lines. Yet countless white strands were also rent asunder by the thorns. In that moment, the entire mountain was divided into shades of black and white. Five-colored line. Doflamingo seized the moment to strike. Several colored threads darted towards Zane's neck, aiming for a lethal decapitation. So swift, Zane's pupils constricted. Although she sensed the impending attack, evasion was impossible. She could only raise her arm, enveloped in hockey, to absorb the blow. The five-colored line struck her arm with a sound that grated on the senses, sparking a flurry of embers. Zane's hockey was not sufficiently refined or powerful. Though she blocked the threads, a deep wound, visible to the bone, marred her arm. Seizing the fleeting moment of Doflamingo's relaxation after his successful strike, Zane disregarded the excruciating pain in her arm and retaliated with the thorns. Several dark thorns lunged towards Doflamingo's face. Line shield. A shield formed from white lines materialized before Doflamingo. This maneuver proved effective against slashing and blunt attacks, yet faltered against piercing assaults. With a sharp crack, most of the thorns were deflected, but two, as thick as fingers, pierced through Doflamingo's shoulder. Both combatants sustained severe injuries. Leaping backward to create distance, clutching their wounds and gasping for breath, they locked eyes fiercely. Zane pressed her hand against her arm, blood gushing from the wound, staining half her body red. Damn it, her arm was immobile. Even more perilous was the rapid loss of blood. After years apart, this adversary had grown to such formidable heights. Compared to Doflamingo's solitary ventures, Zane had previously honed his skills in the elite Navy class. Initially, he believed that his strength had significantly improved. While not expecting to completely overpower Doflamingo, he certainly anticipated a clear advantage. However, The reality proved to be a mutual defeat. Doflamingo fared little better. Gritting his teeth, he extracted 2 thorns from his flesh, the excruciating pain rendering his complexion pale, with sweat mingling with blood cascading down in droplets. Fufufu, ha ha. Doflamingo suddenly erupted into laughter. Since your departure from the North Sea, this marks our first encounter, and yet the outcome remains unchanged. Zane responded with a cold smirk. Had it not been for your minions intervening last time, you would be dead by now. Fufufu. Doflamingo dismissed her taunts nonchalantly. Once Pika and the others dispose of their subordinates, your demise will be imminent. Blame your foolishness and your lack of trustworthy kin. Zane's expression turned impatient. Do not attempt to deceive me with your tales of familial love. I am not like those fools who are easily swayed by flattering words and empty promises. While deception may work on the gullible, to specifically target the Na'vi is truly despicable. At her words, Doflamingo momentarily faltered, his smile gradually fading, his expression turning ominous. Fufufu, say what you will. The final outcome will be my severing of that clever head of yours, transforming your skull into a goblet. Suddenly, Doflamingo leaped high into the air. A flurry of black wind blades descended, leaving deep, unfathomable craters in the ground. In the distance, Smoker and Tina approached swiftly using Jeppo. Smoker bellowed, Tina, protect Major Zen. Leave this fiend to me. Understood. Tina accelerated towards Zen. Doflamingo seethed, not a chance. String of colors. Vivid threads sliced Tina into segments. However, the threads bore no haki. Tina transformed into a plume of smoke, reappearing before Zen. Logia type. Doflamingo's heart sank. These 2 Navy soldiers appeared to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Upon seeing Tina's return, Zen managed to utter, please, before collapsing weakly to the ground. The thorns conjured by the awakening of his fruit dissipated entirely. Ultimately, Zen was not as resilient as Doflamingo. He had already reached his limit, feigning strength to deceive Doflamingo. In truth, Doflamingo could have easily taken his life moments ago. Now, having suddenly relaxed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Tina lifted Zen and prepared to retreat with Moonwalk. Doflamingo, infuriated, shouted, return that woman to me. I still wish to sever her head. Several threads imbued with haki slashed towards them. Tina gasped. Seeing Zen's pale visage in her arms, she gritted her teeth and shielded him with her body, bracing for impact. Suddenly, Smoker appeared before them. Iron block. A cacophony of friction echoed as 5 wounds marred Smoker's chest, yet the attack was thwarted. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The previous cuts were still too few. Doflamingo extended a finger. String bullet. Storm kick. The 2 attacks collided midair, erupting in a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Tina flew away with Zen in her arms. Ha ha ha, a Navy soldier daring to confront me alone. What audacity. Doflamingo cackled maniacally as his white-threaded spear lunged towards Smoker. Dark acupuncture. Darkness emanated from smog, enveloping the threads, which were entirely consumed. Upon the revelation of Smoker's abilities, the typical response from an ordinary individual is one of sheer astonishment. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo was not exempt from this reaction. He was taken aback, exclaiming, what sort of power is this? Smoker extended his palm and declared, dark water. Doflamingo, caught off guard, was instantly drawn towards him, and in the next moment, Smoker tightened his grip on Doflamingo's wrist with unwavering strength. Humph. So we are resorting to close-quarters combat, are we? This technique, employed by Doflamingo, involves unleashing 5 strands of thread from above his adversary, capable of piercing through their bodies and inflicting catastrophic damage. Doflamingo's stature significantly surpassed that of Smoker, making this maneuver perfectly suited for him. However, in the very next moment, he was astonished to discover that his powers seemed to have faltered. What on earth is happening? Take your time to ponder. Smoker's fist landed squarely on his abdomen, propelling Don Quixote Doflamingo several meters away. He crashed through a series of colossal boulders and towering trees before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Doflamingo, gritting his teeth, attempted to rise, but suddenly froze, a spurt of crimson blood escaping his lips as he fell back to the earth, motionless. He had already sustained considerable injuries during his battle with Zane. Thanks to his newfound ability to stitch wounds with threads, his vitality had been slightly prolonged compared to Zane's. Although he managed to deplete Zane's health, he himself was left with a mere thread of life. Just as Smoker ensnared him, his ability abruptly faltered, causing all his meticulously stitched wounds to tear open. Now, after enduring such a powerful blow, his vitality was utterly extinguished. Smog rushed forward, intent on delivering the finishing blow. Suddenly, the ground rippled, and emerged abruptly, clutching Don Quixote Doflamingo as he prepared to plunge underground. You cannot escape, dark water. A tremendous force of suction enveloped them, lifting the two men involuntarily into the air. Grasped Doflamingo's ankle with one hand while anchoring himself to a massive stone embedded in the earth with the other, desperately striving to maintain his balance. However, as the suction intensified, the stone began to shift ominously. In a moment of despair, Sayer shouted, "Young master, please, awaken." The overwhelming pull and commotion roused Doflamingo from his stupor, and he gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to activate his ability. White Shield. A shield, composed of white lines, materialized before them. Though it endured for mere seconds before being torn apart by the gravitational force, it ultimately bought them precious time. With determination, embraced Doflamingo and plunged headlong into the earth, vanishing completely. Smog descended upon the spot where the two had vanished. To his surprise, that had not fled. Nevertheless, the recordings and belongings were intact. As for Doflamingo, allowing him to linger for a few more days posed little concern. After all, prior to their journey to Dressrosa, Doflamingo was merely an ordinary pirate, his threat considerably diminished. As long as he remained vigilant, there was no danger of him stirring up a tempest. Smoker soared through the air with his moonwalk technique when he suddenly noticed a plume of white smoke rising in the distance. This was Tina, who, through her observation hockey, sensed Smoker's approach and was using her abilities to summon him. Following her guidance, Smoker descended to the edge of the beach. There, he found Zane lying on the sand, his complexion pale, while Tina vigilantly stood by his side. Upon seeing Smoker land, Tina hurriedly approached him, anxiously examining the gash on his chest. "Smoker, are you all right? Was this the blow you took for us?" Her voice was laden with remorse and concern. Smog remained unperturbed. Such injuries were trifling in his eyes. He had intended to accumulate more strength for absorption, yet he was taken aback by the fact that Doflamingo was already at the end of his tether, succumbing so swiftly. Smoker clasped Tina's hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. You are well aware of my abilities. As long as one is not dead, they cannot truly perish." Tina responded with a hesitant, With that, Smoker employed his powers to absorb all the injuries, and together they made their way to Zane's side. Zane lay on the ground, her body marred with countless wounds, particularly the gash on her arm. Though it had already been bandaged, blood continued to seep through. The originally blue and white military uniform was now predominantly stained crimson. Due to excessive blood loss, her complexion had turned ashen, and she had slipped into unconsciousness. Smog let out a sigh. "Speaking of which, her condition is even more concerning. Perhaps you could assist Major Zane with his treatment as well." Smog paused thoughtfully, his expression tinged with hesitation. Although he was certain that he and Don Quixote Doflamingo were adversaries, the nature of their prior relationship remained shrouded in uncertainty. The extent of their collaboration and the severity of the situation were equally ambiguous. It was only due to the shared enmity posed by Doflamingo that she was cooperating with them. What if, upon regaining her health, she turned against them to seize the evidence? Such a possibility could not be disregarded. Tina gazed at Zane, clasping her icy hand. Regardless of the circumstances, General Zane had always shown great care for Tina, and she could not remain passive in this moment of need. "Smog, I implore you to save her," Tina pleaded softly, a request to which Smog could hardly withstand. Without delay, he summoned the darkness to heal Zane's wounds. After a considerable time, the darkness gradually receded, and Smog let out a long sigh of relief. This individual bore grievous injuries. Her temperament was undeniably resilient. One could describe it as fortitude, or less flatteringly, as recklessness. Following the treatment, Zane's injuries had vanished. Yet, she remained in a deep slumber, her complexion still somewhat pallid. "I have absorbed her injuries and pain," Smog noted. However, she had lost a significant amount of blood and was still quite fatigued, indicating that she would require more rest. Compared to using his abilities, natural recovery was evidently superior, as it imposed far less mental strain. Moreover, it allowed him to conserve his efforts. Tina nodded in agreement. "This is already a considerable improvement." Smog rose and made his way outside. The town on this island was quite distant, and Zane could not endure much more. "Let us make do here for the night. You stay with her while I step out to tidy things up." Smoker arrived at the seaside, and as darkness enveloped the beach, a pink flamingo ship was cast ashore. with several dozen pirates tumbling onto the deck. They found themselves bewildered and stunned, caught off guard by their sudden predicament. Before they could comprehend the situation, Smoker took action, swiftly incapacitating them within a matter of breaths. Subsequently, a multitude of transparent orbs emerged from his hands, embodiments of the anguish he had previously accumulated. He hurled these orbs at the pirates, unleashing a cacophony of wails and cries upon the ship. Once tranquility returned, the pirates lay on the brink of death. Observing this, Smoker nodded in satisfaction, then cast them back into the shadows. True to his past methods, he viewed these pirates as mere remnants, destined for one of two fates. Those with bounties would be returned to the base, while the others would be unceremoniously tossed into the sea to serve as fish feed. However, he was profoundly inspired by Doflamingo's slave trade. The institution of slavery represented the most decrepit system within the pirate world, without exception. As a time traveler, Smoker harbored a deep disdain for it. Yet, he was acutely aware that neither the productivity of the pirate world nor his own power and status could alter this grim reality. It was indeed a tragic predicament. Smoker pondered for a long while before experiencing a sudden epiphany. Since he was powerless to eradicate the pirates, why not embrace them instead? He could directly exploit these pirate miscreants, selling them as slaves to fill the gaps in the market. In the world of piracy, bounties signify a threat to the government. Thus, the threshold for becoming a wanted criminal is exceedingly high. Although the crimes of a pirate crew are attributed to the captain and the officers, many pirates have blood on their hands. However, the government has chosen to overlook them, resulting in the absence of bounties and granting these individuals the opportunity to slip through the cracks. Previously, Smoker's criteria for judgment were rather simplistic and brutal. Regardless of whether they had a bounty or not, anyone who stayed aboard for 6 months was to be executed without hesitation. In hindsight, this approach seems rather wasteful. Why not sell them as slaves instead? For the majority of pirates, given their transgressions, execution would merely be a mercy. It would be far better to sell them into slavery, allowing them to languish and perish under the relentless torment of servitude. Compared to ordinary individuals, pirates undoubtedly possess superior physical prowess and competitiveness. The existence of one more wicked pirate slave translates to one less innocent civilian slave. If that is the case, then why not seize the opportunity? Moreover, there is a chance for profit. Is it not justifiable to make a gain from a righteous endeavor? Once the pirate situation was resolved, Smoker prepared several rooms, and the trio settled in. Zane slept soundly until the next day. Had she not specifically commanded that no one was to disturb her, the naval ship would have likely arrived long ago. Zane's eyelids fluttered as she gradually opened her eyes. In the next moment, she abruptly sat up, glancing around before hastily inspecting her body, particularly her arms. Upon discovering that all her wounds had vanished, she wore an expression of disbelief. At this juncture, Smoker and Tina entered upon hearing the commotion. Tina stepped forward, saying, "Major Zane, are you all right?" Zane nodded and inquired, "Where am I? What has become of Doflamingo?" Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette. "This was Don Quixote Doflamingo's pirate ship, which I had commandeered. That scoundrel managed to escape, leaving behind only a few of his officers and crew." "I see." Zane nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief, then hastily inquired, "What about the item we are looking for?" "The item I sought is already in my possession. As for what you desire, it should be aboard this vessel. Since you were still asleep, we refrained from searching the ship without your consent." Upon hearing this, Zane quickly struggled to rise. "What are we waiting for? Let us search without delay." For her, that recording snail was akin to a death sentence. As long as it remained intact, she could find no peace. Zane stumbled towards the captain's quarters. Previously, Diamante had clearly indicated the location of the recording snail, and Smoker had been forthright in sharing this information with Zane. As she scanned the room, she approached a corner, dismantled a section of the wall, and revealed a safe. Upon opening it, she discovered an assortment of items, confidential documents, property deeds, contracts, maps, and the recording snail, all unmistakably the fruits of Don Quixote Doflamingo's labor over the years. At that moment, Smoker and Tina entered the room. Zane paid them no mind, engrossed in her search, and soon located the recording snail, which bore her name prominently labeled on it. Zane's expression darkened as she clenched her teeth and activated the recording snail. Suddenly, its eyes sprang open, and it began to play a fragmented audio recording. "The forces in the North Sea are exceedingly chaotic. We aim to dominate the North Sea. This money is merely the first batch. If we continue to collaborate, the profits will be even greater. I can also assure you that we will not infringe upon your nation in the future. Please consider it. Captain Zane, may our partnership be fruitful. Click. The recording concluded. Smoker and Tina exchanged peculiar glances at Zane, a silent wariness brewing within them. Though the dialogue remained unclear and fragmented, it was evident that these two had forged a rather profound alliance. Zane, on the other hand, felt a surge of frustration and urgency, his silver teeth clenching with a sharp click, compounded by a deep sense of grievance. That scoundrel Doflamingo had deliberately obscured the signal, truncating the conversation. What had initially been a discussion about eradicating underground forces had morphed into a conspiracy to dominate the North Sea. Should this recording fall into the hands of the Navy headquarters, it might not lead to a conviction, yet it would undoubtedly condemn him to a lifetime of stagnation. However, her expression soon relaxed. This was a special recording snail, capable of permanently preserving the audio, yet impervious to duplication. In other words, the recording before them was singular. Noticing Smoker's gaze on the snail, Zane's heart raced as he swiftly seized the recording device. My sincere gratitude to you both. Yet, there's no need for your concern regarding this snail. I shall take it upon myself to handle it. The recording snail, being a rare breed, possesses formidable vitality and defensive capabilities, rendering it difficult to eliminate through ordinary means. Thus, Zane must ensure it is safely transported for proper management. Smog narrowed his eyes. The task assigned was to investigate Zane. This telephone bug is indeed a crucial piece of evidence. Smog took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt onto the ground and extinguishing it beneath his foot, nonchalantly remarking, Major Zane, are you not concerned about playing such a crucial recording before us? Do you not fear the possibility of us reporting you? Zane tightened her grip on the phone bug, her gaze turning perilously sharp. You have heard it. I am left with no choice. As long as I draw breath, no one else shall hear these recordings. However, I have heard it. You heard the bird suddenly. Zane sensed something amiss, her entire being stiffening. She mechanically turned her head towards the doorway. A tall, imposing figure stood there, wearing a smile that bordered on the sinister, gazing directly at her. What? Zane's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, rendering her speechless. Professor Zezizi. Smoker and Tina were taken aback. To their astonishment, Zephyr had personally arrived. Tina, in particular, was struck with disbelief. She had been on high alert, fearing that Doflamingo might launch a surprise attack. Yet she had failed to detect Zephyr's presence at all. Zephyr first nodded at Smoker and Tina before swaggering to the desk and plopping down onto the sofa. Zine, I never anticipated that your experiences in the North Sea would be so riveting. Zine forced a smile, one that resembled a grimace more than anything else. Teacher, you jest. She replied hurriedly, retrieving a fine cigar from her person, offering it with both hands, and dutifully lighting it for Zephyr. Internally, she lamented her predicament. Though she had known of Zephyr's impending visit, who could have predicted that she would overhear the recording on the spot? This left her utterly speechless. Nonetheless, a flicker of relief remained in her heart. Her teacher, though stern, possessed a warm core. Whenever a subordinate stumbled or erred, he would chastise them, yet always find a way to help clean up the mess. But a moment later, Zine was rendered speechless again as another tall figure entered the cabin. Sakazuki, what brings you here? Sakazuki regarded her with a stoic expression that betrayed no emotion. Long time no see, Zine. Cold sweat broke out on Zine's forehead as she stammered. I can explain. Their history ran deep. In the North Sea, they had been direct superior and subordinate. Later, when Zine was promoted to colonel and joined the elite naval unit, Sakazuki happened to be her instructor. It could be said that a significant portion of her military career unfolded under Sakazuki's command. Her early awakening of abilities was largely due to Sakazuki's meticulous guidance. Sakazuki remained silent, advancing toward Zine step by step, while she retreated, inadvertently bumping into the table. The table jolted, and with a clatter, the unfortunate transponder snail tumbled to the floor. Smog could not help but speak. Admiral Sakazuki, that snail phone is a crucial piece of evidence. I kindly request you. Before he could finish, he saw Sakazuki standing before Zane, his right hand transforming into searing lava. Smog was taken aback. Truly, Akainu was about to make a move? How exceedingly direct. Zane, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, Brother Sakazuki. Sakazuki slowly extended his hand, yet instead of attacking Zane, he picked up the snail phone and crushed it, reducing it to a charred mass. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, while the phone bug remained silent. Sakazuki approached Zifa and bowed deeply. Teacher Zifa, I assure you, Zen would never conspire with pirates. Should any issue arise, I am prepared to shoulder all responsibility. Zifa, however, remained unresponsive, engrossed in the documents left by Don Quixote da Flamingo. After a moment, he spoke with irritation. The evidence has been destroyed. What purpose does this discussion serve? Do you expect me to convict a rear admiral without any proof? Stand up. It is the first time I have seen you bow, so I shall grant you this courtesy. Smoker, you should also convey to Akainu that this matter ends here. Understood. Sakazuki straightened up, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Zifa. Suddenly, Zen leaped onto Sakazuki, wrapping his arms around his waist, tears brimming in his eyes. Brother Sakazuki, I knew you would believe in me. Sakazuki stiffened, his typically impassive face betraying a mixture of embarrassment and helplessness. After a brief struggle, Sakazuki approached Smoker and Tina. I am grateful for your care of Zen. Smoker appeared taken aback. The legendary Akainu was surprisingly affable. Could it be that he possessed a cold exterior but a warm heart? Meanwhile, Tina was scanning this and that, her eyes widening in sudden comprehension. However, Zane was incensed upon hearing those words. What do you mean by being under their care? I can handle Doflamingo myself. Sakazuki interjected. Do not jest. Had it not been for those two, you would have long since fallen to Doflamingo's hand. Zane's face flushed with embarrassment. When did you and the teacher arrive? Zifa, perusing documents, replied, We arrived just as your battle commenced. Had I not seen your life hanging by a thread? I would not have taken such a high-handed approach. Upon hearing this, Smoker furrowed his brows slightly and remarked, Teacher Zephyr, since both you and the Vice Admiral are present, why allow him to leave? Zephyr, unfazed, replied, In comparison to a mere guppy, it is far more crucial to discern whether one's subordinates are virtuous or corrupt. Well, Smoker responded, somewhat resigned. There was little he could do. In the eyes of Zephyr and Akainu, the current Doflamingo was nothing more than a trivial fish. At best, while others might be minnows, he was merely a common carp. Smoker, however, was acutely aware of the peril this individual posed. Nevertheless, the circumstances were not entirely dire. This time, Don Quixote da Flamingo had sustained significant injuries, and it was unlikely he would rise again as he did in the original narrative. Moreover, there remained ample opportunity to exploit his vulnerabilities. Upon hearing Zifa's words, Zane's heart stirred with intrigue. Teacher, are you suggesting? Zifa nodded affirmatively. Although you have collaborated with Doflamingo, it was merely a case of the underworld's darker dealings. No moral transgression in that regard. As for that recording, its deliberate nature is too pronounced to be taken seriously. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall not pursue your accountability. Is that true? How wonderful. Zane finally unveiled a smile, hurriedly bowing to Zifa. Thank you, Teacher Zifa. He then turned to Akainu, his voice involuntarily rising, and thank you as well, Brother Akainu. Following this exchange, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Zifa resumed his focused examination of the documents, his expression shifting unpredictably. Smoker and three others quietly stood to the side. After a considerable pause, Zephyr let out a long sigh. This Doflamingo, I must discuss his affairs. The crowd turned their gazes toward Zane, who was the most familiar with Doflamingo among them. Zane recounted Doflamingo's personality, techniques, modus operandi, and past experiences in detail. Apart from his former status as a celestial dragon, nearly all information had been thoroughly dissected. Naturally, Smoker had no intention of adding this detail, as he could not explain the source of this information. After listening, Zephyr rubbed his temples. Smoker, you are correct. We must not let him escape. Sakazuki inquired, Teacher, what is the matter? He was aware of Doflamingo, but only superficially. By the time Doflamingo emerged into prominence, he had already departed from the North Sea. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether Doflamingo would exist now. I initially thought he was merely a petty thief, but he is buried far deeper than I imagined. He has infiltrated nations, pirates, the underworld, and even the government and navy. Such meticulous scheming is not characteristic of a pirate. Zane nodded in agreement. I concur. That individual is exceedingly dangerous. He should be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. With both new and old grievances, Zane harbored a profound hatred for Doflamingo. Not just Doflamingo. Zephyr shook the documents in his hand. Since the onset of the Great Pirate Era, dark forces have gradually grown stronger. We in the Navy have attempted to place personnel, but the results remain unsatisfactory. The CP has infiltrated quite successfully. Yet those individuals refuse to share intelligence with us, leaving us in a passive position. I believe this truly presents an opportunity. The other four. On the previous night, in a small town on the eastern island, it was now deep into the night, and the town was enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, a series of barks erupted from the streets, followed by a whimper a few seconds later, before silence resumed. Senior supported Doflamingo as he struggled to walk. Stepping over a dismembered dog, they arrived at a grand mansion in the town and halted. Young master, this is the tallest building. Doflamingo nodded and entered the house with Senior. Soon, screams echoed from within, with blood splattering against the windows. After some time, Pica arrived with Diamante. This was the emergency plan of the Doflamingo pirates. When the members of the Doflamingo pirates scattered, the senior officials would regroup at the tallest building on the nearest eastern island. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Pica rushed forward. Young master, are you all right? Diamante, with tears streaming down his face, collapsed to the ground in despair. Damn it, young master, it's all my fault. It's because of my inadequacy. Doflamingo chuckled darkly. What has transpired has transpired. Let us not dwell on it. For the sake of my family, I am willing to sacrifice everything. However, Diamante, pray tell me what has occurred these past few days. Yes. Diamante wiped his tears and began to recount the tale. Yet, he could not dare to mention his confinement. Subsequently, Pica and Senior also shared their experiences of battle. Upon hearing their accounts, Doflamingo clutched his forehead in anguish. So it was my impulsiveness that led to this. Not only did I fail to garner the Navy's support, but I have also driven Zane to the opposing side. And Torbol, rescuing Diamante cost me Torbol, alongside nearly all my subordinates, crew, and assets. I have returned to square one. Diamante slowly rose and looked around. By the way, young master, where is Virgo? He has gone to undertake other missions. Oh, what shall we do next? Doflamingo revealed a sinister smile. Of course, we shall regroup. Such minor setbacks cannot extinguish my ambition. Let us begin by expanding our ranks, starting with this town. At that moment, the dawn broke outside. The early risers of the town had begun their toil. Some noticed that the building's doors were ajar and felt an oddity, prompting them to investigate. What they discovered was a scene of blood and corpses, leading to uncontrollable screams. Hearing the commotion, Pica inquired, Doflamingo. Fufufu. A mere swarm of noisy ants. Let us eradicate them. Pica nodded in agreement. It would be my pleasure. He then melded seamlessly into the wall. Outside, the chilling cries of agony echoed, soon returning to an eerie silence. The living townsfolk had been reduced to a mass of flesh. Doflamingo, accompanied by his men, passed expressionlessly over the remains. Just as they were about to depart, faint cries of a child reached their ears. Daddy, Mommy, everyone, what has happened to you? Pica frowned, surprised that there were survivors, and prepared to return to resolve the matter. Doflamingo stopped him. Let us go see for ourselves. A group of individuals arrived at the weeping site, discreetly observing. It turned out to be several children. Most of the children, upon witnessing such a scene, either succumbed to relentless vomiting, fell into a stupor, or erupted into tears. Yet, among them was a green-haired girl carrying an infant. Although her face was streaked with tears, she desperately tugged at her companions, urging them to flee. Unfortunately, the other children were paralyzed by fear. Not only did no one accompany her, but some even forcefully pushed her away. The green-haired girl bit her lip, nearly drawing blood, and with no other option left, she wiped her tears and ventured alone into the woods, cradling the infant. Observing her slender figure retreating, Doflamingo licked his lips and commanded, Senor, follow that little girl. Pica, clean up the rest. Pica, Senor, at your service, young master. They then gradually sank into the ground. Perhaps children are indeed a worthy choice. Pirates should start from the cradle. 2 days later, aboard Zane's ship, Zephyr summoned Smoker and Tina to the command room. Upon entering, they found Zephyr seated behind a massive desk, laden with thick files. 2 days prior, Zane's warship had picked them up, and numerous Navy personnel had thoroughly searched Doflamingo's pirate ship, leaving no corner unexamined, including the restrooms and trash bins. Perhaps having never faced a severe setback, Doflamingo had not developed the habit of concealing his information. Consequently, the vast intelligence he had painstakingly gathered over the years was seized by Zephyr in one fell swoop. During the past 2 days, he had perused the materials day and night, finally managing a cursory glance through them. Just as the two arrived, Akainu and Zane followed closely behind. Noticing their dark circles and Akainu's slightly hunched posture, Smoker expressed his realization with disdain. Ugh, How despicable. To think they would do this aboard the ship. I always sought secluded corners. With the four gathered, Zephyr gestured to the sofa, inviting them to sit. Zane, Smoker, Tina. You have accomplished something remarkable this time. He patted the files on the desk and indicated a nearby box. These are all materials from the underworld, both in quantity and quality, far surpassing those of our intelligence department. Zane exclaimed, filled with a mix of surprise and excitement. Really? Zephyr nodded. From this information, it is evident that the scale of the underworld exceeds the Navy's expectations, reaching a point where it cannot be ignored. However, many affiliated nations have intertwined interests with them, even aiding in their evasion of capture. The so-called underworld refers to industries that navigate the gray areas, such as slavery, maritime trade, funeral services, and entertainment districts. The power, background, and threats posed by some industry magnates are no less formidable than those of the greatest pirates. However, in contrast to mere violence, they excel in cunning schemes. Coupled with their protective cover, it is exceedingly challenging for the Navy to engage with them, let alone confront them. Conversely, the CP, adept in intelligence and disguise, has made significant strides. The information on Don Quixote da Flamingo is both abundant and precise, encompassing detailed divisions of power, black market transactions, key personnel, contacts, and trading records, far surpassing the capabilities of the Navy's intelligence division. Zephyr suddenly inhaled deeply, producing a spray and applying it. I truly did not anticipate that a mere pirate harbored such ambition and cunning. It seems my decision to spare him was indeed a grave error. Zine exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Teacher Zephyr, I told you. The most perilous aspect of that scoundrel lies not in his strength, but in his intellect and strategies. Honestly, you should have acted decisively at that moment. Zephyr remained silent. Sakazuki quickly shot her a glare. Do not become complacent. Zine fell silent, chuckling awkwardly and shrinking back. Devoid of her previous air of authority, Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. Sakazuki, there is no need for such severity. Zine has also contributed significantly this time. With this intelligence, our endeavors against the underworld will become considerably more manageable. Thus, your achievements are akin to the establishment of a new battlefield. The three swiftly rose to their feet. Ahem. Teacher Zephyr, you flatter us. This is what Tina ought to do. It is all thanks to your exceptional guidance. Zephyr replied. Sakazuki interjected. Enough, enough, sit down. Zephyr restrained his impulse to strike, gazing at Smoker and Tina. You two youngsters, having dispatched Gavant. I previously mentioned rewarding you with a devil fruit. However, I did not anticipate that both of you would be wielders of Logia-type abilities. Given your substantial contributions this time, I am momentarily at a loss as to how to commend you. Perhaps we shall discuss it further upon our return to headquarters. Do not fret, I shall not forget. Smoker and Tina promptly saluted, exclaiming in unison, yes. Zephyr nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you may return for now. Upon receiving the dismissal, Smoker discerned that there were matters to discuss with Akainu and Zane, so he tactfully led Tina away. As they exited, they faintly overheard Zephyr uttering something, followed by the raucous voice of Zane. Not daring to linger, they hastened back to their quarters. Having recently achieved a notable feat, they were awarded a private cabin, a privilege reserved for officers, although the soundproofing was inadequate, making it unsuitable for many activities. Sharing a space with Tina was far preferable to cramped quarters with a group of rough men. As Tina busied herself with tidying up, she engaged in light conversation. She was curious about what Zephyr had discussed with Rear Admiral Zane, sensing that the latter appeared rather displeased. After a while, noticing Smoker's silence, she glanced over inquisitively. Smoker? She called out. There he was, lost in thought, holding a box, the very treasure that had been extracted from Treble. Tina approached, her curiosity piqued, and inquired, what is this? This is a devil fruit seized from one of Doflamingo's subordinates, he replied. Smog, while speaking, opened the box to reveal a snow-white devil fruit, which bore a striking resemblance to the smoke fruit. This was the natural type snow fruit, a lesser variant of the ice fruit. Although it may not stand out among the natural type fruits, it is undeniably precious. Tina reached out to touch the snow fruit. No natural type fruit is truly weak. Even an ordinary marine who consumes it would be nurtured with great care. However, one must not become overly reliant on the fruit. Tina mused, after all, it is the individual who possesses strength, not the fruit itself. Smoker remained silent, yet inwardly he was rife with skepticism. Whose words were these, after all? Such blatant manipulation. If this were indeed the case, How could the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords all be in possession of extraordinary devil fruits? In the world of pirates, one may have heard of formidable warriors devoid of any fruit powers, but who has ever encountered a powerful individual wielding a worthless fruit? The only exception is the gum fruit, which is, after all, merely a guise for Nika. Tina, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Smoker's mind, continued the conversation. Smoker, how do you intend to deal with the subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo? Please do not confine him for another fortnight. Even Tina considers it inhumane. Despite the fact that one does not need to uphold humanity when dealing with pirates. Smoker lit a cigarette, pondering deeply. He too felt a sense of unease. Having previously interrogated Diamante and raided Don Quixote da Flamingo's estate, they had effectively extracted all useful intelligence. Now, the most valuable possession they held was the devil fruits. It must be said that the fruits among them were rather exceptional. The sticky fruit, akin to the wax fruit, could emit an adhesive substance of exceedingly high viscosity that was both flammable and explosive, providing excellent crowd control while inflicting considerable damage. The bomb fruit and the tun fruit were notable as well. One could detonate inorganic materials, while the other significantly increased weight, if utilized correctly. They were akin to explosive release and heavy rock enhancement. Should he acquire these fruits, alongside the powder fruit already in his possession, he would wield 4 high-quality fruits. Prosperity awaited him. However, despite having successfully obtained the powder fruit last time, fortune played a substantial role. The narrative had yet to elucidate the mechanism of devil fruit transformation. Everything relied on conjecture. The sole instance observed was when slime exploded, causing the salamander fruit to transfer to the nearest apple. Yet, such a transition from a distance would undoubtedly be far more complex. The pirate world boasts a long and storied history, over hundreds and thousands of years. Countless ability users have perished, and among them, those who have met their end near fruits surely number in the hundreds, if not thousands. If unraveling the mystery of ability transformation were so straightforward, there would be no need for Blackbeard to assume the role of a fruit hunter. Reflecting on the inheritance of several fruits, Blackbeard acquired the quake fruit under obscured circumstances. Big Mom seemingly consumed a nun to obtain the soul fruit, while Alabasta harbored 2 time-honored Zoan fruits. Jazasa Beja sought to eliminate Luffy to snatch the rubber fruit. What common thread weaves through these instances? What role might the dark fruit play in this intricate tapestry? Smog pondered deeply, and suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated his eyes. Tina, could you kindly fetch some fruit from the kitchen? Remember, just one of each variety. Tina was perplexed but readily complied. All right. Tina moved swiftly. Before long, she returned with a large basket filled with a haphazard assortment of fruits. Smoker glanced at the assortment of fruits: bananas, apples, pineapples, melons, and pears. Indeed, the forms of the devil fruits could be limited to these few varieties. As for the sugarcane, it could wait for the time being. Smoker, what purpose do you have for so many fruits? While he had developed a voracious appetite, it was primarily for meat. Fruits were merely a fleeting indulgence. Smoker embraced Tina's shoulder. I am about to conduct an experiment, a grand experiment. If successful, if I succeed, I shall never have to worry about the devil fruits for the rest of my life. Just as Tina was about to speak, the door was suddenly kicked open. Upon seeing the intruder, Tina leaped from Smoker's embrace as if struck by lightning, while Smoker gazed with fiery eyes. However, upon observing the appearance of the newcomer, he was momentarily taken aback. Who was this person? Tall and emaciated, clad in tattered garments, with a face coated in grime and a long beard missing a portion due to burns. The newcomer, upon spotting Smoker, exclaimed with gleaming eyes, Smoker, I have been searching for you these past few days. Smoker was taken aback. Dr. Aubrey, how is it that in just a few short days, you have transformed into this state? At that moment, Aubrey wore an expression of sheer excitement, completely oblivious to the couple's presence, as he grasped Smoker's hand fervently. Smoker, we have succeeded. Smog appeared somewhat bewildered. What are you talking about? What has succeeded? Everything has succeeded. Previously, you shared so much with everyone. They researched like mad, and all yielded results. What? Smog was taken aback. He recalled having indulged a bit too much in boasting to these scientists about various firearm technologies from his past life. However, at the time, his statements were disjointed, lacking systematic coherence and detail. Did these individuals truly manage to produce results based on his drunken ramblings? In truth, for these scientists, Having a clear direction and understanding their objectives constituted half of the battle won. Aubrey, tugging at Smog's hand, chattered incessantly. You are absolutely right. The granulation of gunpowder has significantly enhanced its power and combustion, and the shells. The efficacy of conical shells far surpasses that of spherical explosive shells. And we have even added some alloys for improved performance. And what you mentioned about the AK-47. Never mind, never mind. We are about to conduct a test fire today. Come along and see for yourself. With that, Aubrey pulled Smog toward the laboratory, urging him to keep pace. Hey, slow down. Smog could not fathom from whence this old man derived such formidable strength. He hesitated to forcibly tug at him for fear of causing injury, and could only watch reluctantly as he was led away, leaving behind the basket of fruit. On the deck, all testing apparatus was meticulously arranged. A heavy artillery piece stood prominently, accompanied by a set of conical shells and a collection of spherical projectiles. 2 rifles, along with several magazines brimming with ammunition, lay at the ready. A group of scientists and sailors were diligently occupied with their tasks. Smog examined the firearm, noting that its overall appearance and structure bore a striking resemblance to the AK-47 of his previous life. As he caressed the smooth body and stock of the gun, he marveled at the flawless fit of its various components. Smog could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The results have manifested so swiftly. It is truly remarkable. Aubrey, brimming with pride, responded, of course. Do not underestimate our artillery division. Yet, he soon sighed. However, this advancement is largely attributable to our ability user of the shape fruit. They possess the remarkable talent to mold any object into the desired form, which has expedited our progress. Nevertheless, their capabilities are limited to addressing sample issues. Achieving mass production is still a considerable journey ahead. Smoker smiled faintly. Every endeavor begins with challenges, but at least we have taken our first step. Upon hearing these words, Akiji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, the advancement of technology is inexorable. Next came the test firing. They first discharged a few rounds toward the sea, then aimed their firearms at a row of targets. Akiji held the experimental records, surrounded by a group of scientists, all wearing expressions of uncontainable joy. Suddenly, a large hand reached over and snatched the experimental records away. The scientists glared in anger. Who dares to disrupt our experiment with such a lack of decorum? Do they not fear that I will report them to the higher-ups? However, when they recognized the identity of the intruder, they fell silent in an instant. It was none other than Zephyr and Akainu. Smoker had just seen promising results and had someone summon Zephyr and Akainu to witness the demonstration. It was a rare opportunity to showcase their work to a high admiral and a vice admiral. If they were pleased, the subsequent research funding would flow abundantly. Zephyr observed the experimental results. Although his expression remained calm, his fingers trembled slightly. What have I just witnessed? Conical projectiles, their power unknown, yet with a range increased by a third. A new automatic rifle, with a rate of fire enhanced tenfold? Typically, a bolt-action rifle fires 20 to 30 rounds per minute, while an automatic rifle fires about 600 to 800 rounds per minute, excluding magazine change time, which accounts for the tenfold difference. This could significantly bolster the naval forces. As a high-ranking officer of the Navy, he was acutely aware of its current state. With Roger's shout, the era of great pirates commenced, and pirates emerged across the globe like weeds, creating immense challenges for the Navy. Even more concerning was that the young individuals who should have joined the Navy were instead pursuing freedom and dreams as pirates. This shift caused the Navy to gradually feel the strain of a diminishing successor pool. Currently, the Navy essentially comprises 3 generations. The first generation is represented by Smoker's contemporaries, a veritable wealth of talent. Not only are there the formidable Carp, Sengoku, and himself, but also Tsuru, an exceptionally capable strategist. The second generation includes Akainu and his peers, who have proven to be reliable successors. Although Carp's son has gone astray, the remaining 3 prodigies possess the potential of admirals, alongside younger officers like Garp and Tsuru, who are also capable of holding their own. However, with the advent of the Great Pirate Era, the situation for the third generation has drastically declined. The quality of new recruits in the Navy has severely diminished. Aside from the present Smoker and Tina, they have not encountered any exceptional talents in recent years. This has long been a source of concern for Zephyr. The current standing of the Navy is rather precarious. They possess the capability to overpower any pirate crew, yet they are unable to maintain control over the entire situation. This leads to a singular outcome. Whenever the Navy exhibits excessive assertiveness, The previously disparate pirates unite for mutual support, consequently escalating the conflict. It is an inextricable knot. Unless a considerable number of Navy admirals emerge to decisively penetrate the New World, any efforts would be futile. The ravages of war leave many homeless, who then transform into pirates themselves. However, the recent research findings differ significantly. While they pose little threat to the pirates of the New World, they can swiftly eradicate the pirates of the Four Seas and the Paradise. Over time, as the New World pirates receive no reinforcements, they will inevitably weaken. This is akin to a grand tree. While it cannot be felled outright, it can be continuously watered until it withers. Upon the appearance of Zephyr, Dr. Aubrey was overjoyed, his beard trembling with excitement. "Admiral Zephyr, what brings you here?" He had been ensconced in his laboratory for days, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. "Long time no see." "Aubrey," Zephyr chuckled, "I have long since relinquished my position as admiral. I am merely an elderly man now." Dr. Aubrey promptly shook his head. "That cannot be. In my eyes, you will always be an admiral. Were it not for your resolute stance against opposition, the scientific division would have been disbanded long ago. You are a benefactor to our entire scientific force." Smoker was taken aback. Did Zephyr and the technological forces share such profound connections? Indeed, many in the Navy bore disabilities. Yet only Zephyr had received the Crusher. Initially thought to be a privilege bestowed due to his rank as a general, it now appeared otherwise. Zephyr observed another round of test firings, even volunteering as a target himself, enduring cannonballs and bullets, before finally departing with Sakazuki, satisfied. Along the way, he suddenly inquired, "Sakazuki, what are your thoughts on Smoker?" Sakazuki pondered for a moment, then replied, "He is both scholarly and martial, a true polymath." Zephyr chuckled ruefully, nodding, "Indeed, he is quite the troublemaker. The last merit has yet to be rewarded, and now he has achieved another significant feat. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Well, I shall leave it to Sengoku and Tsuru. They are quite astute. Also, Sakazuki, what have you and Zane considered regarding the previous matter?" Sakazuki gazed at Zephyr, his eyes resolute. "I shall obey the orders without hesitation." Upon returning with Tina, Smog affixed a formidable lock on the exterior before slipping back into the house through the crack in the door, utilizing his elemental transformation. Clutching a bounty of fruits, he wore a sinister grin. "This time, not even the Gorosei eye could compel me to open the door." Keek. Smog returned to the house, retrieved a torch, and ignited it before turning to hand it to Tina. "Smog, what do you intend to do?" she inquired, astonished. "I wish to test whether I can strip others of their abilities." Tina gasped in disbelief. Is such a feat even possible? With countless individuals possessing powers across the seas. If it were achievable, chaos would have ensued long ago. "I am merely attempting," he replied. "No matter what transpires, you must remain still and observe." "Understood," Tina acknowledged. Smog nodded as darkness surged from beneath his feet, spreading along the floor, the walls, and the ceiling, swiftly enveloping the entire room. At that moment, the chamber resembled a black box, with only the torch in Tina's hand providing any semblance of light, while all surrounding sounds faded into oblivion. Smog, feeling a sense of discontent, closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, silently attuning himself to an elusive sensation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exerted his strength. The once thick layer of darkness instantaneously collapsed, becoming even more solidified. If it were once akin to a dense layer of cotton, it now resembled a slender sheet of iron. Smoker, employing the same method, layered on several more additions, while Tina observed silently. Perhaps due to the absence of sound and light, her sense of touch became remarkably acute. She sensed the gravitational field around her ceaselessly shifting. The flames on the torch danced as if manipulated by an invisible hand, constantly altering their form. Once the darkness enveloped them completely, Smoker finally exhaled. Retrieving one of each fruit and arranging them in a line, Torpole, Gladius, and Mahabais. Let us commence with Mahabais, as the Tunpress fruit is rather commonplace, and its failure would be of little consequence. Release. Smog cast Mahabais out. Having been deprived of food and drink for 3 days, Mahabais emerged with an expression of despair and numbness, followed by a bewildered gaze directed towards the light source. Upon seeing Tina, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it you?" However, before he could react, a cold voice resonated from behind him. Finger gun. A finger, as unyielding as steel, ruthlessly pierced Mahabais' neck. He felt a surge of excruciating pain before instantly losing consciousness. Smog paid him no heed, his expression tense as he fixated on the fruits. Moments later, a pineapple abruptly morphed, its surface adorned with spirals, its hue shifting to a reddish brown. "What is this?" Tina exclaimed, rendered speechless by astonishment. Smoker wore a look of delight. This was indeed his tun-tun fruit. As expected, when the wielder perishes, the fruit is reborn upon a corresponding fruit, and it appears that it must be of the same variety. In Alabasta, the fruit can be inherited. After the demise of Gervant, the Mera Mera Nomi manifested aboard the ship, indicating that the fruit's transformation occurs within a certain scope. The tun-tun fruit appeared mere seconds after its host's death, suggesting that this transformation is not an instantaneous crossing of space, but rather akin to the reincarnation of a soul. From just this singular instance, Smoker derived multiple hypotheses. Seizing the moment, he dispatched Torpol and Gladius, acquiring both the Noro Noro no Mi and the Bomu Bomu no Mi. Subsequently, he also retrieved the fruits he had previously obtained. It must be said, the sight of 5 devil fruits gathered together was indeed a spectacular one. Smoker laughed heartily. In truth, several questions remained unverified. For instance, if there are no fruits within the resurrection range of a devil fruit, will it expand its range to revive? Or will it continue to wait until a suitable fruit appears? Moreover, the possibility that Big Mom may have acquired her powers by devouring a nun raises the question of whether living beings can obstruct abilities. Nevertheless, for Smoker, these matters were of little consequence, as he had already mastered the method to deprive others of their fruit abilities. Smoker embraced Tina's slender waist. "Did you see that? Truly a masterpiece." It took Tina a moment to regain her composure, swallowing hard. For some reason, Tina felt a twinge of fear towards Smoker. "This ability of yours must not be disclosed, not even to Teacher Zephyr and the others." Smoker tenderly caressed her pink hair. "Naturally, I am not that foolish." He then cast his gaze upon the lifeless bodies of Toribol and the others. Each of these individuals bore a bounty. Toribol was valued at 60 million berries, Gladius at 25 million berries, Mahabais at 7 million berries, alongside Jorah and Lao Ji, making a total bounty exceeding 100 million. Whether to keep them for military merit or to sell to bounty hunters, either option was quite advantageous. "Let us not waste this opportunity," Smoker murmured as he stowed them away once more. Subsequently, he waved his hand, and the surrounding darkness, solid as a tangible entity, began to dissipate, returning to him. The devil fruits lying on the ground were also collected. "A fruit hunter, you say? Blackbeard has done it. So why can't I, Smoker?" Although there are many with abilities, the grand line is vast, and with Smoker alone, perhaps with the addition of Tina, it would be a Herculean task to capture even a handful of these ability users. Moreover, one must capture them alive before eliminating them. Yet, seeking assistance from comrades would be too conspicuous. Smoker found himself at a loss for words. The ability to deprive others of their devil fruits could undoubtedly benefit the Navy. Yet he felt an overwhelming frustration at the secrecy surrounding it. He was determined to devise a means to capture a significant number of devil fruit users among the pirates. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of a ship's horn echoed from afar. Tina perked up her ears. "Smoker, a naval ship is approaching. It's a fleet vessel." The horn they had just heard was indeed from the warship. The sound of the ship's horn held great significance, capable of conveying vital information. Smoker was utterly clueless about this matter, whereas Tina excelled at it. "Oh, let us go and take a look." After the two emerged, they happened upon Zephyr and Sakazuki and proceeded together to the deck. Zane was already awaiting them there. It turned out that this vessel belonged to Zephyr. At that time, the two had spotted the battle involving Smoker from afar and had hastened to the island using the moonwalk technique. They had not returned to the ship since, allowing it to follow at a distance. Now, as Zane was to return to G2, and Zephyr and his companions were heading back to headquarters, they naturally had to part ways. Upon seeing the group, Zane approached them. "Teacher Zephyr, Brother Sakazuki, are you departing already?" There was a hint of reluctance in her tone. Zephyr chuckled, a rare moment of levity for him. "It is time to leave. Your ship is far too comfortable. If I linger any longer, this old body of mine will surely rust." Zane laughed lightly, like a peony in full bloom. "You tease me again. It matters not, for I shan't heed your words." She then turned her gaze towards Sakazuki, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It will be a long time before we meet again." "I fear this absence will be particularly prolonged." Sakazuki, with an impassive expression, nodded in response. All for the sake of justice. Zane paused, softly acknowledging with a slight hum. At that moment, the two vessels drew near. Zane sighed. "Teacher, Brother Sakazuki, and both of you, hurry aboard." "Take care, Zane." Zephyr remarked before leaping onto the ship, with Smoker following suit and offering a salute. Tina waved her hand. Major Zane, thank you for your care during this time. I shall visit you at G2 when the opportunity arises. Zane's expression momentarily stiffened before quickly transforming into a smile. Yes, do your best, Tina. You must become a naval officer like Commander Crane. Sakazuki was the last to depart. Initially silent, he paused as he brushed past Zane, letting out a heavy sigh. Stay safe, be cautious. Do not push yourself if the situation becomes dire. Retreat. And thus, they boarded Zephyr's ship. Smoker and Tina finally found a moment of respite. What was initially intended as a simple training exercise unexpectedly spiraled into an arduous journey. First, they besieged Gawain, then found themselves marooned on a deserted island. Later infiltrated the G2 battleship, and ultimately faced off against Don Quixote da Flamingo. In total, they had been away for nearly 3 months. Thus, Zifa's gaze upon them resembled that of an instructor scrutinizing a diligent student who had missed 3 months of classes. On the first day aboard the ship, Zifa inquired about their well-being with genuine concern. By the second day, he began urging them to engage in additional training. Each day, he sought out partners for their practical exercises, and with hundreds of personnel aboard the vessel, including several rear admirals and brigadiers, there was no shortage of opponents. Occasionally, Zifa would even join the fray himself. Despite Smoker and Tina's considerable enhancement in strength, they found themselves consistently outmatched by the admirals, often losing in spectacular fashion. Sakazuki, too, occasionally found himself unable to resist the temptation to join in. To prevent damaging the ship, he refrained from using his abilities, relying solely on his foundational combat prowess. Nonetheless, even with this restraint, his monstrous physique and mastery of dual hockey left Smoker and Tina utterly overwhelmed, leaving them questioning their very existence as they lay sprawled upon the deck. On this particular day, Zifa once again led the pair in training, while Sakazuki stood nearby, observing the proceedings. Once the training concluded, Zifa produced 2 small boxes. Smoker, Tina, I have a small gift for you. I hope you will find it to your liking. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Teacher Zifa. Tina exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the box. However, Smoker, eyeing Zifa's somewhat sinister grin, sensed that there was more to it than met the eye. Upon opening the box, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Is this sea stone? Inside lay a necklace adorned with a pendant strikingly similar to his own sea stone pendant, albeit with a brighter hue. A glance at Tina's revealed that it was, in fact, quite akin to his own. Smog first touched Tina's necklace, and an instant wave of familiar weakness washed over him. Indeed, its purity was less than 20. He then grazed his own necklace, and suddenly his legs grew weak. Goodness, the purity of this one is at least double. Smog gritted his teeth as he donned the new necklace, a sensation akin to having lost 3 pounds of blood or suffering from a fever of 40 degrees Celsius. He had worn the Hailu stone necklace for 3 years, which had granted him considerable resistance. While he could not harness the abilities of the fruit with this new necklace, at least a fraction of his foundational combat power remained intact. Yet, with this necklace, even a few steps left him panting, likely rendering him weaker than an average soldier. At that moment, a gasp from Tina caught his attention. She knelt beside him, adorned with the necklace, her body trembling slightly. Such a reaction was to be expected, as Tina had never undergone training to withstand the effects of Hailu stone. The mere low purity of the stone was sufficient to leave her feeling utterly debilitated. Zifa squatted before Tina, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. "Is this Hailu stone? I feel so weak." Zifa chuckled as he rose to his feet. "From now on, apart from sleeping, you both shall wear this necklace at all times. Whether eating, drinking, or training, it must not be removed." But Tina's face displayed evident distress. Smoker gently patted her shoulder, saying, "All right, no problem." Zephyr observed Tina's expression. Indeed, Tina had not undergone training for hockey resistance and was unaware of its advantages. He removed Smoker's necklace and tossed it to Sakazuki. Sakazuki caught it effortlessly, gripping it in his hand, yet his expression remained inscrutable. "Tina, take off the necklace and spar with Sakazuki." Tina exclaimed. How could he jest like this when he was still equipped with hockey? Wouldn't that be an unfair advantage? 2 minutes later, Tina found herself inverted on the deck, her legs in the air, twitching slightly. Sakazuki merely breathed lightly. When he ceased his movements, no irregularities were discernible. Smoker hastily extracted Tina from the predicament. Tina lowered her head, feeling utterly ashamed to face anyone. The purity of the sea prism stone in Smoker's necklace measured at 33, approximately double that of her own. A look of astonishment crossed Tina's face, mirrored by Smoker's grave expression. That necklace represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. Yet Akainu could don it and effortlessly defeat Tina. It was evident that the chasm between her and the top-tier warriors was dishearteningly vast. Zeph presented the Sea Prism Stone necklace to Smoker, declaring that the Sea Prism Stone was the greatest vulnerability for those endowed with abilities. In recent years, pirates had begun to wield weapons crafted from the Sea Prism Stone. Fortunately, the purity of the Sea Prism Stones in their possession was generally low, thus making resistance training essential. As long as you can adapt, even when faced with an enemy wielding the Sea Prism Stone, you will retain a measure of self-preservation. Of course, the advantages extend beyond that. Training with the Sea Prism Stone, though arduous, can yield remarkable results, serving as a boon for those with abilities. Tina came to a realization. So that is how it is. She understood. "Thank you for your gift," she said, promptly fastening the necklace around her neck. Though her body swayed slightly, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Smoker adorned himself with a necklace. Zephyr expressed his satisfaction with their demeanor. "Excellent. Keep up the good work," he declared, preparing to depart with Sakazuki. Suddenly, Smoker called out to Sakazuki. "Admiral Sakazuki, what level of Sea Prism Stone purity can you endure?" Sakazuki paused, contemplating for a moment. "With a purity below 20. I can refrain from using my abilities, and my fundamental combat strength remains largely unaffected. At around 50, while I can still train, the strain becomes considerable. Above 60, I would nearly lose all combat capability." Smog displayed a look of astonishment. Sea stone of over 60 purity rarely appears outside the realms of Wano and the world government. This implies that almost no pirate possesses the means to completely bind him with sea stone. No wonder he is referred to as a monster. No wonder he is destined to become an admiral in the future. Indeed, his reputation is well-deserved. However, Sakazuki did not indulge in self-satisfaction. "It is nothing of great significance. I have heard that the monsters of the New World can withstand sea stone of up to 70 purity. The enemies of justice remain exceedingly formidable. We must remain vigilant." With that, he turned and followed Zepho away. Smoker furrowed his brow. He was likely referring to Kaido and Big Mom. Their physical prowess was inherently far superior to that of the three admirals, making it reasonable for them to endure a higher concentration of Sea Prism Stone. More importantly, a significant portion of their strength resided in their physical form. A steel balloon and an extraordinarily lengthy stamina bar could easily subdue a vice admiral. Even without utilizing their abilities, with just half their endurance remaining, handling such an opponent would still be manageable. The road ahead remains long. "Tina, shall we train a bit more? Or a necklace?" "Indeed, let us do it." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The Navy headquarters was now within close proximity. On this day, Smoker tossed a coin high into the air, receiving a newspaper from the hands of a seagull delivering the news. Smoker casually flipped through the pages when suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment upon encountering an unexpected piece of news. The more he read, the more his expression transformed into one of shock. Once he finished, he hurriedly sought out Tina. "This is bad, Tina. Major Zane is in trouble." In the training room, Smoker and Tina crowded together, reading the newspaper word for word. The headline read, "Rear Admiral of the Navy, Princess Bradley Zane of the Tadino Kingdom. During his tenure in the North Sea, he colluded with the pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo. Refusing to surrender, he ensnared loyalists, took key members of the Navy's scientific division hostage, and killed one scientist along with 17 Navy personnel before successfully escaping. The Navy has issued a bounty, and the Tadino Kingdom has released a statement, revoking his title as prince. Additionally, there was a bounty notice. The fallen Rear Admiral, Bradley Zane, has a bounty of 220 million berries. Goodness, he has outright usurped Drake's moniker." After reading, Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, both stunned. For those unaware of the truth, this report was nothing short of shocking. A promising star of the Navy transformed into a fugitive, indeed a striking revelation. Yet for Smoker and Tina, it transcended mere shock. It was surreal. Tina felt an urgent anxiety. What on earth is happening? Didn't Instructor Zephyr say there would be no repercussions? Shoo. Smoker quickly covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was in earshot before releasing his hand. "Calm down. Let's first inquire with Instructor Zephyr." In the office, Zephyr sat behind his desk, perusing the very same newspaper. Akainu lounged on the opposite sofa, his hat pulled low, casting shadows that obscured his expression. After a moment, Zephyr set the newspaper down. Akainu. He wished to articulate something, but hesitated. Akainu nodded solemnly and replied, Instructor Zephyr, it's all right. It's all for the sake of justice. Zephyr sighed deeply. I am acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this mission. The underworld is a place that devours without mercy, more perilous than battles with pirates. However, I regret to say that Zane is indeed the best candidate. Akainu raised his head, concern evident in his eyes, yet overshadowed by determination. Zane is also part of the Navy and must dedicate everything for the cause of justice. I worry for her. But which Navy officer does not harbor concerns for their family? We shall never relinquish dangerous tasks to others due to our own frailties. Zephyr sighed and nodded, choosing silence. What more was there to say? The necessary truths were already understood. Speaking excessively would only be an annoyance and render him pretentious. It was better to allow for some tranquility. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a crash. Tina hurried in, clutching a newspaper, while Smoker awkwardly trailed behind her. Teacher Zephyr, why has Rear Admiral Zane defected from the Navy? Wasn't Doflamingo's matter already pardoned? Tina exclaimed, bewildered. Sakazuki replied coldly, Zane has become a traitor to the Navy. All that remains for you is to sever her head. There is no need for further understanding. If you comprehend, then leave at once. Tina was both furious and anxious. How could Rear Admiral Zane betray the Navy? If others fail to grasp it, surely you must. Sakazuki's expression darkened abruptly as he rose, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Tina. I will say this one last time. Leave now? His arm transformed into a searing, molten red, dripping and hissing ominously. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Zephyr interjected with a sigh. Enough. Sakazuki, contain your powers. It is far too dangerous. You've already burned through the new carpet. Your abilities should never have been brought aboard. Sakazuki snorted dismissively, retracting his powers and returning to the sofa. Smoker hastily pulled Tina to his side. Zephyr sighed. Forget it, let Sakazuki tell them. But I am aware that it is classified information, and they, given their status, should not have access to it. Yet, they were both involved throughout the entire process and are privy to the details. If they harbor doubts and spread rumors upon returning, it could jeopardize the entire plan. After a moment of silence, Sakazuki muttered, All right then, do as you wish. You are the leader. If you are unconcerned, why should I be? Subsequently, Zephyr explained the situation to Smoker. It turned out that upon receiving information about Don Quixote Doflamingo, Zephyr promptly shared the details with Sengoku and Tsuru. As for Garp, never mind. Paper is inexpensive, yet it should not be squandered. The astute Sengoku and Tsuru quickly devised a plan for infiltration into the underworld, selecting a group of naval personnel to utilize this intelligence to penetrate the criminal realm. However, this alone did not involve Zephyr directly. Yet, Tsuru proposed a bold idea. The underworld is rife with factions and powerful figures. Placing undercover agents beside these leaders could indeed yield valuable intelligence, but it seems rather petty. Why not cultivate our own formidable leaders within the Navy? This would allow us to suppress other forces in the underworld while simultaneously extracting resources to benefit the Navy. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was equally impressed, affirming that women can be as formidable as men. However, there remained a singular question: who would assume the role of this leader? While finding undercover agents was manageable, as there were plenty of bold and meticulous naval officers, the leader's requirements were different. Firstly, they must possess strength. Without formidable prowess, it would be difficult to command respect. Secondly, they need to possess strategy and cunning, as one must be ruthless and shrewd to outmaneuver rivals. Furthermore, they must be adept at financial management, ensuring self-sufficiency without relying on the Navy for support. Lastly, they ought to embody the essence of a leader, enjoying life with a certain flair. There were indeed many naval officers who fit the first two criteria, yet the subsequent conditions eliminated 99 of candidates, even the 3 extraordinary ones. After much deliberation, it seemed that Zane was the most suitable choice. Thus, the task was assigned to her, with the rationale being her connection to Don Quixote Doflamingo. His ability to acquire such extensive intelligence indicated a profound involvement in the underworld. Once Zane infiltrated this realm, it would be natural for individuals to seek her out for verification. Consequently, this would allow her to utilize Doflamingo as a cover. Zane vehemently opposed this assignment. It was not out of fear for her life, but rather a concern for her nation. She had joined the Navy with the intent of alleviating the burdens of the kingdom of Todana. Now, if she were to betray the Navy, what would become of the kingdom of Todana? However, The warring states had long anticipated this and offered excellent conditions. One was to secretly promote her to the rank of lieutenant general. Consequently, the kingdom of Tadino would be able to have its celestial gold tribute. Compared to her previous rank as a major, this could save approximately 20 billion berries annually. With such finances, the lives of the citizens should significantly improve, should it not? The second condition was the establishment of a naval base in the kingdom of Tadino to shield them from pirate assaults. Indeed, Zane was captivated and resolutely accepted this mission. Upon hearing Zifa's words, Tina was left speechless. So this was the case. My apologies, Lieutenant General Sakaski. Zane, entrusted with such a perilous task, must have been his greatest concern. No wonder he reacted so strongly earlier. Sakaski nodded. It's nothing. However, this is a classified mission, and you must remain tight-lipped. Should you divulge any information, I will personally execute you. Smog and Tina recoiled slightly, exclaiming, yes. In the distant waters, a sailboat drifted. Zane stood at the bow, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. On the deck, a dozen crew members bustled about, loyal subordinates whom Zane had brought from the North Sea to G2, unwaveringly devoted to her cause. When Zane made her escape, these individuals had pursued her, fleeing alongside her. Zane felt a surge of frustration. She was on a mission. Yet their defection was undeniably a testament to her leadership. You lot have truly betrayed the cause, she lamented, tears unshed, resigned to lead them. Thus, a false traitor guided a band of genuine renegades, forging their own faction. At that moment, one of the crew rushed over, asking, Captain, what shall we name our pirate crew? A banner on the deck boldly proclaimed, first, become pirates, then, establish a trading company, grow strong and prosperous, and create brilliance anew. Zane gazed into the distance and murmured, let us name ourselves the Cherry Blossom Snow Pirate Crew. Days passed. Smoker and Tina returned to the long-lost Navy headquarters. So much had transpired during their absence that both felt as if they had stepped into a different era. That evening, Smoker and Tina invited familiar faces such as Kazan and Jaji, along with close friends like Weipu and Aster, to host a lively banquet at their home. To Smoker's astonishment, Jaji had even extended an invitation to Guillaume. As the revelry reached its peak, Jaji downed a hefty cup of wine and exclaimed, Smoker, you truly are remarkable. You managed to defeat Don Quixote da Flamingo. Smog smiled and waved his hand. I cannot take credit for this victory. It was Major General Zane who defeated him. Tina and I merely assisted. Giagi patted his back, saying, that is already quite remarkable. Don Quixote da Flamingo is a supernova, one of the very finest. Before high-ranking majors like Giagi and Guillaume, he certainly cannot stir up much trouble. Yet, for an ordinary major general, he remains an exceedingly formidable adversary. Smoker, merely a lieutenant, has remarkably managed to intervene in their battle, a display that is nothing short of astonishing. Shiwan nodded, letting out a sigh. She never anticipated that Zine would conspire with that pirate. Having been contemporaries, the bond between Shiwan and Zine was strong, especially given the scarcity of formidable women in the Navy. Thus, it was shocking to witness such a drastic change in her friend after only a brief separation. Surely, the pirates must have employed insidious schemes to lure her companion towards ruin. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Shiwan's anger surged as she contemplated this betrayal. Her hand instinctively resting on her waist where her golden kindred lay, her beautiful eyes gleaming with fury. It was that treacherous pirate, Da Flamingo, who has caused Zine's downfall. He had better pray not to fall into my grasp. Otherwise, I shall ensure he regrets ever existing in this world. Kazan and Kaji nodded in agreement, affirming that regardless of the circumstances, eliminating Da Flamingo was undoubtedly the right course of action. Smoker took a sip of his drink, his thoughts ambivalent. That was a celestial dragon from the day before. The world government would only allow the CP to take action if they wished for his demise, leaving you no chance. Tina had intended to defend Zane, but given the nature of the confidential mission, she opened her mouth but ultimately had to lower her head in frustration. Knowing the truth yet being unable to speak is such a torment. At that moment, Kazan leaned closer to Smoker. Hey, Smoker, I've heard that your abilities are quite impressive. When you have a moment, let me witness them for myself. Smoker, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, No. With my current abilities, any skill before you is utterly meaningless. I refuse to humiliate myself. Had I not been in the company of Akainu, I might have considered testing my limits. Yet aboard Zephyr's ship, I have already endured relentless torment at the hands of Akainu. Consequently, I harbor no interest in such a formidable challenge. Kazan clicked his tongue and leaned closer to Tina. beginning to speak of how ice cannot freeze smoke, suggesting perhaps she should practice. Tina scoffed. Am I a fool? Lava can't even incinerate smoke. Yet I still find myself pinned to the deck. Seeing that neither of them paid him any heed, Kazan could only click his tongue in frustration and retreat. After a while, Smoker set down his wine glass, deciding to abandon the talk of violence. Tina, I have brought you a gift. Tina nodded and went to the back room to retrieve several boxes. Upon opening them, Kazan, Gaji, and the other male Marine's eyes brightened. Inside were rare high-quality wines and cigars. It turns out that after Smoker captured Doflamingo's ship, although documents, treasures, and weapons had to be surrendered, there remained a considerable stock of inconsequential items like tobacco and alcohol. Zephyr waved his hand, allowing Smoker to choose freely, as a token of appreciation for his contributions, although Akina found it somewhat inappropriate. He chose not to dwell on such trivial matters, turning a blind eye instead. In the Navy, high-ranking officials may not be universally admired. But when it comes to tobacco and alcohol, there is no room for compromise. Kazan, Gaji, and the others began to jostle for the spoils. Only Guion sat elegantly at the table, quietly savoring her red wine, observing Gaji, half-frozen with one hand still lodged in Kazan's nostril, and glancing at V. Sprawled on the ground after an enthusiastic assault, and Aster, foaming at the mouth from a monkey's prank. A flicker of disdain crossed her beautiful eyes. Such a childish bunch. Were it not for Gaji's sake, I would never stoop to such antics. Gaji and Guion were, after all, classmates from the same cohort. Aside from the three monsters, they were the most exceptional individuals in the elite class. Had it not been for Kaki's incessant pursuit of Jiun, she would not have harbored such aversion towards him. In truth, whether stemming from camaraderie or professional ties, Jiun held no reservations about drawing closer to Kaki. Now, having received guidance from Smoker, Kaki decisively altered his approach towards Jiun. He transformed from a relentless suitor into a strategist, employing the art of seduction through feigned indifference and calculated misdirection, employing tactics that, though Klitsch D in his previous life, proved to be a formidable advantage in the world of pirates. Unbeknownst to her, Jiun found herself ensnared by his charm. In merely a few months, their relationship flourished. Even Jiun herself was oblivious to the fact that, although Kaki spent as much time in her vicinity as before, she felt no irritation whatsoever. In fact, on occasions when Kaki was preoccupied and absent for extended periods, she experienced an unsettling sense of longing for his company. This time, Smoker invited Kaki to dinner, prompting him to extend the invitation to Jiun, who naturally accompanied them. Upon seeing Jiun enjoying a solitary drink, Tina felt compelled to include her. She retrieved an exquisite box, and upon opening it, revealed a stunning necklace, meticulously crafted from platinum, with a chain as smooth as silk, and a pendant adorned with a sapphire that seemed to encapsulate the cosmos, radiating an enchanting blue light. This treasure was also plundered from the ship of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Major Jiun, this is a gift for you. Just look at this color and design. It perfectly complements your complexion and temperament. This was a lesson taught by Zine. A female naval officer is, first and foremost, a woman, and despite her strength, resilience, focus, and wisdom, she remains vulnerable to the allure of beautiful things, flowers, cakes, and jewelry. Jiun glanced at the necklace, idly toying with it. As a naval officer, the paramount duty lies in upholding the ideals of justice and strength. Extravagant adornments merely serve to distract one's focus. Tina momentarily faltered in her response. Major Jiun, while your admonition is valid, there is no need for such formality. Jiun discreetly accepted the box, tucking it into her cloak. Just call me sister. Huh. Oh. All right, Sister Jiun. Yes, Tina, dear sister, come and share a drink with me. Smog, Kazan, and the others. The following day, Smoker and Tina made their timely appearance at the training grounds. Upon witnessing this, the trainees were instantly invigorated. After days of relentless training, which had nearly driven them to despair, the rare return of the duo provided a much-needed distraction. They gathered around, chattering excitedly, some expressing concern, others inquiring, and many indulging in gossip. It was truly splendid. Our trainees could hold their heads high. I hail from the North Sea, where the notorious Don Quixote Doflamingo reigns as the most fearsome pirate. Who would have imagined that you could defeat him? Smoker, the position of chief is rightfully yours. Smoker was taken aback. Chief. Ah, indeed, you are yet unaware. During the last assessment, it was your team that vanquished Gavin, and subsequently, you triumphed over the even more formidable Doflamingo. At this moment, You undeniably stand as the chief of the expanded elite class. It turns out that even before Smoker's return, news of his remarkable deeds had already spread. Although the Navy members admitted into the elite expanded class are all young and proud, a sense of respect inevitably accompanies their arrogance. Hence, they generally acknowledge Smoker's position as chief with a degree of respect. At that moment, a voice echoed from the distance, calling for assembly. Instinctively, everyone shuddered and hurriedly returned to their ranks. At this juncture, Gaji approached with a document in hand, addressing the crowd. I have an appointment to announce. Due to time constraints, I shall not read it in its entirety. I will only highlight the key points. I hereby appoint Smoker as a lieutenant colonel of the Navy headquarters and Tina as a major of the Navy headquarters. For further details, please refer to the bulletin board. A wave of murmurs erupted from the audience. Everyone was astonished. Tina was merely a warrant officer, and Smoker had only just been a private, meaning both had effectively ascended several ranks. Smoker and Tina were somewhat taken aback. It was not due to the rapid promotion, rather. It was the meager reward that surprised them. Setting aside other factors, merely considering Smoker's enhancements to gunpowder and ammunition, significantly enriching the entire Navy. A mere brigadier general rank seems hardly sufficient. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, uttering no further words. Both were practitioners of a meritocratic ideology, holding little regard for military ranks. Moreover, Zephyr and Sakazuki were well aware of their accomplishments, indicating that this was a deliberate decision from the higher-ups. Although the underlying motives remained unclear, Zephyr's character assured that he would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Thus, he graciously accepted the appointment with a respectful salute. The other trainees cast envious glances in their direction. Their training primarily revolved around rigorous study, resulting in fewer outings at sea compared to the average Navy personnel, which naturally slowed their promotions. Among over 200 trainees, only a handful of slightly older lieutenants had ascended to the rank of major, while the rest remained stuck at the levels of ensign or even petty officer. Yet, Smoker had already distinguished himself as the first lieutenant colonel among them. To claim that one was not envious would be disingenuous. After completing the morning's training, Smoker and Tina intended to depart directly. Suddenly, an irksome voice resonated from behind them. I can't believe you two are still alive. If only I hadn't accidentally fallen off the ship, you wouldn't have had any chance at all. Smoker, let me give you a piece of advice. The position of chief is merely temporarily in your hands. It will soon change owners. Smog's gaze turned icy as he slowly shifted his attention towards him. Gasparity. Indeed, the score with this fellow remains unsettled. Previously, whenever he provoked Smog, he could hardly muster the interest to respond. After all, they were not children. It was hardly worth quarreling over trivial matters. However, during the recent battle, his audacity to strike Tina had crossed a line. Falling from the ship? Wasn't he actually knocked away? His fists may be weak, but his life is certainly resilient. Knocked away. All eyes shifted towards Gasparity. Gasparity's face flushed with embarrassment, instantly shattering his facade. You sharp-tongued scoundrel. If your fists are so strong, why not test them against my body? I have not been idle these past few months. Initially, I would have regretted your demise. But now that you have returned, do you, as the chief, possess the courage to accept my challenge? Oh, Smog sneered coldly. That is a challenge I welcome. The surrounding students perked up, invigorated by the exchange. Well said, Smog. Teach that scoundrel a lesson. Chief, we stand by you. Yet, some harbored reservations. Is Smog truly capable? It remains uncertain. Although Gasparity is a rogue, his strength is undeniable. Nonsense strength. He merely relies on the power of the devil fruit. Without it, I could easily defeat him. The abilities granted by the fruit are indeed a form of strength. And there was a time when he nearly bested you without utilizing his powers. What? You dare to speak? It must be acknowledged that Gasparity's abilities are exceedingly troublesome. While weaknesses do exist among the students present, regardless of gender, few possess the skill to cook noodles, let alone know that flour can harden gummy candies. All along, he has been an invincible presence in the class. No collective effort from the others could even graze him. Consequently, his behavior has become increasingly arrogant, rendering him a universally despised figure. Nevertheless, Gasparity's psychological resilience is remarkable. He remains unfazed by the scorn and criticism directed at him, embodying a defiant spirit that challenges the contempt of the masses. Soon, the crowd parted to give them space. Smog, Tina, and Gasparity are positioned at the center, encircled by a circle of spectators. Smoker exhaled the smoke from his mouth, preparing to confront someone. Suddenly, Tina intervened, blocking his path. Smog instantly comprehended her intentions. She was determined to take the initiative. Thus, he relinquished his position and retreated into the crowd. Tina focused her gaze on Gaspariti. Reflecting on the previous battle, it was interrupted by Instructor Jiaching. It is only fitting that we settle our scores. I have no qualms about who my opponent may be. However, I shall not hold back merely because you are a woman. Please ensure you give it your all, and do not use this as an excuse should you find yourself defeated. Gaspariti's expression darkened. Are you suggesting I could lose to you? With that, he let out a roar and charged fiercely toward Tina, his momentum formidable. Flash. Tina's figure abruptly vanished. Do not presume you are the only one with such capabilities. Flash. Gaspariti's form also disappeared in kind. A tremendous collision resounded through the air as their fists met, followed by a swift separation. Smoker was taken aback. Gaspar, that fellow, has made significant progress. A nearby Navy officer nodded in agreement. Indeed, ever since that incident, he has taken the initiative to learn the 6 forms. Even Instructor Kaji remarked on his remarkable improvement. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Smoker, as if silently inquiring, "Aren't you concerned?" Smog was naturally unperturbed. Without the presence of Haki or Sea Prism Stone, he engaged Tina head-on. After exchanging blows, Gaspariti charged once more, this time delivering a kick aimed at Tina, just as she intended to block. A multitude of green spikes erupted from her leg, resembling a barbed mace. Tina exclaimed in surprise, furrowing her brow as she swiftly evaded using her paper technique. Gaspariti withdrew his leg, the spikes retracting slowly. How do you find this technique? Quite troublesome, I presume. However, your ability to evade deserves commendation, he declared before launching another assault. Each attack caused spikes to protrude from his body, presenting a significant challenge for an ordinary Navy officer. Tina executed a swift kick, severing Gaspariti's head, and then jumped back a few paces to create distance. Impressive. I didn't expect you to merge martial arts with your abilities. I once thought you were merely a fruit-dependent fool. Gaspariti's head gradually regenerated. Thanks to you, I have identified my weaknesses. As a token of gratitude, I shall allow you to experience my techniques fully. Heh. Tina chuckled noncommittally. Gummy swamp. Gaspariti unleashed a torrent of gummy substance, instantly enveloping the entire training ground. Tina utilized her moonwalk to hover midair before executing her gale kick. Several wind blades struck the gummy mass, effortlessly slicing through it. But it quickly reverted to its original state. You cannot escape. Gummy crossbow. Gaspariti extended his arms, unleashing a barrage of green spikes. It must be noted that Gaspariti's current moves bore a striking resemblance to Zane's. Yet, in terms of speed and technique, he fell significantly short. Tina had undergone specialized training with Zane, and such attacks posed no threat to her whatsoever. Gaspariti, however, laughed heartily. Fool, how long can you maintain your moonwalk? My gummies are limitless. A frog at the bottom of a well. Dodging an attack, Tina suddenly accelerated towards Gaspariti, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Gaspariti did not evade. Instead, he sneered, "Your attack is futile against me." Before he could finish his sentence, Tina's punch sent him flying. Blood erupted from his mouth, mixed with several broken teeth. He crashed heavily to the ground, barely catching his breath before Tina landed forcefully on his chest. The immense force caused him to spit out a copious amount of blood, and then a hand seized his throat. Tina's delicate and pale hand felt like a vice around Gaspariti's neck, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Attempting to elementalize, he found himself unable to escape. From her elevated position, Tina's gaze was filled with derision. Even those of the natural type dare not claim invincibility. Yet you, an elemental type, choose to withstand my assault. Truly foolish. Damn it. Gaspariti's eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed his abilities without a moment's hesitation. The gummy substance enveloped Tina's feet, swiftly solidifying to ensnare her. You cannot escape. Gummy thorns. Countless gummy spikes erupted from Gaspariti, instantly piercing Tina's form with over 100 sharp protrusions. Tina. Miss Tina. The surrounding Navy personnel were taken aback, while only Gaspariti bore a sinister grin. What use are pretty words? Victory alone determines everything. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of sheer horror. Tina continued to gaze at him coldly, the areas pierced by the spikes enveloped in white smoke. Your technique. Suddenly, Tina transformed into white smoke, breaking free from her restraints, and reappeared beside him, her fist raised high, crashing down heavily upon Gaspariti's face. This is not worthy of being called thorns. The force of her blow was tremendous, distorting Gaspardi's face as his eyes rolled back, and he fell into unconsciousness. Tina let out a cold huff, picked up her coat from the ground, and departed with a graceful demeanor. In the distance, concealed from view atop a high platform, a group of instructors stood silently, having witnessed the entire battle unfold. Kaji stroked his chin, wearing a smug expression. Tina performed admirably, but alas, she ultimately let her guard down. Had it not been for her elemental transformation, she might have been turned the tide against her. The other instructors regarded Kaji with disdain but held a sense of awe within. In the past, he would have been overly exuberant. Yet now he had learned to adopt a more strategic approach. Has this infatuation matured him? Perhaps we should indulge in a little admiration ourselves? At that moment, Zifu approached, with Kazan leisurely trailing behind, seeking to observe the spectacle. Zifa addressed Kaji directly. "You are mistaken." Tina evaded beautifully. The instructors were perplexed, save for Kazan, who appeared contemplative. Noticing Kazan's expression, Zifa remarked, "You can explain it to them." Kazan nodded in agreement. Tina did not merely elementalize after being attacked. She had utilized her observation haki to predict the attack and preemptively elementalized to avoid it. Though still unrefined, her prowess at such a young age is commendable. During the Marineford War, Akiji employed a similar tactic to evade Whitebeard's Naginata. When one day Tina's observation haki reaches the level of foreseeing the future, coupled with her elementalization, she will possess the confidence to retreat even in the face of an admiral. As Kazan elucidated this, the crowd's understanding deepened, and their gazes toward Kaji turned increasingly hostile. This scoundrel not only commanded the powers of a natural type, but also possessed a special human type capable of elemental transformation. More importantly, he had an even stronger smoker at his side. What audacity does this scoundrel possess? Zephyr took a puff from the cigar gifted by Smoker. Although it was somewhat harsh on his throat, it suited his palate quite well. He was not fond of that soft, fluffy texture. 3 months had passed, and the disparities had already become apparent. The more exceptional among them could now attempt to learn the 6 forms. Furthermore, how many of them possessed abilities? Fire Mountain stepped forward. Just a few days prior, a count had revealed that there were 27 individuals with abilities. Out of over 200 trainees, this ratio was indeed remarkable. Even considering the later beast pirates, including those who had been granted powers, they had not reached such a level. Zephyr nodded. Inform them that from now on, they would train with you during the day and be brought to the special training room at night, where I shall offer them some additional guidance. Upon hearing this, the instructors could not suppress a shiver. Akiji and the 2 ability instructor officers felt their legs weaken. As night fell, the 27 trainees with abilities remained under the sympathetic gazes of their instructors. It must be said that youth is indeed filled with vigor. Although they were aware that they would face even more rigorous special training, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Smog seized Tina and shielded the others behind him. The training room was not merely a chamber, but a playground enclosed by towering walls. Under the illumination, both the floor and walls shimmered with a faint, chilling glow. Special steel. Smoker was taken aback. Previously, he had heard from the scientists of the Tech Corps that this was the latest achievement developed by Vegapunk. The towering walls that had thwarted the Whitebeard pirates during the Summit War were constructed from this very steel. At that moment, Zephyr descended from the sky, landing in the center of the training room. "Welcome, young ones." Everyone quickly formed a line. Instructor Zephyr. Without wasting any words, Zephyr declared, "You are all wielders of extraordinary abilities, crucial forces in the defense of justice. Therefore, I shall personally conduct your special training, the first lesson, and indeed the most vital one." With a thunderous roar, Zephyr's aura erupted, causing all the trainees to visibly change in expression, as if confronted by a colossal beast of the wild. Merely standing there rendered them rigid, struggling to breathe, as if burdened by the weight of a mountain. This was not the conqueror's haki, but rather the murderous intent that Zephyr exuded from years of battle and conflict. Embrace the resolve to perish and resist. With that, he lifted his leg and unleashed a powerful kick. A nearly all-encompassing azure blade of wind sliced toward the group. What the hell? Everyone was startled. Why did he strike so suddenly? Each person employed their unique abilities, hastily evading the onslaught. Some transformed into their beast forms, enhancing their speed and strength, leaping away just in time, while others morphed into spherical shapes, scattering in different directions. However, 3 swordsmen, their eyes ignited with defiance, stood their ground. They were trainees under Guillaume, accustomed to dealing with wind blades. After all, a blade is a blade. Just sever it. The three exchanged glances and charged forward. With a resounding clash, their blades met the oncoming wind. Their expression shifted dramatically, realizing they were not striking a mere ephemeral wind blade, but rather a colossal vessel in motion. Their swords shattered instantly, sending all three flying. Fortunately, their training with Guion was not in vain. They released their grips just in time to avoid the fate of fractured arms. However, they fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances with Zephyr and then at the blade of wind. Was this truly the same person who had trained alongside them on the warship? This blade of wind exceeded Tina's wildest imagination. Though it was ostensibly a cutting technique, it bore the impact of a devastating blow, utterly terrifying. Zephyr laughed heartily. Well done dodging, young ones. Now let us settle this with fists. Of course, I am not a devil. I shall not unleash hockey upon my beloved trainees. The students. The Zoan-type users transformed into their most formidable beast forms, while the Paramecia-type users prepared for action. Smoker was also on high alert, secretly fearing opponents like Zephyr who possessed such formidable abilities. Tina, maximize your observation hockey, and do not let your guard down. Understood. No sooner had she spoken than Zephyr vanished, reappearing before an armadillo user. With a single punch, he sent the man flying several meters, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. The nearby gorilla user rushed forward, his arms as thick as ancient trees wrapping around Zephyr's neck, attempting to execute a guillotine hold. Zephyr did not resist, allowing the grip to tighten. Quite impressive strength. Kate, wielding the cat fruit, extended her claw-like blades and fiercely slashed across Zephyr's chest. Sparks flew as his shirt was shredded, revealing 5 shallow white marks on his skin. Impossible, Kate exclaimed in shock. Unable to believe her own eyes, Zephyr chuckled. What is so impossible about this? With that, he twisted the gorilla's arms apart as if untying a necktie, then slammed him onto the ground, both of them knocked out in an instant. Hiss! The remaining trainees gasped in astonishment. If the 3 swordsmen had underestimated him, these 3 were utterly crushed. Hailing from the West Sea, they were known for their speed, strength, and defense, a renowned trio, yet they were dispatched in mere moments. Another 3. Zephyr awaited the next wave of attackers with a smile. However, the onlookers were paralyzed with fear, their expressions grim and defensive, too intimidated to act. Since no obedient children were raising their hands, Zephyr surveyed the crowd with a punch, finally resting his gaze on Tina, a grin spreading across his face. Let us start with you, Tina. Feeling the blend of mockery and challenge in Zephyr's gaze, Tina felt a shiver down her spine. Recent encounters had taught her that the more she hesitated, the more Zephyr relished the opportunity to strike. Gritting her teeth and donning a resolute expression, she assumed her stance and declared loudly, I look forward to your guidance, teacher Zephyr. Good spirit. Zephyr nodded, then charged at her. Tina quickly released a cloud of white smoke, enveloping the entire training ground, and leaped into the air using moonwalk. Yet such a trivial tactic could hardly elude Zephyr's notice. He chuckled, a bit of cleverness, but not much. In Tina's perception, Zephyr's blazing presence, akin to the sun, abruptly vanished, only to reappear right before her. Fear not, little girl, this time I want to use hockey. As he spoke, he swung his fist, a tremendous force rocketing towards Tina like a meteor. Tina. This punch seemed ordinary, devoid of advanced hockey, yet to Tina, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing, rendering her unable to evade. Attempting to elementalize, she found her body paralyzed, unable to move. At the critical moment, Smoker could no longer refrain from intervening. Dark water. A tremendous gravitational force emerged, ensnaring both Zephyr and Tina. Tina, devoid of any resistance, was drawn into Smoker's embrace. Zephyr, however, merely swayed, gathering his strength to escape the grasp of the gravitational pull. His timing was impeccable. Smoker set Tina down, saying, I apologize for taking advantage of you. During the preceding battle, Zephyr swiftly realized that gravity could not penetrate solid matter. By merely upheaving the ground, he could effectively obstruct its influence. Even a mere second would suffice for Zephyr to accomplish much. However, now surrounded by specialized steel that could not be damaged, he had no choice but to rely solely on his own strength to free himself from the grip of gravity. Tina, with a hint of anxiety, warned, Smoker, be cautious. Teacher Zephyr is indeed serious this time. Smoker gently patted her top back, aware that this time there was no need to contemplate an offensive, evasion would suffice. He then called out loudly, everyone, gather around me. The crowd exchanged glances. And seeing that Zephyr merely observed without any intention of intervening, they gradually drew closer. As a time traveler, Smoker understood all too well the disparity between the trainees and the admiral. This was no longer a mere contest between a mouse and a cat. It was akin to a mouse confronting a tiger. Should Zephyr truly engage, with the power of the smoke fruit, he might still find an opportunity to kneel and surrender. But for the others, surrender would be a distant luxury. Given that Zephyr was willing to go easy on them, Smoker felt free to strategize without reservation. Indeed, Zephyr watched with keen interest, showing no intention to interfere. The naval trainees chattered among themselves for a moment before dispersing, also tending to the injured at the periphery. This time, they did not merely stand haphazardly, but organized themselves, some forming small groups, while others positioned themselves further back. Noticing this, Zephyr cracked his knuckles, producing a metallic clink. "Have you finished your discussion? I've been waiting impatiently. Now, let us commence the second round." He charged fiercely toward the foremost user of the bear fruit. Suddenly, a strange light emitted from the female naval officer at the rear. A pale yellow beam of light twisted and wove through the trainees, linking them together like a chain. A faint aura enveloped each individual. Zephyr struck the bearman squarely in the abdomen. The bearman coughed up blood yet managed to withstand the blow, countering by grasping Zephyr's wrist. At the moment of impact, the others blanched, their bodies swaying unsteadily, nearly toppling to the ground. Particularly, the girl who had emitted the light nearly fainted. "Oh, so this is the ability of the link fruit user?" he mused. The ability to connect targets and share damage was impressive, yet regrettably, the user's body was too frail and required further training. As Zephyr engaged in combat, he silently critiqued the situation. White wind slash. Tina appeared midair, unleashing a blade of white wind. Zephyr did not evade, but instead shattered the blade with his body. The bearman shouted, "Gasper, Lacey, Techdale, let us go all out." "No need to tell us." Gasper lunged forward, enveloping Zephyr in a tight embrace, transforming into a gummy prison that ensnared his limbs. Lacey, a user of the whip fruit, drew forth a thorny whip from behind, deftly wrapping it around Zephyr. Techdale, possessing the cloth fruit, stretched out his hands, and several rolls of cloth surged forth, binding Zephyr like a mummy. "Attack!" Smog let out a mighty roar, unleashing several dark blades. Tina released a smoke bomb that mimicked the bear's impact. The others each displayed their unique abilities. Some sprouted spikes from their fists, others conjured luminous blades, while a few revealed their sharp claws, all converging towards Zephyr. Boom, boom. Countless attacks engulfed Zephyr, and the training room was shrouded in dust and smoke, obscuring the events that transpired. Everyone watched the swirling dust in silence, their expressions laden with gravity. Tina murmured, "Surely this will have some effect." Lay swallowed hard, remarking, "If this doesn't faze him, that would be utterly outrageous." The bearman approached, clutching his abdomen, stating, "After all, he is merely flesh and blood." Smoker gazed into the swirling smoke, his brow furrowed in silence. Had it been Big Mom or Kaido, such an attack would have been less than a mere tickle. However, Zephyr's physical prowess was undoubtedly inferior to those two titans. One could only wonder if he could withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from the haze as Zephyr emerged, his upper body bared, revealing a physique as formidable as steel. Several scars adorned his chest, faint traces of blackness lingering upon them. Remarkably, he had indeed sustained an injury. He cast a sidelong glance at Smoker, acknowledging that the other assaults were inconsequential, yet this young man strike. Though he had discerned the peril in an instant and cloaked himself in hockey, it had regrettably come a moment too late, resulting in a blow to his chest. "Well done, congratulations. You have passed the assessment." The group collectively exhaled, with some of the younger and more exuberant members springing into the air. However, the old man continued, "I still wish to see how far you can go. Proceed until one side can no longer rise." "What?" All the trainees widened their eyes in disbelief. "You old rascal, how devious you are. Go." Zephyr charged forth like a lion into a den of sheep, instantly unleashing chaos and despair. 10 minutes later, every trainee lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies convulsing. The sheer strength was undeniably overwhelming. After all, he was an admiral. Smoker, utterly disoriented, yearned to employ his abilities, yet he could not discern the direction of Zephyr. After a painstaking effort, he utilized Tina as bait and successfully ensnared Zephyr with his gravitational powers, pulling him closer. However, the outcome was even more disheartening. Zephyr retaliated with a series of close-range assaults that nearly forced the bile from Smoker's throat. Meanwhile, Zephyr emerged nearly unscathed, with even the wound on his chest beginning to scab over. "Ah, children, it has been quite some time since I have enjoyed myself so thoroughly," he exclaimed. "This is your first lesson. Regardless of the powers one possesses, physical prowess is the foundation." Moreover, Zephyr summoned Smoker before the assembled crowd. "You refer to him as the chief. How amusing. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, the strongest student in the training camp shall assume the title of chief, endowed with powers equal to that of the instructors. Do you accept this?" In unison, the crowd responded, "We do." Even Gasparati could only lower his head in reluctant acquiescence. "Smoker, perform admirably. You are now the duly appointed chief," Zephyr proclaimed, surveying the disheveled students. "Everyone rise. Do not wallow in your minor injuries. Form a line." The students cast Zephyr a resentful glance, yet none dared to retort. One by one, they obediently rose, hastily rearranging themselves into an orderly line. Smoker discovered that the foremost position had been vacated, and he instantly comprehended the situation, stepping forward without hesitation. Once everyone had assembled, Zephyr issued a new command. "Everyone, remove your shoes and socks." The crowd, bewildered, complied reluctantly, casting aside their footwear to stand barefoot upon the frigid metal surface. An overwhelming odor quickly permeated the air, causing several female naval officers to nearly gag. Zephyr appeared oblivious to their discomfort. "Do you know for whom this training room was established? It is for you, the capable ones." He smirked with ill intent as he produced a remote control and pressed a button. Suddenly, the floor of the training room transformed, with a multitude of silvery protrusions emerging from the ground. All the trainees felt their bodies weaken, some even stumbling and falling to the ground. Smoker's expression shifted, a troubling sense of familiarity washing over him. It could only be the sea prism stone. As anticipated, Zephyr grinned and continued, "This is the masterpiece of the Navy's scientific division. The entire underground of this training facility is laced with sea prism stones, and even more remarkably, we can adjust their purity. Currently, the purity stands at 8. In 30 seconds, you'll commence running laps. Those who cannot rise will have to return home." He then approached Smoker and Tina, narrowing his eyes and regarding them with a half-smile. Smog and Tina painfully closed their eyes. "Ah, it seems that there is no escaping this." Gritting their teeth, the two retrieved their hockey-infused sea stone necklaces and donned them, instantly feeling a sense of utter depletion. "All right, youngsters, start running. I want to say stop. So you must not cease. Even if you collapse from exhaustion, just keep running." "Yes," the poor trainees lamented, flailing their legs to begin their frantic dash. Under the influence of the sea stone, this elite naval cohort performed no better than mere recruits. Zephyr, leaning to one side while puffing on his cigar, leisurely observed their plight. Anyone who lagged behind would receive a volley from his gun aimed at their rear, prompting them to hasten with anguished cries. The older generation of warriors held little enthusiasm for the powers of devil fruits, placing greater faith in their physical prowess. Garp and Zephyr never indulged in devil fruits, while Sengoku consumed a mythical Zoan fruit that enhanced his physique. Though Tsuru had partaken in a fruit, it was not for the sake of amplifying her strength. In those times, naval powerhouses were often named after their physical attributes. However, this trend shifted in the subsequent generation. The younger naval members began to idolize the fruits, aspiring to seize mighty abilities to soar to greatness, consequently neglecting the cultivation of hockey and physical fitness. Particularly among those three little monsters, their prowess, fueled by magma, light, and ice fruits, rivaled that of the elder generation, inciting envy among countless middle-aged and young naval officers. They fixated solely on the dazzling fruits, overlooking the formidable physiques and hockey of their predecessors. The elder navy was decidedly displeased by this. Hence, they invested substantial resources to construct this specialized training facility, compelling the power users to fortify their bodies. "You must endure, youngsters. The training you undergo now will benefit you for a lifetime." While Zephyr pondered idly, the trainees faced dire consequences. Without a command, they dared not halt. 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps, 10 laps, 30 laps. Finally, someone could bear it no longer and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zephyr raised a hand, and the medical team swiftly entered with stretchers, expertly carrying off the fallen trainees, one after another. The number of individuals remaining in the training area dwindled, all but spent. Smoker was no exception. He bore a higher purity of sea prism stone, Yet his physical stamina was inferior to that of his peers. His sole asset was his indomitable will, forged through trials and tribulations. Smoker's mind had grown vacant, his breaths labored and heavy, each inhalation igniting a fire within his chest. His legs felt leaden, moving only in a mechanical rhythm, as if they were not his own. Time became an indistinct blur until, at last, Smoker could endure no longer, collapsing onto the training ground. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness took him, he noticed that no other trainees remained standing. At that moment, Zephyr stood amidst a pile of cigarette butts. From that day forth, the trainees were plunged into a hellish regimen. By day, they were mercilessly tormented by their instructors, and by night, subjected to grueling special training that left them wishing for death. Some ordinary trainees, fortunate enough to stumble upon a devil fruit during missions, found themselves lured and deceived by other powers, ultimately ensnared in a fiery abyss. A few of the empowered met their demise at sea during missions, while others, unable to withstand the harsh training, chose to return home. Thus, the training camp saw a steady ebb and flow of participants, yet the number remained around 20. Throughout it all, Smoker's position as the foremost among them remained unassailable. On this day, the training came to a close. Smoker and Tina invited Zephyr for a late-night meal. Zephyr, known for his stern demeanor, seldom engages in social interactions. Yet, inexplicably, he relishes the company of Smoker during their outings. Perhaps it is a genuine fondness for the two younger men, or perhaps it is a poignant reminder that if Zephyr's son were alive, he would be of a similar age to Smoker. As Zephyr downed a bottle of wine with hearty swigs, it became evident that he was becoming somewhat inebriated. "You two are far too engrossed in the six styles. When it comes to battle, you resemble fools." Smoker and Tina were utterly perplexed. What could possibly be amiss with the six styles? At just 13, Lucci mastered this technique, earning the title of a genius within CP9, yet here he appeared rather foolish. Zephyr opened another bottle of wine. The six styles are a method of training, akin to push-ups and squats, aimed at enhancing one's strength, speed, endurance, evasion, wrist and finger dexterity, and even recovery. They should not be employed merely as combat techniques. Shave, for instance, involves striking the ground repeatedly. With such capability, wouldn't it be more efficient to take a single step instead? As for finger pistol, why use a finger to jab when a fist would suffice? Is the goal merely to strengthen a single digit? The iron block scarcely warrants mention, as it is intended to help one better perceive their inner strength and assist in cultivating the armament hockey, rather than merely standing there to absorb blows. Paper drawing, moonwalk, and storm leg are somewhat practical, yet they serve merely as supplementary techniques, with life return possessing a tad more significance. Smog was perplexed, yet the agents of the world government. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his wrist. He turned to see Zephyr gazing at him with an enigmatic smile, prompting him to instantly close his mouth, though his heart raced like a stampede of wild horses. It dawned on him that the cultivation within the world government had veered off course. It became evident that the upper echelons of the Navy were fully aware, yet chose to observe with indifferent eyes. It turned out that the Navy was not merely submissive to the world government, but rather, they were always holding back. Smoker lowered his voice. "What is the relationship between Teacher Zephyr, the world government, and the Navy?" Zephyr's gaze turned slightly cold. "Relationship? Huh. He swirled the liquor in his hand and downed it in one go. "It's time to leave. Thank you for your hospitality. What I said tonight was all drunken ramblings, so do not take it to heart. Some things, when the time is right, will naturally come to your knowledge." Time flew by, and the year 1505 in the sea circle arrived. A warship cut through the fierce sea winds, surging through the waves as it navigated the Grand Line. Tina stood at the bow of the ship. The sea breeze tousled her pink hair, and her clothes clung tightly to her form, accentuating her graceful figure. 2 years had passed, and Tina had grown even taller. Under Smoker's careful guidance, her demeanor had also matured. She gazed at the vast ocean for a moment before turning to Smoker. "What are you looking at so intently?" Smoker sat upon the ship's railing, engrossed in the newspaper. Upon hearing Tina call his name, he slowly lifted his gaze, exhaling a long plume of smoke. In the blink of an eye. It had been 7 years since Roger's demise, and the seas remained restless. Is there yet another significant event unfolding? While nothing particularly monumental had occurred, there were indeed a plethora of minor incidents. The kingdom of Team, a member of the world government, faced a pirate attack that resulted in the hostage-taking and subsequent murder of 500 soldiers. It was only through the intervention of the world government that order was restored. Additionally, a notice of mourning arrived. announcing the untimely passing of Princess Scarlet from Dressrosa, who was rumored to have been a remarkable heir to the throne. Tina nodded in acknowledgement, remarking how overwhelming it all was, before promptly dismissing the matter. She held little fascination for such news, deeming the reports from various nations to be more abundant than the waves upon the sea, hardly worthy of concern. Smoker, however, was distinct. He needed to sift through these reports to ascertain how his presence had altered the narrative. At the very least, there had been no impact on Rob Lucci and Cyrus. Colonel Smoker, Commander Tina. At that moment, several naval soldiers rushed over, breathless. Lieutenant Colonel Knight, or has relayed a message. He has discovered the whereabouts of the Tusk pirates. Where? At the 9 o'clock position, 3 hours of sailing distance away. Smog nodded, exclaiming, "At last, we have apprehended these scoundrels. Pursue them immediately." "Colonel." The Marine's expression was decidedly grim. Smoker exclaimed, "What is happening?" Observing their course, it became evident that they were headed straight for Pumismoma Island. Pumismoma Island. Smoker paused in astonishment and called to his side the nautical chart. A nearby Marine promptly unfolded the chart. That was less than 2 hours away from Pumismoma Island. Smog's expression grew serious. In other words, of the so-called 3 hours, over an hour was spent with the other party remaining still. Indeed, Smog fell silent. At such a distance, it was utterly impossible to maneuver ahead for an interception. Tina glanced at the map. "Smog, perhaps Tina should proceed." Smog did not hesitate to intervene. At this distance, a mere moonwalk was utterly insufficient. Although the smoke fruit grants the ability to fly, it is susceptible to the whims of the weather, and today the sea breeze is exceedingly strong. Once elemental transformation occurs, controlling the direction becomes nearly impossible, and one could easily become lost upon the vast ocean. Smog fixed his serious gaze upon the nautical chart, the intelligence regarding the toothed pirates coursing through his mind. Captain Bender, with a bounty of 133 million berries, and first mate Cutlass Mocha, boasting a bounty of 60 million berries, both possessed formidable combat prowess. What was even more alarming was that they were not the type of pirate crew that followed an elite path. Rather, they commanded a fleet of 8 formidable ships, numbering 500 to 600 men. In the first half of the Grand Line, such a large-scale pirate crew was exceedingly rare. Should they reach an island populated by civilians, unleashing such a multitude of pirates would undoubtedly spell disaster. Smog gritted his teeth and issued the command. "Call OL, reveal our position, and do everything possible to lure the pirates out. Discard all unnecessary supplies on the warship to reduce weight and sail at full speed." "Yes." Several naval officers saluted and hurried to convey the orders. Once everyone had departed, Tina approached, her face etched with concern. Was it not too much to expect OL to single-handedly engage such a formidable pirate crew? Knit OL, their classmate and friend, possessed the abilities of the bird fruit, night owl form, making him the only student in their cohort capable of long-distance flight. In terms of reconnaissance and tracking, he was undoubtedly top tier, having already achieved significant military accomplishments. Yet, when it came to strength, he could only be deemed average. Even merely holding back a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million was perilously daunting. Smog sighed, hoping that the Tooth Pirate crew would see the Navy's presence nearby and voluntarily abandon Pumiso Island. "Tina, if it comes down to a critical moment, rest assured. Smog, as long as I am within proximity, I will do my utmost to rush to your aid. Thank you for your efforts." Smoker approached the ship's railing, gazing out at the vast ocean. "Be careful," he cautioned, as aboard the vessel were over 100 individuals, nearly all of whom were his contemporaries. Originally, the elite expansion class was to last merely 2 years, after which they would return to their respective branches to bolster grassroots forces. Yet, for reasons unknown, their term had been significantly prolonged, and graduation remained elusive. Consequently, their opportunities at sea had diminished considerably, and none held high ranks. Even Smoker, the most senior among them, had only attained the rank of colonel. However, this situation was not without its advantages. With a substantial influx of resources, the trainees had experienced a qualitative enhancement in their abilities, almost all mastering the 6 powers and diligently training in hockey. Notably, both Smoker and Tina had become adept at wielding the 2-color hockey. Together, they could even hold their ground against Zifa for a time. Their current mission involved apprehending the Tusk Pirate crew, and according to the original plan, the task should have been completed days ago. Yet, the Grand Line proved to be capricious. Just as the two parties drew near, a peculiar current unexpectedly emerged. The Tusk pirates remained unaffected, while the naval vessel found itself inexplicably swept away. By the time they regained their bearings, the Tusk pirates had vanished from sight. In a state of frustration, Smoker had no choice but to send Knight or to scout the area. After several days, they finally received word regarding the Tusk pirates. Recently, the crew had been relentlessly pursued by the Navy, and with no naval presence in the past few days, they were bound to unleash their frustrations through rampant pillaging. Thus, Smoker felt an urgent sense of anxiety from afar. Knight circled high above. Despite his swift movements, he made not a sound. Gradually, he retracted his transponder snail, a bemused expression adorning his face. Smoker was indeed a challenging individual to deal with. Nevertheless, he possessed discernment. Such a formidable task could only be entrusted to him. With that, he fixed his gaze on the pirate ships below, unfurling his wings and diving down like an arrow. Regardless of whether they were a grand fleet or supernovas, they would not dare to infringe upon the populace. In the distance, Knight transformed into a shadow, darting past a pirate ship with lightning speed. Before 7 or 8 pirates could comprehend the situation, deep gashes appeared on their bodies, blood gushing forth, leaving only a cacophony of anguished wails. The remaining pirates, taken aback, rushed to gather. What happened? What is going on? Suddenly, several walnut-sized black spheres tumbled onto the deck, rolling to and fro. The pirates stared in bewilderment. What are these things? Abruptly, the black spheres exploded with a deafening bang, unleashing fierce flames and a multitude of tiny steel balls. The deck erupted in chaos, with cries of terror ringing out as flames engulfed the sails. It was only then that the pirates grasped the gravity of the situation, scrambling to extinguish the fire while shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The enemy is in the sky! Remain vigilant!" Some pirates brandished their firearms and fired into the air. Yet all their attempts were deftly evaded by all. These ominous black spheres are the Navy's innovative explosives. Over the past few years, Smoker has become increasingly acquainted with the personnel of the technological division. He has offered numerous suggestions to the scientists, fostering a mutual exchange of knowledge. Consequently, when the researchers develop new weaponry, they often bestow it upon Smoker first. These bombs are a product of Smoker's ingenuity. Upon detonation, they unleash not only a shockwave and flames, but also a multitude of tiny steel pellets and nails. Smog has specifically equipped OL with such bombs. After all, it is challenging for anyone to resist the allure of a strategic bomber. Knight OL soars through the skies, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Truly, Colonel Smog is remarkable to have procured such formidable bombs. With these explosives, I can consider myself a vital asset. Ah, and there is this gun. He retrieves a firearm from behind him, adorned with a large magazine. It appears to be referred to as a light machine gun, designed for effective implementation. Knight OL dies once more, emitting a series of rapid flashes as he unleashes a barrage upon the pirate ship. At this rate, dragging this out for an hour seems entirely feasible. Not far away, aboard the flagship of the Fong pirates, Bender gazes grimly at OL, with his first mate Mocha standing beside him. "Captain, the lookout has confirmed that it is just him. Let me handle him." Bender, indifferent to the fate of the crew below, remains patient. There is no rush. When dealing with a small bird out of range, one must possess ample patience. Such a dense barrage, such high-speed maneuvers. Even if you were a bird, you would tire eventually, and at that moment, I shall strike. He gazes at the wailing pirates aboard the ship, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. After all, bringing along these minions was precisely for situations like this. In the distance, the warship sails at full speed. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, gazed intently at the sea, his brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, Tina approached him. "Smoker, I have spoken with Captain Zephyr, and he will join us as soon as possible," she announced. Coincidentally, Zephyr was at sea with the next elite expansion class, conveniently nearby. Upon hearing of the situation here, he hastened to our location. "We must continuously update Captain Zephyr on our position." Despite her words, Smoker's expression remained tense and unyielding. The current dilemma was not a matter of insufficient combat strength. Tina alone could dismantle the entire Tusk pirates. The pressing issue lay in the distance that separated them. Even if Zephyr arrived, it would likely be of little consequence. "Hold on, Ol," he urged silently. Just then, a soldier rushed forward. "Report. Lieutenant OL has engaged the enemy and successfully delayed their advance. Given the current circumstances, we can catch up with them before the pirates reach the island." "Well done." Smoker struck the ship's railing, finally revealing a smile, and Tina exhaled a sigh of relief. "Full speed ahead. Let us not squander the opportunity created by oars." "I report." At that moment, Another naval officer rushed over, holding a piece of paper, his expression unusually grim. "Colonel Smoker, this is an encrypted directive from Master Zephyr." "An encrypted directive?" Smog's expression changed dramatically. Naval communications are classified into various levels of secrecy. Ordinary directives do not warrant encryption. Conversely, any encrypted orders are invariably of utmost importance, often pertaining to the very survival of a nation. In the main storyline, on Flying Swallow Island, the message entrusted to Luo by Claw was an encrypted directive, which fortuitously fell into Virgo's hands. "Give it to me." Smog seized the order, his expression revealing a profound concern. What could be of such paramount importance? Was there a disturbance among the beasts of the New World? Or had turmoil erupted in some nation? Perhaps a cataclysmic disaster had struck somewhere? However, upon reading the content of the note, his demeanor shifted to one of perplexity, then tension, and ultimately fury. How outrageous! OL was risking his life against the ferocious tooth pirates. The lives of tens of thousands of residents on Pumisoma Island were hanging by a thread. And now, for such trivial matters, we were to remain on standby for 3 hours. Tina, who had also just glimpsed the secret order, wore an expression of disbelief, mingled with fear and confusion. After all, it was a divine being miles away, on a lavishly extravagant ship. An elderly man dressed in a fitted white garment and a transparent hood was furiously kicking a slave. The slave, curled on the ground, bore wounds all over, his tattered clothing soaked in blood, yet dared not utter a sound. "Useless slave, worthless scum, you're swaying about, disturbing my view." After a while of venting his frustration, the old man, still unsatisfied, drew a golden pistol and fired several shots. The slave's body convulsed violently, releasing its last breath. Yet, within the dazed and numb gaze, there flickered a glimmer of relief. The old man holstered his firearm and called out to the side, "Dispose of this wretch, and bring me a stronger slave." How utterly pathetic. Yes, Lord Bancroft. A man clad in black and wearing sunglasses stepped from the shadows, carelessly tossing the slave's corpse overboard like refuse before bringing forth a new one. Bancroft resumed his seat atop the new slave, who was considerably more robust. No matter how he shifted, the slave dared not move an inch. The old man nodded in satisfaction, his countenance considerably brightened. "Gur, tell me, who am I?" "You are the esteemed Lord Bancroft from the illustrious Izambelan family, a descendant of the 20 kings who founded the world government." The old man was indeed one of the world nobles, the celestial dragons. The man in black was his CP agent, Guernica. Hearing Guernica's response, Bancroft nodded with approval. "Well said, Gur, very well said. The lowly beings of the lower world need only to serve the divine. They require no other thoughts, like him." With that, he viciously kicked the slave at the back of the head, the sharp heel creating a gash from which blood gushed forth. Yet the slave could only grit his teeth, daring not to move, not even to groan or display any sign of pain. Guernica slightly bowed and said, "Indeed, you are correct. Surely, there would be no more unsightly distractions along this journey." Bancroft harbored a profound disdain for the presence of other vessels within his line of sight. Upon encountering a modest fishing boat, he resolutely ordered its immediate destruction. The previous slave had met his tragic fate due to a mere jolt from cannon fire, igniting a catastrophic series of events. "Rest assured, Sir Bancroft, we have meticulously purged this maritime expanse. Whether pirate ships or fishing vessels, they shall all be consigned to the depths, ensuring no disturbance to your peace of mind. In the distance, there are indeed 2 warships. We have commanded them to remain in position." Swish! Bancroft abruptly unsheathed his blade, delivering a swift strike across Guernica's visage, inflicting a grievous wound that marred his face and injured his left eye. "My lord." Guernica hastily knelt upon the ground. Years of conditioning rendered them incapable of harboring any negative emotions in the presence of the celestial dragons. Bancroft sheathed his sword once more. "If you believe I should be content, then why pose the question? Should you presume my dissatisfaction, who grants you the audacity to disregard the divine?" Guernica replied, "Your reprimand is well taken. It is my subordinate's indiscretion that has caused this transgression. The area ahead has been thoroughly cleared, and I vow with my life that no errors shall arise. Humph, let this serve as a final warning. Indeed, I am grateful for your benevolence." Upon receiving the celestial dragon's command to remain stationary, the Navy personnel aboard the warships exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Smoker was infuriated, smoke billowing from his nostrils. "What a joke. You relish in making others kneel, but I cannot afford to provoke you. I can simply keep my distance." Now, separated by dozens of nautical miles, minding my own business. You issue such a high-level decree merely for traffic control? This is the open sea, without barriers. By the time you leisurely make your way over and drift far away, it would take at least half a day. What purpose is there in going to Punk Hazard? To partake in a feast? For the pirates and natives, whether it be the navy or the populace, after 8 centuries of subjugation, obedience to the celestial dragons has become an instinct ingrained in their very being. But where does Smoker hail from? The birthplace of noble lineage, where education teaches the principle of equality. Aside from the similarly quaint Wayno country, Smoker treats all with impartiality. I do not require your submission, do not demand mine either. What is so special about the celestial dragons? Why should they be indulged? Just because of their illustrious ancestry? What could possibly eclipse the legacy of Huhai's father? Smoker initially contemplated charging forward without a second thought, yet upon observing his companions, he refrained from voicing his intentions. While he himself could bear the consequences, he could not jeopardize the lives of his crew due to a moment of impulsiveness. He instructed the navigator to mark the position of the celestial dragon's ship and analyze their course. Look out, remain vigilant. Helmsman, take a detour and propel us forward. Just as the orders were about to be executed, Smoker's din-din mushy emitted a sound. Upon answering, he discovered it was Zephyr from the rear. Smoker, I just received notice. Shortly, individuals from the government will board your vessel. Regardless of their intentions, do your utmost to cooperate and avoid conflict. I will arrive as swiftly as possible. What? What does that even mean? How am I to gauge the extent of cooperation required? Smoker pondered, feeling somewhat at a loss. While he was accustomed to dealing with pirates, this was his first encounter with government officials. Fortunately, Zephyr's assurance of a prompt arrival provided him with a semblance of reassurance. Before long, Smoker sensed 2 powerful presences approaching rapidly. Such velocity and energy. Was it the moonwalk technique? It didn't seem like it. After a brief moment, a small vessel appeared on the horizon, revealing itself to be a speedboat. Did the world government possess such technology? It was evident they had kept certain capabilities concealed. As the speedboat drew near, 2 CP agents leaped aboard, each exuding an air of arrogance. One had hair resembling petals, making his head appear as though it had blossomed, while the other was even more peculiar, concealing his face with a fan. The agent with the floral hairstyle stepped forward. Colonel Smoker of the Marine Headquarters. We are world government agents Gismonda and Maha, and we are requisitioning this warship. From this moment forth, all affairs on this vessel will be under our jurisdiction until the celestial nobles depart. Smoker's tactical retreat was met with a collective gasp from the other Navy officers. Smoker's position as chief these past few years is not without merit. All his contemporaries respect him and habitually heed his commands. Even the notoriously rebellious Gaspard dares not openly defy him. Within the headquarters, they are mere trainees, obliged to follow the instructors. However, once they embark on a mission, their roles transform into that of an elite task force, and in the absence of Zephyr, Smoker stands as their leader. Thus, despite the notorious reputation of CP, adorned with the title of World Nobles, the execution of orders still hinges upon Smoker's disposition. Upon hearing their words, Smoker's expression darkened. Gismonda and Maha, are they not the future of CP0? They arrive here acting with arrogance, as if they are entitled. While one cannot afford to offend the celestial dragons, must they also risk incurring the ire of you too? With a forced smile, he remarked, Ah, what brings you here? Esteemed gentlemen, we still have a mission at hand. Gismonda replied, his face devoid of emotion. The illustrious world noble Bancroft is to arrive at Pumissima Island. We have detected the presence of pirates in the vicinity and require your services for protection. Smoker's eyes brightened with intrigue. Are you referring to the pirate crew? The Tusk pirates? We do not wish for despicable pirates to infringe upon the world nobles. Oh. Smoker's expression instantly transformed from overcast to sunny. What a fortunate coincidence. Was he not just about to confront this band of pirates? Moreover, he could garner goodwill from the government without any cost. How enlightening. For the Navy, the safety of the world nobles is always paramount. Rest assured, gentlemen, we shall cooperate with utmost diligence. Gismonda and Maha exchanged puzzled glances. What was this fellow's sudden change of demeanor? He had just been scowling, and now he spoke so eloquently. Yet, his words were quite pleasant. He seemed to possess considerable talent. For Smoker, as long as it did not interfere with his own affairs, charming words came effortlessly. You two have had quite the journey. Please take a moment to rest while I handle the rest. Smoker, in a buoyant mood, waved his hand casually. Astor, please escort the 2 esteemed gentlemen to the command room and retrieve the fine spirits and cigars stored by Teacher Zephyr. I have long coveted those indulgences. Teacher Zephyr is quite meticulous. He keeps an accurate count of his inventory, and I have seldom had the opportunity to partake. This official reception presents the perfect chance to discreetly enjoy some. After all, it seems entirely reasonable for a formidable figure of the world government to indulge in several boxes of liquor and cigars, does it not? Aster, understanding the unspoken intent, departed with the two agents. Once they had left, Smoker leaned closer to Tina and whispered, "TSK, TSK, even the dogs of the celestial dragons can occasionally perform commendable acts." Tina shot him an exasperated glance. As his confidant, she was well aware of Smoker's true sentiments toward the government. Whenever Smoker entered his sage mode, he would engage in mental exchanges to stall for time while faced with the vivacious Tina. In his relaxed state, he would often voice opinions that, while commonplace in his past life, now seemed quite radical. Initially, Tina would argue her points. However, how could a man in sage mode indulge a woman? He quickly overwhelmed her with a torrent of discourse. In discussions of political ideology, men generally held the upper hand, and Smoker, having been steeped in red ideological education from primary school through university, had a theoretical edge over Tina. After several rounds of ideological discourse, Tina found herself significantly influenced. Although she could not completely dismiss the celestial dragons as mere swine, she at least no longer regarded them as divine emperors. Nonetheless, observing that Smoker and the CP had not clashed brought a quiet sense of relief to Tina. Maintaining peace was preferable. After all, securing a position was no easy feat. Smoker stood at the bow of the ship, bellowing with fervor, "All hands on deck, full speed ahead. Annihilate the Tusk pirates." The naval crew responded with exuberance. Oh, suddenly, Gismonda emerged from the cabin, interjecting, "Colonel Smoker, you are mistaken. Your duty this time is to protect. As long as the Tusk pirates remain passive, you must remain steadfastly by the side of the nobles." What? Smoker's expression darkened in an instant. How foolish of me to harbor any expectations for these CP agents. Upon hearing Gismonda's command, Smoker was taken aback. "What are you barking about? Any pirate with a sound mind would never attack a government ship without cause. Does that mean I must turn a blind eye to the Tusk pirate crew? My comrades are still fighting valiantly. There are still tens of thousands of residents on Pumiso Island. I refuse to accept this." Smog's countenance darkened. The most effective defense lies in offense. If the pirates were to collide with the world nobles, would it not signify a grave blunder on our part, the Navy? Gismonda, that is not a matter for you to contemplate. Navy, your actions have exceeded all bounds. Maha, the Navy is merely a tool of the world government, devoid of need for thought, solely required to execute orders. A glimmer of icy coldness flickered in Smoker's gaze. At that moment, there were only the two of them, until suddenly, an immense and familiar aura emerged within his perception. Zifa-sensei. Zifa arrived swiftly using the moonwalk technique. Upon landing on the deck, he scarcely took a moment to catch his breath before hurriedly approaching the group. "What is going on? What are you all doing?" How could he remain oblivious to the tension that had just filled the air? "It's nothing, Zifa-sensei." Smoker initially responded with a brief acknowledgement, then proceeded to recount the sequence of events. Simultaneously, he subtly alluded to the situation on Punk Hazard. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression transformed dramatically. He had indeed conveyed to Smoker the necessity of cooperating with CP, yet he had not anticipated the urgency of the circumstances. Zephyr, renowned as the admiral who refrains from killing, was already stringent in his dealings with pirates, how much more so with the thousands of innocent civilians and his own students. Without a moment's hesitation, he assertively addressed the CP agents, stating that Smoker had acted rightly, suggesting that any threats from the celestial dragons should be decisively eradicated in advance. If their superiors were dissatisfied, they could approach him directly. The two agents fell momentarily silent, exchanging glances before reluctantly agreeing to report back to their superiors. The Navy serves the world government, and when faced with Smoker, even most of the vice admirals, including Gismonda and Maha, could assume a position of authority. However, at the admiral level, the dynamics shifted entirely. Not only were the two agents powerless, but even the lower-ranking head of CP lacked any real influence. Fortunately, Zephyr was present to provide some measure of explanation, thus maintaining a semblance of dignity. Had it been Karp instead, the outcome might have been quite different. Having resolved matters with CP, Zephyr nodded in acknowledgement to Smoker. Smog hastily issued the command for full-speed navigation, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. However, unforeseen circumstances soon arose. Before long, the sound of the telephone bug echoed simultaneously from both Gismonda and Zephyr's pockets. The two were momentarily taken aback, each retreating to a corner to answer their calls. Once they concluded their conversations, Gismonda's masked visage concealed any visible expression, yet Zephyr's countenance remained dark and brooding. Smoke hurried over, exclaiming, "Teacher Zephyr, what has happened?" Zephyr's countenance darkened as he replied, "I just received a call from Admiral Kong." A foreboding sensation suddenly surged within Smoker's heart. Zephyr gritted his teeth and declared, "The celestial dragons have personally commanded that our warships accompany them." Smoker's expression changed dramatically. When faced with officials of the world government, he could still engage in discourse due to Zephyr's standing, even if a conflict arose. It would merely be a professional dispute. However, should a celestial dragon speak and Zephyr defy them, it would irrevocably fracture their relationship. Gritting his teeth, Zephyr placed a reassuring hand on Smoker's shoulder and said weakly, "Follow the orders." Understood. The warship sped through the waters, not in pursuit of pirates, but in chase of the celestial dragon's conveyance. In the command room, Smoker and Zephyr sat opposite each other, although fine cigars and exquisite liquor lay before them. Their taste was only bitter. As for the two CP agents, at this juncture, Smoker showed no leniency. He unceremoniously cast them into another room. After all, with Zephyr present, they dared not provoke further. Smoker dispatched a message to Akiji, yet he merely responded with a terse "understood" before abruptly ending the call, subsequently falling off the radar. Why? Zephyr. In my earlier days of watching One Piece, although Smoker found the celestial dragons to be outrageous, he had never felt such a personal stake in the matter. In essence, he was compelled to disregard the safety of countless lives to come and accompany them. Zephyr gulped down a mouthful of liquor. Alas, the edicts of the celestial dragons are the law, impervious to defiance. Smoke cast a profound glance at Zephyr. Zephyr continued, "In truth, if we were to resolutely defy the orders, it would not be impossible. Yet the repercussions would be even more humiliating." Smoke was taken aback. What consequences awaited us? Were we to face punishment? Zephyr shook his head dismissively, exclaiming, "Who truly cares about that? You are well aware that our military funding is derived from the taxes imposed by the world government. In simpler terms, it is akin to gold descending from the heavens. Once the cannon fires, vast fortunes vanish. Without the financial sustenance from the world government, the Navy would struggle to survive even a single year. Moreover, military expenditures are not static. The world government adjusts these funds based on circumstances, with the most pivotal indicator being our attitude towards the celestial dragons." "Zephyr, sir." Smoker sensed something amiss and promptly interjected. "Is the Navy truly so submissive as to be choked by such constraints? Can they not generate their own revenue? The Navy wields the most formidable military power at sea. Surely, it cannot be difficult for them to earn a profit." Zephyr cast a profound glance at Smoker. "This matter must not be mentioned again. After I ascended to the rank of admiral, I recognized that such a system was ill-suited for the Navy's development, and I too sought to diversify the sources of military funding. But I believe you are already aware of the outcome." "Outcome?" Smoker was taken aback, and then a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that something had happened to Zephyr's wife and child? Smoker was perplexed. The family of an admiral had been slain at the Navy headquarters, not during a large-scale assault, but rather as a direct intrusion. Remarkably, it had been executed successfully. Such audacity was unprecedented. Truly, there must be pirates of extraordinary caliber. Even Roger and Whitebeard would raise a toast and call him brother. It turned out to be the machinations of the world government. Noticing Smoker grasping his implication, Zephyr took another sip of his drink. "Because of this incident, I have come to realize that the world government does not seek a formidable navy, but rather a subservient one. Regrettably, I have understood this too late." Smoke furrowed his brow and asked, "Have you not considered revenge?" "Revenge?" Zephyr replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "How can one seek justice? By feigning compliance? Or perhaps by launching an assault on the Redland continent? Regardless of the approach, it would deplete the strength of the Navy. Ultimately, bearing the consequences would be the ordinary citizens. Thus, even if I resign from my position as admiral, I shall remain to train the new recruits, for I cannot let go of the burdens I carry in my heart." Smoke furrowed his brow. Wasn't this akin to holding a gun to the heads of the virtuous? It wouldn't matter if it were Carp or anyone else in his stead. Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, Tsuru. Regardless of their individual temperaments, their allegiance to the Navy remained unwavering. None would sacrifice the strength of the Navy for personal gain. The world government was acutely aware of this, which emboldened their reckless behavior. Zifa exhaled deeply. Returning to the main topic, he continued, should we defy the celestial dragons this time, the world government would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to slash military funding, compelling the Navy to diminish its forces. At that point, the threat would extend far beyond the mere island of Pumisan. Smoker nodded, acknowledging the situation. However, despite his verbal assent, a crucial question loomed in his mind, one he dared not voice. To him, the celestial dragons bore a striking resemblance to the feudal lords in Naruto, foolish yet affluent. Logically, such individuals would be akin to fattened pigs awaiting slaughter. Yet, whether it be the Navy or the shinobi, none dared to lay a finger on them, nor had they ever contemplated doing so. If it were he in their position, with the Navy's manpower and weaponry at his disposal, what could possibly hinder him? Even if one feared the Gorosei and the God Knights, there existed alternative methods to address the issue. The simplest approach would be to threaten their finances. If they dared to seize his funds, he would retaliate by blockading their maritime routes. Let them try to cultivate their own sustenance on the Red Line. However, such thoughts remained confined to Smoker's mind, as he refrained from uttering them aloud. At that moment, a Marine approached, knocking on the door. Admiral Zifa, Colonel Smoker, we are nearing the Celestial Dragon's ship. Understood. The warship swiftly closed the distance to the Celestial Dragon's vessel. Zifa rose, saying, Smoker, come with me to meet the Celestial Dragons. Smoker wore a look of disdain. What? Do I have to go as well? You are a vice admiral. Isn't your presence sufficient? The veins on Smog's forehead throbbed with intensity. Enough of the idle chatter. There will be ample opportunities to encounter these individuals in the future. Shall we hide indefinitely? Youngster, is there no aspiration for advancement? Smog found himself unable to resist Zephyr's will and was ultimately dragged over with force. Upon boarding the Celestial Dragon's ship, it felt less like a vessel and more like a moving palace, resplendent in golden opulence, reeking of extravagance and indulgence. While Zephyr's ship was somewhat extravagant in the captain's quarters, this one exuded wealth from every corner. Under the guidance of CP, the two entered the domain of the Celestial Dragon. As they stepped inside, they were met with a cacophony of shouts and the sounds of trampling. Incompetent fools. Utterly useless. How dare you make me feel the slightest jolt? A slave, recently acquired days prior, lay crumpled on the floor. Bancroft, in a fit of hysterical rage, stomped mercilessly on the slave's head. Though the slave was robust, burdened with the demands of the Celestial Dragon, and deprived of sustenance, he eventually succumbed to fatigue and inadvertently swayed, provoking Bancroft's furious wrath. At that moment, the slave could do nothing but cower on the ground, trembling, too afraid to weep or cry out in despair. Nearby stood a stunning woman, her figure voluptuous and clad in scant attire, holding exquisite food and drink, her smile seemingly unaffected by the turmoil surrounding her. Yet, upon closer inspection, her eyes were devoid of life, resembling those of a mere shell, a living corpse. Smog and Zephyr exchanged silent glances. After a while, Bancroft, seemingly fatigued, drew his pistol and executed the slave with a shot to the head. The nearby beauty, startled by the gunfire, turned pale, a tremor coursing through her. Bancroft furrowed his brow, swiftly turning his weapon on her and ending her life as well. Dispose of the bodies, he commanded. Yes, sir. Several agents and servants emerged from a concealed door, adeptly cleaning up the blood and corpses before retreating. Only Guernica remained. Bancroft sank into a plush seat and downed a glass of wine in one gulp. Blackarm, I hear that a warship is acting on its own accord. Is the Navy defying divine orders? The Celestial Dragons speak and act as if they are simpletons. Yet, when it comes to exerting authority and casting aspersions, each one possesses an innate talent, as if such skill runs in their blood. Before the Celestial Dragons, even Zephyr found himself compelled to bow. Honorable St. Bancroft, though I am unaware of the source of your rumors, I assure you that they are unfounded. Are you questioning me? I would never dare. Dare? What is there to fear? Your Navy is becoming increasingly audacious. Rather than serving me, you wish to pursue pirates? Do you not recognize my authority? Zephyr clenched his fists, yet maintained a calm demeanor. St. Bancroft, please allow me to explain. I shall not listen. Bancroft brandished his gun at Zephyr. You need only answer me immediately. For your Navy, what is of greater importance, serving me or pursuing pirates? Undoubtedly, pursuing pirates. Smog's words were astonishing, causing everyone to gaze at him in disbelief. Bancroft exclaimed, What? While Zephyr echoed the sentiment with the same astonishment. Bancroft trembled all over, his eyes wide open, fixated on Smog. How dare you speak such insolence? What did you just say? Guernica stepped forward as well, his body radiating an overwhelming presence. Akin to a predator poised to strike. I assert that we should pursue the pirates. Smoker's eyes sparkled with intensity, his demeanor exuding an air of authority. Suddenly, he pointed at Jernica and exclaimed, "Pray tell, what are the celestial dragons?" What? Jernica's mind momentarily faltered, leaving him at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Smoker waved his hand assertively. "The celestial dragons. They are the sovereigns of this world, the gods of this realm. To protect the lives of the celestial dragons and uphold their dignity is the supreme mission of the Navy." Zeph, Jernica. In Bancroft's eyes, a spark ignited with fervor. Do continue. Indeed, Sir Bancroft. Smoker continued, it is a sacrilege for the lowly pirates to approach the divine. Regardless of their knowledge or intentions, merely appearing on an island that the celestial dragons are set to tread is, without a doubt, a capital offense. As members of the Navy, we must never allow such occurrences to transpire. This is not merely the sentiment of an individual subordinate, but the unwavering conviction of the entire Navy. As Smoker spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zephyr, who understood immediately. Indeed, if the CP serves as the shield for the celestial dragons, protecting them from assaults, then the Navy must act as their sword, proactively striking to sever any threats. Any potential dangers that could infringe upon the celestial dragons must be extinguished in their infancy. Splendid. Well said, Bancroft exclaimed, animatedly gesturing, before turning to Smoker with a question. So, Marine, what do you propose we do? A glint of fierce determination flashed in Smoker's eyes. Those who dare defy the divine shall perish. We shall ascend early and eliminate all that obstructs your vision. Bancroft nodded affirmatively. Very well. Let this holy decree be proclaimed. You shall eradicate the filthy pirates. Understood. With the command of the celestial dragons, Smoker swiftly led the Navy towards Pumismoma Island. Meanwhile, Zephyr remained confined aboard the ship, safeguarding his own life. Smog and his companions hurriedly set off to thwart the efforts of the Fong pirate crew. However, due to the interference of the celestial dragons, the already meticulously calculated time was squandered by several precious hours. Smog was also in a state of desperate urgency. It had been a considerable time since they last received any news from OL, and the fate of Pumism Island remained shrouded in uncertainty. They had to arrive swiftly. Before long, they reached Pumism Island. The Tooth Pirates had long departed. The town was engulfed by flames and black smoke, and the streets were littered with dismembered corpses and severed limbs. Blood stained the thoroughfares, while some young women, disheveled and battered, leaned against the walls, their eyes vacant and hollow. Among the survivors, many disregarded their own pain and sorrow, fervently attempting to extinguish fires and save lives. As the warship docked at the pier, all the sailors gazed in one direction, rendered speechless by the sight before them. There stood a pole from which hung a lifeless body, marred by countless stab wounds and burns, its hands and feet severed, and its eyes and nose reduced to mere bloodied cavities, clearly having endured inhumane torment in its final moments. The sea breeze blew through, causing the body to sway incessantly. Smoker and the Navy felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them. Tina stepped forward and took Smoker's hand. Smoker. Smog's crimson eyes fixated intensely on OL, veins bulging on his forehead, his fist clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Although he yearned to dismantle the pirates into minuscule pieces, the horrific scene in the town compelled him to grit his teeth and issue commands. All personnel, disembark and assist the townsfolk. First team, establish a safe zone. Second team, search for and rescue survivors. Third team, conduct a thorough search for any lurking pirates. Remain vigilant. Understood. Everyone responded promptly, springing into action. Smog and Tina arrived at the location where the flames raged the fiercest. The dark passage. Smog unleashed darkness, engulfing the remnants of crumbled walls and aiding those ensnared to escape. Tina, on the other hand, released a dense white smoke, utilizing the fog to extinguish the flames. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. The island was nearly under control, and the celestial dragons arrived with a noticeable delay. Bancroft, mounted on a new slave, led his retinue of guards and attendants down the gangplank with great pomp. Upon disembarking, he immediately covered his nose in displeasure. Although the fire had been quelled, the acrid scent of charred remains and the stench of decay lingered stubbornly in the air. What a filthy and chaotic island this is. No sooner had he spoken than a CP agent emerged. St. Bancroft, please follow your subordinates. Upon uttering this command, he proceeded towards the gathering of survivors. It must be acknowledged that the CP agents possess remarkable abilities, Despite not having set foot on the island, they were acutely aware of the whereabouts of individuals. Winding through several streets, the group arrived at the safe zone. It appeared that the Tooth Pirates had established their base here after landing, making this the only intact area in the town where the injured were currently receiving treatment. Smoke stood at the forefront, eagerly awaiting the arrival. He was acutely aware of the deplorable nature of the celestial dragons. Swiftly, he had ensured that women and children were concealed. The remaining individuals, those capable of movement, lined up to kneel in reverence, while the gravely injured were temporarily hidden in the back. Bancroft surveyed his surroundings, suddenly murmuring to himself, "Why? Why indeed?" Smoke mistakenly believed he was referring to the devastation of the town and hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. "I apologize, esteemed Bancroft Saint. By the time we arrived, the pirates had already set the village ablaze, resulting in a grievous toll on the innocent." "Humph, who cares about such matters?" Smoke was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What this saint referred to was why the lowly subjects over there did not kneel. Gazing in the direction he pointed, Smoke's eyes twitched slightly. "You truly have a knack for choosing locations. Those over there are grievously wounded, to the point where even moving poses mortal danger. They remained only because they had no other recourse. Despite the distance, they were still discovered by the celestial dragons. Kneel. Why not just let them perish?" Bancroft coldly commanded. "Bring forth this group of insolent wretches and execute them all." Zifa quickly stepped forward. "Saint Bancroft, they are merely the injured." Bancroft shot him a glance and inquired of the nearby CP agent, "Tell me, which holds greater significance, the lives of the commoners or the dignity of the celestial dragons?" The CP agent responded without hesitation. "Naturally, the dignity of the celestial dragons is of paramount importance." "Did you hear that, Blackarm? I have suddenly thought of an excellent idea. You shall carry out the execution. It will surely be quite entertaining." "What?" Zifa's expression changed dramatically. Precisely. That is the expression I seek." A sickly smile crept onto Bancroft's face. "Compared to the terror the lowly subjects exhibit in the face of death, I find your current expression far more appealing. Of course, you may refuse, but they shall still meet their demise, and your words also represent the Navy's stance." "You." Zifa clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing the urge to curse. Currently, the Navy boasts 3 figures of admiral-level strength or higher: Sengoku, astute and cunning; Garp, reckless and straightforward; and Zifa, steadfast and earnest. Each possesses distinct strengths and weaknesses. However, when confronting the world government, Zifa's character proves to be the most disadvantageous. Just as the stalemate persisted, a sudden voice broke through. "Bancroft is right." Zifa and Bancroft turned to see Smoke. Zifa's expression darkened. "Smoke, do you know what you were saying?" Bancroft, however, burst into hearty laughter. "Well said, Smoke. I am growing increasingly fond of you." Smoker smiled and said, "This is my first audience with the celestial dragons. How about I take on this honor myself?" "Oh," Bancroft replied with a satisfied nod. "In that case, let it be you who administers the punishment." With great eagerness, Smoker complied. Their conversation was far from hushed, and the nearby kneeling commoners felt a chill enveloping them. When the Yonko pirates had invaded, the vibrant youth had either perished or been gravely injured. Those who remained were either burdened with the elderly and young or comprised of frail women and children. Despite the fury and indignation boiling within them, they were paralyzed by the overwhelming dread instilled by centuries of the celestial dragon's tyranny, rendering them mute. As for the injured individuals in the back, they were too distant to comprehend that they had been condemned to death by the celestial dragons. Taylor, lying in the rear, struggled to lift his head and observe the unfolding scene. He was an ordinary merchant from Pumiso Island, whose life should have revolved around selling goods, earning a living, and enjoying a busy yet contented day. However, the arrival of pirates shattered this tranquility. He had hastily hidden his wife and daughter in a cupboard, but he himself was unable to escape, falling captive to the pirates. Not only did they plunder his savings, but they also left him gravely injured. In an even more desperate turn of events, his wife and daughter were ultimately discovered by the pirates. For their amusement, the pirates locked them in the cupboard, knowing that the imminent fire would soon engulf them. As for Taylor, the pirates broke his limbs and discarded him onto the street, forcing him to watch helplessly as his loved ones were consumed by flames. As the fire approached, Taylor remained paralyzed, powerless to do anything but listen to the desperate cries of his wife and daughter, emitting feeble wails of anguish. In this moment of despair, 2 young Navy officers arrived. Extinguishing the flames with what seemed like magical abilities, thus rescuing the family of 3. Subsequently, the officers took Taylor for medical treatment. During his recovery, he learned of the impending arrival of the celestial dragons, and his heart sank with trepidation. To most, the celestial dragons were deities beyond reproach, wielding absolute power. Their character and past deeds were known, but not widely discussed. However, having traveled extensively, Taylor possessed a different perspective and was acutely aware of the celestial dragon's true nature. Gazing at his beautiful wife and daughter, his heart overflowed with concern. At that moment, Smoker issued a command for all young women to conceal themselves in the forest of the mountains, instructing that they must not emerge without explicit orders. Taylor's gratitude towards Smoker reached its zenith. If there were indeed divine beings, they would likely resemble him. This was Taylor's most heartfelt sentiment. Suddenly, he noticed a discussion taking place among the celestial dragons, and Smoker approached, exchanging a few words before making his way towards Taylor. As Smoker halted beside him, Taylor mustered the strength to raise his gaze. "Mr. Smoker." Smoker nodded at Taylor and greeted everyone present. "Taylor and all esteemed guests, I hereby declare, in the name of the world's nobility, your sentence for the grave crime of disrespect. The death penalty shall be executed immediately." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "What?" Taylor's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Smoker. In the next moment, a tide of darkness engulfed him. Mere seconds later, all the injured were consumed by the shadows. Witnessing this spectacle, not only the civilians but even the Navy stood in stunned silence. Is this truly the gentle Colonel Smoker we know? Zifa's veins bulged as he disregarded the celestial dragons and rushed forward to seize his collar. "Smoker, I demand an explanation." Smoker cast a fleeting glance at Zephyr, grasping his wrist with a firm yet gentle grip. "Teacher Zephyr, this is an order from the celestial dragons." Zephyr, receiving the unspoken signal, fixed his gaze intently into Smoker's eyes, gritting his teeth. After a few tense seconds, he reluctantly relinquished his hold. Bancroft erupted into hearty laughter, clapping his hands. "Well done, Marine. You are Smoker, are you not? Excellent work. I am increasingly fond of you." Moments earlier, the agent had informed him that the presence of the wounded had indeed vanished. "This Smoker is impressive. He is truly formidable. It seems that not all within the Navy are mere sycophants." Smog slightly bowed, exclaiming, "Your recognition is the utmost honor for me." "Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid." Meanwhile, from a distance in the square, the common folk hidden behind the mountains gazed down in disbelief, gasping in astonishment. "Devil! Executioner!" Various voices began to resonate. Even the mayor widened his eyes in disbelief, trembling as he approached Tina. "Miss Tina, why?" Tina gazed calmly, her expression betraying no emotion. She had faith in Smog, and there was a cacophony behind them. "Tell them to shut their mouths if they wish to live." The mayor froze momentarily, hastily attempting to placate the crowd. As the injured were tended to, Bancroft surveyed the town, now reduced to ruins, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Never mind. This place is devoid of interest. Let us depart. By the way, how many slave collars do we have remaining?" Gissamunda stepped forward. "Holy Bancroft, we brought a total of 200 slave collars. There are 109 slaves on the ship, leaving 91 collars unoccupied." Bancroft was taken aback. "Only 109 left? These slaves are truly inefficient." He scanned the kneeling crowd, pointing at a middle-aged man. "This fellow will do nicely. Take him." The middle-aged man's complexion turned ashen. Suddenly, an idea struck Bancroft. "Having so many collars left is a waste. Let us take 91 of these wretches and replenish my slave stock." Several agents bowed slightly. "At your service." One CP agent advanced menacingly toward the middle-aged man. The man, kneeling on the ground, retreated repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. "Please, don't. I have children to care for." Out of nowhere, a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, dashed forward and clung to the agent's leg, crying, "Don't bully my daddy." The agent turned, coldly fixing his gaze on the little girl. She was instantly frightened, instinctively releasing her grip and standing frozen in place. Bancroft drew his pistol, fuming, "Despicable wretch. How dare you stand before me without my permission?" "Please, no." The middle-aged man gasped in horror. "Master, I am willing to be a slave. I beg you, spare her." Bancroft raised his hand and fired a shot. Almost simultaneously, Smog vanished from sight, reappearing just in time to grasp the little girl by the neck, lifting her up just as the bullet whizzed by. Though a child, offending the celestial dragons is a capital offense. If fate be cruel, let it bear the blame. As he spoke, darkness emerged from his hands, instantly engulfing the little girl. Although Bancroft's attack had missed, Witnessing Smoker swiftly eliminate the child quelled his anger. The middle-aged man, seemingly drained of all strength, collapsed onto the ground. Very well. Put a collar on slave 110. What a cacophonous place this is. Indeed, holy Bancroft. Just as the CP agents approached, the middle-aged man suddenly erupted, pointing at Bancroft with a fierce denunciation. You damned bastard. What kind of god are you? You're nothing but a demon. She was just a child. I will fight you to the death. Bastard. What did you just say? Bancroft roared in a fit of rage, akin to a wild boar pierced in its vital parts. Observing this, the CP agent extended his finger, poised to strike him down. However, Smoker acted more swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, launching him away. The man lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Since you cannot let go of your daughter, you shall perish alongside her. Remember, death is also a mercy bestowed by the divine. Darkness enveloped him, and when it dissipated, nothing remained. Seeing that the father and daughter had been reduced to nothingness, Bancroft's fury somewhat abated. I am weary. It is time for me to depart. You shall select slave 91 to take back. The CP agents bowed slightly, responding, We shall obey the holy mandate. Suddenly, Smoker stepped forward. Holy Bancroft. What is it, Smoker? Do you dare to impede my path? Without a valid reason, I shall not spare you. Guernica, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. Bancroft was known for his unpredictable temperament. He would not tolerate dissent, but would strike without hesitation. It seemed he held a certain favor for Smoker. A sense of crisis loomed. Esteemed Holy Bancroft, I wish to remind you that these individuals are ill-suited for slavery. Why is that? In their eyes, I perceive rebellion. Bancroft surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, though the crowd remained kneeling, they trembled, many with fingers buried deep in the earth. And their furtive glances revealed not only fear but also an unquenchable fury. However, such gazes were all too familiar to the celestial dragons. Bancroft waved his hand dismissively. Do not meddle. With the CP present, your concerns for safety are unnecessary. Guernica stepped forward. Colonel Smoker. The safety of the celestial dragons is the responsibility of the CP. Though his tone was calm, dissatisfaction lingered in his eyes. I see. I was reckless. But there is an even more pressing reason. What reason? These individuals are but inept commoners, bearing wounds that render them unworthy of serving as your slaves. The illustrious Bancroft deserves to enjoy the company of far more robust servants. Well said. Bancroft nodded in satisfaction, yet soon furrowed his brow. But where, pray tell, can such slaves be found? Smoker smiled confidently and said, If you trust me, please allow me one more day. By this time tomorrow, I shall present the slave before you. Very well, I shall wait for one day. Bancroft initially responded with delight, but his expression quickly soured as he added, however, Should you fail, I leave your fate to your own discretion. Agreed. Return to your post. With that, Bancroft mounted the slave and, accompanied by his guards, returned in grand procession. The naval officers remained in place, watching them depart. Once the celestial dragons had vanished from sight, Zephyr rushed forward and seized Smoker by the collar. You scoundrel! That was merely a child protecting his father. How could you stoop so low? Moreover, on what grounds do we seek out innocent souls to be enslaved? Are you not aware that being a slave is a fate worse than death? The surrounding Navy personnel and residents gazed at Smoker, their expressions rife with discontent. If we cannot target the innocent, must we then not pursue those who are truly wicked? Everyone was taken aback, and Zephyr unconsciously released his grip. Smoker took a step back, adjusting his collar. All hands on deck. The crew boarded the ship, setting sail at full speed in pursuit of the Tooth Pirate crew. The warship surged through the waves. Inside the command room, only Zephyr and Smoker remained. Just moments ago, the celestial dragon had been preoccupied with thoughts of enslavement, momentarily forgetting to summon Zephyr to accompany him, thus allowing Zephyr the opportunity to board Smoker's vessel. Although he harbored immense dissatisfaction with Smoker's behavior, it was certainly preferable to being in the company of the celestial dragon. Once they were alone, Zephyr exclaimed in anger, Smoker, what on earth are you doing? In the past, whenever the celestial dragons or the world government were mentioned, Smoker had inadvertently revealed only disdain and indifference. Such subconscious reactions could not be feigned. Why then, this sudden shift in demeanor? Upon hearing Zephyr's admonishment, Smoker first utilized his observation hockey to sense the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before releasing the darkness. Then, the father and daughter slowly emerged. Zephyr was taken aback, exclaiming, What is this? I apologize. The situation was critical. and I had to take matters into my own hands. As the pair emerged, their initial expressions were of utter confusion. Upon seeing each other, they suddenly embraced and wept profusely. Moments ago, Smoker had engulfed them, along with the surrounding space, in darkness. Although they would not perish, they were enveloped in a void where nothing was visible or tangible. The once resolute Diamante had been reduced to a mere lump of dough in just a few days, let alone two ordinary civilians. Though it had been less than an hour, they felt as if several years had passed. The middle-aged man, upon seeing his daughter, disregarded his pain and rushed to embrace her, tears streaming down his face as he softly comforted her. Finally, he turned to Smoker and said, "Thank you. Thank you so much. Smog, I apologize for my somewhat harsh methods. Otherwise, I would not have been able to deceive those individuals. However, you will no longer be able to reside here." The middle-aged man gazed at his daughter in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. "It matters not. As long as my daughter and I are together, any place can be home. Thank you, Navy officer." Smog retrieved some food, water, and candles from the adjacent cabinet. "I apologize, but I am currently occupied. You two will have to endure a few days in the darkness." The middle-aged man nodded. "Thank you so much." At that moment, the young girl turned to Smog, her voice timid as she said, "Thank you, Navy uncle." Knowing she could be with her father, even amidst the shadows, her fear dissipated. Smoker drew them back into his body once more. The celestial dragons were accompanied by numerous government agents. Releasing them recklessly could very well attract the attention of those with observation hockey. Safety would only be assured once the celestial dragons had moved a considerable distance away. Subsequently, Smoker released the injured in batches, providing a brief explanation and hastily administering basic treatment before once again enveloping them within. Zephyr observed quietly, his eyes filled with relief and satisfaction. Several hours later, a naval officer knocked and entered. "Admiral Zephyr, we have discovered the Tooth Pirate crew ahead." "Understood. Let us proceed." "Yes." Smoker followed Zephyr onto the deck. In the distance, several dark silhouettes emerged on the sea, revealing pirate ships. Judging by the distance, they would soon be within reach. Zephyr fixed his gaze upon the vessels, his expression darkening. "Smoker," he said, "I regret what happened to her." Smog recalled that mischievous individual who always grinned and begged for a cigarette, resorting to theft when denied. His gaze first dimmed, then transformed into one of fierce determination. "The anguish endured by OL shall be repaid to them tenfold." Zephyr nodded in agreement. "The command of this operation shall be entrusted to you. Even I shall heed your directives." "Very well." Smoker, without hesitation, nodded and began issuing commands. "Everyone, target the Tooth Fong pirates. Full speed ahead." "Understood." Then, Smoker turned to Tina. "Tina. Tina is here. You shall board their flagship and entangle their officers. Let not a single one escape." "At your command, Tina. The rest, prepare for battle." "Yes." Tina transformed into smoke and soared towards the fleet of the Tooth Fong pirates. Meanwhile, the pirates were also sailing at full speed. Captain Bender was fuming with rage. Damn it, to encounter such a prosperous island only to find the Navy's response so swift. It's all that strange bird of a Navy's fault for wasting too much time on him. Otherwise, our spoils would have been far greater. The first mate, Mocha, remarked calmly. "It's unavoidable. We are not adept at dealing with airborne foes." Captain Bender snorted. "What do we do now that the Navy has set its sights on us? Our ship is slower than theirs. It's only a matter of time before we are caught." Mocha drew his curved blade, licking the edge as a glimmer of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. "But after all, it's merely a warship. We can sink it." Suddenly, a raucous noise erupted from the deck. Bender and Mocha were startled and hurried over. The deck was engulfed in thick smoke. Pirates sprawled haphazardly, some with concave chests, others with gaping wounds in their necks. A strikingly beautiful pink-haired Marine, holding a pirate aloft, noticed Bender and Mocha approaching and casually crushed the pirate's neck, tossing him aside. "Surprise attack, Bender." "Mocha." It seemed Tina had been fortunate enough to locate the flagship right away. "That damned woman." Bender roared, firing a shot at Tina. However, the shot veered slightly, grazing Tina's shoulder. Tina was taken aback. At this distance, even a dog could hit. But then, she felt a jolt as a bullet struck her back. Tina exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, fool. I am a user of the bending fruit. Even the trajectory of bullets can be bent." As he spoke, he grabbed a long iron rod and struck at Tina with great force. Tina raised her hand to block the rod. The iron rod suddenly bent into a ring, ensnaring Tina. Bender sneered, shouting at the pirates on the ground, "Wake up. You lot, keep an eye on this woman. She is an important hostage." Just as the words left his mouth, there was a clattering sound, and the iron ring fell to the ground. Tina had already transformed into her elemental form, escaping her bonds. An intriguing ability, but unfortunately, it won work against Tina. Gale kick. Tina unleashed a flurry of wind blades. Bender hurriedly reached for the iron plating on the deck. The metal bent upright before him, intercepting the wind blades. Spear gun. Tina charged forward, her gun piercing through the metal, embedding itself in Bender's shoulder. Bender let out a cry of agony, clutching his wound as he collapsed to the ground. Fear not, for Tina would not take your life, yet your fate shall be far more dreadful than death. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a flash of a blade sliced through the air, cleaving Tina's neck in two. It was the curved blade of Mocha who had seized the opportunity to strike. Tina turned to face Mocha, her neck wound emitting wisps of white smoke as it healed instantaneously. She touched her neck and remarked coldly, "Tina was careless. I did not anticipate your ability to wield hockey." Mocha offered no reply, merely raising the curved blade and fixing a chilling gaze upon Tina. Indeed, the bounty of over 100 million on Bender did not grant him hockey, while it was Mocha who possessed such a skill. This occurrence was rare, yet not entirely unheard of. Fortunately, Tina had maintained her observation hockey, allowing her to evade this blow in advance. With a furious roar, Mocha leaped high into the air, bringing down the curved blade toward Tina's head. Unflustered, Tina raised her hand to block the attack. Iron block. The blade struck her arm, producing a resounding clash of metal. Your hockey exists, but alas, it is too feeble. With a swift counter, Tina delivered a punch that sent Mocha hurtling away, the curved blade shattering under the force of her blow. After dispatching the two adversaries, Tina surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, a thick white smoke enveloped her, shrouding the entire Fong pirate crew. Tina unleashed a wide-ranging cloud of smoke, encircling the Fong pirates completely. The pirate ship transformed into a headless fly, spinning chaotically within the fog, with several vessels colliding directly into one another. Soon, a warship arrived on the scene. The Navy, incensed, sprang into action, swiftly subduing all the pirates and binding them tightly, stacking them aboard the ship. Smoker turned around and discovered a dozen female pirates, some of whom were quite beautiful. In their gazes towards Smoker, there was a mixture of fear and allure, yet beneath it all lingered a profound sense of hatred and resentment. Smog would never show mercy to the delicate. A woman who thrives amidst a den of criminals cannot possibly be virtuous. Excellent. I was initially concerned that the celestial dragons desired those female slaves, but now the issue is resolved. Smog sauntered leisurely to the front of Bender. You seem to be enjoying yourself on this island, Pirate Bender. He cough cough. Bender grimaced a few times, his eyes filled with defiance. Having fallen into your hands, I concede my defeat. If you wish to kill me, then do so. After all, I have already gained enough. Smoker took a leisurely drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. Do not provoke me. You will not perish, nor will any of you. In fact, you may endure for quite some time. However, in the days to come, death will become a luxury for you. For now, I must first collect some interest from you. Smog extended his hand, and a multitude of white spheres emerged from his palm, all of which he hurled toward the pirates. The deck was instantly filled with cries of despair and anguish. Zephyr stepped forward and inquired, Smog, what comes next? Smoker turned and shouted, Malo. A bespectacled and refined naval officer stepped forward, addressing him as Colonel Smoker. Malo was responsible for intelligence work and was well versed in the bounties on pirates. Bring a team to identify them. Those with bounties are to be detained, while the rest shall be taken back to the celestial dragons. At the mention of the celestial dragons, the pirates trembled in fear. Many among them had ventured out to sea precisely due to the oppressive rule of the celestial dragons. Smog pointed at the item, exclaiming, Send this over as well. Zifa couldn't help but commend the idea. It was indeed a brilliant one. For the defiant pirates, death was not a frightening prospect. They had long since reconciled themselves to that fate. However, the prospect of becoming a slave was an entirely different matter, one far more unbearable than death itself. He had often heard that pirate slaves were particularly prized among the celestial dragons, as they were subjected to relentless torment. Thus, delivering them to the celestial dragons could be seen as a fitting justice for the wicked. Smog, that scoundrel, is nothing short of a devil. Nevertheless, he executed his task splendidly. The following dawn, the warship hurriedly returned to Pumissima Island several hours ahead of schedule. Bancroft, having just awakened, sat aboard the vessel, feeling rather listless. Why must a celestial dragon such as myself wait for a naval officer? Someone, go to the island and capture 100 slaves. I demanded at once. Just as he finished his command, a guard burst in. Lord Bancroft, Black-Armed Zephyr has returned. HM? Returned. Bancroft was taken aback. And after a brief contemplation, thought, very well, since he has arrived, assist me in getting out of bed. By the time he was up, the warship was already dragging a string of pirate ships back. On the dock lay several hundred pirates, sprawled in disarray, though battered and bruised. It was evident that each one possessed a robust physique, marking them as prime specimens. Smoker was relentlessly striking Bender, delivering slap after slap, leaving him with a bloodied mouth. Upon returning to the dock, memories of AOL surged within him, igniting a fire that he could not suppress, and he began to mercilessly beat Bender once more. Zephyr showed no inclination to intervene. After all, his beloved disciple was being subjected to torment. Had he not feared losing control and accidentally delivering a fatal blow? Smoker would have never had the opportunity to unleash his wrath. Witnessing Smoker's assault on Bender, Bancroft's eyes sparkled with delight instead of anger. Excellent. Remarkable. The fact that he survived such punishment truly marked him as a superior slave. When the celestial dragon approached, Smoker finally ceased his assault and approached Zephyr to greet them. We present our respects to St. Bancroft. Ah, is this what you have procured? Zephyr nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Smoker, please provide your report. Smog stepped forward. Thanks to your efforts, the Navy has apprehended a total of 447 pirates, including the captain, Bender, and the first mate, all of whom have been captured. We have meticulously filtered out 307 pirates who bear no disabilities, and they are all present here. You may select suitable individuals from among them to serve as slaves. Bancroft laughed heartily. Well, splendid, splendid. It appears your Navy possesses some utility after all. As he spoke, he surveyed the pirates with keen interest, sending shivers down their spines. Taking advantage of the moment, Smog stepped forward. Esteemed St. Bancroft, I observe that the slaves aboard your vessel have become exceedingly weakened, utterly unworthy of your esteemed status. Might it be prudent to replace them entirely with new slaves? Upon your return to the Holy Land, you shall undoubtedly hold your head high before others. While Bancroft was indifferent to various matters, the notion of elevating his stature ignited a spark in his eyes. You speak wisely. Summon Jernica. Jernica approached, responding. Your servant is here. Slay all the slaves on the ship. Clear the way for the new ones. Smog hurried forward. My lord, allow me to handle this matter. I can ensure they vanish without a trace, sparing your ship from any bloodshed. Bancroft, indifferent to the urgency, merely nodded. Very well, proceed, he replied. Dismissing the matter and turning his attention to selecting slaves, Guernica stepped forward. Colonel Smog, the handling of slaves requires constant oversight from CP. Smoker smiled faintly. No problem. I shall faithfully execute the divine command. Jernica nodded and arranged for the handover of the slaves. In the presence of CP, all the slaves lamented as they sank into darkness, while the new captives were adorned with collars. There was a minor interlude. There were only 200 collars available. Yet there were over 300 pirates, and thus Bancroft desired them all. The Navy, including Smoker, found themselves in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of how to proceed. However, CP, with their seasoned experience, swiftly transformed a pirate ship into a prison vessel, accommodating the surplus slaves within. Initially, Smoker felt uneasy, concerned that a pirate uprising might disturb the celestial dragons and implicate him. Yet, upon witnessing CP's efficiency, he swiftly realized his overthinking. 2 CP agents dragged Bender into a dark chamber, and half an hour later, he was returned. It was unclear what methods had been employed, but when he emerged, Bender was utterly shattered, weeping profusely. Smog was greatly astonished. In the past, during his campaigns against pirates, he had encountered obstinate individuals like Bender, who were unrepentant to the core. However, under the influence of CP, they were instantaneously reduced to mere noodles. CP employed their tactics with precision, paying special attention to a few rebellious spirits, while the remaining pirates became more docile than rabbits. Smoker couldn't help but express his admiration. Truly, every profession has its own expertise. Observing the stoic Jernica standing nearby, Smoker approached with a mischievous grin. I hear they call you Jern? The identities of CP agents are cloaked in secrecy, and while it is known that he met his unfortunate demise at the hands of Kaido, one must still feign ignorance. Jernica cast a fleeting glance at Smoker, remaining reticent. Smog, undeterred, continued with an unabashed demeanor. I wish to inquire about a professional matter. Guernica was taken aback. What? What is the typical price for a slave? Guernica was somewhat surprised. Indeed, what an eager learner this naval officer is. Upon reflection, this question did not pertain to any confidential matters, and there was no need for concealment. The price for an ordinary slave ranges from 200,000 to 300,000 berries. More exceptional individuals, such as dancers or pirates, are valued at approximately 500,000. Rare species slaves, such as the long-armed tribe or fishmen, are generally worth double that of ordinary slaves. The most expensive are the giants and merfolk, their prices exceeding that of ordinary slaves by over 100-fold. Smoke nodded, realizing the situation. When Luffy arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, the price of an ordinary slave was approximately 500,000 berries. It seems that over the years, prices have doubled. Smoker posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. What about the bounty criminals? How is the bounty calculated? Guernica was taken aback. This individual was exhibiting an unexpected depth of thought. The price of a bounty slave is determined by the market value plus the bounty. Naturally, if the individual is a notorious pirate, the price may increase even further. But why? Smoker queried. Isn't it counterintuitive that a higher bounty on a slave would lead to greater losses? It's all about face. Money is no object for the celestial dragons. What matters is maintaining their dignity, do you understand? I see now, I stand corrected. By the way, Guernica, could you share your contact information? Initially, Guernica intended to refuse outright. However, recalling the celestial dragon's seemingly favorable impression of Smoker, he hesitated and ultimately decided to provide his contact details. Smoker expressed his gratitude and took his leave. The thought of those bounty pirates filled him with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The celestial dragons, in their endeavor to train new slaves, lingered for a few more days. Smoker frequently sauntered before the celestial dragons or engaged in idle conversation with Guernica. On the fourth day, under the watchful eyes of the entire navy, the vessel of the celestial dragons slowly departed from Pumissima Island. A collective sigh of relief echoed among all. Even the navy, in the face of the capricious celestial dragons, felt as though they were confronting an insurmountable challenge. To accompany a ruler is akin to walking alongside a tiger. To be in the presence of a mindless sovereign is even more perilous. The women and children hidden in the mountains could finally return to their homes. Uncertain whether the world government had left any spies behind, Smoker refrained from releasing the wounded. Their future on Pumissima Island was no longer feasible, so it was wiser to relocate them entirely. It was rumored that Zane had just conquered a sparsely populated non-allied nation, making it an opportune destination for their resettlement. Though the endeavor of pioneering was arduous, survival was paramount. The townsfolk gathered before the warship, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Zifa and the Navy. However, their gazes towards Smoker were laced with complexity. Though he was their savior, sparing them from the agony of enslavement, he had also ruthlessly taken the lives of several hundred wounded, leaving an undercurrent of fear and anger in their hearts. Of course, Smoker had no intention of offering any explanations. With the sound of a steam whistle, the warship set sail. After Smoker had arranged everything, he returned to the command room, where Zephyr had been waiting. "You little rascal, hand over those damn fine cigars." Smog was momentarily taken aback, having just witnessed a tragic event. Where several comrades had sacrificed their lives, he was surprised to see Zifa immediately turn his thoughts to tobacco and alcohol. Was his ability to adjust his mindset so swift? Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Zifa had battled pirates his entire life, and he had undoubtedly witnessed far worse than the calamity at Pumissima Island. He had seen countless horrors. As for the fallen comrades, it was likely that even several ships could not account for them. Perhaps he had grown numb to the loss. "You little rascal, do you intend to claim it all for yourself?" Smog, regaining his composure, inquired, "What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Do you think I am unaware? You have taken all the treasure chest of the Toothfang pirates. I shan't bother asking about the rest, for revealing them would merely benefit the celestial dragons. However, the tobacco and liquor shall not be allowed to fall solely into your hands." Smoker awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Well." Despite his efforts to remain discreet, he had not managed to conceal anything from Zephyr. He retrieved a gilded box and handed it to Zephyr. Upon opening it, Zephyr was greeted by the sight of dozens of cigars, and a rich aroma of tobacco wafted towards him. With an expression of pure enjoyment, he took a deep breath. "Ah, in this lifetime, this is my sole indulgence." Eagerly, he clipped one and lit it, then began to exhale clouds of smoke. "Smoker, why do you desire the contact information of that agent? What schemes are you concocting?" Smoker did not respond directly. Instead, he began to speak of other matters. Teacher Zephyr, it seems we are due for graduation, are we not? Zephyr paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it has been 5 years in the blink of an eye. However, rest assured, with your and Tina's capabilities, graduation will be a mere formality. At this point, Smoker's strength had long surpassed that of a typical student. He even eclipsed the majority of instructors, with only the swordsmanship prodigy, Zaro, and the hockey genius, Kaki, being able to rival him. Such talent was no less remarkable than that of the formidable Akainu, Bonnie, Kazan, and Monkey D. Dragon in their prime. Moreover, Smoker, through sheer determination, had transformed the elite Navy expansion class into an entirely new base, 161. The other students were also fervently striving, their abilities far exceeding expectations. Smog intended to reach for a fine cigar, but Zephyr swiftly snatched it away, clearly intent on indulging alone. Smog, feeling helpless, could only take out an ordinary cigar, light it, and take a deep puff, exhaling the smoke slowly. My concern lies not in graduation, but in what lies ahead. Zephyr paused, bewildered, and asked, "What do you mean?" Smog let out a sigh. "After our graduation, we will be assigned to various branches, won't we? Being from a base myself, I am acutely aware that the current branches are exceedingly impoverished, and the conditions at the lower bases are even more dire." Zephyr's expression darkened as he nodded helplessly. The Navy headquarters, of course, is not lacking in funds. They have manpower, vessels, and equipment in abundance. Logically speaking, with the demise of the Golden Lion, the Navy headquarters should be able to swiftly eliminate any formidable pirate, provided their full strength is deployed. However, the issue lies in the constraints imposed by the world government on the deployment of the Navy headquarters forces. In order to safeguard the holy land of Mariawa, the Navy headquarters has constructed countless artillery emplacements and towers, stockpiling vast quantities of ammunition. The world government has further mandated that the Navy headquarters must always retain more than half of its combat capacity. Consequently, while Mariawa is rendered secure, a significant portion of the headquarters might has become mere window dressing. This has resulted in a situation where, when the Navy ventures into the seas, they find themselves shrinking back in the face of powerful pirates. Yet, if those same pirates were to assault the Navy headquarters, the outcome would be nothing short of catastrophic. A prime example is the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. 7 years ago, the Golden Lion brazenly infiltrated the Navy headquarters, only to be captured and imprisoned and impelled down. The headquarters suffered losses of merely a few hundred soldiers, a handful of warships, and some structures. Years later, the Whitebeard pirates mounted a fierce assault on the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, Garp, Akiji, and Kizuru fought tooth and nail, while the 7 warlords either betrayed them or merely observed. Amidst the chaos, Blackbeard stirred the pot. Ultimately, they returned empty-handed. Had it not been for the intervention of Shanks, they might have faced total annihilation. Presently, the Navy headquarters configuration is severely imbalanced, exhibiting low offensive capability, high defense, but lacking agility. Though they are the sovereigns of the sea, they pose no threat to the formidable pirates of the New World. The world government allocates funds based on the overall needs of the Navy. However, a substantial portion of these funds is squandered on fortifying the headquarters defenses without purpose, leaving the branches and bases in dire straits. The stronger branches can barely maintain their territory, struggling to avoid chaos, while the weaker ones toil endlessly, desperately trying to manage crises, risking being overwhelmed in the process. They simply cannot capture anyone. Smoker's gaze was resolute. Justice is not merely an ideal of pure and lofty aspirations. It requires substantial financial backing. I wish to explore the possibility of the Navy being able to self-fund. What? Zephyr exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet. Absolutely not. I will not permit it. As a former admiral, he understood all too well that if the Navy were allowed to pursue its own finances, it would undoubtedly become exceedingly prosperous. Whether it involved aiding allied nations in quelling insurgents, seeking the lost treasures of pirates, or collecting protection fees, vast sums of money could be amassed in a short span of time. However, the core issue lies with the world government, which would never allow such a thing. Military funding serves as a leash to control the Navy, and they would never permit the Navy to gain the capability to break free from their grasp. During his tenure as an admiral, openly confronting them would have tarnished the government's reputation. Thus, they refrained from direct action, opting instead to target his family. But if it were Smoker, they would show no hesitation whatsoever. He would not allow his beloved disciple to tread the same treacherous path. Smoker waved his hand. Teacher Zephyr, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. I am aware that the government would never permit us to acquire funding. But what if this money were to come from the celestial dragons? Zephyr was taken aback. The celestial dragons. Indeed, Smoker nodded. Bancroft has continually lamented that the slaves are too feeble, reflecting poorly on him. I was contemplating that in the future, when we capture pirates, we could sell them directly as slaves to him. The Navy, upon apprehending pirates, cannot claim the bounty. However, if we sell them to the celestial dragons, we could incorporate that into the price. I have inquired, and it turns out that pirate slaves are significantly stronger, thus more sought after. More importantly, acquiring one pirate slave could mean the reduction of at least 10 civilian slaves. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr nodded in understanding. I see. By targeting the bounty, and with the payment coming from the celestial dragons, the government would indeed have no grounds for objection. The world government allocates military funding to the Navy according to specific protocols. At the beginning of the year, they disburse a basic budget. This portion is largely fixed and is intended for the Navy's sustenance, the maintenance of bases and vessels, and the development of weaponry and equipment. The funds are allocated at the start of the year and must be utilized by year's end. At year's end, additional operational funds are provided, with a significant portion reserved for bounties. Since bounties are unpredictable, the Navy must initially cover these costs, tallying the total at year-end to seek reimbursement from the government. Bounty hunters can claim their rewards upon apprehending wanted criminals, but the Navy cannot convert captured bounties into cash. Consequently, hundreds of billions in bounties are wasted each year. Therefore, Smoker intends to turn this situation around. Selling wanted criminals to the celestial dragons would surely yield generous compensation. Once in the hands of the celestial dragons, slaves do not tend to survive long. Typically, once they perish, they are simply discarded. This kind of waste is utterly intolerable. Smog and Guernica reached an agreement whereby he would gather the bodies of slaves to present to Smog. In the world of pirates, a bounty is only lifted upon death or imprisonment. Becoming a slave does not alter one's status. Thus, Smog planned to sell them at a discounted rate to bounty hunters, reaping a second profit. As for Guernica, he certainly would not engage in such dealings without personal gain. This individual is far from being devoid of ambition. The ability to provide high-quality slaves for the celestial dragons represents a remarkable achievement, one that holds significant allure for him. Smog offered a faint smile. Sooner or later, the other celestial dragons would come to realize that those who would collaborate with us would extend beyond just Bancroft. At that juncture, even if the government were to oppose us, the celestial dragons themselves would undoubtedly intervene without our prompting. Zephyr nodded thoughtfully. What you propose indeed holds potential. Yet the Navy's involvement remains. Smoker, we could cultivate agents, or perhaps establish an underground Navy to undertake this task. Zephyr pondered for a moment. Allow me to consider. By the way, since you are about to graduate, may I inquire which base you wish to join? Smog smiled faintly. The Sabaody Archipelago. To be honest, Zephyr is quite fond of my idea. However, this matter cannot be decided by him alone. Smog, do not rush into this. Allow me to confer with Sengoku and Tsuru first. Once we have made the necessary preparations, you may proceed. Smoker, the Sabaody Archipelago must be rife with slave traders, right? We could infiltrate and gather intelligence. Absolutely not. The Sabaody Archipelago is too close to the Navy headquarters. Do you think the disciplinary forces are ineffectual? Zephyr's expression darkened. Do not let a bit of cleverness lead to arrogance. If you persist, you will surely be apprehended within 10 days. Smoker found himself at a loss for words. Zephyr, your plan is merely feasible. It is still far from being fully developed. Without the assent of Sengoku and Tsuru, we cannot proceed. Smog furrowed his brow, pondering. What if they refuse? Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry about that. Carp, Sengoku, Little Crane, and I have known each other since our days as recruits. There are few from our cohort still alive, and the bond we share is beyond your imagination. Allow me to be candid with you, to prevent you from making any unwise decisions. Smoker, what? Firstly, none of us harbor any affection for the world government. The sole reason Sengoku holds the position of admiral is merely his ability to put on a facade. What? Smoker was genuinely taken aback. Secondly, the government does not place its trust in us. It has infiltrated the Navy with numerous agents. There have even been instances where an entire naval squad was composed solely of spies. forcing the then most promising naval prodigy, endowed with the finest lineage and unparalleled combat prowess, to abandon the Navy. Moreover, even within the upper echelons of the Navy, there are informants. When I initially proposed the idea of self-funding military expenses, I encountered unforeseen complications. There were scarcely a handful of individuals present at that meeting. Smoker, have you not conducted an investigation? Zifa shook his head in helplessness. I have investigated, but there are no traces. In terms of intelligence, the Navy is indeed vastly inferior to CP. Thirdly, and most importantly, this matter must not be disclosed to Admiral Kong in the slightest. Smog. Compared to the rest of us, the Air Marshal is undoubtedly a government loyalist, adhering strictly to governmental commands. Isn't the warlord also obedient to orders? Haha, but that's different. We can't all disregard the government, can we? The warlord is the one who takes the blame. After all, he is the least capable among us. Smoker was taken aback. The strength of Fleet Admiral Sengoku is deemed the weakest. It is not surprising that Garp could triumph over Sengoku. After all, he is a singular hero of the Navy. It is not entirely implausible that Zifa could prevail as well. But Hina winning, that is indeed astonishing. No wonder she could chase the audacious and alluring Doflamingo like a wild chicken. Zifa, who mentioned strength? What are you comparing then? Alcohol. How could Lieutenant Commander Hina possibly outdrink you all? At that time, the three of us were utterly intoxicated, and it was she who dragged us back. Following this conversation, both Smoker and Zifa tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the matter of pirates and profit. This mission has been fraught with twists and turns. Although we encountered the detestable celestial dragons, fortunately, they bore no ill will towards the Navy. On the way back, everyone seemed considerably more relaxed, and even Zifa's demeanor had softened significantly. However, tranquility was soon shattered by an urgent report. A Navy communications officer approached Smoker, delivering a classified order. Smoker, upon finishing, exhibited a look of astonishment. The correspondent offered a salute. Colonel Smoker, please proceed immediately to Admiral Zifa's vessel. Understood. Smoker boarded Zephyr's flagship with purposeful strides, entering the command room with an air of authority. While Zephyr may often prefer the comfort and ease of Smoker's vessel, it is undeniable that in terms of strength and sophistication, Zephyr's warship reigns supreme. Smoker is merely a colonel, limited to commanding medium-sized warships that carry over 100 personnel. In contrast, Zephyr, as a general, commands a colossal battleship fully equipped for 1,000 crew members. When executing the Demon Hunt order, it is imperative to assemble vessels of such caliber. To command such ships, one must at the very least hold the rank of a seasoned vice admiral. At this moment, the command room was filled to capacity. Typically, a general would be accompanied by several vice admirals during a deployment, but Zephyr, on this occasion, was merely training new recruits and thus brought along only a handful of instructors. After a brief interlude, everyone had arrived. Zephyr declared, "All right, let us commence. Nautice, please present the situation." Nautice, a rear admiral adorned with sunglasses, acknowledged with a yes and approached the podium with a stack of papers. Ladies and gentlemen, a significant event transpired recently, which remained unreported due to its confidential nature. However, now that the matter has concluded and is pertinent to our forthcoming mission, I will inform you accordingly. 11 days prior, a coalition of notorious pirates within the New World, each boasting bounties exceeding 1 billion, conspired to form an alliance with the intention of establishing a formidable pirate fleet. What? Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room, with only Zephyr remaining composed. A bounty of 1 billion. Pirates of such caliber would render even an ordinary vice admiral powerless. Only a general, employing a strategy of overwhelming force, could hope to contend with them. Now, allow me to introduce these pirates. Nautice affixed several wanted posters to the board. The instigator is the leader of Hive Island, the Pirate King, Ji, a user of the island fruit, with a bounty of 1,832 billion berries. The second faction is the Treasure Hunter Pirates, captained by John, a user of the bomb fruit, with a bounty of 1,318 billion berries, and his first mate, Silver Axe Hongshan, a user of the silver fruit, with a bounty of 1,001 billion berries. The third faction is the Annihilation Pirates, led by the destroyer, Cruz, a remnant of the former Golden Lion Pirates, a user of the Smash fruit, with a bounty of 1,001 billion berries. His first mate is the former queen of the Amazon Lily, Flameflower, reputed to possess the strongest haki among female pirates, with a bounty of 1.2 billion berries. A collective gasp resonated through the naval ranks. Should they successfully unite, this fleet would boast 5 pirates of the billion bounty echelon. Even a general might find it challenging to confront them. Gazing at the wanted posters, Smoker stroked his chin. This resembles a reunion of the Rocks pirates. However, it is noteworthy that the introduction deliberately omitted any mention of Rocks, seemingly intent on concealing his existence. Smokey raised his hand in a gesture of inquiry. What has transpired in the days since that fateful event? For pirates, betrayal is a commonplace occurrence. Surely this alliance will not proceed smoothly? Indeed, you are correct, Nodus exclaimed as he snapped another photograph. The formidable pirate, Big Mom, harbored concerns that their alliance might pose a threat to her dominion, thus revealing the details of their meeting to the Navy. A wave of astonishment swept through the ranks of the Navy below. Smog silently raised his thumb in approval. Truly impressive, Andy. Although the matter has come to a conclusion, it is said that with the involvement of the Ant, the Navy remains quite tense. Many began to impatiently urge for more information. Major General Nodus, what is the current situation? Please continue. Spare us the suspense, you Mediterranean bean-eyed fellow. Have Mr. Carp or Admiral Sengoku been dispatched? With 5 notorious pirates joining forces, it would be unthinkable not to deploy an admiral. For these past few days, Zifa has been with them. It is clear that the fleet admiral would not take action personally, leaving only Sengoku and Carp available for deployment. Nodus shook his head. The fleet admiral initially intended for Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp to act together, ensuring that not a single pirate would escape. However, Admiral Sengoku declined, and instead, a contingent of vice admirals was sent. What? Vice admirals? That's impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. I would stand on my head and defecate if a vice admiral could handle this. A cacophony erupted from the audience. Against such adversaries, a mere glance could eliminate a vice admiral. Sending in vice admirals would only resort to a strategy of overwhelming numbers, resulting in incalculable casualties. If a significant number of Navy personnel were captured, the situation would escalate even further. Just days ago, pirates assaulted a member nation, capturing 500 soldiers. Had it not been for the intervention of the world government, the outcome could have been dire. Nodus seemed oblivious to the crowd's reaction, continuing with his report. The headquarters had dispatched 3 fleets, each led by Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Bonacerino, and Kazan. Upon hearing these names, a wave of understanding swept through the audience, accompanied by exclamations of, "So that's how it is." Although these 3 vice admirals were relatively young and their strength did not quite match that of the admirals, they were certainly capable of outclassing ordinary vice admirals by a considerable margin. Smog narrowed his eyes. They're joining forces? The scene is indeed grand. However, given that the battlefield is at sea, with the enemy dispersed and the objective being total annihilation, it is ultimately safer for a commander to lead the charge. It seems that Sengoku and Garp are paving the way for these 3. He raised his hand. Major General Nodus, what is the final outcome of the battle? Also, what is our mission? Nodus nodded. Do not rush. I shall inform you shortly. He tapped the bounty notice on the board. Now, I will announce the final battle report. Rear Admiral Sakazuki engaged the initiator of the Pirate Alliance, Wang Zhi, the Lord of Pirate Island. Wang Zhi, centered around Honeycomb Island, has influence that spans over a dozen surrounding nations. In this war, although Wang Zhi was defeated, he successfully retreated to Honeycomb Island, yet all external forces have been eradicated, and his formidable subordinates have perished. They are now completely trapped on Honeycomb Island. Rear Admiral Bonacerino confronted the Wombat pirates, with Captain John and Silver Axe severely wounded in their escape. Nevertheless, Rear Admiral Bonacerino has seized their life cards. During the pursuit, the life cards of both men disappeared in succession, confirming their demise. As for Rear Admiral Kazan, there was an unexpected turn of events. He had originally cornered the shattered pirate crew, but due to intelligence issues, the main subordinates managed to escape. Smoker silently clicked his tongue. It appeared that 3 rear admirals had been dispatched, but in reality, all 3 admirals were mobilized. This band of pirates had certainly lost with a semblance of dignity. The only perplexing aspect was why Kazan had faltered. While the damage inflicted by the ice-ice fruit might not compare to that of the other 2, its crowd control capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. After an ice age, who could possibly escape? Could it be that this mission was somehow related to him? Indeed. Nodus confirmed Smoker's suspicions. The reason for Rear Admiral Kazan's defeat was due to the captain of the destroyer pirates, Crusher Crocodile, having recently acquired a devil fruit. The Paramecia-type crusher fruit possesses the ability to shatter any solid object it touches. He had obliterated Rear Admiral Kazan's icy barrier and escaped from the encirclement. He had now reached the first half of the Grand Line, alarmingly close to us. At that moment, Zephyr rose to his feet. Listen up, everyone. Update on Crocodile's intelligence. The destroyer pirates, led by Captain Crusher Crocodile, wielder of the crusher fruit, with a bounty of 6,711 billion berries. Our mission is to apprehend this individual. Do you understand? Everyone stood up and shouted in unison, understood. The warship cut through the waves with all hands on high alert. A pirate with a bounty in the billions could easily topple nations. Even Zephyr had set aside any frivolity, observing the towering figure at the bow of the ship. Smoker approached, Zephyr-sensei. This is the first time these kids have encountered such a powerful pirate, isn't it? How do they feel? Smog lit a cigarette for both Zephyr and himself, admitting that it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't nervous. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about what a billion-strong pirate crew would truly be like. Smog's current strength has significantly increased compared to 2 years ago. However, to be candid, I still lack confidence when confronted with pirates of such caliber. Zifa chuckled lightly, reassuring, there is no need for anxiety. Crocodile's bounty is, in fact, inflated. This individual, once an officer in the Golden Lion Pirates, may not possess Shiki's ambition. It has mastered his insidiousness and cruelty to perfection. This scoundrel frequently conceals his identity to launch attacks on the Navy and innocent civilians, even impersonating naval officers to assault allied nations, which accounts for his exorbitant bounty. Smog was taken aback, recalling yet another pirate who amassed bountiful rewards through the slaughter of innocents. Based on my understanding of him, even with the power of the smash fruit, he could not possibly escape from Kazan's grasp. It is likely the handiwork of the Flame Flower. Flame Flower? Ah, yes, a key member of the Rocks Pirates and the former emperor of Amazon Lily. In terms of hockey, she is formidable enough to rival an admiral. She is indeed the strongest asset of the Annihilation Pirates. Flame Flower, what a formidable figure. Smog inhaled sharply, astonished. The little old lady depicted in the comic possesses such a remarkable history. What ultimately became of the Flame Flower? That detail was conspicuously absent in the earlier intelligence. Zephyr took a drag from his cigarette and replied curtly, she escaped. Smog was taken aback. That comical old woman is so formidable. Originally, the Flame Flower intended to hold off Kazan alone in an effort to shield the entire pirate crew's escape. Unexpectedly, that scoundrel, Crocodile, abandoned his comrades and fled with his subordinates, leaving the Flame Flower to escape alone. This woman possesses an exceptional talent for evasion and gathering intelligence. Once she conceals herself, even the Navy would find it impossible to locate her. Fortunately, she does not seek trouble, and it appears that the world government has other plans, thus allowing her to remain unperturbed for the time being. Currently, the sole focus is on Crocodile. Smog nodded, acknowledging the situation. By the way, Zephyr stroked his chin. Leave this to me. I too wish to stretch my limbs. For days prior, in the New World, on a remote island, the once tranquil sea surface suddenly erupted with bubbles. Moments later, a colossal sea creature surfaced, its body drenched in blood, eyes glazed over in death. Upon the corpse lay a breathless woman, struggling to turn over. Though not young, she retained a graceful figure and striking features. With a blue serpent coiled around her, she was the youthful Flame Flower. After a considerable struggle, Flame Flower managed to rise, peeling back her garments to reveal extensive frostbite. I can no longer deny my age. Even a mere vice admiral has inflicted such grievous wounds upon me. Her expression shifted to one of anger. Damn you, Kurizumi. You and Shiki are cut from the same cloth. She slowly rose and surveyed her surroundings. At this distance, the Navy is unlikely to find me. I shall rest on this island for a while. Days earlier, she had engaged in a fierce battle with Kazan, in a bid to protect her comrades. She had forcibly used her haki to fend off Kazan's abilities. Despite her exceptional mastery of haki, she sustained serious injuries. At that moment, a sea creature happened to swim by, and she hastily took refuge within its mouth, concealing her presence and thus managing to escape. For several days, the sea creature floated upon the waves, while Flame Flower clung to her resolve. Just as her strength began to wane, she spotted an island and ultimately forced the sea creature to surface. Sensing no enemies on the island with her observation haki, she gracefully leapt ashore, limping deeper into the island until she found a cave to rest. Time passed, and she was abruptly awakened by the sound of cries and shouts. Haha. Our luck is splendid. These 3 little girls are quite charming. They should fetch a handsome price. Please, I beg you spare us. Let me go, you scoundrel. I shall never be a slave again. Ha ha ha. Your pleas mean nothing. The cacophony irritated Flame Flower, who steadied herself against the rocky wall and stepped outside. There stood 7 or 8 burly men, likely pirates or human traffickers. Nearby, 3 young girls, one with black hair, another with blonde, and the last with green, were appealingly attractive, explaining their predicament. However, Flame Flower felt no inclination to rescue them. As a pirate herself, she had witnessed countless children perish before her. Compassion was a luxury she could not afford. At that moment, she yearned only for these ruffians to depart so she could return to her slumber. Get lost, you punks. The men, initially oblivious to the cave's presence, were startled by the sudden appearance of Flame Flower. Yet upon seeing her delicate and weakened form, their rationality was swiftly consumed by greed. Well, what luck! Capturing this woman should also yield a good price. A man grinned maliciously as he pressed a knife against the throat of the fiery flower. My dear lady, you possess an audacious spirit, albeit a rather foolish one. Come along with us, willingly. The fiery flower grasped the blade, crumpling it as though it were mere scrap paper. The assailants yelped in terror, pleading for mercy. We'll leave right away. We were wrong. We were wrong. As they begged for forgiveness, they viciously dragged the small girl by her hair. The blonde girl cried out. It hurts. Let go, please. The green-haired girl added, I beg you, save us. The fiery flower merely regarded them with a cold stare, despite her own frailty. As dizziness washed over her, she felt reluctant to expend her energy on rescuing others. With a shake of her head, she turned to depart. Seeing this, despair flickered in the eyes of the 2 girls. The most stubborn and fierce black-haired girl continued to resist fiercely. You scoundrels! The 9 snake pirates will not let you go. 9 snake! The fiery flower froze, turning back with urgency. At that moment, the heart of the destroyer, Crus, was steeped in melancholy. He lit a cigarette and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. My life has truly been a tumultuous journey. In his youth, he had joined the legendary Rocks Pirates, relishing a period of unrestrained freedom upon the seas due to his affiliation. After enduring until the age of 35, he was poised for promotion, only for the old captain to lose his sanity. In a fit of tears, the captain led an assault on God Valley, only to be thwarted by Garp and Roger, resulting in the disintegration of the Rocks Pirates. Fortunately, the formidable Shiki inherited most of Rock's legacy and established the infamous Flying Pirate crew. Seizing the opportunity, Crus joined, leveraging past connections to ascend to the role of department manager. Years passed, and he finally became a senior officer, ready to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Yet, following Roger's capture, the captain once again succumbed to madness, charging recklessly into the Navy headquarters, only to be subdued by Garp and Sengoku, leading to the disbanding of the Flying Pirate crew. After enduring 2 rounds of upheaval, Crus gained wisdom. When the mountains fall, the reliance on them crumbles, and depending on others leads to abandonment. Working for someone else is inferior to being one's own boss. Thus, seizing the moment when the Flying Pirate crew was leaderless, he gathered a following to form his own pirate crew. He even recruited the Fiery Flower, a figure of strength and experience, to be his ship's captain. In recent years, he had navigated the new world with relative ease. Though he fell short of the prowess of his former leaders, he had nonetheless established himself as a formidable pirate. Not long ago, his dear brother Wang Ji extended an invitation, suggesting that, as fellow offspring of Rocks, they unite to strengthen their ranks and recreate past glories. At that moment, he was captivated. An alliance among the 5 great pirates, bolstered by additional recruits and territorial gains, could indeed revive the splendor of Rocks. Little did he anticipate that before the alliance could be formalized, the news would be leaked by none other than Big Mom, another member of Rocks. Unexpectedly, the Navy did not deploy a general but sent out a vice admiral, who mercilessly dealt with himself. Were it not for the formidable assistance of his father, the Flame Flower, who single-handedly held back that nature-type vice admiral, and had he not recently acquired the devil fruit, he would have likely found himself in impelled down tightening screws. After enduring a series of setbacks, Cruz finally comprehended that the new world was ill-suited for him. Rather than engaging in a relentless struggle here, why not reign as a local sovereign in paradise? Thus, he set sail, enlisting the maritime king and expending considerable resources to transport himself to paradise. Here, a pirate of the billion level is akin to a deity. Yet, tragedy struck once again. No sooner had he arrived than a warship locked its sights on him. initially intending to approach the ship directly. He was dismayed to find that the figure standing at the bow was none other than Zephyr. Cruz was taken aback, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. As for resistance, it was a joke. Battling him was far less appealing than returning to confront that nature-type adversary. Thus, the Navy and pirates engaged in a relentless game of chase, fleeing far and wide. Captain, Captain. A pirate rushed to him. The warship was too swift. They couldn't shake it off. Cruz regained his composure. His mood soured further. Damn it. Was there an island nearby? To the 11 o'clock direction, there was an uninhabited archipelago, reachable in roughly 3 hours. That would do. He changed course. He would confront them on the island. Encountering a vice admiral was unfortunate enough. Yet, the opponent was not a devil fruit user, while he was. Therefore, avoiding a maritime confrontation was prudent. Otherwise, a single punch from the opponent could send him to feed the fish. It seemed that several high-ranking naval officers favored this approach. First, smash the ship. Then capture the person. This was truly unbearable. Soon, the fractured pirate crew arrived at the deserted island. Although Cruz felt despondent, he still rallied his subordinates with great vigor to face the foe. Just as he assumed a defensive stance, Zephyr's warship arrived. Zephyr, accompanied by a cadre of sailors, descended and eyed the opposing pirates with a grin. Although he knew it was unnecessary, he still felt compelled to inquire, "Does anyone wish to surrender?" The reply was a cannon fire, cannonballs hurtling towards Zephyr's face. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, making no move, but a naval swordsman suddenly stepped forward, deflecting the cannonball with a glint of his sword, shattering it into countless fragments. An impressive response. Zephyr appeared quite pleased. For him, capturing was far less troublesome than persuading to surrender. Cruz's heart sank. Which scoundrel fired that cannon? At this point, there was no retreat. On the Navy's side, Nadas was rapidly relaying intelligence about the opposing pirates. The Demon Hand, Plow, bounty of 484 million. The Stealthy Belhan, bounty of 220 million. The Butcher, Changya, bounty of 181 million. The notorious pirate, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, has a bounty of 70 million. Moreover, it is no surprise that this is the flagship of the Annihilation Pirates. Though the crew is not numerous, the proportion of wanted criminals aboard is indeed substantial. Kill! Cruz roared, as the pirates charged madly toward the Navy. Zephyr raised his hand, prompting the naval forces to advance as well, while he himself fixed his gaze intently on Cruz. With both hands emanating a radiant white light, Cruz pressed down onto the ground. Shatter domain. The earth instantly fractured, transforming the once smooth terrain into a chaotic scatter of soil, causing many Navy members to stumble and nearly fall. Smoker, initially lurking in the background, exhibited a quintessential attitude of minimal effort. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. This ability is quite impressive. Ever since he acquired the power to strip others of their abilities with the smoke fruit, he has been afflicted by an insatiable urge to pursue any promising fruit he encounters. Zephyr remarked, "Interesting," before charging forward, swiftly reaching Cruz. Startled, Cruz condensed white energy around his hand to seize Zephyr's wrist. The white energy erupted, instantly reducing the surrounding earth, stone, and vegetation to mere powder. Yet, Zephyr's wrist remained unscathed beneath the protection of his armament hockey. A commendable ability. Alas, you were too weak. Zephyr landed a punch to Cruz's abdomen, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood, along with a portion of the fish he had consumed the previous day. However, Zephyr's strike seemed to awaken Cruz's ferocity, prompting him to attack recklessly. Zephyr deftly blocked his blows, seizing the opportunity to deliver several more punches, ultimately bringing Cruz to his knees. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Zephyr had no intention of continuing his assault. This was a rare opportunity for practical combat. It was essential to allow the younger generation to hone their skills. Suddenly, a figure leaped high into the air, transforming into a crane as it soared into the distance. Not only the Navy, but even the pirates were taken aback. Is that coward Gulen? Gulen is an ability user. Cruz lay on the ground, equally bewildered. Sensing something amiss, Zephyr placed a foot firmly on Cruz's face. Speak. What is the meaning of this? I don't know. Gulen just joined the pirate crew recently. He is usually useless, and I've never heard of him being an ability user. I'll go after him. Seizing the moment while others were still processing the situation, Smoker leaped high, employing Moonwalk to pursue. No. Zephyr urgently intervened. How could Moonwalk catch up to a flying ability? Yet, upon reconsideration, He thought that Smoker would return if he couldn't catch up, and thus dismissed the matter. Smoker pursued Guron with a moonwalk, initially managing to keep pace. But soon the distance began to widen. As Guron approached the verge of escaping the archipelago, Smoker hastily raised his hand. Dark water. Guron felt an immense force tugging at him, his body weighed down as if dragged by a colossal boulder. Glancing back, he discovered Smoker's interference, which filled him with both anger and urgency. This scoundrel was causing chaos. Should he continue to fly, they would undoubtedly plummet into the sea together. Thus, he made a swift decision, landing heavily on the ground and casting a cold glare at Smoker. Smog also descended, casting a gaze at the other with a semblance of a smile, as if amused yet enigmatic. Smog fixed his gaze upon Guron, taking a drag from his cigarette. Observing the reactions of that band of pirates, it was evident they were oblivious to your powers. Just who are you? What brings you into the ranks of the destruction pirates? Are you an infiltrator from another pirate crew? A bounty hunter? A member of CP? Or perhaps an ally? Guron remained silent, merely shedding his outer garments to reveal a tall and athletic physique. I had not anticipated encountering such a formidable ability within the Navy. It appears that unless I defeat you, my escape is not an option. Smog. Me? What an antiquated title. The body of Guron began to transform. His height surged to 3 meters, a long, pointed beak sprouted from his face. His arms became enveloped in feathers, evolving into broad crane-like wings. And his legs morphed into sharp avian feet, with claws glinting with a chilling luminescence. Is this a hybrid form? Smoker chuckled coldly, stretching his limbs. His abilities were a gift, yet hand-to-hand combat was also his passion. When it came to close quarters, I certainly would not concede to you, an enigmatic opponent. Guron snorted disdainfully, flapping his wings, and, in an instant, lunging towards Smoker with a whip-like kick. His strike was incredibly swift, even though Smoker utilized his observation hockey. He could only raise his arm in time to block. With a resounding thud, the kick landed solidly against Smoker's arm. Smog felt as though his arm had been struck by an iron rod. First, it swelled and tingled, then searing pain surged through him, and his body was hurled away by an immense force. Fortunately, he was no weakling. He adjusted his posture midair and landed firmly on his feet, skidding several meters across the ground. Such strength and speed are truly formidable. Smog flexed his arm, his heart brimming with astonishment. At that moment, Gulong transformed into a colossal crane, folding its wings as it surged forward at an even swifter pace, its sharp beak resembling a spear, aimed directly at Smog's head. Smog was taken aback, realizing he had been caught off guard, fearing that he might suffer a grievous blow to his head. Fortunately, having anticipated the attack, he swiftly turned his head to evade it, while simultaneously enveloping his hands in the armor of hockey, seizing the beak and forcefully hurling it towards a nearby boulder. However, Guron merely flapped his wings, regaining his balance with ease and deftly avoiding the strike. Stormfoot rain. Smog unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades, akin to a relentless downpour. However, Guron remained unfazed, his wings enveloped in hockey, serving as a formidable shield against the onslaught. A cacophony of clashing sounds filled the air as the wind blades struck his wings, akin to blows against an iron wall, igniting showers of sparks, yet proving utterly ineffective. Guron, with a powerful flap of his wings, stirred up a cloud of dust from the ground. In an instant, a billowing haze enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility. Seizing the opportunity, Guron plunged into the obscured chaos, his wings slicing downwards towards Smog's waist like a guillotine. Iron block. Armament. Smoker was caught off guard and hurriedly donned his double-layered defense. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed as a crane-wing strike grazed his side, leaving behind a deep gash. Fortunately, his defense proved resilient, preventing a clean severance. The pain was excruciating. That scoundrel. Darkness enveloped him, instantly absorbing the damage. Even against opponents weaker than himself, Smoker fought on despite his injuries, pushing his limits. Yet, when faced with a master of refined martial arts and overwhelming presence, he dared not to underestimate the threat. Smog extended his palm. Dark water. In an instant, the surrounding dust and smoke were drawn into his hand. Gulong flapped his wings and circled in the air, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes upon witnessing that Smog was unharmed. The sensation just now had certainly landed. Smog wore a grave expression. In their recent encounter, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Ultimately, Guron had the upper hand. Smoker spat out the cigar from his mouth, a hint of irritation lacing his voice. Who on earth are you? A formidable individual like you cannot possibly remain nameless. Over the years, he had dealt with countless pirates, far exceeding the count of those worth over 100 million. Yet, Guiron undeniably stood among the most powerful, rivaling even Don Quixote da Flamingo from 2 years prior. Guiron replied, "What significance does my name hold for one who is destined to perish?" With that, his wings flared, feathers standing erect, and a darkened hue enveloped them. The formerly gentle white feathers transformed instantaneously into black arrows, glimmering with a chilling radiance. Feathered arrow. Guiron swung his wings, unleashing a barrage of feathered arrows toward Smoker, then charged forward himself. There was no escape. As Smoker's pupils constricted, he hastily conjured a sphere of darkness at his side, seeking to absorb the feathers with gravitational force. However, in the next instant, Guiron materialized before Smoker, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen that sent him hurtling through the air. Smog landed heavily, clutching his chest as he rolled over and stood up. Just as he was about to retaliate, his pupils suddenly constricted. The dark mass he had just unleashed hung silently in the air, gradually dissipating after a few seconds. Could this be? Smog's eyes gleamed with excitement. Other users of the natural abilities, and even those with elemental superhuman powers, can separate their bodies upon elemental transformation or wield their abilities from a distance. For instance, Akainu can hurl molten lava, and Katakuri can conjure glutinous rice from the void. However, Smog has always been unable to do so. The dark matter he releases remains tethered to him, vanishing instantaneously upon severance. To his astonishment, the recent kick left the dark matter behind, and it did not dissipate immediately. Smog took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within, savoring the sensations he had just experienced. Guruin would not grant him an opportunity. With a powerful flap of his wings, he unleashed a flurry of feathered arrows. In a moment of distraction, Smog found himself unable to evade the onslaught, and could only protect his vital areas as dozens of feathers pierced his body in an instant. Smog gritted his teeth, disregarding the pain of his wounds. His hands remained steadfastly positioned before him as he silently attuned himself to an elusive sensation. This feeling was exceedingly rare, more precious than the fabled devil fruits, and he was resolute not to let it slip away. Galen, perplexed, instinctively halted his assault. "What on earth are you doing?" he thought. Logically, continuing the attack at this juncture would have been the most prudent course of action, yet Galen's proud nature held him back. Since his opponent had ceased to resist, he would not exploit the situation to gain an unfair advantage. Smoker maintained his posture for several minutes, while Guiron merely observed from the side. Suddenly, a thought struck Smoker. He extended his hand, and a dark sphere materialized before him. As the sphere emerged, the surrounding air surged violently, generating a fierce wind. The suction grew increasingly powerful, drawing in even the nearby sand and stones. Remarkably, only Smoker remained unaffected. After a while, the dark sphere gradually faded, and an expression of excitement appeared on Smoker's face. Guiron, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Are you intending to use that dark sphere against me? I would advise against wasting your efforts. Although the sphere is indeed peculiar, it is simply too slow." Smoker smiled apologetically. "I apologize for my distraction, and I appreciate your patience. That last move was merely an experiment and is not yet suitable for practical application. Let us continue." Gorgon remained silent, unfurling his wings and unleashing a flurry of feathered arrows directed at Smoker. Smog deftly evaded, the feathers striking the stones behind him, piercing through to create a series of smooth-edged holes, nearly devoid of cracks. Heron's arrows unleashed in a relentless barrage. Guiron continued to flap his wings vigorously, sending wave after wave of feathers toward Smog. Smoker concentrated his mind, utilizing his observation haki to evade the relentless onslaught. Those he could not evade, he countered with iron blocks and his armament haki. Yet, the arrows were overwhelming, descending like a tempestuous storm. In the face of such a saturating assault, Smoker found himself at a disadvantage, occasionally taking a hit that drew blood. Dreadful, is this never ending? Where on earth does this scoundrel summon such an abundance of arrows? Smoker resolutely refrains from utilizing the powers granted by the devil fruits, opting instead to engage in combat through the mastery of haki and his physical prowess. As he fights, he reminisces about Zephyr's teachings. True strength is not merely forged through training, but rather cultivated through battle. The training may augment the quantity of haki, yet it is through conflict that the quality of haki is elevated. It is only by surmounting desperate circumstances that one can unleash the full potential of their haki. Smoker fixated intently on Guiron. Amidst the tempestuous onslaught from Kirin, Smoker's wounds proliferated, yet his gaze grew increasingly radiant. He transcended into an enigmatic realm, akin to the epiphany described in mystical novels from a past life, a state of enlightenment preceding a breakthrough. Within Smoker's perception, Duran's aura did not intensify, yet it became ever more distinct. The feathered arrows approached with such swiftness that they appeared blurred, yet their trajectories emerged with clarity. The moment Kieran unleashed an assault, Smoker instinctively discerned where it would land. Despite the mounting heaviness in his body, he needed only the slightest movement to deftly evade the strikes. After a brief interval, Duran abruptly realized, "Are you trying to perceive me with your observation haki? Do not underestimate me." With a thunderous shout, he fiercely flapped his wings. However, the instant he lifted them, Smoker either intentionally or inadvertently sidestepped. As Duran's wings descended, two razor winds struck precisely where Smoker had just stood, which he effortlessly dodged. How is this possible? Duran's pupils contracted. Realizing that ranged attacks were futile, he charged at Smoker, his wings enveloped in Conqueror's haki, descending with a formidable slash. Yet, Smoker anticipated the strike, sidestepping with two swift steps, causing the devastating blow to once again land empty. He began evading even before the attack commenced. This fellow's movements resemble those of Lord Katakuri. While he was still in shock, Smoker enveloped his fist in armament haki and struck towards Duran's chest. Caught off guard, Duran hastily fortified his chest with armament haki. He subsequently endured the blow with a forceful impact, flipping through the air and flapping his wings to regain his balance. Although the defense held firm, his gaze towards Smoker was filled with astonishment. "Damn it, I can't evade. I truly cannot evade, foreseeing the future is inevitable." Smoker fixed his gaze intently on Duran. Not enough. The power of the attack was still insufficient. Duran's aura showed no signs of weakening. Observing that his full-force strike, enveloped in haki, failed to breach the defenses, Smoker felt a deep sense of frustration. Of course, had he chosen to employ the powers of the dark fruit, whether by nullifying his opponent's abilities or crushing them with gravitational force, the battle would have been significantly easier. However, encountering a master of both martial arts and haki was a rare opportunity, and Smoker was reluctant to resort to his abilities. He yearned for a contest of fists and haki. Duran seemed to grasp Smoker's intentions, and a fiery determination ignited within his eyes. "Come again." He transformed back into a giant crane and soared towards Smoker. The tip of his beak, clad in haki, gleamed with a metallic luster. Then, retracting his crane neck, he suddenly lunged forward, his beak piercing like a spear, aimed directly at Smoker's chest. Crane beak strike. The speed of this attack was astonishing. Though Smoker had awakened the ability to foresee the future, his proficiency was lacking, leaving him no time to evade. He concentrated his haki in his hands and grasped the beak with a firm grip. Smog's arms trembled violently as he desperately attempted to halt the advance of the crane's beak. The friction between his hands and the beak produced a harsh, grating sound, igniting sparks. Neither party yielded an inch, yet the beak of Gulong inched ever closer to his chest. Smoker hastily activated his Busashoka haki, enveloping his chest. Unfortunately, its intensity proved insufficient. With a sharp sound, the beak pierced through Smoker's chest, warm blood oozing forth. "Damn it, still not enough. My Busashoka can grow even stronger." Smoker's crimson eyes glowed fiercely as he roared, his haki expanding relentlessly, nearly enveloping his entire form. Duran observed this with a flicker of derision in his gaze. Just as it seemed Smoker would be pierced through, an astonishing transformation occurred. His haki began to retract abruptly, concentrating entirely at the site of his wound. The haki at the wound grew increasingly solid, gradually shifting from a deep violet black to an obsidian hue. Duran's expression sharpened. This individual. Smoker's eyes were bloodshot, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, presenting an exceptionally grotesque visage. Yet, at that moment, he managed to smile, gradually relaxing his grip until he released completely. Relying solely on the hardened surface of his chest to withstand Joel D. Rogers' assault. Gold. Rogers' expression darkened as he abruptly withdrew his staff, delivering a fierce kick to Smoker's cheek, sending him hurtling through the air. Smog gradually rose to his feet, the color of his armed haki dissipating. For the blow had inflicted no harm. Duran could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What an extraordinary individual." Smog grinned widely and said, "Thanks to you. When you attacked just now, your entire body was enveloped in haki, and after striking me, only your beak retained the haki. You did not shed the haki, rather, you concentrated it entirely at the tip. Thus, the essence of hockey lies in concentration. Guron replied coldly. Indeed, you are remarkable. However, hockey is finite. While concentrating hockey can significantly enhance your offensive power, it simultaneously weakens your defenses elsewhere, unless. Smoke continued his discourse, possessing the keen observation of the color of observation, which allows one to perceive the essence and movements of their adversaries. Smoker assumed a defensive stance. Come on. His imposing aura intensified, yet his speed still left much to be desired. Of course, Smoker could ensnare Gullin with his gravitational abilities. But recklessly drawing a master of martial arts close was hardly a wise decision. Through this skirmish, Smoker truly recognized the limitations of the smoke fruit. When confronted with an adversary possessing formidable physical prowess and a fierce will, the dark waters proved to be a mere jest. Pulling someone closer seemed like an act of desperation to avoid getting struck. It bore some resemblance to Doflamingo's birdcage, regardless of whether the opponent was a tiger. All were confined together. Gullin flapped his wings, darting toward Smoker like an arrow. He lifted a leg, his razor-sharp talons slicing through the air with deadly precision. Smoker's hands were enveloped in hockey, effectively blocking the attack. The crane's claws grazed his palm, igniting a shower of sparks, yet failed to breach his defense. Guron's eyes narrowed as the crane's wings descended with fierce intensity. Smoke raised his arm to block the blow. 2 shallow wounds were inflicted upon his arm, causing negligible impact. Huff. Smoker forcefully sent GOLD. Roger flying, exhaling deeply. After battling for quite some time, he had sustained minimal injuries, yet the pain was undeniably intense. Just as GOLD, Roger prepared for another assault. A sudden, bubbling sound emanated from his pocket. He retrieved the denden mushi and opened it, revealing the image of a plump woman. MMM. GOLD. Roger, how is the mission progressing? Upon hearing this voice, Smoker was taken aback. Big MOM. A voice of surprise echoed from the denden mushi. Who is this that knows my name? GOLD. Roger, do you have company over there? GOLD. Roger replied, apologies, I've been entangled with a marine. I will dispose of him shortly. A marine? To have ensnared you. He must be formidable indeed. MMM. No matter, disregard him. The marines are not our target. Our objective has been achieved. Return. Understood. The call ended, and GOLD. Roger returned the denden mushi to his pocket. Smoke suddenly realized. No wonder Big Mom had information about this pirate alliance. She had arranged for an undercover agent. Hey. Which child are you among Big Mom's offspring? Smoker could hardly recall any offspring of Big Mom possessing such formidable strength. With such prowess, they must be at least a high-ranking officer, if not one of the 3 sweet commanders. Moreover, aside from Katakuri, he could scarcely recollect any members of the Big Mom pirates who belonged to the Zoan type. Could it be the creature ridden by Randolph? Certainly not. That feeble rabbit could hardly be worthy of such a powerful being. Just as Smoker was lost in his thoughts, Guron coldly replied, "It is of no concern to you," and then took flight, wings shimmering as he departed. Smoke furrowed his brow as he watched the figure depart, refraining from pursuit. After all, merely ascertaining his origins sufficed for the report. As for capturing or eliminating him, such endeavors proved arduous and ultimately unnecessary. This was not the opportune moment to confront Big Mom. Ever since severing ties with the Rock's pirates, Big Mom had expansively extended her territory through strategic marriages, her power growing exponentially. The Navy, too, turned a blind eye, for their grip was insufficient. Engaging in direct conflict could prove disadvantageous. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of firepower. With merely 20 admirals, even Roger and the remnants of the 4 emperors would be scattered to the winds. Smoke lit a cigarette, savoring a deep inhale. He then absorbed all the damage and returned to the battlefield alongside Zephyr. At this moment, the area around Zephyr had been thoroughly cleaned. The pirates were securely bound, with not a single one escaping. Smoker approached Zifa. Teacher Zifa, how do you intend to deal with these pirates? The ordinary ones will be taken to the nearest prison, while the more formidable bounty hunters must be sent to Impel Down. Impel Down. Smoke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it is a splendid place. Each individual there is exceptionally talented, and their eloquence is delightful, particularly on the 6th underground level, where one finds either those with unyielding spirits despite physical limitations or seasoned veterans still striving valiantly, embodying a spirit of positivity. Zephyr inquired, "What about the individual you were pursuing?" "Well, he escaped. That fellow is a spy for Big Mom." Smoke then recounted the events that had transpired. Zephyr nodded in understanding. It is commonplace for pirates to infiltrate one another with spies, so there is no need for surprise. Clown, however, had never heard of such practices. Never mind. You did the right thing. There is no need to provoke that madwoman. Smoker's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the pirates. Teacher Zephyr, are they truly to be sent to impel down? Zephyr suddenly recalled Smoker's earlier scheme. Are you suggesting we deliver them to the celestial dragons? He shook his head in disapproval. I agree with your plan, but we should refrain from sending such formidable pirates, worth hundreds of millions, into their hands. These individuals are not easily subdued. If they were to risk their lives and eliminate a celestial dragon or two, the Navy would inevitably be implicated. As for slaves, a few million should suffice for their purposes. What if we were to send someone adept in the art of hockey? If they were to free themselves from their collars, it would lead to a veritable massacre. Smog cast a glance at the heavily shackled Kuras. It is truly a pity to see such potential squandered. The Shatter Fruit, an ability that could significantly enhance offensive prowess. In capable hands, it could serve as a melee counterpart to the Quake Fruit. Zifa lowered his gaze to the bruise adorning his arm and nodded in agreement. The fruit possesses immense value, yet this individual proves to be utterly inept. It is likely that his fate awaits him in the depths of Impel Down's 6th level, where countless pirates with formidable abilities are confined. Rather than a mere prison, it resembles a repository of powers. The world government harbors a profound fear that these pirates, upon their demise, may allow their potent fruits to reincarnate upon the seas, once again falling into the hands of marauders. Thus, they have chosen to imprison them, delaying the emergence of such powers. Smog pondered for a moment and led Zephyr to a secluded corner. Teacher Zephyr, he began. I believe that the Navy not only requires independent funding but also needs to establish a special task force, a unit that operates outside the control of the world government, capable of executing various missions with agility, such as infiltration. Look, there are undercover agents among pirates, and the world government has its spies. Why should we not have the same? Zephyr's face displayed a look of disdain. Why wouldn't the world government permit it? For the sake of its image. The righteous Navy must confront pirates with overt and honorable methods. As for the number of just soldiers who may fall, those high and mighty bastards could hardly care less. Smoker nodded. Thus, we shall establish a unique task force, devoid of designation, records, or identity. It shall remain beyond the grasp of the world government, impervious to the coercion of pirates, and unbound by archaic regulations and moral constraints. Everything shall be dedicated solely to the service of justice. The name could be Sword. Zifa nodded in agreement. This is a splendid idea. However, during Admiral Akainu's tenure, this matter must remain unspoken. Smog was taken aback. When will that be? It can't be too long. Zifa smiled enigmatically. Let me give you a hint. Sengoku will soon assume the position of the marshal. Smoker's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Is that so? This signifies that a pivotal stride has been taken in the rift between the Navy and the world government. Given this revelation, I can certainly divulge some substantial information. Teacher Zephyr, I have a secret I wish to share with you, but you must remain composed. Speak candidly, you impudent brat. What is it? I have lived for many years and have encountered all manner of situations. Smoker utilized his observation hockey to ascertain that no one was present on either side, then extended his right arm. His arm transformed into an amalgamation of darkness, from which 7 or 8 devil fruits gradually emerged. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Zephyr nearly choked on his own saliva. Damn it, Smoker. Where did you acquire such an abundance of devil fruits? Have you raided the treasure trove of the celestial dragons? Worry not, Teacher Zephyr. Smog chuckled slyly. I have mastered the method to deprive others of their devil fruit abilities. What? These are all my trophies. So I am fully aware of the powers contained within these fruits. He then cast a sinister glance at Kraus. Kraus, who had been lying down, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Teacher Zephyr, are you interested in the Shatter Fruit? Zephyr's eyes gleamed with excitement. Kapu. I have endured your antics for far too long. Half a month swiftly passed. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Navy. Though the night has deepened, the Navy headquarters remains ablaze with light. Whether they are naval officers, their families, civilians, or merchants, all are rejoicing in song and dance. Earlier in the day, the Navy held a ceremony to appoint 3 candidates for the rank of admiral. Although the decree of honor had been issued long ago and everyone was aware of the news, the ceremony still enveloped Marineford in a jubilant atmosphere. Having entered the world of pirates for several years now, The Navy's dominance over the seas has begun to wane with the surge in pirate numbers. The once tranquil seas are now tumultuous, fraught with peril. The thunder of cannons echoes as pirate ships traverse the waters, their flags fluttering in the wind, seemingly narrating tales of their so-called freedom and dreams. Meanwhile, the Navy finds itself in an unprecedented predicament. Their ships and manpower are severely lacking, and their combat capabilities are strained. Fortunately, they have been diligently enhancing their training, recruiting new personnel, and upgrading their equipment, diligently studying pirate tactics. They have managed to withstand the relentless assaults of pirates on the raging seas, achieving victory time and again. Yet, the Navy understands that this is merely the beginning. The pirates will not relinquish their pursuits easily. Greed and brutality will corrode their minds, enticing them to plunge deeper into the ocean, seeking opportunities to breach the Navy's defenses. The emergence of 3 candidates for admiral serves as a powerful tonic for all naval personnel. The standards for these candidates are exceptionally high. They must possess the capability to emerge unscathed from encounters with current admirals. More importantly, all 3 candidates wield earth-shattering Logia-type abilities. Akainu, with the most potent offensive power of the magma fruit, can manipulate magma to unleash devastating attacks. Each of his strikes resembles a volcanic eruption, imbued with relentless might and destructive force. Kizaru, the swiftest with the light fruit, can manipulate light for attacks and move at the speed of light, rendering enemies utterly incapable of evasion. In his presence, foes lack even the opportunity to flee. Akiji, the strongest in control with the ice fruit, can instantly freeze adversaries, crafting the most advantageous battleground for himself. Especially at sea, he possesses the ability to blockade vast expanses of water, rendering pirate ships utterly incapacitated. These 3 individuals exhibit formidable output, remarkable speed, and effective control. In the face of titans such as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, their threat may not eclipse that of the likes of Garp or Sengoku, who excel in close combat. However, for pirates of a lesser caliber, their menace increases 100-fold. Should Garp encounter a pirate crew of 1,000 strong, the captain might dare to taunt him, proclaiming, "Old man, we can disperse like a swarm, and you may not be able to capture us all single-handedly." Yet, should they confront these 3, with a stroke of luck, all would be captured. With less fortunate circumstances, they might face obliteration, and in the worst case, they could be incinerated. Thus, the world government harbors great satisfaction with these 3 candidates. Currently, the maritime landscape stands in stark contrast to the era when Sengoku served as a fleet admiral. With the disappearance of Rox, Roger's demise, the silence of the Golden Lion, and the imprisonment of Redbat, the notorious pirates have all quieted. The world's strongest, Whitebeard, now seeks only to reunite with his family. Although Kaido and Big Mom harbor grand ambitions, they merely bide their time to expand their influence. The restless remnants of Rox have been eliminated, leaving only Wang Ji in a state of desperate survival. While there remain troublesome pirates like Shanks and Mihawk, they do not thrive on chaos. As for the Fishman pirates and the 9 Snake pirates, they pose little threat. Conversely, the small-time pirates have gone mad, leading the Navy to eliminate them in waves, stretching their forces thin. Hence, the Navy's attention has turned to these individuals. By subduing them, they would indirectly undermine the larger pirate factions. With the capabilities of the 3 prospective admirals, they are well equipped to handle such scenarios. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the headquarters, the office of the admiral is shrouded in darkness. A shadowy figure converses through a den mushi. An explosion of fireworks outside illuminates the figure's face, revealing none other than the current fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong. Esteemed 5 elders, has it not sufficed to maintain the status quo for decades? Although only Sengoku guards the celestial dragons, should any unforeseen events arise, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane will not remain idle. A cold and somber voice emanates from the den mushi. Silence. The decisions of the world government are not to be questioned by the Navy. You are merely tools of the world government. The speaker addresses Kong without a hint of courtesy, as if reprimanding a servant. Yet, Kong's expression betrays no anger, as if he accepts this as his due. Yes, esteemed elders, I misspoke. On the other end of the line are the 5 elders, the pinnacle of power within the world. Due to your incompetence, the seas are now overrun with pirates, and numerous allied nations have lodged protests with the world government. Though they are but a few, this serves as a signal. If left unchecked, it may even undermine the standing of the world government. Kong, gripping the den mushi, responds slowly, as you command. In the sacred land of Mary Geos, amidst the power struggles, 5 astute minds concluded their seemingly vacuous discussions, now gathered in a circle, chattering incessantly. The Navy has reached a pivotal juncture. Previous generations of naval leadership predominantly hailed from the ranks of the world government, thus exhibiting a degree of subservience. Regrettably, the current generation led by Steelbone Kong is lacking. Many have either perished in battle or proved inadequate, leaving only him barely capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. The forthcoming generation, however, is brimming with talent. Figures such as Sengoku, the Iron Fist Carp, and even the shrewd Dr. Koreha would have sufficed to serve as admirals in the previous era. Alas, their diverse backgrounds and rebellious natures render them impossible to manage effectively. Furthermore, in terms of achievements, strength, and prestige, they do not fall short of Kong. Rather, they surpass him. Unfortunately, they are also comrades in arms, a united front that cannot be easily divided. Indeed, the mere presence of Sengoku and Zifa as admirals once left Kong in a state of helplessness. It was ultimately the world government that intervened, compelling Zifa to resign from his admiral position, thereby strengthening Kong's grip on the Navy. At that time, we opted for the more easily controlled Sengoku. But was Sengoku truly more manageable? The cursed Roger, with his instigation of the Great Pirate Era, forced us to bolster the Navy's strength, despite the complications this would inevitably cause in terms of control. Yet, should we neglect the pirates, we risk witnessing the emergence of another Rox, a repetition of the chaos of God Valley, which is utterly intolerable. This aligns with the intentions of that esteemed individual. I propose that upon the expiration of the acting admiral's terms, Kong be promoted to the supreme commander of the world government's military forces. Sengoku ascend to the rank of Marshal of the Navy headquarters, and the 3 candidates be elevated to the rank of Navy admirals. Since this is in accordance with that esteemed individual's wishes, I second the motion. However, this arrangement would result in an imbalance of power within the Navy. The military strength under the world government, including CP and Impel Down, has already become excessively pronounced. The world government must cultivate a new force to counterbalance the Navy, even if that force consists of pirates. Pirates are not easily managed. However, they do not need to be controlled. They merely need to restrain the Navy, and any minor casualties among the lesser beings are inconsequential. Indeed, this is true. Now, let us deliberate on the details of the Shichibukai system and suitable candidates. In the first half of the Grand Line, in the town of Magic Valley, a place completely beyond the Navy's grasp, thrumming with the presence of extravagant pirates, the atmosphere is saturated with violence and clamor. In a lavish room, Zane savored his red wine while perusing the newspaper, his beautiful eyes sparkling, clearly in high spirits. So, the driver Sokka has become an acting admiral, a kinda truly suits his title. And what of Senior Bonacerino and Senior Kazan? Suddenly, a burly man entered the room. Captain Zane. Everything is prepared. Zane set down the newspaper, gradually rising to his feet and stretching his body. I too must strive harder. The task is complete. Smog returned to the Navy headquarters, where the atmosphere in Marineford was jubilant. The recent campaign against the Pirate Alliance was undeniably a resounding triumph for the Navy. Of the 5 notorious pirates, only Wang Ji, who remained holed up on Hive Island, and the elusive Flameflower were unaccounted for. The rest perished in battle. This marked the Navy's most significant victory since the capture of the Golden Lion. Naturally, the Navy was elated, and the world government breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Had these 5 rogues formed an alliance, it would have undoubtedly led to chaos. Should any of them attain the strength of an emperor, it would trigger severe upheaval throughout the New World and beyond. This tempest, capable of reshaping the world's dynamics, was effortlessly extinguished by the Navy. Amid such resplendent achievements, Zifa's slaying of Kuraz was rendered rather inconspicuous. Although the powers within the pirate crew had all inexplicably met their demise, neither the world government nor the Navy headquarters exhibited any curiosity regarding the matter. Ultimately, all they sought were the heads of pirates, prisoners of war, and reports proclaiming the inevitable triumph of justice. Smoker exchanged greetings with Tina, donned his cloak to obscure his signature white hair, and made his way to the derelict shipyard alone. There, he encountered a gentleman clad in a tailcoat, sporting a distinctive mustache, who awaited him with palpable anticipation. As Smoker approached, the man beamed with delight. "Ah, Smoker, my dear fellow, you have arrived a tad late. My apologies, Tansport. The naval headquarters has been particularly bustling today. I found it quite challenging to extricate myself," Smoker replied. Tansport gazed into the distance at the naval headquarters, which, despite the considerable distance, was alive with a cacophony of voices. He stroked his mustache thoughtfully. It is truly remarkable that, despite having only one admiral, they managed to decisively vanquish such formidable foes. The naval headquarters commands a level of respect that is indeed awe-inspiring. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, tossed one to Tansport, lit it, and took a puff. With a smile that was both amused and enigmatic, he inquired, "You are indeed Umit's right hand, the renowned pathfinder of the seas. Yet you fear this?" Umit, one of the infamous emperors of the underworld who reigns over the Grand Line, is the maritime king, and Tansport is his trusted subordinate. Typically, individuals from the underground world maintain a respectful distance from the Navy, and Tansport and Smoker would not have crossed paths. However, through Zane's machinations, Smoker inadvertently rescued him, and thus a rather commendable friendship was forged between them. Of course, the balance of sincerity and pretense within this bond remains ambiguous. Regardless, their camaraderie has inevitably intertwined with a layer of business relations. Smog escorted Tansport to a secluded coastline, where several unmarked ships lay anchored. These were indeed the pirate vessels he had amassed some time ago. Smoker observed that the Navy was fervently dedicated to capturing pirates, yet exhibited little interest in their vessels. Either they disregarded them entirely or resorted to sinking them outright. Such a waste. A fine ship is worth as much as a bounty criminal. Over the years, one can only wonder how much genuine gold and silver the Navy has cast into the depths. Smoker felt a pang of sorrow. In this world, there exists no refuse, only misplaced resources. Since his debut, he had been dragging pirate ships into the dark void to hoard them. Eventually, realizing the burden it imposed, he sought Zane's assistance in locating a suitable buyer. The target Zane identified was none other than Tansport. The two exchanged money for the ship, each feeling a sense of profit. After the transaction was completed, Smoker sighed. With Umit monopolizing the maritime trade of the Grand Line, why toil for such meager earnings? Tansport's expression soured. Do not mention it. No matter how much I earn for the boss, it ultimately belongs to him. In business with you, only the profits are truly mine. Smoker, my brother, should you acquire any ships in the future, do ensure to reserve them for me, I assure you. You shall not suffer a loss on the price. Smog nodded, saying, "Certainly, rest assured." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, how is Zane? I haven't heard from her in quite some time. Zane is renowned in the underworld as the queen of gambling. She has established a colossal casino in Magic Valley Town, vanquishing numerous rival factions, and her momentum is truly formidable. Ha ha ha. Smog nodded slightly and remarked, "It is well that she is unharmed. I hold her in great concern." Tansport chuckled lightly. As a member of the Navy, is it truly appropriate to show concern for a traitor of the Navy? Smog's expression became profoundly meaningful. A traitor? What does it have to do with me? All I know is that woman can make money. Tansport, enlightened, nodded in agreement. Indeed. My brother is perceptive. After exchanging a few more words, Tansport prepared to take his leave. I shall be going now. Let us keep in touch. He reached out to touch the vessels, leaping onto one, and without the need to hoist the sails, the ship set off automatically. The other boats also lined up in a row, obediently following behind. Smoker expressed his astonishment. This driving fruit is truly remarkable. Tansport has consumed the superhuman-type driving fruit, which allows him to manipulate any non-living object, whether it be a carriage or a ship, to move according to his will after he has touched it. While this ability does not significantly enhance his combat prowess, it is undeniably a divine fruit in the maritime industry. As Tansport ventured further away, a plume of white smoke descended from above. Smoker, I knew you would be here. The smoke transformed into Tina's form, who cast a glance at the receding ship. Has Tansport departed? Indeed. You must express your gratitude to Carla. If it weren't for her assistance, these ships would never have set sail. Carla, a colonel with a close relationship to Tina, possesses the superhuman-type dye fruit, enabling her to color non-living objects at will. Smoker frequently seeks her help to repaint pirate ships. Otherwise, they would be obliterated as soon as they left the dock. Smog wore an expression of exasperation. Is it possible that Carlo intentionally sent you to relay this message? Upon noticing Tina's knowing smile, he sighed helplessly and retrieved 2 bottles of wine from the shadows. These were the last 2. She ought to savor them, lest she find herself in want later on. Moreover, she should remain vigilant, for if Zephyr were to intercept again, he would not take responsibility. Understood. Tina nodded. Accepting the bottles. I must take my leave now. Carlo is still awaiting my return. There is also something of great importance. Tina produced a document from her pocket. This is the commendation I just received. You should take a look at it as well. And don't forget to invite Brother Kazan and Instructor Kaki out for a meal. With that, Tina transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Smoker opened the commendation document, murmuring the contents aloud. Rear Admiral Sakazuki from the Navy headquarters was nominated as a candidate for Admiral, codenamed Akainu. Rear Admiral Borsellino was nominated as a candidate for Admiral, codenamed Kazuru. Rear Admiral Kazan was nominated as a candidate for Admiral, codenamed Akiji. Rear Admiral Gaki was promoted to Vice Admiral. Rear Admiral Jiyuin was promoted to Vice Admiral. Rear Admiral Huashao Shan was promoted to Vice Admiral. Rear Admiral Deo Bowman was promoted to Vice Admiral. The lengthy list of commendations prompted Smoker to take a deep drag from his cigarette. According to the Navy's regulations, barring any significant upheaval, such as Garp declining the promotion to Admiral, or the subsequent world conscription in the storyline, the candidates for Admiral would officially ascend to their ranks within 3 years. This implies that 3 years hence, Fleet Admiral Kong would be appointed as the Supreme Commander of the world government's military. Admiral Sengoku would be elevated to Fleet Admiral, alongside the newly appointed 3 admirals of the Navy. The following day, Tina awoke in Smoker's embrace. After freshening up and dressing, she transformed into a wisp of smoke and slipped out through the crack of the door. Such is the convenience of a Logia user's lifestyle. The door remained unopened for half a month. Stepping into the courtyard, she basked in the warm sunlight and stretched comfortably. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke the tranquility. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Sister Tina, you must have had quite the night." Tina, both indignant and flustered, turned to find Jiyuin teasing her. Gaki followed closely behind, chuckling with a rather lecherous expression. "Where's Smoker? Wake him up. What time is it?" "Oh, I'll go right away," Tina replied. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly transformed into smoke and darted back inside. Gaki stroked his chin, chuckling, "Hee hee. This must be what they call sneaking into the cracks of the earth, right?" Jiyuin shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "I don't care how you tease Smoker. But you mustn't bully Tina. My sister is quite sensitive." Of course, Gaki nodded repeatedly, though inwardly he scoffed at the situation. Who started this whole affair? Anyway, I was merely going along with your words. Naturally, he kept this thought to himself. Ah, by the way, the last time the weasel returned to the North Sea, I had him bring back some local specialties. Would you like some? As he spoke, he pulled out a few bars of chocolate. Without hesitation, Jiyuin extended his hand. Of course, hand it over. Gaki grinned widely as he handed it over. Over the past few years, he had resolutely adhered to Smoker's strategy of doing more and saying less, executing tasks in a manner befitting their roles while keeping a low profile. Nonetheless, he focused on maximizing emotional value. With Smoker as the strategist and Tina as his support, Jiyuin had become entirely accustomed to Gaki's presence by his side. Aside from sleeping at night and fulfilling their tasks, the two were nearly inseparable. It has been proven that when faced with women who value appearance, it is wise to refrain from declaring one's feelings prematurely. Instead, one should find ways to reasonably and pleasantly appear in the other's presence, sweeten their words, and provide emotional support, thereby fostering a relationship that blossoms over time. At that moment, the door swung open, and Smog emerged from the room, looking as if he had been utterly drained. "Ah, my apologies, I overslept. Please, come in," he said. However, both Jiaji and Ziyuan chose not to enter, but rather informed Smog that they needed him to accompany them. Zephyr had discussed Smog's plan for self-funding their military efforts with several high-ranking officials. Crane expressed great interest and wished to have a detailed conversation with Smog. "I see. In that case, I shall hurry and ensure that Advisor Crane does not wait too long." Smoker was indeed eager to hear the counsel of this naval strategist. Although he possessed the advantage of foreknowledge, when it came to intelligence and situational awareness, there was no doubt that Tsuru could outshine him by leaps and bounds. Even the most astute commanders of the warring states would not dare to dismiss her insights. Thus, he accompanied Tina as they followed the two guides. Initially, he had presumed that Tsuru would be found in her office or some other location within the headquarters. However, he was taken aback when Jigen and Kaki led them aboard a warship. After sailing for half a day, they arrived at a deserted island not far from Marineford. In the distance, he could see someone standing at the island's center. Jigen and Kaki brought them closer, and indeed, it was Vice Admiral Tsuru. To Smoker's astonishment, a tall figure clad in a cloak stood beside her. It was none other than Akainu Sakazuki. "Greetings, Colonel Smoker and Commander Tina. It seems this is our first formal meeting." Tsuru approached with a warm smile directed at Smoker. Unlike the frail old woman depicted in the main narrative, the current Tsuru, though not youthful, stood tall and exuded an air of authority, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. Although Tsuru appeared exceptionally amiable, Smoker and Tina dared not be negligent and promptly offered their respects. Tsuru smiled gently. There is no need for formality. The reason I summoned you today is rather presumptuous on my part. Zephyr has mentioned your plans, and I am quite interested in learning more. Smoker cast a glance at Akainu beside him, reflecting on the narrative of the world of the strong. It seemed that Akainu was indeed an old subordinate of Crane. Since Crane was willing to take him along, he was likely considered one of their own. As for Gaki and Cheyenne, there was little cause for concern. Nodding, he said, "No problem, Commander Crane." He then proceeded to articulate his plans and various considerations in detail. Crane listened intently, occasionally interrupting with inquiries, to which Smoker responded earnestly. When Smoker finished his exposition, both Crane and Tina remained relatively composed, while Gaki and Cheyenne were left utterly astonished. Even Sakazuki displayed a look of surprise. This young man certainly possessed audacity. Most importantly, all the plans were remarkably actionable. Crane rubbed his brow, pondering for a moment. You have indeed provided me with a fresh perspective. Upon further reflection, the Navy's involvement is not limited solely to human trafficking. In fact, they could potentially engage in all enterprises of the underground emperors. Moreover, these ventures could not only yield military funding but also serve as a means to gather intelligence and even pursue political advantages. Smoker inhaled sharply. Truly a testament to the prowess of the Navy's chief strategist. His appetite for power surpassed even that of Smoker himself. Indeed, the Navy's prowess is such that, should it choose to abandon its principles of martial ethics, it could easily usurp a significant portion of the maritime empire held by Umit and the clandestine operations of Kyberson. The other factions would surely suffer a similar fate, each losing a share of their dominion. In reality, even a singular entity like Zane has managed to flourish in the underworld, almost monopolizing the gambling industry with minimal support from the Navy. Of course, there is no need to mention the debauchery of Pleasure Street, a domain rife with immorality, especially with Queen Stussy, an agent of the world government, potentially jeopardizing their operations. The narcotics trade is somewhat accounted for, though the only substance I am aware of is the confectionery produced by Caesar Clown. As it stands, he remains under the thumb of Beej, yet to innovate this particular product. Should one consider propelling him towards developing sweets specifically for the celestial dragons? In the midst of these musings, Vice Admiral Tsuru turned her gaze towards Akainu. Akainu, what is your perspective? Despite Akainu's imminent promotion to Admiral being nearly certain, he still exhibited utmost deference in Tsuru's presence. This respect surpassed that which he displayed towards more renowned and formidable figures such as Sengoku and Garp. The overall strategy appears viable, yet there exists an obstacle. The trafficking of slaves constitutes the first phase of this plan, and if I am not mistaken, it will fall upon you, Smoker, to oversee it. However, the Navy cannot overtly intervene at this stage. All must rely on personal initiative. Faced with the avarice of pirates and the underworld, Smoker, can you truly safeguard this enterprise? Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded thoughtfully. It has come to my attention that the world government intends to implement a comprehensive amnesty for pirates, which will undoubtedly impact your strategy. Amnesty for pirates? The 7 warlords of the sea? In truth, the world government had already initiated this scheme. However, due to the rebellious nature of the pirates, the government was not particularly enthusiastic. Until recently, only Crocodile and a figure named Ori were appointed as warlords. Now, with the Navy significantly bolstered, the world government is taking steps to recruit formidable pirates to fill the vacancies within the 7 warlords. Smog nodded. Indeed, they would certainly create an impact. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, do you have any suggestions? Sakazuki fixed his gaze upon Smog, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Every suggestion is fundamentally rooted in strength. He removed his cloak and slowly approached Smog. His right arm suddenly transformed into molten red magma, dripping onto the ground and creating deep craters. It has been several years since we last clashed. Smog, I wish to see if you possess the strength to carve a path for the Navy. Smoker smiled faintly, his hands turning pitch black. Is he going to utilize his abilities directly? In battles from years past, Akainu predominantly engaged in hand-to-hand combat. But I am not the same as I was 5 years ago. As the 2 Logia users prepared to clash, the onlookers swiftly retreated to clear the area. The hallmark of a battle between Logia users is destruction. Proximity guarantees collateral damage. Ji Yuan exclaimed, Tina, dear sister, Smoker is up against a future admiral. Aren't you concerned? Tina shook her head, her eyes filled with unwavering trust. It's all right. Smoker is exceptionally strong. Kong, Ji Yuan, and Jia Ji gazed at her in astonishment. Such profound faith in Smoker. It truly exemplified deep affection. Tina declared proudly, I refuse to believe that Mr. Akainu would dare to kill him. Kong, Ji Yuan, and Jia Ji were momentarily speechless. Akainu stretched his neck, magma emanating from his body. The lava was not particularly luminous, appearing somewhat dull in color. Yet, as it flowed to the ground, the surrounding rocks and soil melted instantaneously, the air distorting slightly under the intense heat. Previously, our skirmishes occurred aboard ships. I know you were unfulfilled. This time, you may unleash your abilities freely. Of course, if you are afraid, I can refrain from using haki. To face another Logia user without haki is akin to inviting a beating without retaliation. It is a concession of the highest order. However, Smoker felt an urge to protest. I possess the smoke fruit. Does it make a difference whether you use haki or not? At this juncture, Smoker was resolute. No need. Feel free to unleash your full potential. I look forward to your guidance. Smoker's body began to elementalize, as darkness spread ominously around him. Visually, it was no less impressive than Akainu. Akainu chuckled softly, brimming with confidence. Let us commence with the powers of the devil fruit. Dog bite Red Lotus. His arm transformed into a colossal magma hound, roaring as it lunged toward Smoker. Smog raised an eyebrow, immediately unleashing his ultimate move. However, despite the fierce demeanor of the magma hound, it ultimately amounted to nothing more than a mere elemental assault. Smog understood profoundly that he could not be daunted by the enemy's imposing presence. He took a moment to steady his breath, and his body began to emanate an intangible aura, causing the surrounding air to grow dense and oppressive. Darkness spread beneath his feet, swiftly enveloping the ground around him. Dark cavern technique. Suddenly, a tremendous gravitational force erupted from the shadows, causing the snarling magma hound to falter, crashing heavily into the abyss, howling in despair as it disintegrated. Ultimately consumed entirely. Sakazuki's expression flickered with intrigue. Indeed, just as the rumor suggested, you possess an enigmatic and formidable power. Its might is commendable. I wonder, however, about its speed. Sakazuki raised his hand, conjuring several colossal magma orbs around him. Volcanic meteor barrage. The magma spheres soared toward Smog, akin to blazing meteors streaking through the night sky. These fireballs detonated and reformed mid-air, resembling a blooming inferno, both exquisite and lethal. Each explosion unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, rendering the surrounding atmosphere intensely heated and distorted. Smoker fixed his gaze intently upon the magma ball. Gale foot. Several blades of wind collided with the magma sphere, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered it into dozens of magma orbs, each the size of a human head. Sakazuki's lips curled into a peculiar smile. The useless magma was impervious to slicing. In the next moment, Smoker was taken aback. The reduced magma spheres had not lost their trajectory. Instead, they descended upon him with even greater density. Smog swiftly dodged, weaving left and right. Yet the magma orbs relentlessly pursued him, bombarding him with fervor. Despite their diminutive size, these molten spheres possessed formidable power. A single hit could obliterate flesh and bone alike. Moreover, their velocity increased, and their trajectory became increasingly erratic. Chafe. Smog suddenly accelerated towards the side of the magma sphere. A torrid wave of heat surged towards him. Yet he remained undaunted, taking a deep breath. Dark whips. Several tendrils of black light shot forth from his hands, transforming into elongated whips that lashed out at the magma sphere. Instantly, the air was filled with a flurry of whip shadows, swirling and slicing through the atmosphere, as if attempting to rend the very sky. With each strike of the whips, the magma sphere shattered into countless fragments, scattering around like a torrential rain of magma, igniting fierce flames upon the ground. Smog was engulfed in flames, with numerous splashes of lava adorning his form. What? Tina exclaimed, nearly rushing forward. The elder reassured her. There is no need for concern. Sakazuki is quite capable, and the magma fruit should be impervious to fire. Yet, before his words could fully settle, a wretched scream echoed from afar. Ah, it burns, it burns. The lava not only radiated intense heat, but also possessed formidable penetrative power. As it met Smog, it swiftly seared through his flesh, creating gaping wounds. While ordinary flames would cause pain but could be avoided from a distance, lava clung to the skin, incessantly releasing its searing heat. Such excruciating agony is unbearable for any ordinary person, let alone for Smog. Akainu, the Elder, Gion and Kaki, what? Smoker swiftly unleashed darkness, absorbing all the magma and wounds afflicting him, though the excruciating pain left him drenched in sweat. Akainu was perplexed. What is happening? Such an attack should have been easily evaded by a Logia user. Nevertheless, Smoker took a deep breath and declared, "Let us continue." Very well, Fire Blast. Sakazuki's magma-infused colossal fist, radiating a somber crimson glow and accompanied by a searing hot wind, came crashing down with ferocity. Smoker's right hand transformed, the darkness coalescing into a massive fist, boldly meeting the challenge head-on. One crimson and one obsidian, the two fists collided midair, producing a cataclysmic roar. The magma fist and the dark fist eroded one another, neither yielding, resulting in a violent explosion. It was as if a tempest had swept over the entire island. The ground trembled and the sky shifted in hue. Magma splattered in all directions while the essence of darkness permeated the atmosphere, rendering the scene akin to the arrival of an apocalyptic event. Just as Smoker unleashed the full extent of his dark power, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to swiftly leap aside. Beneath his feet, a column of magma erupted violently, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, causing the entire island to quiver. Smoker's complexion turned pale as he erupted in anger. "Sakazuki, do you wish to end my life? If it were not for my foresight granted by the observation haki, I would have been severely harmed just now. This is not a mere metaphor. I would have truly been flayed alive." Sakazuki displayed no hint of remorse on his countenance. "Humph. Those who cannot evade even such a minor assault are unworthy of shouldering the weighty justice of the Navy. When Mr. Karp brought you to headquarters, did you not assert that training is tantamount to real combat?" Smog's expression darkened. "It was merely a fade, one that I found hard to believe myself." "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further ado." Dark water. Suddenly, Smoker unleashed his powers, and Sakazuki felt an overwhelming gravitational force, compelling his body to involuntarily soar towards Smoker. Smoker delivered a sweeping kick to Akainu's cheek, sending him flying several meters before he landed and rolled over a few times to regain his footing. Akainu felt a sharp pain on the side of his face and, upon touching the corner of his mouth, discovered it was bleeding. However, his gaze towards Smoker was filled with derision. Smoker was pierced by several molten lava projectiles. It seemed that in the heat of their clash, Akainu had seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The searing pain of magma was far more excruciating than mere flames, and it was the first time Smoker had experienced such agony. He collapsed to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead as beads of sweat dripped down. It was only after absorbing the damage with darkness that he trembled to his feet. Akainu, displaying remarkable restraint, refrained from pursuing him and only spoke once Smoker had stood up. "You must not have used haki just now, yet you managed to strike my true form." Simultaneously, he reflected on how just a few years prior, Smoker had exhausted all his efforts without even brushing against him. Although he had diligently maintained his training over the years, achieving significant advancements in strength, he was astonished to see that Smoker had surpassed him even further. Smoker nodded, revealing no intention of concealment. The Maramara Nomi can indeed nullify your abilities. The moment our bodies make contact, you will be unable to activate your powers." Sakazuki touched his still somewhat numb face. "A remarkable ability. Let us proceed." Akainu. He extended his hand, unleashing several colossal fists of magma into the sky, vanishing into the tumultuous clouds. The clouds churned, emitting a deep, rumbling thunder, with flashes of red flickering ominously. The crimson light intensified, and suddenly it began to rain magma. As the molten rock struck the ground, whether on stone or sand, it corroded the earth, creating deep craters. Though Crane and the others stood at a distance, they were still affected. Just as Kaji and Jiguan were about to intervene, Crane calmly stated, "Allow me to handle this." With that, she raised her hand, and as the magma rain fell mere meters above their heads, it seemed to collide with an invisible wall, deflecting to the sides. Tina gasped in astonishment. Was this not precisely the invisible armor Smoker had described? This was a level beyond mere Busashoka haki. Initially believing this technique merely enveloped her body, she was astonished to find that Vice Admiral Crane effortlessly unleashed enough haki to shield several individuals. Moreover, judging from her expression, it appeared that such exertion was hardly a burden for her. Was this the strength of the older generation of warriors? Tina glanced back at Smoker, only to be taken aback. For reasons unknown, Smoker neither dodged nor resisted. Instead, he closed his eyes and opened his arms, welcoming the rain of magma upon his body. Each droplet that struck him burned a gaping wound, only to be instantly healed by the shadows. Sakazuki furrowed his brow. What are you doing? After observing for a moment, he suddenly grasped the situation. I see. Then allow me to assist you. With that, he directed more magma into the sky, causing the already dense rain to intensify once more. Smoker nodded at Sakazuki, then closed his eyes once more, welcoming the baptism of the magma rain. Thus, Smoker endured continuous injuries, yet simultaneously healed, as a faint scent of singed matter wafted through the air. Nevertheless, he remained utterly still, silently bearing the searing heat of the magma. Tina, Gaki, and Jiuan were equally perplexed, left to wait in quiet anxiety. Crane seemed to perceive everything, saying nothing, merely gazing with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance flashed in Crane's eyes. It's coming. The three were startled and hurriedly scrutinized Smoker. Initially, they found nothing amiss, but soon they noticed a change. As some magma rain was about to descend upon Smoker, his body unexpectedly elementalized in advance, allowing the magma to fall harmlessly to the ground. This phenomenon became increasingly frequent. What began as a few drops gradually transformed into a significant amount. Gaki stared at Smoker, his face a mask of astonishment. Is he training with magma? Jiuan nodded. Indeed, he is practicing elementalization to evade attacks, but she couldn't help but glance at Tina, for this was a technique Tina had mastered years prior. Tina's eyes fixated unwaveringly on Smoker, yet she began to explain. The dark fruit possesses a unique interplay of gravitational forces, making it challenging to evade concentrated assaults through elementalization. This indicates that his control over the dark fruit has ascended to a new level. Gaki and Jiuan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a newfound depth of understanding towards Smoker. It was unclear how much time had passed. Smoker has managed to evade most of the molten lava. At last, he spoke. Admiral Sakazuki, you may cease. Sakazuki nodded, extending his right hand towards the sky, and soon the rain of lava came to a halt. He approached Smoker and congratulated him, declaring that this would be all for today. Smoker appeared quite fatigued, yet he still managed to smile and nod. So have I passed? Although it was peculiar that Smoker had only just mastered such a relatively simple technique, given that his abilities, hockey, and foundational combat prowess were all satisfactory. I chose not to inquire further and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Smoker chuckled, thank you. In the distance, a dog-headed warship quietly anchored on the sea. Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku, three old men, each held a telescope, observing the battlefield. As the battle concluded, Zephyr lowered his telescope and smiled with pride. What do you think? My student performed admirably. Garp, picking his nose, flicked a booger onto Zephyr's face. What's there to be proud of, you purple-haired fool? He is still under my tutelage. Zephyr seized Garp by the collar. You donut-headed rascal, say that again. Do you want me to give you a beating? Garp, unfazed, retorted, come on, purple-haired fool. Are you afraid? Sengoku, unable to contain himself, shouted, you two rascals, be quiet. He tossed aside his telescope and approached, delivering a smack to each of their heads. A punch powerful enough to flatten an ordinary vice admiral merely made them clutch their heads and yelp. That hurts. You scoundrel Sengoku. You damned old fool. The two exchanged mischievous glances, clearly plotting to retaliate against Sengoku. His anger flared, veins bulging, teeth bared. You two, enough of this nonsense. The next generation of the Navy, even the generation after that, is right here on the island. Suddenly, his voice dropped. Garp, Zephyr. We cannot let the events with Dragon repeat themselves. Upon hearing that name, Garp and Zephyr's expressions shifted, particularly Garp, whose eyes turned fiercely intense. Indeed, he had placed immense hope and effort into that individual, only for it all to be squandered. All because of those arrogant fools who only know how to maintain balance. Zephyr sharply interrupted. Garp. Garp paused, realizing the moment, and let out a huff, falling silent. Sengoku patted his shoulder. Let the past remain in the past. At least he is living according to his own will. However, we must ensure the safety of the rising stars before us. The battle concluded. Tsuru approached the two, inquiring, Akainu, how do you feel? Are you satisfied? Akainu cast a glance at Smoker and nodded. With his current strength, he could stand firm even in the new world. The mere Sabeti archipelago posed no challenge. Smoker felt a shift in his thoughts. It seemed that the notorious title of Slave Island for Sabeti archipelago would not be easily shed. Suddenly, Sakazuki turned to him and inquired, "Smoker, if I am not mistaken, your observation haki has now reached the point where you can glimpse into the future, correct?" Smog was taken aback, but did not conceal the truth. Indeed, it was simply a matter of lacking proficiency. It required an immense amount of concentration. Could it be that you also? Sakazuki nodded. My greatest strength has always been the observation haki. Smog inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sheer terror exuded by the trio of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Akiji, having consumed the formidable ice fruit, excels in control with his iron fists. Kizaru, endowed with the unparalleled light fruit, masters evasion and defense. As for Akainu, he wields the might of the magma fruit, specializing in offense while paradoxically exhibiting remarkable agility. The previous generation of naval leadership was characterized by their pragmatism, steel bone. The strategist, iron fist, the powerhouse, black arm, the formidable. Their nicknames alone reveal their strengths, with the only fruit user among them enhancing basic attributes alongside a shockwave ability. Yet, the disparity in capabilities among the current generation is strikingly pronounced. Smoker shook his head with a rueful smile, acknowledging the disparity between himself and the other, yet never anticipating it to be so vast. Akainu, in contrast, appeared remarkably understanding. Your physical training is commendable, and your devil fruit abilities and haki are quite impressive. What you lack is merely development, which requires time and accumulation. There is no need to rush. Gazing into Akainu's earnest and clear eyes, Smoker felt a pang of reluctance to reveal that some individuals could attain the royal level in just 2.5 years. Nevertheless, Akainu's words remained strikingly objective. Smoker is currently in a pivotal phase of burgeoning strength, with the upcoming years being crucial. Should he fail to lay a solid foundation now, ascending to the ranks of great commanders in the future would be exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, it appears that his foundation is indeed quite robust. Kaji swaggered over and gave Smoker a hearty clap on the shoulder. What a remarkable lad, hiding such depth. As an instructor, he understood that Smoker's prowess far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Yet, after witnessing the earlier battle, he pondered whether he could truly match Smoker. While hand-to-hand combat was manageable, the elemental clashes were genuinely captivating. Perhaps I should also consider consuming a devil fruit. However, I must choose carefully. Otherwise, I could end up with a worthless fruit. The group continued discussing their plans for the Sabeti archipelago. Both Kizaru and Sakazuki expressed great confidence in Smoker. The island harbors few formidable foes, and Smoker's strength is more than sufficient to maintain dominance. However, Smoker